not of Roman blood,
Cranberry,
but came
cool
from
and
other parts
delicious.
of the empire,
Mine!
such as the
Ted
Greek
protests,
provinces.
his voice ringing with
These
indignation.
freedmen had
Here
no
you go.
senatorial
I
ties,
hand him back
so
a
they
slightly
had no
less runny
political
popsicle,
motivations
and it
to their
goes straight
behaviour.
into his mouth. He
Claudius
grins.
made a definite
Can
attempt
Ted and I go
to
for a walk?
downgrade the power
Sophie
of the
asks.
senators, which
Sure.
would not necessarily
too
make his
far.
relationship with
No,
them
Mr.
smooth.
Gray. Sophie's hazel
While
eyes are
Caligula
wide
before him
and serious.
claimed the
I
victory
think she's a
over
little
Britannia
frightened of
without
Christian.
even setting foot
She
on
holds her
British
hand out,
soil,
and Teddy takes it
Claudius
willingly. Together through the long grass.
Claudius had
Christian
a
watches them.
turbulent relationship,
Fine,
but he
Christian.
had made it his
What harm
business
could
to
come
have
to
a
them
good
here?
relationship
He
with his
frowns at me
army.
momentarily,
So despite
and I
his
crawl
physical
over into his
weaknesses,
lap.
meaning that he had no direct
Besides,
military
Ted is
background,
completely
he would
smitten with
inspire
Sophie.
his army to perform
Christian
well.
snorts and
This was
nuzzles my hair.
demonstrated when they
She's a
crossed the
delightful
English
child.
Channel in the year
She is
43
so pretty, too.
and pressed
A
on
blonde
over the
angel.
River Thames to take
Christian
the
stills and
important
places his
influential
hands on my
city
belly.
of
Girls,
Camalduna,
eh?
which is the
There's a
modern
hint of
city of
trepidation in his
Colchester
voice.
in
I
England.
curl my hand behind his head.
Even though Claudius's
You don't have to
conquest of
worry about
southern
your daughter
Britannia
for at least
is
another
perhaps
3
his
months.
most remembered
I have her
imperial
covered here,
success,
okay?
we should also note that
He
he
kisses me behind
successfully
my ear
annexed
and
the
scrapes
kingdom
his
of
teeth
Judea
around the
on
edge
the
to the
death
lobe.
of King Herod Agrippa,
Whatever you
the
say,
man who
Mrs.
prevented
Gray.
Caligula
Then he
from
bites me.
personalizing
I
the
yelp.
temple in Jerusalem.
I enjoyed last night. He
Caligula
says,
had
we should do
assassinated
that more
King
often.
Ptolemy of
Me
Mauritania,
too.
the grandson
And
of
we
Queen
could, if you stopped
Cleopatra
working.
VII of
I
Egypt.
roll my eyes,
So
and he tightens his
Claudius
arms
provided
around me
a
and grins
political
into my neck.
solution by
Are you
successfully
rolling your
annexing
eyes at me,
Mauritania
Mrs. Gray?
into the
His
Roman
threat is
Empire
implicit but
as well.
sensual, making me squirm.
Under Claudius,
But as we're in the middle of the
territory
meadow with
of
the
the
kids
Roman
nearby,
Empire
I
was
ignore
larger
his
than ever.
invitation.
Despite
Gray Publishing
Augustus
has an
and
author on the
Tiberius
New York Times
actively
bestsellers
taking a
list.
passive
Boys
attitude
Fox's
to
sales
frontier
are phenomenal.
expansion.
The ebook side of our
Just
business
about
has
every
exploded,
Mediterranean
and I
coastline,
finally have the
whether
team I
European
want
or
around me.
African, was now fully
And you're
controlled
making
by
money in
Rome.
these difficult times.
He did all this
Christian
without
adds, his
antagonizing the
voice
Germans
reflecting his
or the
pride.
Parthians,
But
who had always
I like
been
you
quite a
barefooted,
match
pregnant,
for the
and in my
Romans in the
kitchen.
past.
I lean back so I can
Claudius
see his face.
also showed
He gazes
activity
down at me,
within
eyes
civil
bright.
administration,
I like
making
that too,
revisions to the
I
judicial
murmur.
system
And he
and
kisses
hosting
me,
public
his hands
games
still
to
spread
keep the
across my
Romans in
bum.
good spirits.
Seeing he's in a good
He
mood,
would improve
I
the
decide to
nature of
broach a delicate
imports such as
subject.
grain and
Have
major
you thought
improvements
any
made
more
in the
about my
harbour town
suggestion?
of Ostia,
He
where the
stills.
Tiber River
Anna,
entered
the
the
answer is
Tyrrhenian
no.
Sea.
But Ella is such a
Ostia had
lovely
always
name.
received attention
I
from
am
the
not
rulers
naming
of
my
Rome,
daughter after my
but
mother.
particular credit
No.
is
End of
afforded
discussion.
to Claudius.
Are you sure?
As an
Yes.
emperor, Claudius
Grasping
was
my
very
chin, he
dutiful and
gazes
loyal
earnestly
to the
down
Roman
at me,
Empire.
radiating
He did not
exasperation.
wane to the wishes of
Anna,
the Senate,
give it up.
and the Senate
I don't want my
disliked
daughter
him for
tainted
it.
by my past.
If the Praetorian Guard
I'm
believed that
sorry.
not allowing the Senate to return
I don't
Rome
want to
to a
anger him.
republican
That's
constitution
better.
by installing
Stop
a
trying to
weak
fix it.
and easy
He
to
mutters,
influence Emperor
You got me to
Claudius,
admit I loved her.
then
You
they were
dragged me to her
mistaken.
grave. Enough.
Claudius appeared to be
no.
very
I
clear-minded
twist
about
in
the
his lap to
direction that
straddle
the
him and
empire should
grasp
go
his
in,
head in my
and the
hands.
role that he would
I'm
play
sorry.
in that process.
Really. Don't
Claudius
be angry with
was
me,
determined
please.
but not
I kiss him,
egotistical.
then kiss the corner of his mouth.
Claudius's
After a
wife,
beat, he points to the
Messalina,
other
was
corner,
not
and I smile
particularly loyal
and
to
kiss
him.
it. He points
She
to
had
his
a
nose.
promiscuous
I kiss back.
reputation.
He
Very
grins and
close to
places
the
his hands on
senator
my backside.
named Silius.
Oh, Mrs. Gray,
Messalina
am I
would
going
go
to
through
do
with
it?
a marriage ceremony
I'm
with
sure you'll
Silius,
think of
while
something.
Claudius
I
was
murmur.
in Ostia.
He grins,
Despite
and,
being
twisting
married to
suddenly, he
Claudius.
pushes me down onto the blanket.
When Claudius
How
heard of
about
this,
I do
it
it
became
now?
clear in
He
his mind
whispers
that
with a salacious
Messalina
smile.
may have been plotting
Christian!
against him,
I
so
gasp.
he would have
Suddenly,
both
there's a
Messalina
high-pitched
and the
cry from
Senator
Ted.
Silius
Christian leaps to his
executed.
feet with the panther's easy grace and
Claudius then
races toward
chose
the
to
source
marry
of the
the sister
sound.
of the previous
I follow
emperor
at a more
Caligula,
leisurely pace.
namely
Secretly,
Agrippina
I'm
the
not as
Younger,
concerned
the
as Christian
who
the
was
stairs
sentenced
two at a
exile
time
by
to
the
find out
Praetorian
what's wrong.
prefect Sejanus during the
Christian
rule of the
swings
second
Teddy up
emperor
into his
Tiberius.
arms. Our little boy is
Agrippina
crying
already had a
inconsolably
son
and
from a
pointing to the
previous
ground,
marriage
where the
who
remains of his
Claudius
popsicle
would
lie in a
adopt,
soggy
and
mess,
his name
melting
was
into
Nero.
the grass. He
Agrippina
dropped
was
it,
yet another
Sophie says
prominent royal
sadly.
woman
He
who
could have had
her
mine,
own ambitions,
but I finished
but
it.
she would have been aware
Oh,
that despite
Sophie,
Claudius
darling, don't
adopting
worry.
his great-nephew
I stroke her
Nero,
hair.
that Nero would still
Mommy!
have a dynastic
Ted
rival
wails,
in Claudius's
holding his
own
hands
son
out to me.
by his deceased
Christian
wife,
reluctantly lets him
Messalina,
go as I reach
his
for him.
name being
There.
Britannicus.
Pop!
It
He
could have been
sobs.
that Agrippina
I know,
and
baby
Nero
boy.
were a key
We'll go
part
see
in
Mrs. Taylor and get
orchestrating
another
the
one.
downfall of
I kiss his
Claudius.
head.
Claudius and
He
Agrippina
smells so
were not
good.
particularly
He smells
close
of my
during
baby boy.
Claudius's final
Pop!
months, and
He
it appears
sniffs.
that Claudius
I
had
take his
started
hand
giving
and kiss his
more
sticky
regard to
fingers.
Britannicus as a
I can taste
successor,
your popsicle
as
here on your
Britannicus
fingers.
was approaching his
Ted stops
teenage
crying
years.
and examines his
However,
hand.
this
Put your
is
fingers
pure
in your mouth.
speculation.
He does.
Claudius
Pop!
may have been
Yes,
poisoned.
popsicle.
He also
He
may not
grins.
have been.
My mercurial little
He
boy,
may have died
just like
of
his
natural
dad.
causes.
Well, at least he has an
However,
excuse.
such is the
He's
nature
only
of
2.
Rome and the
Shall we go
leadership
see Mrs.
that we
Taylor?
have seen all
He
too
nods,
often that
smiling
people
his
are
beautiful
getting
baby
poisoned.
smile.
So with
Will you
every
let Daddy
oral
carry
death,
you?
the
He
possibility
shakes
of
his
murder
head and wraps his
is
arms around
always
my
at the
neck,
front of our
hugging me
minds when
tightly,
assessing
his
the
face
cause.
pressed against my throat.
Claudius was
I think
always in
Daddy
poor
wants
health,
to taste
and
popsicle
he
too.
was all of
I
63
whisper
years
in Ted's
old
little
when he
ear.
died in
Ted frowns at
October
me,
54.
then looks at his hand and holds it out to
Nero
Christian.
would claim
Christian
the
smiles
imperial
and puts
throne,
Ted's fingers in his mouth.
Britannicus died on the
Tasty.
eve of
Ted
his
giggles and
14th
reaches up,
birthday
wanting
in
Christian to hold
February
him.
55,
Christian grins at me
just
and
4
takes Ted
months
in his
after his
arms,
father's
settling
death,
him on his hip.
leaving Nero
Sophie,
clear to rule
where's Gail?
without challenge.
She was in the big house.
If we could suggest
I
that
glance at
Claudius's
Christian.
death was
His
not
smile has turned
suspicious,
bittersweet,
certainly
and I wonder what he's thinking.
Britannicus's death
You
has
were
to be
so good with
regarded
him.
as
He
very
murmurs.
fishy.
This little one? I ruffle Ted's hair. It's only because I have the measure of you gray men.
Nero.
I smirk at my husband.
Initially,
laughs.
Nero, as a
Yes,
17-year-old,
you do, Mrs.
would
Gray.
rule with the hands-on
Teddy squirms
assistance
out of
of his
Christian's
mother,
hold. Now he wants to walk.
Younger,
My stubborn little
and they
man.
would have the support
I take one of
the
his hands,
Praetorian
and his
Guard.
dad takes the other. And together, we swing Teddy between us all the way back to the house. Sophie skipping along in front of us. I wave at Taylor, who, on a rare day off, is outside the garage, dressed in jeans and a wife beater, as he tinkers with an old motorbike.
Claudius chose to utilize freedmen for the
I pause outside the door to
tasks,
Ted's room and
but the
listen
Senate
as Christian
would
reads to Ted.
coerce Nero to
I
stop
am the
doing
Lorax.
this with
I
claims
speak
of
for the
corruption.
trees.
Claudius had also
When I peek
held
in,
secret
Teddy
trials
is fast
without
asleep
the
while
input
Christian
of the
continues to
Senate,
read.
and this
He glances
also
up when I
stopped.
open the door and closes the book.
Nero's rule
He puts his
was
finger
quite
to his lips
drama-free
and switches
initially.
on the baby monitor beside
When
Ted's
Claudius
crib.
had ordered the
He
execution of
adjusts
some
Ted's
individuals
bedclothes,
within the Senate,
strokes his cheek,
this all
then
stopped
straightens up
after
and
Nero
tiptoes over
had
to me without
established his
making a
own
sound.
control.
It's hard not to
Accounts
giggle at
suggest
him.
that Nero was
Out
a
in the hallway,
cultured,
Christian pulls me
warm-hearted
into his
ruler
embrace.
in his early
God,
years.
I love him, but it's
Before we
great when
paint
he's
a
asleep.
picture of Nero
He
being
murmurs
a good
against my
man,
lips.
it seems
I
clear that
couldn't
due to
agree with
his
you
young
more.
age, the people
He
around
gazes
him
down at me,
were actually
eyes soft.
trying to use him
I
as a
can hardly
puppet
believe
for their own
he's been with us
agendas.
for 2 years.
His mother,
I
Agrippina,
know.
was doing a
I
lot of
kiss
the
him,
heavy
and
lifting
for a
initially,
moment, I'm
before
transported
Nero
back to
would
Teddy's
be
birth.
more
The
influenced by
emergency
2
cesarean,
particular men,
Christian's
the
crippling
Praetorian
anxiety,
prefect, Burrus,
Dr. Green's
and the Roman
no-nonsense call
philosopher,
when my little
Seneca.
blip was in distress.
So despite
I shudder
Nero
inwardly
displaying
at the memory.
admirable human qualities, it does appear that he was being
Mrs.
influenced
Gray,
by others
you've been in
when it
labor
came
for
to
15
major
hours now.
affairs of state.
Your contractions have slowed in spite of the
It could have
pitocin.
been those
We need
external
to do a
influences
C-section. The
that
baby
turned
is in
Nero
distress.
against
Dr.
his own
Green is
mother,
adamant.
Agrippina.
About fucking
But it is
time.
said that
Christian
Agrippina
growls
was
at her.
very upset
Dr.
when
Green
Nero
ignores
chose
him.
to have an affair
Christian,
behind
quiet.
his own
I
wife's back.
squeeze his hand. My
The
voice
fact
is low
that
and
Nero
weak,
is
and
reported to
everything
have
is
ordered the
fuzzy. The
assassination
walls, the
of his
jeans,
own
the
mother
green-gowned
is seen
people.
as a vital
I just
turning
want to
point
go to
in
sleep.
the assessment
But
of
I have
Nero's
something important
character
to do
in
first.
general by
Oh, yes.
historians.
I wanted to
It was
push him out
unthinkable
myself.
that an emperor would
Mrs.
order
Gray,
the death
please,
of his own mother,
C-section.
as there was
Please,
always
Anna.
a high degree
Christian
of
pleads.
sanctity
Can I
about the
sleep
life
then?
of a mother.
Yes,
But
baby,
there were
yes.
also those who
It's almost a
congratulated
sob,
Nero
and Christian
on his
kisses
action,
my forehead.
deeming it to be
I want to
necessary
see the little
as
blip.
aggravating
Nurse,
signs
pays
of
the
his extreme
anesthesiologist,
vanity
Dr.
now
Miller,
as a
prep for
man of his
C-section.
20s,
Mrs. Gray, we are
insisting
going to move you
on
to the
public
OR.
displays of
Who?
singing and playing
Christian and
the
I
lyre,
speak at once.
and
Yes,
first-hand chariot racing.
And suddenly, we're moving. Quickly, the lights on the ceiling blurring into one long bright strip as I'm whisked across the corridor. Mr. Gray, you'll need to change some scrubs. What? Now, Mr. Gray. He squeezes my hand and releases me. Christian! I call, panic setting in. We are through another set of doors, and in no time a nurse is setting up a screen across my chest. The door opens and closes, and there's so many people in the room. It's so loud. I want to go home. Christian! I search the faces in the room for my husband. He'll be with you in a moment, Mrs. Gray. A moment later, he's beside me, in blue scrubs, and I reach for his hand. I'm frightened. I whisper, no, baby, no. I'm here. Don't be frightened. Not my strong Anna. He kisses my forehead, and I can tell by the tone of his voice that something's wrong. What is it?
3 years later,
What?
with a kick
What's
to
wrong?
the belly,
Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Baby, you're just exhausted.
On the morning
His
of
eyes
the
burn
19th of
with
June,
fear.
in the
Mrs.
year
Gray,
64,
the anesthesiologist is
a fire
here.
broke
He's
out
going to
in
adjust
the
your
shops
epidural,
around
and
the
then we can
Circus
proceed.
Maximus, where
She's
great
having
chariot
another
racing
contraction.
events would take place.
Everything tightens like a steel
The
band
fire
around my
spread
belly.
throughout the city
Shit!
and
I
destroyed
crush
a
Christian's hand as I ride it
significant
out.
amount of
This
buildings.
is what's tiring.
Some claim
Enduring
that
this
Nero
pain.
was happily
I
plucking
am
his
so
lyre
tired.
while Rome was
I can feel
ablaze.
the numbing liquid spread.
However, Nero would set
down.
about rebuilding
I
Rome
concentrate
in
on
the
Christian's
aftermath,
face,
and he
on
would
the furrow
blame the
between
fire
his
of
brows.
Rome on
He's tense.
Christians
He's worried.
instead.
Why is he worried?
So vast was the
Can you
expanse
feel
of
this, Mrs.
population
Gray?
of Rome,
Dr.
it
Green's
would be
disembodied
reasonable
voice
to
is coming
assume
from behind the
that there
curtain.
was a diverse
Feel
amount
what?
of minor religious
can't feel
cults
it.
in existence
No.
within the empire,
Good.
and even the
Dr.
city
Miller,
itself.
let's go.
The Christians
doing well,
were
Anna.
but one of them.
Christian is pale. There
Nero
is sweat
would
on his
persecute
brow.
the Christians
He's
in
scared.
Rome as a consequence
Scared,
of their
Christian?
supposed
Don't be
instigation of this
scared.
great fire.
I love you. I
Still,
whisper.
some would suggest that
Anna.
Nero was
He
just trying to
sobs.
find a
I
scapegoat
love you
to
too.
cover his own
So
guilt.
much. I
Nero
feel a strange
constructed a
pulling deep
significant
inside,
palace
like
complex for
nothing I've
himself
felt before.
at great
Christian
expense
looks
to the
over the
Roman
screen and
treasury.
blanches, but
And
stares,
Nero
fascinated.
become infamously
What's
Christian
happening?
legend
Suction?
as the Antichrist for his
Suddenly,
brutal
there's
behavior
a
towards
piercing,
them.
angry cry.
In order to
You
increase
have
the
a boy,
money in the
Mrs.
treasury,
Gray.
Nero
Check his
would
Apgar.
raise taxes
Apgar
in
is
places
9.
such as Judea
Can I see
to
him?
promote
I
Jewish
gasp.
rebellion.
Christian disappears from view for a
Rebellions
second
were
and
not
reappears a
uncommon
moment
during the
later,
reign of Nero.
holding my son.
One of the more
Swathed in
well-known
blue.
instances
His
was
face
when
is
King
pink and covered in white
Prasutagus,
mush and
the
blood.
Iceni tribe
My
in
baby.
Britannia,
My blip.
died. The
Theodore
Romans tried to
Raymond
annex
Gray.
his lands,
When
much
I
to the
glance at
chagrin of
Christian,
his
he
wife,
has tears in his
Boudicca,
eyes.
who launched a vicious
It's your son,
rebellion
Mrs.
which has
Gray. He
immortalized her
whispers,
in British
his
folklore.
voice strained and hoarse.
Ultimately,
Our
she was
son.
unsuccessful.
I breathe.
She almost
He's
drove the
beautiful.
Romans out of
He
Britain.
is. Christian says,
Rome
and
would
plants a
have its
kiss on our
issues with
beautiful boy's
Parthia as well
forehead,
during this
beneath the
period,
shock of dark
with
hair.
both empires desperately
Theodore
trying
Raymond
to
Gray
put
is
their
oblivious.
own client
Eyes
king
closed,
on the
his earlier
Armenian
crying
throne,
forgotten.
which was an
He's
important
asleep.
buffer state
He
between
is
the
the
two.
most beautiful sight I have
The
ever
Parthians
seen.
certainly came out
So
of this
beautiful.
particular set of
I began
exchanges
to weep.
the better.
Thank you,
All of
Anna.
these things only
Christian
served
whispers,
to
and there are
exhaust the
tears in
Roman
his eyes
treasury
too.
further, and Rome was really feeling the strain
What is it?
of Nero's
Christian
rule.
tilts my chin back.
As the
I was
Senate
just
were
remembering Ted's
increasingly
birth.
hostile towards Nero,
Christian blanches and cups my
would
belly.
reciprocate this
Do not
by
go
ordering
through
the
that again.
execution of a
Elective
number of
cesarean this
senators,
time.
accusing
Christian,
them
I know,
of
Anna.
conspiring to
Really
assassinate
fucking
him.
died last time. No,
This would
I
only
did
serve to
not
add
nearly die.
more fuel to
No.
the fire.
He's emphatic and not
Further
to be argued
revolts
with.
flared up
But as he
in
gazes
Gaul,
down at me,
followed
his
by
eyes
African
soften.
provinces and
I
Hispania,
like the name
maybe
Phoebe.
due to
He
increased
whispers
taxation
and
and a
runs his
general
nose
feeling
down
of
mine.
rebellion against
Phoebe
Nero
Gray?
himself.
Phoebe.
Nero
Yes,
had completely
I like
lost the
that too.
confidence of the Senate
I grin up at
and
him.
the Praetorian
Good.
Guard.
I want to set
They
up
would
Ted's
pledge their
present.
allegiance to
He
a
takes my
Roman
hand and
governor
we
of
head
Hispania,
downstairs.
who was
His
a
excitement
man
radiates
called
off him.
Galba.
Christian has been waiting for
Nero
this
had
moment
managed
all
to get
day.
himself into a position where he had
Do you think you'll like
absolutely
it?
no
His
meaningful
apprehensive gaze
allies.
meets mine. He'll
Some
love it
texts
for
state
about 2
that he
minutes.
committed
Christian
suicide.
is only 2.
But there are also those
Christian
that
has
say he
finished
fled to
setting up the
Greece,
wooden train
where he
set
had
he bought
spent
Teddy
a
for his birthday.
significant amount of
He's
time
had Barney at the
towards the
office
end of
convert
his
2 of
reign.
the little engines to run on
He then
solar
may
power,
have been
like the
captured
helicopter I
and
gave Christian a few
executed.
years ago. Christian seems anxious for the sun
Really
to
never
rise.
forgave Nero
I
for
suspect
his
that's because
actions,
he
and
wants to
as
play with the
such,
train
his
set
legacy
himself.
is
The layout
particularly
covers
bad.
most of the stone floor of
He
our
has
outdoor
become
room.
the iconic
Tomorrow,
bad
we will
emperor.
have a family party for
But he
Ted.
certainly
Ray
wasn't
and Jose
the
will be
only
coming,
bad
and all the
emperor,
Grays,
and he may
including
not have
Ted's
even
new
been
cousin,
the worst.
Ava,
But
Kate
his
and
reign
Elliot's
left
2-month-old
Rome
daughter.
in a very
I look forward to
unstable
catching up with
position,
Kate and
thanks
seeing how
to his
motherhood is agreeing with her.
irresponsible management of the
I gaze
treasury
up at the view
and
as the sun
his
sinks
ignorance
behind the
of
Olympic
foreign
Peninsula.
affairs,
It's
causing
everything
unnecessary
Christian promised
expense
it would
when
be,
all of the
and I
money
get the
had been
same
spent
joyful
on
thrill seeing
military
it now as
necessities.
I did the first
The
time.
year was now
It's
68,
simply stunning.
and Rome was
Twilight
in
over the
danger
sound.
of fragmenting.
Christian pulls me into his arms. It's quite a view. It is, Christian answers.
And that's
And when
where
I
we're
turn to
going
look
to
at
leave
him,
it this
he
week.
is gazing at
So
me.
we've covered
He plants
pretty
a soft
much the
kiss on my
entire
lips.
Julio-Claudian
It's a
dynasty
beautiful
there
view.
in
He murmurs,
that episode. And it was a
my
bit of a long one.
favorite.
And whenever I
It's
have a long
home.
one, I always
He
mention it
grins
as
and
being a bit
kisses
of a
me
long
again.
one, as if I'm
I love
apologising,
you, Mrs. Gray.
as if
I love you too,
I
Christian.
perhaps
Always.
charging you for the time that I spend over 30 minutes.
Shades
But of
of
course I'm
Christian.
not. And hopefully it was still
50's
enjoyable.
first
And the fact that
Christmas.
there was 10 minutes extra, maybe we could
My
consider
sweater
to
is
be
scratchy
a little
and
bit
smells of
of a
new.
bonus.
Everything is new.
Now I've been having
I
all
have a
sorts
new
of trouble.
mommy.
I
She's a
recorded
doctor.
episode
She has a
41 last
stethoscope
week and
that I
then
can
found
stick
that
in
my
my
laptop
ears and hear my
decided
heart.
that it wanted
She is
to
kind
die
and
on me.
smiles.
So
She
I was
smiles all the
fortunate
time.
enough to be able to
Her
rescue
teeth
the
are small and
situation a
white.
little bit so that I could at
Do you
least
want to help
publish
me
what I'd
decorate the
recorded.
tree, Christian?
And then over the course of this week,
There is a big
lo and
tree in the
behold,
room with the
my
big
laptop
couches.
died
A
again.
big
So
tree.
I'm using
I
a
have seen
backup
these before,
laptop.
but in stores,
Fortunately,
not
somehow
inside
or
where
other
the
I've been
couches
able to
are.
recover all the
My
little
new
bits
house
of
has
music
lots of
and
couches.
jingles, but
Not one couch.
it's far from
Not
ideal.
one
And
brown
I'm just
sticky
lucky that
couch.
I've been able to keep
Here,
going
look.
seamlessly as if nothing's gone
My new
wrong.
mommy
But
shows
of
me a
course,
box,
between you and
and
I,
it's full of balls.
yes, it's all
Lots
gone
of
wrong
pretty
this week.
shiny balls.
It actually
These are
gave me a
ornaments
bit of
for
an
the tree.
excuse to move
Ornaments.
my recording
Ornaments.
setup around a little
My
bit.
head says
So
the word.
I'm hoping maybe that the sound
Ornament.
quality might be a little
And
bit better,
these.
but I'm sure
She stops
that
and pulls
you'll
out a
be
string with
getting
little
in touch
flowers
with me
on
and
them.
letting me know if you think
These
the
are the
sound
lights.
quality has improved.
Lights
So
first, and then we can
don't
trim the
hesitate,
tree.
let me know. Always
She reaches
write
down
me a
and puts
message,
her
always
fingers in my
feedback.
hair.
I really do
I'm very
appreciate
still,
it, and I enjoy
but I
writing
like her
back to
fingers
you
in my
as
hair.
well. So if you
I
send me
like
a
to be
message,
near new mommy.
even if it's
She
about the
smells
content
good,
of the
clean,
podcast,
and she only
I'd love
touches
to
my
hear
hair.
from you, and I
Mom!
can't wait to write back to you.
He's calling.
Now,
Lelliot.
talking about
He's
writing,
big and loud.
I'm also very
Very loud.
interested in your
He
opinion.
talks all the time.
A
I
discussion
don't talk at all.
has been
I
fired
have
up
no
by
words.
Eric G.
I have
Young,
words in my head.
who's a good friend of the
Elliot,
podcast,
darling,
who's
we're in the
asked the
sitting room.
question,
He runs
which was
in.
the more
He has been to
significant
school.
naval battle
He
of
has a
the
picture.
ancient
A
classical
picture he has
world,
drawn for my new mommy.
Actium or
She is Lelliot's
Salamis?
mommy too.
And
She kneels down and hugs him and
Actium was
looks at the
one where
picture.
Octavian
It is a house
took
with a
on
mommy
Mark
and a
Antony
daddy
and
and a
Cleopatra
Lelliot and a
in
Christian.
the
Christian
Ambratian
is very
Gulf,
small in
just on
Lelliot's
the
picture.
west
Lelliot
coast
is
of
big.
Greece,
He has a big smile,
or the
and Christian has a
Balkan
sad
Peninsula.
face.
And
Daddy is here too.
Salamis
He walks
was
toward
some
mommy.
years before
I hold
that
my blankie tight.
during
He kisses
the
new
second
mommy, and new
Peloponnesian
mommy isn't
invasion
frightened. She smiles.
by
She
the
kisses him
Persians,
back.
by the Achaemenid
I squeeze my
Persians.
blankie.
And it
Hello,
was a real
Christian.
battle.
Daddy has a
There
deep,
was
soft
a-
voice.
could be
I
described
like
as
his
an
voice.
unlikely
He is
victory
never loud.
for the
He does not shout.
combined
He does not
forces
shout
of the
like-
Greek poleis against the Persians.
He reads books to me
And,
when I go to bed. He reads about a cat and a hat and green eggs and ham. I have never seen green eggs.
which you can access
Daddy
through the
bends
History of
down,
the
so
World
he is small.
podcast.com
What did you do
website. Just click
I
on
show
the
him the
interact
tree.
page,
You bought a
and
tree?
you'll find
A Christmas
the
tree?
discussion forum
I say
link
yes
there.
with my head.
Click through,
It's a
be able
beautiful
to
tree.
got
You and
this
mommy
very
chose
question,
very well.
which
It's
was
an
more
important job
significant
choosing the right
salaries
tree.
or active. You'll find my
He
answer
pats my
there,
hair
right?
too,
I said it
and
was
I go very
salaries,
still
and I
and
gave
hold
no
my blanket
arrangements for
tightly.
it. But
Daddy doesn't
Eric G.
hurt
Young
me.
has come back to me
Daddy,
and he said,
look at
well,
my
he
picture.
said, I think you should think twice
Lelliot
about
is
that,
mad
Chris,
when
my
Daddy
friend.
talks to me.
He's
Lelliot
given
is
a
mad at
very,
me.
very
I smack Lelliot when he is
interesting
mad at me.
argument to state
New mommy
that
is
he
mad
was
at me if I
acting
do.
was actually the more
Lelliot does not
significant
smack
one.
me.
And so
Lelliot
if
is
you have
scared
an
of me.
opinion or you'd like to read mine and Eric's opinions
The lights on the tree are pretty.
and make a
Here,
comment of your
let
own,
me show you. The
please
hook goes
do.
through the
We
little
really
eye,
do want to
and
hear
then
from
you can
you.
hang it
And
on the
there's
tree.
nothing that we love
Mommy
than
puts the red
just discussing history.
ornament on the
What a
tree.
fantastic question.
You
It
try
really made
with
me
this
sit
little
down
bell.
and think for a while.
The little bell rings.
Before
I
I
shake
gave my
it.
opinion.
The sound is a happy
There's
sound. I
no
shake it
right
again.
or wrong
Mommy
answer.
smiles.
It's
A
really
big smile.
just pure
A special
speculation.
smile for me.
You will have an opinion
You
just
like
like
the bell,
myself,
Christian?
just like Eric.
I say
We
yes
want to
with my
hear
head
it, so
and shake
please
the
do
bell
join
once
in.
more. And it
Now, Eric
tinkles
G.
happily.
Young is one of our very
You
highly
have a lovely
valued
smile, darling
members
boy.
of the History of the
Mommy
World
blinks
podcast
and wipes her hand on her eyes.
Those people
She
who
strokes
have
my hair.
contributed towards the
I love
upkeep
to see
of
your
the
smile.
podcast.
Her hand
You
moves
too
to my
can become
shoulder.
a member of the History of the World
No, I
podcast
step back and squeeze my blanket.
just by
Mommy
going to the
looks
History
sad
of the
and
World
then happy.
podcast.com website,
She strokes
clicking
my
on
hair.
the Patreon link
Shall we put
and
the bell
signing
on
up
the
to
tree?
make a monthly donation
My head
for
says
as
yes.
little as $1 per month, and there are
Christian,
associated
you must
rewards
tell me when
for
you're
those
hungry.
of you who
You can
reach
do
a
that.
particular
You can take
threshold
Mommy's
in your
hand and lead Mommy to
lifetime
the kitchen and
contributions.
point.
And
She
those
points her
people
long
who have
finger at
signed
me.
up, they
Her
become
nail is
lifelong
shiny
members of
and
the History of the World
pink.
podcast
It is pretty.
Illuminati. And
But I
this
don't
week
know if
they
my new
include
mommy is mad or not.
Weinberg,
I have finished all my
Jerome
dinner.
Sinsky,
Macaroni and cheese.
Deborah
It tastes
F.
good.
and Dan
I don't want you to be
Winkleman.
hungry, darling.
Thank you very
Okay?
much, you all,
Now,
for
would you like some ice
choosing
cream?
to support the
My head
podcast.
says yes.
And welcome
Mommy
to the
smiles at
History
me.
of the World podcast.
I like her smiles.
Illuminati.
They are better than macaroni and cheese.
Let's read some of the messages that I've received
The
this
tree
week.
is pretty.
One
I
of
stand
the
and look
History
at
of the
it
World
and hug my
podcast
blanket.
Illuminati members,
The
Dan
lights
Winkleman,
twinkle
has put,
and are
"I'm
all
really enjoying
different
your
colors.
podcast during my
And
long walks to deal with
ornaments
the
are
pandemic.
all different
I
colors.
especially
I
like
like
the
the blue
prehistory
ones.
episodes.
And on the top of the
Really,
tree is a big
learned a
star.
lot.
Daddy
The one
held
thing that
Lelliot
I
up,
felt you
and
missed was
Lelliot put
man's
the star on the
relationship
tree.
with dogs and cats.
Lelliot
For
likes
dogs,
putting the
they
star
would
on
have
the
hung
tree.
around the camp for
I want to
scraps,
put the star
but
on
had
the tree,
excellent hearing
but
to
I don't want Daddy to
predators
hold
for
me up
cats.
high.
They could
I don't
protect
want him to hold
rainstuff from mice.
The star
The main
is
point
sparkly
is
and
that
bright.
it was a win
Beside the tree is the
relationship.
piano.
Well,
My new mommy lets
yes,
me
I
touch the
agree,
black and white
Dan.
on the piano.
Yes, it
Black
had to be a
and white.
win-win relationship
I like
for
the
it
white
to
sound.
happen in such
The
an
black
organic
sound is
fashion.
wrong, but I like the
But
black
then also,
sound
I
too.
think the
I
other
go
thing,
white to black.
particularly
White
with dogs,
to
I
black.
don't know too
Black
much
to
about the
white.
history of cat
White, white,
domestication.
white, white.
I know
Black,
that there
black,
is evidence of
black,
it
I
taking
like the
place during
sound.
the Neolithic.
I like the sound a lot.
Certainly, I think
Do you want me to play
excavations
for you,
were made
Christian?
in Cyprus to
My new mommy
allude
sits
to there
down,
being a domestic
touches the
variety
white
of
and the
cats
black, and the
accompanying
songs
humans
come.
there.
She presses
But
the
certainly
pedals
with
underneath.
dogs,
Sometimes
there
it's
is
loud,
this
and
very
sometimes it's
popular
quiet.
image of
The song
dogs
is happy.
being around the
Lelliot
camp,
likes Mommy to
searching
sing
for
too.
scraps of food, and
Mommy sings about an ugly
men and
duckling.
dogs suddenly
Mommy
forging
makes
a
a funny
relationship.
quacking
Then
noise.
also I consider the
Lelliot
fact
makes the
that
funny quacking
during
noise,
this time,
and he makes his
humans
arms like
would have become
wings
a
and
lot
flaps
more,
them up and down like a bird.
possibly become a lot
Lelliot
more
is funny.
pastorally
Mommy laughs.
inclined, so
Lelliot
they would have
laughs.
been herding
I
animals,
laugh.
herding wild animals.
You like this
And
song,
I think
Christian?
dogs would have played quite
And
an
Mommy
important
has her
part in
sad,
tracking
happy face.
animals, and so the human that could have
I
exploited
have a
that would have
stocking. It is red, and it has a
gained
picture of a
great
man with a red
advantage.
hat
It
and a
didn't
big white
necessarily
beard.
have to
He
be a
is
relationship
Santa.
that took place within the
Santa
human
brings
camp. It
presents.
might have
I have
took
seen
place
pictures of
just because
Santa,
there was a
but
common
Santa never
cause
brought me
in
presents
the wild,
before.
in the open
I was
world.
bad.
So,
Santa
who
doesn't
knows,
bring
really?
presents to boys who are
We can
bad.
discuss it and
Now,
speculate, and
I
once
am
again,
good.
it's another beautiful
My new mommy
aspect
says
of
I am
history, so
good.
we can
Very good.
speculate about it.
New
I'd love
mommy
to talk
doesn't
to an
know.
expert, someone
I
who's
must never
studied
tell new mommy.
that closely.
But
I'm
I am
sure there's
bad.
going to be someone out
I don't
there
want new mommy
that
to
can
know that.
enlighten me. I'm just going to
Daddy
say
hangs
a
the
special
stocking
thank you to
over the
Melanie
smiley face. Elliot has a stock thing too. Elliot can read a word on his stock thing. It says Elliot. There is a word on my stock thing. Christian.
Maybe a couple of weeks ago.
New mommy spells it out.
She has suggested about potentially translating the podcast into French, which sounds like a very ambitious project, but
He reads to me.
I don't know what the practical possibilities of that are.
Sometimes the room is dark and I have bad
explore.
dreams.
It's certainly not
Bad
something
dreams
that's
about
in the immediate pipelines.
My new mommy comes to bed with me when I have bad dreams. She lies down and she sings soft songs and I go to sleep.
Fantastic idea.
She smells up soft and new
Mike
and lovely.
Maddox has written in
My
saying
new
Chris
mommy
just
is not
started on
cold.
the series
Not
and I
like
really enjoy it. Thank you,
Not like
Mike. Well, thank you, Mike, for
and my
writing
bad
in.
dreams go when she's there asleep with me.
Another message from Nina Clark.
Santa has
I've
been
just
here.
finished listening to
Santa
volume 2,
does not
episode
know
12
I have
of your
been bad.
podcast.
I am glad
Brits
Santa
living in
does not
France,
know.
and I'm also
I have
listening
a
to
train
French,
and a helicopter
the
and a
French
plane
History
and a
podcast
helicopter
by
and a
Gary
car
Girard
and a
in
helicopter.
English for obvious
My
reasons,
helicopter
which
can
I can
fly.
recommend.
My helicopter
Thank you
is
so
blue.
much for making this
It
podcast.
flies
It
around
is
the
exactly
Christmas
what I'm
tree.
looking for when
It
I
flies
search
over
for
the
History
piano
World
and
podcast
lands in the middle of the white.
I too
It
have
flies
come
over Mommy
to
and flies over
like
Daddy
history
and
later
flies
in
over
life through
Elliot
reading
as he plays
historical
with the
fiction.
Legos.
Hence,
The helicopter flies through the house, through the dining room, through the kitchen. He flies past the door to Daddy's study and upstairs in my bedroom. In Leliot's bedroom, Mommy and Daddy's bedroom. He flies through the house because it's my house. My house
Thank you again.
where I live.
Thank you very much. A lovely message, Nina. Thank you. And I've not had the pleasure of listening to
50
the
Shades.
History of France podcast, History of French History.
Monday, May 9th,
French History
2011.
podcast. Let's get it right. Goodness me. By Gary
Tomorrow,
Girard.
I mutter, dismissing
I've not
Claude
had the pleasure,
Bastille as
so
he stands on the
maybe that's
threshold
one
of my
I could
office.
give a try to.
Golf this week, Ray.
And then I've also
Bastille grins with
received a
easy
message from
arrogance,
Adam Cote,
knowing that his victory on the golf course
I'm
is
not going to read
assured.
the whole message out because
I
it's
scowl
quite,
after him
it's
as he
quite
turns
long,
and
so I don't
leaves.
want to read the
His
entire
parting
thing out.
words rub salt into my wounds
Since I'm
because,
only on
despite
episode
my
13
heroic
of volume
attempts in
1,
the gym
which
this morning,
was recorded
my
years ago,
personal trainer
I'm
has
not
kicked
sure
my
if you still
ass.
like receiving
Bastille
feedback
is the only one who can
or
leave,
you have such
and now he
a
wants
fan
another
club
pound of
since
flesh on the
that
golf
it's
course.
more of a burden
I
now.
detest
don't
golf,
really have
but
a
so
fan
much
club,
business is done on the fairways, I have to endure his lessons there, too.
Makes it hard
And
work
though
for
I
me to
hate to
reply
admit
to
it,
everyone. Let me
Bastille does go some
assure
way
you
to
of that.
improving my game.
But Adam has written some
As I stare out the Seattle skyline, the familiar
complimentary
ennui sweeps into my consciousness.
things in
My
this
mood is as flat
email, so
and
thank
gray
you,
as the weather. My days are
Thanks a lot
blending
for your
together
work
with
and
no
for
distinction,
making God
and I need
so
some
much
kind
more
of diversion.
enjoyable for me.
I've worked all
There
weekend,
you go. So you've got
and
someone
now,
who
in the
listens to
continued
the History of
confines of
World
my
podcast during
office,
breakfast,
I'm
and
restless.
someone else who
I shouldn't
listens to
feel
the
this
History of
way,
World podcast
not after several
while
bouts with Bastille,
making God.
but I do.
So thank you.
I found
And
the sobering
I
truth
hope you
is that the
continue to
only thing
enjoy
to
the
capture
project
my
for
interest
many, many
recently
more
has been
months
my
to
decision
come.
to send 2 freighters of
Let's
cargo to
listen
Sudan.
to some
This reminds me,
reviews.
Roz is supposed to come back to me with numbers and
Always enjoy
logistics.
reading the reviews.
What
Always
the hell
good
is
fun.
keeping her?
The first one
Intent on
is
finding out what
Jay
she's playing
Brands
at.
of the
I
United
glance at my
States of
schedule
America,
and
who's
reach
put,
for the
this
phone.
is the one.
Oh,
Capital
Christ. I have to
If
endure
you
an
haven't
interview with
given
the persistent
this
Miss
podcast a
Kavanaugh
listen
for the
and you
WSU
enjoy it or
Student
are
Magazine.
interested in world
Why
history,
the fuck did I agree to this?
is
I
the
loathe
one.
interviews. Inane
Chris's ideal
questions from
presentation of
inane,
his research will allow you
ill-informed,
to
vacuous
sponge his
idiots.
findings.
The phone
Chris has
buzzes.
a humility
Yes,
and
I snap
humanity
at Andrea
that
as
makes
if
me
she's to
believe
blame.
he's a super
At
good
least I can
dude
keep this
on top
interview
of
short.
it. Give a
Miss
listen.
Anastasia Steele is here.
Enjoy
See
it.
you, Mr.
Cheers.
Gray.
I've just realised that
Steele.
my English
I
accent
was expecting
just makes
Catherine
me sound
Kavanaugh.
like I'm being
It's
sarcastic
Miss
the whole
Anastasia
time,
Steele
cousin.
who's here, sir.
I apologise for
I
that.
scowl.
Brad
The
Podcast from
unexpected.
Australia.
Show her in.
For 10
I sound like a sulky teen, but not giving a fuck.
I guess
Well, Miss Kavanaugh is
you
unavailable.
can't put more than 5
I
stars
know her
when you
father,
type it.
the
And it's
owner of Kavanaugh
it's
Media.
so good.
We've done
That's
business
it.
together,
So,
and he seems like a
that's
shrewd
in a
operator and a
nutshell,
rational human
I quite
being.
like that.
This interview is a favor
Leicester
to
Square
him,
from Great Britain.
one that I
That's
need
got
to
the history
cash
of
in
the
later
world.
when it suits.
Bloody brilliant. I'm
And
learning so
I have
much,
to
Chris.
admit,
Thank you.
I was vaguely curious
And,
about his daughter,
we've got Ted
interested to
Turner
see if the
from Great
apple had
Britain,
fallen
but
far
also
from the tree.
great and
A
ambitious
commotion at the
podcast
door
which
brings me
begins
to my
all the
feet
way
as a
back
whirl of
to
long
the time
chestnut
when
hair, pale
proto-hominids
limbs, and brown boots dives headfirst into my office. I roll my eyes and repress my natural annoyance at such clumsiness as I hurry over to the girl who has landed on her hands and knees on the floor.
It's a long journey.
Clasping her slim shoulders, I help her to her
that journey, and I'd like to
clear,
bring you
bright
all
blue,
with me.
embarrassed eyes meet mine and halt
Well,
in my
anyway, that's
tracks.
it for this week.
They are the most
I forgot what
extraordinary
we did next
color,
week. I think
guileless powder
we're
blue,
carrying on with the
and for
chronology, if
one
I'm not
awful
mistaken. So
moment,
we're going into
I think she can see
year
right
of the
through
four
me.
emperors
I
initially
feel
before we carry on
exposed.
into
The thought is
the
unnerving.
end of the
She
first
has a
century,
small, sweet
into the
face that
second
is blushing
century.
now,
This story
an
of the
innocent
Roman
pale
Empire.
rose.
So be
I
sure
wonder
to
briefly if all her skin
tune
is
in
like
again
that,
next week.
flawless,
And
and what
until
it would
then,
look like
have a
heat
fantastic
and
and
warm
safe
from a
week,
bite of a
and
cane.
be good, everyone.
I stop my
For
wayward
you want
thoughts,
more from the
alarmed at their
History of the
direction.
World
What
podcast,
the fuck are you
then
thinking, Gray?
visit our
This girl
website,
is much too young.
History of
She
the World
gapes at me,
podcast.
and I almost roll my eyes again.
You can
Yeah,
join our
baby,
discussion
just a
forum
face,
and
and
find us
beauty is only
on
skin
social
deep.
media.
I want to dispel that unguarded,
Support the
admiring look
podcast
of
for
those
as
big
little
blue
as
eyes.
$1 per month
Showtime,
by
Gray.
clicking
Let's have some
Patreon
fun.
link.
Miss
Email the
Kavanaugh,
show
I am
at
Christian
History
Gray.
of the World
Are you all
podcast
right? Would you like to sit?
@mail.com.
There's that blush
Will be
again.
read out.
In command
Be
once
sure to
more,
rate
I
and
study her.
review the show
She's quite
wherever you
attractive
listen to
in a
it.
gauche way. Slight, pale, with a mane of mahogany hair barely contained by a hair tie. A brunette? Yeah, she's attractive. I extend my hand and she stutters the beginning
This
of a
is the
mortified
History
apology
of the
and
World
places her small
podcast
hand in
with
mine.
me,
Her
Chris
skin is
Asler,
cool and soft.
and you're
Her
listening to
handshake
Volume
surprisingly
3,
firm.
The Classical World,
Miss Kavanaugh is indisposed,
episode
so she sent
43,
me. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Gray.
Dynasty.
Her voice is quiet, hesitant musicality. She blinks erratically, long lashes fluttering over those big blue eyes. Unable to keep the amusement from my voice as I recall her less than elegant entrance into my office, I ask who she is. Anastasia Steele. I'm studying English literature with Kate. Catherine. Miss Kavanaugh at Washington State. A
During the
nervous,
last
bashful,
episode, we
bookish
described
type
the
thing.
story of the first
She looks
5
like
emperors of
hideously
Rome,
dressed,
with
hiding
particular
her slight
focus
frame
on
beneath
the
a shapeless
differences
sweater
in
and an
success
A-line brown
of each
skirt.
one, and how they managed to
She
balance
has
the
no
needs of the
sense at
empire
all.
with the many
She looks
different
nervously around my
establishments
office,
and
everywhere
their
but at
own
me.
personal
I note with
desires.
amused irony.
Augustus brought
How can this
stability
young
to the
woman be a
empire following
journalist?
on from the
She doesn't have an
continuous
assertive
civil
bone in
wars
her
and
body.
disputes of the
She's
final
all charmingly
decades of
flustered,
the Roman
meek,
Republic.
mild,
Rome
submissive.
never really
I
found
shake my
anybody
head,
as good as
amused at where my
Augustus
inappropriate
throughout the
thoughts are
years
going.
of the
Muttering some
Julio-Claudian dynasty.
platitude, I ask her to sit,
Tiberius
then notice her
lacked the
discerning gaze
charisma to be
appraising my
an
office
effective
paintings.
politician,
Before I can
allowing
stop
stronger
myself, I find
characters
I'm
to
explaining them.
dominate him.
A local
Both
artist,
Caligula
crowded.
and Nero
They're
was
lovely,
somewhat
raising the
despotic,
ordinary to
thinking very little
extraordinary,
of condemning their
she says
political
dreamily,
opponents to death.
lost in the exquisite fine
Claudius
artistry
was
of my
competent,
paintings.
but
Her
unwilling to
profile is
maintain
delicate,
any kind of
an
strong
upturned nose,
diplomatic bond
soft,
with the
full
Roman
lips,
Senate.
and in her words,
Out
she
of
has
these
mirrored
5
my sentiments
Julio-Claudian
exactly.
dynasty emperors,
The ordinary
Nero
raised
was
the
the final one.
extraordinary. It's a
Nero
keen
had
observation.
upset
Miss
many,
Steele,
and
you're
this led
right.
many to gun
I
for
mutter
him.
my agreement and watch that
Nero
flush
was
creep
all
slowly
too
over
aware
her
of
skin
this when
once
he
more.
committed
As
suicide
I sit
in
down
the year
opposite her, I try to
68.
bridle my thoughts.
The Praetorian
She
Guard
fishes a
had
crumpled sheet
openly
of paper and a
declared
digital
their
recorder out of her
approval of
overly
the
large bag.
Hispanian governor,
Digital
Galba,
recorder? Didn't
and
those
had
go out with
convinced the
VHS
Senate
tapes?
to recognize
Christ,
him
she's
as
all
Nero's
thumbs,
successor.
dropping the damn thing
This was
twice
all
on my
while
Bauhaus
Nero
coffee
was still
table.
alive.
She's
So
obviously
it was
never
clear
done this
that
before,
Nero's reign
but for
was
some
no
reason I
longer
can't
going to
fathom
be
it. I
tolerated.
find it amusing. Normally, this
Galba
kind of
was an
mumbling
elderly
maladroitness irritates the
aristocrat
fuck out of
without
me.
children.
But now I
So
hide
it
my
may
smile
well
beneath
be
my
that the
index finger
Praetorian
and
Guard
resist
saw
the urge
someone
to set it up
who
for her
would
myself.
empathise with them as
As she grows
individuals
more and
much
more
better
flustered,
than Nero
it occurs
could.
to me that I could
And the
refine her
Senate
motor
saw
skills with
someone
the aid of a
who they
writing
could
prompt.
dominate,
A depth of use
potentially
that can bring
try
even
to
the most
eliminate the
skittish to
existence
heel.
of a dynastic
The errant
monarchy.
thought makes me
As
shift
the
in my
position
chair.
of
She
Roman
peeks up at me
emperor
and bites
had
down on her
become.
full bottom lip.
Galba
Fuck me.
had his own
How did I
clear
not
ideas
notice
about
that mouth
governing,
before?
and he was
Sorry,
mean and
I'm not used
miserly,
to this.
choosing not to pay soldiers and members of the
My thought is
Praetorian
ironic,
Guard.
but right now I
It
don't
may
give a
just
fuck,
have been the
because
fact
I
that
can't
Nero
keep
had
my
left
eyes
the
off
Roman
my
economy in such a mess
Take all the
that
time
Galba
you need,
believed that
Miss
it was a
Steele.
necessity.
I need yet another
Whether or
moment to
not this
marshal my
was the
wayward
case,
thoughts.
the decision
Gray,
was not
stop
received
this,
well
now.
at all. because
Do you mind
it
if I
may
record
have
your
been
answers?
Galba himself
She
who
asks,
promised
her
the
face
payment.
candid and expectant. I
When
want
Galba
to
had
laugh.
first come
Oh,
to
thank
Rome to
Christ.
replace Nero, he
After
was
you've taken
accompanied
so
by
much
the
trouble to set
governor
up the
of
recorder,
Hispania
you ask me now.
Lusitania, which are
She
roughly the lands
blinks,
of the modern
her
country
eyes
of
large and
Portugal
lost for a
and
moment,
neighbouring lands
and I
of
feel the
western Spain.
unfamiliar twinge of guilt.
The governor's
Stop
name
being
was
such a
Otto.
shit, Ray.
When Galba
No,
came to
I
the
don't
nameless
mind,
heir,
I mutter,
Otto
not
assumed
wanting
that
to be
he would
responsible
be
for
at the
that
front
look.
of the queue.
Did Kate,
But he
Miss
wasn't,
Kavanaugh,
and
explain
Galba
what the
chose
interview was
someone
for?
else.
Yes,
So
to appear in
Otto
the
approached the
graduation
Victorian
issue of the
Guard and
student
promised to
newspaper,
give them
as I shall
what
be
Galba
conferring the
had.
degrees at this year's
This
graduation
was enough to see
ceremony.
Galba and
Why
his
the fuck
heir
I've agreed to do
murdered
that,
in
I
the
don't
Roman
know.
Forum
Sam
in
at
January
PR tells me it's an honor,
69.
and the Environmental
So
Science Department
Galba
in
was the
Vancouver
perfect
needs the
choice to be
publicity in
emperor
order to
while
attract
Nero was
additional
still
funding
alive.
to match the grant
But after
given.
that, it
Miss
just
Steele
didn't work
blinks,
out.
all big blue eyes
The
once
Roman
more,
military
as if my
legions of
words are a
Germania
surprise,
had
and
already
she
dismissed
looks
their loyalty to
disapproving.
Galba
Hasn't
and
she done
declared
any
their
background work for this
recognition
interview?
of
She
their
should know
own
this.
commander,
The thought
Vitellius,
cools my
as their
blood.
Roman emperor.
It's displeasing, not what
When
I
Otto
expect from
was
her
declared as the
or
new
anyone
Roman
I give
emperor
my
in
time
Rome
to.
on the death of
Good.
Galba in January
I have
69,
some questions, Mr.
they
Gray.
stayed loyal
She
to
tucks a lock of
Vitellius.
hair behind her ear,
So this was the
distracting me
biggest
from my
issue of the year
annoyance.
69 in the
I
Roman
thought you
Empire.
might, I mutter
Governors
dryly.
of different
Let's
provinces
make
of
her
the empire
squirm.
were being supported
Obligingly,
by their
she
own
squirms,
legions.
then
So
pulls herself
loyalties
together,
had become
sitting up
fragmented.
straight and squaring her small
Galba,
shoulders.
the governor of
Leaning
Hispania, had
forward,
been
she presses
ousted
the
by
start
Otto,
button on the
the governor
recorder,
of
and
Lusitania.
frowns as she glances down
Vitellius,
at
the
her
governor
crumpled
of
notes.
Germania, staked his
You're
claim
very
to
young to have
support of his
amassed such an
legionaries.
empire.
And
To what do
later
you
on
owe
in
your
the year,
success?
the legionaries
Oh,
of the
Christ.
eastern
Surely
provinces
you
would
do better
support
than
the claim
this.
of their own
What a
military
fucking dull
commander,
question.
a man
Not one
called
iota of
Vespasian.
originality. It's
This whole
disappointing.
episode played
I
itself
trot out my
out
usual response
during the
about having
course of
exceptional
year
people in the
69.
United States working for me,
Two
people I
key
trust
battles
insofar
took
as I
place
trust anyone,
at
and
a
pay
place
well,
called
blah, blah, blah.
Bedriacum,
But
which
Miss
is
Steele,
situated
the
in the
simple
far
fact
north of the
is,
Italian
I'm a
peninsula,
fucking genius at
near
what I do.
the local
For
modern
me, it's
Italian
like falling off a
municipality
log,
of
buying
Calvatone.
ailing, mismanaged companies and
Otto
fixing them,
was
or,
brought to
if they are
where
really broken,
the threat
stripping their
of
assets and
Vitellius
selling them off to
and
the
was
highest
not
bidder.
prepared to wait
It's
until
simply a question
Vitellius
of knowing the
marched
difference
on
between the
Rome.
two, and invariably
Otto
it comes down
had
to the
only
people in
been the
charge.
Roman
To
emperor
succeed in
for 2
business,
months when
you
he
need good
decided to
people,
take his
and I
legions
can judge a
north
person
to
better
meet
than
the
most.
legions of
Maybe
Vitellius.
you're just lucky,
The
she says
conflict
quietly.
played out
Lucky?
at the first
A
battle
frisson of
of
annoyance runs through
Bedriacum
me.
in
Lucky?
April
No
69.
fucking luck involved here, Miss
After a
Steele.
fierce day of
She looks
battle,
unassuming
the
and
forces
quiet.
of Vitellius
But this
had got
question,
the upper hand
no
and
one has
forced
ever
the
asked me if I was
surrender
lucky.
of the legionaries
Hard
of
work,
Otto.
bringing people with me,
Otto
keeping a close watch
recognised
on
his
them,
defeat
second-guessing
and
them if I
committed
need to,
suicide,
and if they
and
aren't up to the
Vitellius
task,
was
ruthlessly
proclaimed
ditching
as
them.
the new
That's
emperor
what I do,
just 3
and I do
months
it well.
after Otto's
It's nothing to
accession.
do with luck. Well, fuck
It would be
that.
once Vitellius assumed the
Flaunting
role
my
of Roman
erudition,
emperor
I
that the
quote the
challenge
words of
of
my favorite
Vespasian
American
emerged from
industrialist
the
to her.
eastern provinces.
You sound like a control
Vitellius
freak, she
replaced the
says,
Praetorian Guard
and she's perfectly
and
serious.
legionaries
What
who
the
had
fuck?
supported
Maybe
Otto
those guileless
were
eyes
snubbed,
can see
causing
through
many
me.
of them to
Control
defect
is my
to the
middle
cause
name.
of Vespasian.
I glare at her. Oh,
Vespasian
I exercise
dispatched those
control in all
defected
things,
forces
Miss Steele.
under the command
I'd like to
of
exercise it
Marcus
over you,
Antonius
right here,
Primus,
right now.
to pursue his
Her eyes
cause.
widen. That attractive
Antonius's
blush
forces
steals across
scored
her
a
face once
significant
more,
victory over
and she
those of
bites that
Vitellius
lip
at the
again.
second battle
I
of
ramble
Bedriacum,
on, trying to distract
opened
myself
for
from her mouth.
Vespasian to capitalise.
Besides,
Vitellius's
immense power is
subsequent
acquired by assuring
abdication,
yourself in
and so
your secret
Vespasian's
reveries
army
that you were
entered
born
Rome
to control
in December
things.
69.
Do you feel that you have
Vitellius
immense
was
power?
murdered.
She asks in a soft,
Vespasian closed
soothing
out the
voice,
year
but she
69
arches her
as
delicate
the
brow,
new emperor,
revealing the
a
censure in
year
her
that
eyes.
is now
My
retrospectively
annoyance
called
grows.
the year
Is she
of the
deliberately
four
trying to
emperors.
goad me? Is it her
Galba,
questions, her
Otto,
attitude, or the fact that I find her
Vitellius,
attractive that's pissing me off?
Vespasian.
I employ more than 40,000 people, Mrs. Steele. That gives me a certain sense of responsibility. Power, if you will. If I were to decide I was no longer interested in the telecommunications business and sell up, 20,000 people would struggle to make their mortgage payments after a month or so. Her mouth pops open at my response. That's more like it. Suck it up, Miss Steele. I feel my equilibrium returning. Don't you have a board to answer to? I own my own company. I don't answer to a board. I respond sharply. You should know this. I raise a question of brow. And do you have any interests outside of your work? She continues hastily, correctly gauging my reaction. She knows I'm pissed, and for some inexplicable reason, this pleases me enormously. I have varied interests, Miss Steele. Very varied. I smile. Images of her in assorted positions in my playroom flash through my mind. Shackled on the cross, spread eagled on the four-poster, displayed over the whipping bench. Fucking hell. Where is this coming from? Behold, there's that blush again. It's like a defense mechanism. Calm down, Gray. But if you work so hard, what do you do to chill out? Chill out? I grinned. Those words out of her smart mouth sound odd. Besides, when do I get time to chill out? She has no idea the number of companies I control, but she looks at me with those ingenuous blue eyes, and to my surprise, I find myself considering her question. What do I do to chill out? Sailing, flying, fucking, testing the limits of little brown-haired girls like her, and bringing them to heel. The thought makes me shift in my seat, but I answer her smoothly, omitting my two favorite hobbies. You invest in manufacturing. Why specifically? Her question drags me rudely back to the present. I like to build things. I like to know how things work, what makes things tick, how to construct and deconstruct. And I have a love of ships. What can I say? They distribute food around the planet, taking goods from the haves to the have-nots and back again. What's not to like? That sounds like your heart talking rather than logic and facts. Heart? Me? Oh, no. My heart was savaged beyond recognition, alone.
Another troublesome individual was
Possibly, though there are people who say I don't have a heart. Why would they say that? Because they know me well. I give her a wry smile. In fact, no one knows me that well, except maybe Elena. I wonder what she would make of little Miss Steele here. The girl is a massive contradiction. Shy, uneasy, obviously bright, and arousing as hell. Yes, okay, I admit it. She's an alluring little piece. She recites the next question by rote. Would your friends say you're easy to get to know? I'm a very private person, Miss Steele. I go a long way to protect my privacy. I don't often give interviews. Doing what I do, living the life I've chosen.
We have no record of the ultimate.
Why did you agree to do this one? Because I'm a benefactor of the university, and for all intents and purposes, I couldn't get Miss Kavanaugh off my back. She badgered and badgered my PR people, and I admire that kind of tenacity.
Before exercising necessary and strict financial control of the
You also invest in farming technology. Why are you interested in this area? We can't eat money, Miss Steele, and there are too many people on this planet who don't have enough to eat. I stare at her. That sounds very philanthropic. Is that something you feel passionately about? Feeding the world poor? She regards me with a quizzical expression, as if I'm some kind of conundrum for her to solve. But there is no way I want those big blue eyes seeing into my dark soul. This is not an area open to discussion.
On the whole, Vespasian can be described as
It's
a
shrewd
confident
business.
and
I
responsible
shrug,
emperor.
feigning boredom,
He showed
and
respect
I
to the
imagine
Roman
fumbling
Senate,
her smart mouth
was
to
therefore
distract
ticking all the
myself from
boxes
all
in a way
thoughts
that
of
no
hunger.
other emperor had done since the reign of
That mouth
Augustus.
needs training.
His son Titus had performed well in Judea,
And I let
and was
myself
being
imagine her on her
prepared
knees
to be
before
his
me.
father's successor.
Do you have a
So the
philosophy?
foundations
If
for a
so,
new Roman
what is
dynasty
it?
had been laid.
She
The
recites by rote
Flavian
again.
dynasty, so
I don't
named
have a
after
philosophy as
Vespasian.
such.
Full
Maybe
name,
a guiding
Titus
principle.
Flavius
Carnegie's a man
Vespasianus.
who acquires the ability to take full
Some
possession
do
of his
cite
own mind,
Tiberius and
may take
Claudius
possession
as
of
not
anything
being
else to
bad
which he is
emperors,
justly
but in
entitled.
my opinion,
I'm
this is
very
really
singular,
only because the Roman
driven.
Empire
I like
did not
control
suffer
of
during the reigns of
myself
each of those
and
emperors,
those around me.
as it did during the reigns
So
of
you want to
Caligula and
possess
Nero.
things? Her
The things
eyes
that set
widened.
Tiberius and Claudius aside from Augustus and Vespasian for me is their
I want to
characters.
deserve to possess them.
Tiberius didn't have
But
the
yes,
charisma to be a
bottom
successful
line, I
emperor,
do.
and much work was done
You sound
by
like the
others in
ultimate
his
consumer.
absence.
Her
Claudius
voice
was
is
somewhat
tinged with
successful,
disapproval.
but he made little
Pissing me
effort
off
to
again.
unite and involve
She
the different
sounds like a rich
political
kid who's had
entities
all
of
she
Rome.
ever wanted.
What
But as
Rome
I take a
gained from
closer look at her
Vespasian
clothes,
was a man
she's
who was
dressed in
able to
Walmart
balance all
or
of the
Old
different
Navy,
aspects of
possibly.
the Roman
I know
constitution
that isn't
in
it.
a way
She
that
hasn't
had not
grown up
been
in an
seen
affluent
since
household.
the days of
I could
Augustus.
really take care of you.
Vespasian was
Where
frugal
the fuck did that
without
come
being
from?
miserly,
Although,
and he would
now
instigate
that I
great
consider
building
it,
projects,
I
but
do
he
need
would
a
do
new
so
sub.
within the treasury's
Then
means.
what?
He
2
would live a
months
humble
since
life
Susanna,
without extravagance,
and here I
which is
am,
in stark contrast
salivating
to
over
the
this
last significant
brown-haired girl.
predecessor in the
I
role,
try to smile
Nero.
and agree with her.
The
Nothing
stability of
wrong
the
with
empire
consumption,
on his
after
death
all.
in the year
It drives
79
what's left of the
had
American
not
economy.
been so good since the reign of
You were
Claudius.
adopted. How far do you think that's shaped the way you are? What the fuck does this have to do with the price of oil? I scowl at her.
Titus was
What a
prepared
ridiculous
to
question.
succeed his
If
father
I'd
with
stayed
care.
with the crack whore, I'd probably be
Vespasian
dead.
was as responsible
Blow her off
for
with a
preparing
non-answer,
the successor
trying
as
to
he
keep my
was
voice
with
level.
governing
But
the
she
empire.
pushes me, demanding to
Initially,
know how old
Titus
I
was
was when
brought
I was
up
adopted.
alongside
Shut her down,
Britannicus,
Ray.
the son of
That's a matter of
Claudius.
public record, Miss Steele.
Titus was actually
My
a
voice
couple
is
of years older than
She should know
Britannicus, but
this shit.
sadly Britannicus
Now
never
she
made
looks
it to his
contrite.
14th birthday, dying of natural
You've had to
causes.
sacrifice a family
It
life
is
for
also
your work.
worth noting that he
That's
was
not a question.
a dynastic
I
rival to
snap.
the new emperor
She
Nero
blushes
at the
again and
time.
bites down on that damned lip.
Titus would
But
go
she has
on
the
to
grace to
initially have a
apologize.
military career before his father
Have you had
summoned
to
him to Rome
sacrifice a
to
family life
accompany
for
him
your work?
on much of his
What do
imperial
I want
duties,
with a
and not
fucking
only
family?
learn
I
firsthand,
have a
but
family.
actually
I have a
assist
brother
his
and a
father
sister and 2
firsthand.
loving parents. I'm not
One
interested in
criticism
extending my
that we can
family
see of
beyond that.
Titus was that he had
Are you
much more
gay,
of an eye
Mr.
for
Gray?
discipline than
What
his father,
the fuck?
was guilty of
I cannot
conceding
believe
to
she said
vices
that out loud.
such as love
The
affairs.
unspoken question that
However,
my own
if
family
anyone
dares
feared
not
that
ask,
this young
much
host
to my
could have turned
amusement.
out like
How
Nero,
dare
it
she?
is worth
You have to
noting that
fight down
Titus
the
was
urge to drag
almost
her out of
40
her
years
seat,
of age when he
bend her
succeeded
across
his
my
father,
knee, and
took
spank
his
the living shit out
responsibility
of
to
her.
Rome
Then
very
fuck her over
seriously.
my desk with her hands tied
The
tightly
biggest
behind
difference
her
of
back.
character between Nero
That
and
would
Titus
answer her
was that
question.
Titus was not a
How
selfish
frustrating is
character.
this
He was
female?
very capable
I
of
take a
acts
deep,
of
calming
generosity.
breath. To my vindictive
Titus would see
delight, she
the
appears to be
conclusion
acutely
of the
embarrassed
construction
by her own
of the
question.
Colosseum of Rome,
No,
which was commissioned
Anastasia,
by his father,
I'm not.
Vespasian,
I
who
raise
would
my
sadly
eyebrows,
not
but
see
keep my
it
expression
completed.
impassive.
The
Anastasia
Colosseum would also be
is a
called
lovely
the
name.
Flavian
I
Amphitheatre,
like the way my
in
tongue
respect
rolls
of
around
the
it.
Flavian ruling dynasty,
I
to
apologize.
which
It's,
Vespasian and Titus belonged.
written here.
The Roman
Nervously, she
Empire
tucks
under
her hair
Emperor
behind her
Titus
ear.
suffered misfortunes,
She
though,
doesn't know
as
her
Mount
own
Vesuvius
questions.
violently
Perhaps
erupted
they're not
in
hers.
the opening months of his
I
reign,
ask her, and
famously
she
burying
pales.
the towns of Pompeii and
She
Herculaneum,
really is very
among
attractive,
others, in the
in
year
an
79.
understated sort of way.
The
I
following
would
year,
even go so
another
far as to
fire
say
had
she is
broken out in
beautiful.
the city of Rome itself,
No.
which
Hey,
undoubtedly would have
Miss
sparked
Kavanaugh,
up memories
she
of the
compiled
fire
the
of
questions.
64 under
Are you
Emperor Nero.
colleagues on the student paper?
There was also
No,
a plague in
she's
Rome
my
around
roommate.
the same time as the fire,
No
so
wonder she is
nature
all
was
over the
really not
place.
smiling
I
on
scratch my
Titus.
chin, debating whether to give her a really,
Despite all of
really
this,
hard time.
we really don't see
Did
much
you
in the way of
volunteer to
public
do this
opinion
interview?
against
I
Titus,
asked,
which could
and
have
I'm
been
rewarded
reasonable
with her
if we consider
submissive
the
look,
Romans
eyes
could have considered
large,
the gods to
nervous
be
about my
against him.
reaction. I like the
Instead,
effect
we
I
can see
have
that
on her.
Titus was at the forefront front of
I was
relief
drafted.
efforts to
She's
aid
not
the
well,
recovery of the city
he
in the
says
aftermath.
softly.
It
That
seems
explains a great
at the
deal.
moment appreciating
There's a knock at
Titus.
the door, and Andrea appears.
Vespasian
Mr.
also
Gray,
had another
forgive me
son,
for interrupting,
a
but
younger
your next
brother of
meeting is in
Titus
2
called
minutes.
Domitian.
We're not finished here, Andrea.
Sometimes
Please cancel my
Domitian.
next meeting. Andrea
Domitian
hesitates,
had
gaping.
really played second
stare
fiddle
at her.
to his older brother in
Now,
the course of
I'm
events,
busy with
with
little
Titus
Miss Steele.
understandably receiving the lion's
Andrea
share of
blushes
the
scarlet,
educational
but
and
recovers
imperial
quickly.
opportunities.
Very well, Mr. Gray,
During the reign of
she
Vespasian,
says, and,
Domitian
turning
was
on her heel,
granted
she
ceremonial
leaves us.
statuses, which
I
wouldn't
turn
have
my
meant a
attention
great
back
deal
to the intriguing,
factually.
frustrating
He
creature
would
on
have
my
received privileges
Where
just
were
for
we,
being a
Miss
member of the
Steele?
royal family, so he may have
Please,
felt that
don't
these
let me keep you
statuses
from
were somewhat
anything.
meaningless in
Oh,
terms
no.
of creating his own
It's
story
my
and
turn
legacy
now.
to Roman
I want to
history.
know if there are any secrets to
In the year
uncover behind
81,
those
both
beautiful
Titus and
eyes.
Domitian went to
I
the
want to know
Sabine
about you.
Hills outside
I
Rome,
think
and
it's only
Titus did
fair.
not return.
As I lean back and press my
Rumors
fingers to
state
my
that
lips,
Domitian
her eyes
poisoned
flick
his
to my
brother
mouth
and
and she
dynastic
swallows.
rival, but we can't
Yes,
just assume
the
that
usual
everyone was
effect.
poisoning
And it
everyone
is
else in
gratifying
Roman
to know
history,
she
as
isn't
it's a little
completely
bit
oblivious
too
to my charms.
convenient.
There's not
Suetonius
much to
certainly
know,
recognised
she
that
says,
Domitian
her
would have
blush
been very
returning.
indifferent about
I'm
whether Titus
intimidating
was
you.
alive or dead,
Good.
and it would be
What are your
just as
plans
reasonable
after you
to assume that
graduate?
if Titus called
She
malaria
shrugs.
a
I
source of
haven't
state,
made any plans,
that
Mr. Gray.
Domitian
I
might
just
not
need
have
to
felt
get through my final
inclined to do
exams.
much to help his
We
brother.
run an excellent
The
internship
fact
program
that
here.
Domitian was ready and
What
prepared to
possessed me
jump
to say
into his
that?
brother's throne
I'm breaking a
is
golden rule.
suspicious, though.
Never, ever fuck the staff. But Gray, you're not fucking this girl.
Domitian.
She looks surprised, and her teeth sink
Titus
into
was
that
just
lip
42
again.
years old when he
Why is
died
that so
in
arousing?
81, and had
Oh,
only been the
I'll
emperor
bear that in mind,
for just
she
over 2
mumbles.
years.
Then as an afterthought she
Despite the
says,
natural disasters of his
though
brief
I'm not sure
reign,
I'd fit in
he
here.
was still a popular
Why the hell
emperor
not?
and was
What's wrong
deified
with my
after
company?
his lifetime.
Why do you say that?
He would be
I
worshipped
asked.
as a god.
Well, it's obvious,
Domitian
isn't
was
it?
less responsible than his
Not to
brother
me.
and his father,
I'm
taking a
confounded
much
by her
more frivolous
response.
attitude to the
She's
treasury,
flustered
which
again
would
as she
have
reaches for the
horrified
digital
his father.
recorder. Shit, she's
However,
going.
Rome was still in the course of
Mentally, I
being
run through my
rebuilt
schedule for
following
the
the fire
afternoon.
of the year
There is
80,
nothing that won't
but it
be.
does appear that Domitian
Would you like
spared
me to show you
little
around?
expense.
I'm
Not
sure
being
you're
known
far
for his
too busy,
military
Mr.
abilities,
Gray. And I do have a long
chose to
drive.
increase the pay
You're
of the
driving back to
legionaries,
WSU
so
in
we could see
Vancouver?
some of the carefree
I
financial
glance out the
attitudes of
window.
Nero,
It's one
and
hell
some
of
of
a
the
drive, and it's raining.
anti-establishment attitudes of
Shit.
Claudius.
She shouldn't be driving in this weather.
Ever since the
But I
Roman
can't
invasion
forbid
and
her.
subsequent occupation of southern Britannia from the year 43,
Well, you'd
the
better
Romans
drive
had gradually
carefully.
expanded their
My voice
influence
is
by the
sterner
reign
than I
of
intend.
Domitian, so
She
that the
fumbles with the
Romans
recorder.
had control
She
of
wants
the
out of my
areas
office,
equivalent to the
and for
modern
some
countries
reason
of
I can't
England and
explain.
Wales.
I don't want her to
Famously,
go.
the tribes of the lands of the modern
Did you get
country of
everything you
Scotland
need?
provided
I add
stout
in a
resistance
transparent
to the
effort to
Romans.
prolong her
But this
stay.
apparent difficulty
Yes, sir,
caused
she
Domitian
says
to
quietly.
reduce the amount of
Her
legions in
response
Britannia.
floors me. The way those words
Domitian would have
sound,
to deal with
coming out of that
problems
smart
elsewhere
mouth.
in the empire when
And
the
briefly I
Dacians
imagine
crossed
that
the
mouth
Danube
at my beck
and
and
the
call.
Romans actually found
Thank you
themselves
for the
to be
interview,
defending
Mr. Gray.
territory.
The pleasure's been
However,
all
they did
mine.
this
I
successfully,
respond,
pushing the Dacians
usually
back to their
because
own
I
side
haven't
of
been
the
this
Danube.
fascinated by anyone
The
in a long
Dacians
while.
occupied the lands
The
not
thought
dissimilar to
is
those of the
unsettling.
modern country of Romania.
She stands and I extend my
Despite
hand,
resisting the
eager to
Dacians,
touch her.
chose not to pursue
Until
them.
we meet again, Miss Steele.
Instead, Domitian
My voice
chose
is
the
low
option
as
of
she
paying
places
an
her
annual
small
tribute
hand in
to
mine.
the Dacian king,
Yes, I
Decebalus.
want to flog and fuck this girl in my
Despite
playroom.
Domitian's
Have
attempts
her
to befriend
bound and
his army,
wanting,
this would
needing
not
me,
prevent the Roman
trusting me.
senator and general
I swallow.
Saturninus
It
leading
ain't
a
going to
revolt
happen, Gray.
against Domitian in
Mr.
the year
Gray?
89.
She nods and withdraws
Domitian's
her hand
reaction to
quickly.
this would send
Too quickly.
ripples throughout
Shit.
the political
I
setup
can't let
of
her go
Rome.
like this. It's obvious she
Saturninus
is
and
desperate
many
to
other
leave.
senators were
Irritation and
executed
inspiration hit
by
me
Domitian
simultaneously
in an
as I see her
accident some
out.
cite as being
Just
straight
ensuring you make it through the door,
paranoid.
Miss Steele. She
Domitian
blushes on
seemingly
cue,
a
her
little bit
delicious shade
reclusive,
of pink.
so it does seem
That's
as
very
if he was
considerate,
very
Mr.
good
Gray,
at
she
alienating.
snaps. Miss Steele
He had
hesitates.
alienated
I
many
grin behind her as
aristocrats,
she exits,
many
and I follow
legionaries,
in her wake.
many senators,
Both Andrea and
many
Olivia look up
philosophers,
in shock.
and history
Yeah,
has taught us
I'm
that
just
as a
seeing the
Roman
girl
emperor,
out.
you cannot
Did you
afford
have
to
a
lose
Coke?
the confidence
I
of so
ask.
many aspects
Yes.
of Rome's
I
social
scowl
and
at
political
simpering
ranks.
Olivia, who immediately leaps
The
up to
population
retrieve a
of Rome
navy coat.
wouldn't have necessarily
Taking it,
felt
I
the
glare
strain
at her
of
to sit
Domitian's
down.
reign with him
Christ, Olivia
spending
is
plenty
annoying,
of treasury money,
looming over me all the
chariot
time.
races, gladiatorial
This
contests,
coat is
music,
from Walmart.
gymnastics,
Miss
among other
Anastasia
things.
Steele should be better dressed.
The citizens
I
of
hold
Rome
it up for her,
probably
and
had
as I pull
very
it over
little
her
to
slim
complain about.
shoulders, I touch the
This
skin at the
honestly
base of her
wouldn't
neck.
make any kind of
She
difference, though.
stills at the contact of the
Domitian
wheels.
was an able
Yes,
administrator,
she is
but a
affected by
terrible
me.
diplomat.
The knowledge is
And it would
immensely
be that
pleasing.
that would lead
Strolling
to
over to
his
the
downfall.
elevator, I press the call button while she stands
Domitian
fidgeting
would
beside
have made
me.
so many others
Oh,
fearful
I
of their
can
own
so
lives,
stop your
including
fidgeting,
members of
lady.
his imperial staff,
The doors open
even
and she
his own
scurries
wife,
in and then
and
turns
it
to face
became
me.
a case of it's either him
Anastasia,
or me.
I murmur,
We
saying
can't
goodbye.
be completely sure
Christian?
who
She
exactly the
whispers, and
conspirators
the
were.
elevator doors
But in the
close,
years
leaving my
96,
name hanging
after
in
a
the
reign
air,
of over 15
sounding
years,
odd,
longer than
unfamiliar,
anyone since
but
Tiberius,
sexy as hell.
Domitian was stabbed to death
Well,
by a number
fuck
of
me.
members
What
of
was
his
that?
imperial staff,
I need to know more about this girl.
at the
Andrea,
instigation
I
of
snap as I
members
stalk
of
back
the
into my office.
aristocracy, but
Get
possibly
me Welch on
the
the line,
blessing
now.
of many, including
As I sit
his
at my
own
desk
wife.
and wait for the call, I look at the
Domitian's
paintings
10th
on the
reign
wall of
was
my
over,
office.
as
Miss
was
Steele's
the
words
Flavian
drift back to
dynasty.
me, raising the
It
ordinary
would
to
fall into the
extraordinary.
hands of the
She
Senate
could so
to
easily have
afford
been
a
describing
successor.
herself.
The Senate
My
may
phone
have been happy
buzzes.
to go back to
I
a
have Mr. Welch on
republic-style
the line for you.
governance, but the
Put
Praetorian
him
Guard
through.
would not have allowed
Yes, sir.
it. Rome
Welch,
was now
I
a
need a
nation with
background check.
factions regulating each other, preventing each
Saturday,
other
May
from becoming
14th,
too powerful.
2011.
It seems that both the
Anastasia
Senate and
Rose
the
Steele.
Praetorian Guard
Date
approved
of
the
birth,
accession of a man
September
called
10th,
Nerva,
1989.
who had been a
Montesano,
loyal
Washington.
imperial servant to
Address,
many emperors
1114
over the
Southwest
years.
Green Street,
Now,
Apartment
at the
7,
age of 66,
Haven Heights,
he
Vancouver,
was
Washington,
handed the big one.
98888.
Domitian had
Mobile
exercised
number,
an autocratic style of rule, which he considered himself to be
360-959-4352.
absolutely
Social
powerful
Security
over Rome.
number, 987-65-4320.
All of the damage.
Banking details, Wells Fargo Bank, Vancouver, Washington, 98888. Account number,
By selecting
309361.
Nerva, the Roman Senate and the Praetorian Guard would have hoped to have
$683.16
found
balance.
a new Vespasian.
Occupation,
An
undergraduate
emperor
student,
with no real intention
WSU,
to
Vancouver
self-serve,
College of
but with a
Liberal
genuine
Arts.
desire to
English
rule
major.
the empire properly,
Grade point
with a
average,
wisdom
4.0.
that only a lifetime of
Prior
observing the
education,
politics of Rome
Montesano
could
Junior,
hope.
Senior High School.
The Senate
SAT score,
would have some very clear ideas
2150.
about drawing a line
Employment,
under the past.
Clayton's Hardware Store,
They were thrilled to see
Northwest
the back of
Vancouver Drive,
Domitian,
Portland,
and made a
Oregon.
considerable effort to
Part-time.
erase his legacy
Father,
by melting down
Franklin
his
A.
statues
Lambert.
and
Date of birth,
removing his name from
September
monuments
1st,
in a manner
1969.
that the ancient
Deceased,
Egyptians
September
would have
11th,
been proud of.
1989.
Never
Mother,
would be
Carla Mae
expected to
Wilkes
try and
Adams.
undo all
Date
of
of birth,
Domitian's bad
July
reforms.
18th,
But as
1970.
history teaches us
Married,
time and time
Frank
again,
Lambert, March
cannot
1st,
turn the
1989.
clock back.
Widowed, September
So
11th,
Nerva would have had to have
1989.
revised the
Married,
reforms
Raymond
rather than
Steele.
reverse them,
June
due
6,
to the
1990.
permanent effects
Divorced,
of
July
those
12,
reforms.
2006.
It
Married,
seems that Nerva
Stephen M.
was put
Morton.
under a lot of
August
pressure to
16,
please a lot of people in a
2006.
very short amount
Divorced,
of time.
January
The weight
31st,
of expectation
2007.
may have
Married,
been unfairly
Robin,
large.
Bob, Adams.
He would have had to have
April
pulled
6,
the purse strings
2009.
back in a
Political
similar manner to
affiliations,
Vespasian
none found.
after Nero.
Religious
Where
affiliations,
Domitian
none
has
found.
imposed harsh
Sexual
laws on people
orientation,
speaking out
not
against the
known.
emperor, and high
Relationships,
taxation
none
on the Jewish
indicated at
community,
present.
never tried to undo
I
all of
pore
those
over the
unnecessary and
executive
unjust
summary for the
policies.
100th time since I
Never
received it 2
would
days
try to
ago,
promote the
looking for
frugal
some
style of
insight
living
into the
for the sake
enigmatic Miss
of the
Anastasia
empire as a
Rose
whole.
Steele. I cannot get the
The
damned
armies
woman
were a
out of
little
my
bit
mind,
concerned,
and
however,
it's seriously
as
beginning
they
to piss
feared
me off.
that Nerva could
This
take
past
back
week,
the pay
during
rises that
particularly dull
Domitian had
meetings,
instigated.
I found myself replaying
So
the
there
interview
was a
in my head,
significant
her
movement
fumbling fingers on the
supported by the
recorder,
Praetorian
the way
Guard
she tucked
to
her
bring
hair behind her
the
ear,
murderers
the
of
lip biting.
Domitian to justice.
Yes, the fucking lip biting
They
gets me
demanded
every time.
a brutal
And now,
execution,
here I am,
which Nerva
parked outside
undoubtedly
Clayton's,
felt
the
uncomfortable
modest hardware
approving.
store on the outskirts of Portland,
They
where she
also
works.
insisted upon Nerva
You're a
declaring
fool,
an
Ray.
heir to the
Why
role
are
of
you
emperor,
here?
quite
I knew
likely
it would lead
wanting
to
to
this.
pressurize him
All week,
into announcing
I knew
one of
I'd
their
have
own.
to see her again.
So he
I'd known it
selected a
since she
military
uttered my
man
name in the
who
elevator
himself
and disappeared
originated
into
from
the depths of
Hispania,
my building.
but was a
I'd
member
tried to
of the
resist.
Umbrian
I'd waited
gens,
5 days,
Oppia,
5
which
fucking
were well
days to
known
see
to
if I'd
Rome.
forget about her.
And his
And I
name
don't do
was
waiting.
Trajan.
I hate waiting
Never
for
would
anything.
adopt
I've
Trajan,
never
which would
actively
meet
pursued
the
a woman
approval of
before.
the army
The women
and
I've had
the Praetorian
understood what I
Guard.
expected of them. My fear
Others may
now
not
is
have
that
fully
Miss Steele
approved of
is
a man
just too
born
young,
outside
and that she
of
won't be
Italian
interested
land,
in what I
being
have to
set up
offer.
as the next
Will
emperor,
she?
but
Will she
never
even make
went
a good
ahead
submissive?
nonetheless.
I shake my head.
Whether Nerva had
There's only
an
one way
opinion
to
that
find
Trajan
out.
was suitable material
So here
is
I
possible,
am, a
but
fucking
actually
ass,
neither here nor
sitting in
there.
a suburban parking lot in a dreary
Really
part of
didn't get to
Portland.
make many decisions without
Her
heavy
background
amounts
check
of
has
pressure.
produced nothing
This is
remarkable,
likely due to the fact
except
that
the
the
last
Prince
fact,
before him
which has
had
been at the
been so
forefront of my
absolute
mind.
in his
It's
rule
the reason
that
I'm
the
here.
Senate and the Praetorian
Why
Guard
no
had no
boyfriend,
interest
Miss
in
Steele?
allowing an emperor
Sexual
to have
orientation
too
unknown.
much say.
Perhaps she's gay. I
January
snort,
98,
thinking that unlikely.
Nerva
I recall the
suffered a
question
stroke
she asked during the
before
interview,
developing a
her
fever,
acute embarrassment,
and his
the way her
health
skin
declined
flushed a
very
pale
quickly.
rose.
And by the
Shit.
end of the month,
I've been suffering
he
from
had
these
died.
ludicrous thoughts since I met her. That's why you're here. I'm itching to see her again.
Roundup.
Those blue eyes have haunted me,
As we move
even in my
into the
dreams.
2nd
I
century,
haven't mentioned her to
we
Flynn,
move into a
and
period
I'm glad
described
because
as a
I'm now
Roman
behaving like a
golden
stalker.
age.
Perhaps I should let him know.
Nerva is the
I
first
roll my
of what the
eyes.
15th
I
and
don't want him
16th
hounding me
century
about his
Italian
latest
philosopher
solution-based shit.
Machiavelli would call
I just
the
need a
5
distraction,
good
and right
emperors.
now, the only distraction
Here
I
we
want
will see how
is
the
working
social
as
and
a sales
political
clerk in
system
a
in
hardware
Rome
store.
evolves further into something
You've
that
come
the
all this
19th
way.
century
Let's see if
sociologist
little
German
Miss Steele
Karl
is as
Marx
appealing as you
might
remember.
deem to be
Showtime,
an
Gray.
inevitability.
I climb out of the car and stroll across the
The
lot to
Roman
the front door.
experiment of having
A
a
bell
powerful
chimes a
emperor
flat electronic
solved
note
a set
as I
of
walk in.
problems but created
The
a new
store is
set.
much bigger than it looks from the
The emperor
outside,
could
and
have a
although it is
direct
almost
hand in preventing
lunchtime,
the Senate
the place
from
is quiet
serving
for
the
a
division
Saturday.
between wealthy
There are aisles
aristocrats
and aisles
and
of
the
the
regular
usual crap you'd
citizens.
expect.
However,
I'd
when
forgotten
it
the
came to
possibilities
open
that a hardware
conflict
store
between the
could
emperor
present
and
to
the
someone
Senate,
like me.
then the
I
Praetorian
mainly
Guard, who
shop
were
online for
essentially
my needs,
military
but
personnel,
while I'm
would
here,
be the ones
maybe I'll
often
stock
get
up on
their
a few
hands dirty.
items. Velcro,
So if the
split
emperor saw
rings.
fit to target the Senate,
I'll
and
find the
questionably
delectable Miss
execute
Steele and
treasonous
have some fun.
senators, then the Senate
It takes
may
me all of 3
appeal
seconds
to the
to spot
Praetorian
her.
Guard to
She's
take
hunched over
action.
the counter,
But
staring
likewise,
intently at a
should
computer
the
screen
Senate
and picking
attempt
at her
to
lunch,
diminish the
a
powers of
bagel.
the emperor, then the
Unthinking, she
Praetorian
wipes a
Guard
crumb from the
would
corner of
step
her
in.
lips and into her mouth
New
and sucks on
emperors
her finger.
would often either
My
be
cock
senators or
twitches in
military
response.
commanders.
Fuck.
So,
What am
the
I,
progression
14?
from republic to
My
empire
reaction is
simply
fucking
created
irritating.
a scenario
Maybe
where
this
there were
adolescent
more
response will
regulatory
stop if I
powers
fed
in
her.
play,
Fuck.
either
And
for or
log her.
against each other,
And
or for the
not
ultimate
necessarily in
prosperity
that
of the
order.
empire as a whole.
Yeah, that's what I
As we
need.
can see,
She
the
is
emperor
thoroughly
himself
absorbed in
could
her
be
task,
good,
and it gives me an
or he could
opportunity
be
to
bad.
study her.
And often we
Salacious
see
thoughts aside,
that it is down
she
to
is
the
attractive,
individual character of
seriously
that one man.
attractive. I've
So
remembered her
far,
well.
we have told the
She
story of
glances
12
up and
Roman
freezes,
emperors.
pinning me with
We have
intelligent
covered
and
some good
discerning
ones,
eyes,
such as
the
the Conde,
bluest of blue that seemed to
decisive
see right through
Augustus,
me.
and the
It's as
dutiful and
unnerving as the
frugal
first time I
Vespasian.
met her. She just
We have also covered
stares,
some bad
shocked,
ones,
I think.
such as the
And I
frivolous
don't
and
know if this is a
self-centered
good
Nero,
response or a bad
the
response.
reclusive and paranoid
Miss
Domitian.
Steele, what a pleasant
What is
surprise.
most interesting to
Mr.
social
Gray,
historians about
she
Rome
whispers,
is that
breathy
Rome
and
was not
flustered.
influenced by foreign
A
invaders,
good
and therefore
response.
was a rare
I was
case
in
of
the
how a
area.
society
I need to
often
stock up on a
and
few things.
understandably at
It's a
odds with
pleasure to see you
itself
again,
would
Miss
evolve
Steele.
and make the necessary changes to
She's dressed in
regulate
tight t-shirt
itself.
and jeans, not the
beauty of
shapeless
the
shit she was
story
wearing
that
earlier
we are
this
telling
week.
here
She's all
is
long
that we get
legs,
to watch
small
that
waist, and
evolution
perfect
continue
tits.
during the
She
forthcoming
continues to gape,
episodes.
and I have to resist the urge to reach out and tip her chin up to close her mouth. I've flown from Seattle just to
Thank
see
you
you,
so much
and the
for
way you
listening
look
to
right
this
now.
week's podcast.
It was
Let's get
worth the
straight
journey.
into the
Anna,
post-podcast
my name's
chit-chat.
Anna. What can I help you with,
Messages
Mr.
that we
Gray?
received this week.
She
Jerome
takes
said
a
to
deep
you,
breath, squares her shoulders like she did during the
thanks for the
interview,
amazing
and
history
gives me a
podcast.
fake
You have
smile
the
that I'm
perfect
sure she
balance
reserves
between
for
the
customers.
academic and
Game
the easily
on, Miss
understood
Steele.
information. Love the accent.
There are a few items I need.
Sincerely, Jerry
To start with, I'd like some cable tones.
Escondido, California.
Her lips part as she inhales sharply.
Mandy Kirk sending a message saying, finally taking a step of signing up to pitch in towards your valuable work on
We
this
stopped
project.
various links.
Sorry it's taken
Shall
a
I
few
show
weeks
you?
since discovering you to pitch in as a high school
Lead the
teacher.
way,
I appreciate
Steele.
your ability ability to
She
synthesize and
steps out from
summarize a
behind the
wide
counter
range
and
of
gestures
information
toward one of the
with
aisles.
important insights.
She's wearing
And I learned
chucks.
new things
Idly,
more often
I
than I
wonder
thought
what she'd
possible.
look like in
We'd like to hear
skyscraper
some more about
heels.
women,
Louboutins. Nothing
if that's
but
possible.
Louboutins.
I know there isn't
They're in
much
with the
in those
electrical
old
goods.
original
Aisle 8.
sources, but maybe
Her voice
Hypatia.
wavers, and she
Not
blushes
complaining,
again.
but hoping for more
She is
representation than the
affected
usual
by me.
Cleopatra and booty
Hope
cut.
blooms
Thanks
in
again
my chest.
for all you do
Not
to keep
gay,
history
then. I
riveting.
smirk. After
Thank you,
you,
Mandy. Yeah,
I murmur,
of course,
holding
obviously,
my hand out for her to lead the
if
way.
you sign up for
Letting her walk
Patreon,
ahead gives me the space and time to
reach
admire her
the desired
fantastic
threshold, you
ass.
can actually
She
commission
really
a
is the
podcast
whole
episode on the
package.
subject of
Sweet,
your choice.
polite,
Might be worth
and beautiful, with all of the physical attributes I value in a submissive.
Adrian Blizzard
But
wrote
the
in saying,
million-dollar
love
question
the
is,
Texas
could she
accent,
be a
Chris.
submissive?
I
She
think
probably
he's
knows
making
nothing
fun
of the
a previous,
lifestyle, my
previous
lifestyle,
comment from
but I
episode
very
a
much
week
want
or two
to
ago.
introduce her to it.
Love history, and your
You are
podcast does a
getting
great
way
job
ahead
of
of yourself on
making
this
interesting
deep brain.
historical perspectives come
Are
to
you in
life.
Portland on
Keep
business?
on
She
keeping on, my dear
asks,
friend. Yes,
interrupting
I've
my
only had two
thoughts.
casts.
Her voice is high, trying to feign
spiritual
disinterest. It makes me want to laugh, which is refreshing.
And
Rarely make me
let's
laugh.
move on.
I was visiting the WSU farming division based in Vancouver. I
yes, some messages
lied.
come
I'm here to
through
see you, Miss Steele.
on
She
the
flushes,
Facebook
and I
group
feel like a
messenger
shit.
page for the
I'm
page
currently funding some research there in crop rotation and
on
soil science.
Facebook, the History
That,
of the World
at
podcast
least, is true.
group page.
All part of
Text
your
turners,
Feed
but
the World
hey
plan?
Chris, I got into your
Her
podcast a
lips
couple of months
shift
ago and I've
to a
just
half
reached
smile.
the one about
Something
the
like
Chapin
that.
culture in South
I mutter.
America.
Is she
Everything has
laughing
been
at me?
great so far. Particularly
Ooh, I'd
enjoyed the
love
early
to put a
ones
stop
about the
to that if she
proto-hominids.
is.
Not many other
How to
podcasts
stop?
tackled that subject.
Maybe
The
with
Chapin
dinner
culture one
rather than the usual
particularly
interview.
resonated with me as
Now,
I've
that
actually
would be
been
novel.
to Chabin
Taking a prospect out to dinner.
and I found
We
myself
arrive at the cable
remembering
ties,
it's all
which are
vividly through your
arranged in an
description.
assortment of
At the end of the
lengths and
podcast, you
colors.
mentioned that you welcome
Absentmindedly,
photos
my
to add to your
fingers
site.
trace over the
I happen to be a
packages.
travel blogger who
I
has spent
could
3
just
years
ask
around
her out
Asia
for
and South
dinner,
America, and I
like
visited
on a
many
date.
sites.
Would she
I find
come?
them fascinating.
When I
If
glance
ever
at
you
her,
want
she's
to use any
examining
of the
her knotted
photos I've
fingers.
taken as a
She
resource,
can't look at me.
feel free to help
This is
yourself. That's very kind of her.
I
Very, very
selected
kind
the
of her.
longer ties. They are more flexible
What
after
I
all.
would
They can accommodate
suggest,
two
Tej,
ankles,
is
two
why not
wrists
share
at
them with the whole
once.
community? You know,
These will
if you've
do,
got
I
hundreds of
murmur,
people, I'm sure
and
be
she blushes
absolutely
again.
fascinated
Is
by
there
the
anything
images
else?
that you've taken.
She
So,
says quickly.
thanks a lot,
Either
Tej,
she's being
and
super
look
attentive
forward to
or she
coming
wants
back
to
to
get
me
me
on
out
that.
of the store. I don't know which.
Pateri
I'd
Lindblad,
like some masking tape.
forgive me.
Are you redecorating?
That.
I suppress my
Hello,
snort.
I've just found your
No,
podcast
not
series and
redecorating.
enjoy it a lot. I
I
used to
haven't
be
held a
more
paintbrush in a
into
long
newer
time.
history and have now
The
delved
thought
into
makes
the
me smile.
Neolithic
I have
revolution
people to do
and
all
the
that
formation of states and even older cities.
This way,
I find this
she
area
murmurs,
particularly interesting
looking
as I'm a
chagrined.
registered dietitian
Masking
myself.
tape is in the
The
decorating
paleo
aisle.
diet is a fad
Come
diet
on,
these
Greg.
days.
You
Because
don't
I've
have
studied
long.
Paleolithic and
Engage
Neolithic,
her in
I
some
found that the paleo
conversation.
diet used today
Have you
is
worked here long?
historically
Of course, I
incorrect.
already know the
In the
answer.
modern paleo diet,
Unlike
it
some
included
people, I
olive
do
oil
my
and
research.
coconut oil.
She blushes
They were
once more.
used only
I
after
used
the
to
Neolithic
grow
Revolution.
shy.
Also,
I don't have a hope
Paleolithic
in
people
hell.
used wild
She turns
grain, so
quickly and
excluding
walks down the
grains.
aisle toward the
Paleo
section
diet seems
labeled
inaccurate. So
decorating.
thank you for your
I
podcast.
follow her
If I
eagerly.
can make a wish,
What am I,
that would
a
be a
fucking
podcast
puppy?
episode about the
4
nutrition
years,
of
she
Paleolithic
mumbles
and
as we
Neolithic
reach the masking
revolution.
tape. She bends down and grasps 2 rolls,
Regards,
each a different
Terry
length.
Lindblad from
I'll
Finland.
take that one, I say.
Wonderful.
The wider
Thank you so
tape
much
is
for
much
the
more
message,
effective as a
Terry.
bag.
Very interesting.
As she passes it to
I
me,
can't remember
the tips
anyone
of our fingers
sending me a
touch
message about that
briefly.
particular
It
subject, so
resonates in my
I
groin.
always like to
Fuck.
see
She
that.
inhales. Anything else?
I did
Her
get a
voice
message
is
also
soft
from
and
a
husky.
good friend of the
Christ.
podcast called
I'm having the same
Bella
effect
Boyd,
on her that she has on
and
me.
she's mentioned that
Some
she's
rope, I
actually
think.
starting her
This
own
way.
podcast project
She quickly scoots
about
up the aisle,
history and
giving me
horses.
another chance to
I've
appreciate
listened to
her
a
fine
little bit of an
ass.
introduction that
What sort
she
were you
very
after?
kindly sent to
We have synthetic and natural filament rope,
I really
twine,
enjoyed it. It
cable
sounds
cord.
like it's going to be a big project,
Stop.
and
I groan
she's really
inwardly,
putting some
trying to chase
energy
away the
and,
image of her
some
suspended
research
from the
into it.
ceiling in my playroom.
And it's got a big
I'll
plan of
take
action. So
5
I
yards
think
of the
that
natural
could
filament
be
rope, please.
one
It's
of those
coarser and
podcasts
chafes
that
more if you
becomes
struggle
quite
against
popular
it.
if she can
My
pull it
rope
off.
of choice.
It's a tall
A
order, but
trimmer
I think
runs
she's
through
up
her
for it.
fingers, but she
What I can
efficiently
see
measures out
and
5
hear from
yards.
what she's already
Pulling a
written,
utility
it
knife from
sounds
her right
like
pocket,
it's
she
an
cuts the rope
interesting
in one
podcast.
swift gesture,
She seems to
coils
be
it neatly, and ties it
very
off with a
well
slip knot.
able
Impressive.
to convey
Were you a Girl
the
Scout?
information, and
Organized
her
group
voice is very easy
activities
to
aren't
listen
really
to.
my
So
thing, Mr.
looking
Gray.
forward to hopefully
What
plugging
is your
things
thing,
at some point.
Anastasia?
I
I
also
catch her
got a
gaze,
message from
and her
Preeti
irises dilate as I
Zakaria,
stare.
who's put,
Yes.
hello, my name is Preeti, and I'm a
Books,
journalist,
she
writer, and
whispers.
teacher in Chennai,
What kind of
India.
books?
Just
Oh,
pinged you to tell you
you
that
know,
I love your
the
podcast
usual,
and I've learned so
the
much
classics,
from it.
British literature
I'm
mainly.
listening to it when I walk and travel
British
and was pretty
literature.
excited to
Raw
discover
day
the
in Austin, I
Madrasian
bet.
culture.
All those
I live in
romantic
Chennai
hugs
near
and flower stems.
Atirampakan,
That's
where the
good.
lower Paleolithic tools
Anything
were
else you
discovered.
need?
That's fantastic.
I don't know.
Thank
What
you
else
for the
would you
fabulous
recommend?
work. I am now learning
I
about the
want to
ancient
see
world
her
and hope
reaction.
to finish
For a
that
do-it-yourselfer?
soon.
She asks,
Thank you, Preeti. Yeah,
surprised.
it's brilliant to
I want
be able
to
to reach
hoot
out
with
to
laughter.
other parts of
Oh,
the world
baby,
that
DIY is
aren't
not my
necessarily
thing.
closely
I
culturally
nod,
linked to
stifling
where
my
I
mirth.
am, and
Her eyes flick
share
down
the
my
stories
body
of
and I
our
tense.
ancient world,
She is
and
checking me out.
certainly
Fuck me.
the stories that India
Coveralls,
hold. India's
she
incredibly
blurts
important
out.
part of the world. It's so
It's the
much
most
history
unexpected thing I've heard
linked
out of her sweet,
to
smart
India and the
mouth
lands
since
of
the
India.
"Are you gay?" question.
Impossible to ignore.
You wouldn't want to
Look
ruin your
forward
clothing? She gestures to my
revisiting that
jeans,
area of the world
embarrassed once more.
after we complete the
I can't
Roman story.
resist.
So
I could always take
we're
them off.
looking forward to that. Thanks for the message, Preeti.
She
Thank you
flushes,
to
feet
everyone for
red,
their
and
messages
gazes
this
down
week.
at the
It's
floor.
really,
I'll
really
take some
heartwarming to
coveralls.
receive.
Heaven forbid I should ruin any clothing.
There's been some
I
significant
murmur,
activity
to
on
put
the
her out of her
discussion
misery.
forum,
Without a word,
which
she turns
doesn't
and
always
walks
get a lot
briskly
of
up the
attention.
aisle.
I think
And once
people
again,
are
I
often,
follow in her enticing wake.
quite shy to
Do you
voice
need
their
anything
opinions
else?
on various subjects.
She
for
asks
fear of,
breathlessly, handing me a
perhaps
pair of blue
not feeling
coveralls.
like they know as much
She's
as others.
mortified,
To
eyes
be honest
still
with you,
cast
that's
down,
I'd
face
still
flushed.
encourage you to get
Christ,
involved. I
she
think
does things to me.
it's a pleasure to learn.
How's
And
the
we'll learn
article coming
together
along?
various
I
stages of
ask,
learning
in the hope she
about
might
history,
relax a little.
often the
She looks
fastest
up
way
and
to
gives
learn
me
is
a
to
brief, relieved
discuss.
smile.
So come along to the discussion forum.
I'm not writing
join
it.
in.
Catherine
One of the
is.
subjects,
Miss
the active
Kavanaugh.
subjects at
My
the moment
roommate,
I've seen
she's the
in
writer.
business
She's very
last
happy with
week
it.
are about
She's the editor of the magazine, and she was devastated that she couldn't do the interview in person.
The naval battles of Salamis
It's
and
the longest sentence she's addressed to me since we first met, and she's talking about someone else, not herself.
And which
Interesting.
did
Before
culture
I
in the
can comment,
Americas
she
develop from
adds,
cultures of
her
Asia
only
or
concern
not?
is that she doesn't have any original
Some
photographs of
fascinating
you.
subjects there, and
The
I
tenacious
look
Miss
forward
Kavanaugh
to
wants
you coming along
photographs.
and maybe
Publicity
voicing your
skills, eh?
opinion and
I can do
seeing
that.
what
It will
kinds
allow
of
me to spend
ideas
some
that
more
we
time with the
can
delectable
share
Miss
between us.
Steele.
We might be on the cusp of
What sort of
a
photographs
great
does she
new
want?
discovery, a great new
She gazes at me for a
enlightenment
moment,
about
then shakes her head.
a subject of history
Well,
that
I'm
no
around
one else has cracked.
tomorrow,
Maybe the History of
perhaps.
the World
I
podcast
can stay in
community can
Portland,
crack the code
work
of
from a
some of
hotel,
these historical
a room
stories.
at
So
the Heathman,
come along
perhaps.
and join in.
I'll need Taylor to come down, bring my
Now
laptop
then,
and some
every
clothes,
week we let you
or
know
Elliot,
that
unless he's
you
screwing
can
around,
support
which
the
is
podcast
his
if you're
usual
enjoying the
MO
project
over
and
the
you'd
weekend.
like to make a
You'd be willing
contribution
to
to the
attend a photo
podcast's
shoot?
success.
She could not
Then just
contain
simply
her
go along to the
surprise. I give her a
historyoftheworldpodcast.com
brief
website.
nod.
It's the same website
You'd
where
be
you can
amazed at what I
click on
do
the
to spend more
interact
time
section
with you,
and reach
Miss
the
Steele.
discussion forum, which we were just talking
So
about.
am I.
And
Kate will be
if
delighted
you want to support
if
the
we can find
podcast,
a
just click on the
photographer.
Patreon link.
She smiles and her
It will
face
take
lights
you
up
to
like a
a
summer
place where
dawn.
you can sign up to make a
Christ,
monthly
she's
donation
breathtaking.
from as little as $1 a
Let me
month.
know about tomorrow.
And it all adds
I
up,
pull
helps
my
to
card out of
contribute
my
towards the
wallet.
podcast.
It has my
Those
cell number
people
on
who
it.
sign up
You'll need to
become
call before
lifelong
10 in the
members
morning.
of the History of the World
And if she
podcast.
doesn't, I'll head on back to Seattle and forget
And
about this stupid venture.
we welcome into the History of the World podcast
Okay.
Illuminati this week
She
Deborah
continues
F.,
to grin.
Jerome Sinsky, Michael
Anna.
Weinberg, Mandy
We
Kirk,
both turn as
Chris,
a young man, casually but
Elias
expensively
Basher,
dressed,
all of
appears at
which,
the far end of the aisle.
and
He's
now
all fucking smiles for
members
Miss
of the
Anastasia
History of the
Steele.
World podcast
Who the hell is this?
Illuminati. Welcome. Just visit
Excuse me
Patreon
for a moment,
site
Mr.
to
Gray.
see what kinds
She
of
walks
rewards
toward
we
him,
offer
and
to
the
those
fucker
loyal
engulfs her and a gorilla-like hug. My blood runs
so
cold.
thank you so much.
It's a primal response. Get your
Another way
motherfucking
to
paws
support
off
the
her.
podcast, another great way
I
to
fist
support
my
the podcast is
hands
by
and am
rating
only slightly mollified when I see her make no move to hug him back. They fall into a
just
whispered
about to wrap
conversation.
up for the week, but not before I tell
Maybe
you what
Welch's
we're
facts were
going to
wrong.
do next week.
Maybe
Next week
this
is going to
guy
be
is
a
her
very
boyfriend.
special episode.
He
We've had
looks
some
the right
profile
age,
episodes,
and he can't
had
take
some
his
banter
greedy little
episodes, we've
eyes
had some
off her.
summary episodes.
He holds her for a moment at arm's length,
Next week will be
examining
our
her,
first
then
event
stands with his arm
episode. So
leisurely
we
resting
devote
on her shoulder.
a whole
It's a
podcast
seemingly
episode
casual
to
gesture,
an event
but I
in
know he's
history.
staking a claim and telling me
Next
to
week
back off.
we'll be taking a
She seems
closer look
embarrassed,
at
shifting
that
from foot to foot.
incredible
Shit.
eruption
I
of
should
Mount
go.
Vesuvius.
Then she
and,
says
the
something else to
effects
him
it
and
had
moves
on
out of his reach,
local
touching
towns
his arm,
east
not his
of
hand. It's
Pompeii,
clear they aren't close. Good.
which was devastating.
Paul, this
by
is
the
Christian
eruption of
Gray.
Mount Vesuvius
Mr.
in
Gray,
the year
this is
79.
Paul
We're gonna take a
Clayton.
closer
His
look
brother
at that
owns the
and,
place.
find out exactly
She
what
gives me an
happened.
odd look that I don't
And,
understand
some
and
of the,
continues.
some
I've known
of the,
Paul ever since I've worked here,
politics surrounding
though we
it
don't
and,
see each other that often.
some
He's
of the
back from
day-to-day
Princeton,
life
where he's studying
of
business
those
administration.
towns that have been
The boss's brother,
wonderfully
not a
excavated
boyfriend.
now, and
The
certainly
extent
in
of the
quite a
relief I
fragile
feel is
state as well.
unexpected,
So
and it makes me frown.
some
This
serious
woman has
preservation
really
work
gotten
needs to go
under my
on
skin.
before we start losing
Mr. Clayton,
large
my
areas of
tone
those
is
sites.
deliberately
So
clipped. Mr.
certainly
Gray,
definitely
he
worth
shakes my hand limply.
talking about, and we're going to
Fucker.
devote an entire
Wait
episode
up,
to that next
not
week.
the
So
Christian
you'd
Gray
be
of
mad
Great
to miss it.
Enterprises Holdings.
Anyway,
In a heartbeat,
thank you so much.
watching
for
more
this week's
from
podcast.
territorial to
We'll be back
obsequious.
next week.
Yeah,
And
that's
until
me.
then, have a fun week,
Wow.
have a safe
Is
week,
there anything
everyone.
I can get you?
And don't forget to be good.
Anastasia has it covered, Mr. Clayton.
Do you want
She's
more
been
from the
very
History of
attentive.
the World
Fuck
podcast?
off.
Then visit
Cool.
our
He
website,
gushes,
History
all
of the
wide-eyed
World
and deferential.
podcast.com.
Catch you later, Anna.
You can
Sure,
join
Paul,
our discussion
she
forum
says,
and find
and
us
he ambles
on
off,
social
naming
media.
Christ. I watch him disappear toward
Support
the
the
back of the
podcast
store.
for as little as
Anything
$1
else,
per
Mr.
month
Gray?
by clicking
Just these items, I mutter.
email the show
Shit.
at
I'm out of time, and I still don't know if I'm going to see her again. I have to know whether there's a hope in hell she might consider what I have in mind. How can I ask her? Am I ready to take on a new submissive? One who knows nothing? Shit. She's going to need substantial training. I groan inwardly at all the interesting possibilities this presents. Fuck me.
This is
Getting
the
there is
History
going to
of
be
the
half the
World
fun.
podcast.
Will
with
she
me,
even be
Chris
interested?
Hasler.
Or do I have this all
And you're
wrong?
listening to Volume 3,
She heads back to the
Classical
cashier's
World.
desk and rings up my purchases,
Episode
all the while
44,
keeping her gaze
The
cast
Eruption
down.
of Mount Vesuvius.
I want to see her beautiful blue eyes again and gauge what she's thinking. Finally, she raises her head. That will be $43, please? Is that all? Would you like a bag? She asks, slipping into sales clerk mode as I pass her my Amex. Please, Anastasia. Her name, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl, rolls off my tongue.
It was on the
She packs the items briskly and efficiently into the carrier. This is it. I have to go.
Excavated.
You'll call me if you want to do the photo shoot?
On that
She
piece of
nods
marble
as she hands
was
back
the
my
following
charge card.
inscription.
Good.
By virtue
Until
of
tomorrow,
authority
perhaps.
conferred upon him by the
Just
Emperor
leave. I
Vespasian
have to
Caesar
let her know I'm
Augustus,
interested.
Titus
Oh,
Sudius
and
Clemens,
Anastasia,
Tribune, having
I'm glad
instigated
Miss
the fact
Kavanaugh
and
can do
taken
the interview.
measurements, restored
Delighting in
to
her
the
stunned
citizens of
expression,
Pompeii
I sling the
public
bag over my
places
shoulder and
legally
saunter out of the store.
appropriated
Yes,
by private
against my
persons.
better judgment, I want
Emperor
her.
Vespasian was clearly
Now I
on a
have to
program
wait.
of writing laws
Fucking wait.
to the citizens of
Again.
Pompeii, as he was likely to be doing for many Roman
That's
citizens
all
in many
for
Roman
now.
cities in the
Thank you,
aftermath of
thank
the
you,
irresponsible
thank you
reign
for
of
reading.
Nero.
E.L.
However, there
James.
were two other factors about this marble stone that have superseded
This
the
is Becca
contents
Bateau.
of the inscription.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged
Firstly,
production
it was
of
among the
50
first
Shades
major
Freed by
archaeological
E.L.
breakthroughs,
James.
as
This program was
archaeology
directed by
was quite
Kathy
a new
Thornburn,
science during the
producer
18th
Dan
century.
Zitt. Text copyright E.L. James, 2012. Production copyright 2012. Random House Inc. All rights reserved.
Which has stirred the imagination and the horror of many who have become
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Over the last 250 years, much excavation and preservation work has been performed at this site, the site of a buried and forgotten Roman city, complete with theatres, baths, temples and other public and private buildings. As the excavation revealed more and more of the ancient city, strange human body-shaped cases were discovered, and the casing was hardened volcanic ash and pumice, making it obvious that this city was likely overcome by an eruption of the nearby volcano known as Vesuvius. Vesuvius would have been a familiar friend to the residents of this city and the countless generations that had lived there before them. However, this familiar friend turned out to be the city's ultimate destroyer in an event that was expertly established to have occurred in the year 79. The 19th century archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli was given the duty of becoming the director of excavations after some uncontrolled work, coupled with theft of uncovered artifacts, had been taking place there during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Fiorelli developed a means by which to use plaster to fill the voids within the solid ash cases to create a likeness of the human body that was once inside. The plaster casts served to be a version of the last moments of the unfortunate victims of Vesuvius's fury. Nowadays, we can use all of our knowledge and discoveries to create an idea of what Pompeii was like, and how the events of the final hours of this city's existence would have been perceived by the population of the city. 79. Thousands lived in the city of Pompeii back in the 1st century. Any adult that had lived their whole life in Pompeii would have had memories of an event that happened 17 years earlier, when an earthquake shook the city in a somewhat unfamiliar experience to the Pompeians that must have been a message from the gods. Earthquakes were known to the Romans in general, though, and we can see the earthquake of 62 discussed in a document created by Seneca the Younger, who is a character that we have encountered previously as a Roman philosopher and advisor to Nero, who would have been the Roman emperor at the time of the quake. It appears that evidently there was structural damage discovered at Pompeii that is likely to refer to this earthquake, such as a repaired baking oven that had a crack caused by the quake plastered in. The residents at Pompeii would have had absolutely no idea that this was the Earth's way of warning them that something catastrophic was brewing. There is every reason to believe that the people of Pompeii would have had absolutely no idea of what a volcano actually was, or any idea about volcanic eruptions. They would have viewed Vesuvius as if it were a regular mountain. Pompeii was a bustling, busy and modern Roman city. If you were living in Pompeii and you wanted some bread, you may like to make it yourself, but if not, then it would be much more convenient to buy a loaf from the local bakery. The bakery would have certainly have been very busy, especially the largest ones in the city, who would have also been milling their own flour using donkey-powered grinding machines. In fact, the bakers would have owned a lot of machinery, including dough mixing basins, which would have been used to create dough suitable for baking, with the result being a loaf of bread. Dozens of loaves were oven-baked that very day for the paying public to buy and enjoy. It is likely that much of the bread was taken to the Macellum, which was a vibrant marketplace full of different kinds of produce. Areas of the Macellum were set up so that food could be washed before being prepared for sale. So this would have very likely have been fish, as evidenced by the presence of fish scales among the excavation. The fish would have been brought to the Macellum from the Gulf of Naples, maybe from the seaside town of Stabia, before being washed and prepared. The Macellum itself had been damaged by the earthquake of '62, but it was undergoing repair, albeit slowly. Livestock was readily available. You could be walking home from the Macellum with a new sheep if you were so inclined. Fruits and vegetables, of course, especially with the wash areas available to help keep the food as fresh as possible. Storage areas would have been north-facing to avoid direct sunlight. Eggs and nuts would have been available to supplement and add variance to the daily diet. It would have undoubtedly have been an energetic place to visit. It would have been very likely to have been visited by visitors to Pompeii as well as the local residents. Maybe they were enticed by the local Vesuvinum, the wine of the region of Vesuvius, which could have been purchased and taken home. Many businessmen would have benefited from the presence of the market, and they may well have employed the services of a bank to protect their finances. The bankers would have worked in an established building, keeping written records on beeswax tablets, possibly kept safely in an iron chest. However, other written records, such as books, would have been written on papyrus and kept in the library of the city. Of course, materials of this nature would have also been useful in schools, the papyrus books for reference and the wax tablets for practice. Young children would have attended school, but there were also schools for the gladiators as well, who would have performed at the theatres of the town. These gladiatorial events would have been advertised throughout the town for the information of the townspeople, who would have probably planned their day around the event. During the middle of the day, the chances are that you would have likely headed over to the public baths to cool down and avoid the baking hot sun. Though some of the wealthier citizens may have had their own residence with their own private baths. It is also possible that the residents of Pompeii may have paid to stay at a private holiday villa, such as the Villa San Marco near the seaside town of Stabia, which we mentioned previously. However, this particular holiday villa had been severely damaged by the earthquake of the year '62. The warning earthquake to all in this area. Such places may have offered employment opportunities, as they would have certainly have needed regular maintenance, and even though the surroundings would have been made attractive by the creation of mosaics and frescoes, the gardens would have had to have been well maintained, and the crops in the adjacent fields would have had to have been tended. Maintenance of the city would have been important. Such highly populated and civilised centres would have had to have had public services to keep the city clean and tidy. Sanitisation would have had to have been maintained. The theatres in which the gladiatorial battles would have had people there to prepare the area, to tidy the seating area from debris and rubbish that may have gathered there in everybody's absence, or indeed from the last show. Smaller areas may have hosted plays where the audience would have sat underneath cloth covers. The residents of Pompeii and those smaller towns closer to the coast, such as Stabia and Oplontis, would have had an eye for making their surroundings attractive, and that is sometimes lost on us history enthusiasts in the modern age due to the fact that colours don't survive the test of time very well, and often we're just left with the blandly covered masonry or stonework. However, we can get big clues about the decorative ambitions of the Romans here, as we have discovered those beautiful mosaics and frescoes. Possibly the most iconic one being an absolute mosaic of Alexander the Great, which is estimated to have contained approximately 1.5 million small coloured stones. Other pleasures available within the city would have been of a carnal variety. A seafaring merchant who may have travelled into Pompeii after docking at one of the seaside resorts such as Stabia or Herculaneum may have taken some pleasure by visiting a city brothel, where a menu of services would have been available to muse over. Images relating to fertility wouldn't have been as taboo as we may experience in today's societies. Sexual intercourse and the wonder of life would have been seen as something to be worshipped, with images of aroused male gods being seen as something to be celebrated, rather than something to be seen as pornographic and shameful. We can also feel quite confident that there was a good level of literate people in Pompeii, which is something that we haven't suggested about any societies really so far. Certainly, we could only expect higher than average levels of literacy in urban centres, where educational establishments would have been available, accessible, and even affordable. Many affluent families would have chosen to educate their children privately at home, with some even utilising slaves as teachers. Many temples existed in Pompeii dedicated to the many Roman gods within their pantheon. However, in a city of this size, legislation would have been of paramount importance, and so we can recognise a very impressive basilica was erected as a building of authority overlooking the public forum. Much in the way of civil and commercial administration would have taken place here. Pompeii was modern, highly populated, and cultured. Those with wealth would have enjoyed a varied and interesting way of life in which they enjoyed a variety of foods and a variety of activities. They would have been able to travel out of the city to enjoy the nearby seaside resorts overlooking the bay, which we call the Gulf of Naples, overlooking the island of Capri, where the former Roman Emperor Tiberius retired to, and the island of Ischia, which may have been the first location that classical Greeks colonised many centuries before. The residents of Pompeii had been rocked by the destructive earthquake of the year 62, and although life went on successfully, not all damage had been repaired by the time of the fateful events of the year 79. During the year 79, tremors could be felt before a severe one on the 20th of August served as a warning of the inevitable. The 24th of August. 3 days after the severe tremor, the residents of Pompeii went to bed on the night of the 23rd, and many of them would have been blissfully unaware of the stream of ash being propelled skywards, perhaps somewhat undramatically, from the centre of Vesuvius, just 9 kilometres northwest of the centre of Pompeii. As the sun rose on the city of Pompeii, the residents would have sensed that something was not right. But with the tremors that they had experienced, they may have had no reason to believe that this was going to be a terrible day. But the ashy cloud at the top of Vesuvius would have looked slightly ominous, and the ground may have felt unsafe. Some would have been very concerned about this, but others would have been determined to get on with their lives, baking bread, setting up the market, washing fish, droving livestock, preparing foodstuffs for sale, crushing grapes for wine, writing financial records, opening the library, going to school, training as gladiators, cleaning and filling the baths, building and repairing damaged property, watering and tending the gardens, irrigating the crop fields, preparing the theatres, creating works of art and practical ceramics, preparing for sex work, undertaking both priestly and legislative duties in and around the city forum, and all of the many, many other things not mentioned. For the rest of the morning, things would have continued as normal while the ash continued to rise and gather at the top of Vesuvius. Birds may have sensed that this was not somewhere that they should be right now and flew away from the volcano. Certainly things were not normal, and Vesuvius was waking up alongside the residents of Pompeii. It was in a grumpy mood. The most famous contemporary account of what happened was by a young adult called Pliny the Younger. Pliny would give us an account of what happened on that fateful day in August 79, written for the Roman historian called Tacitus. We are thankful to Pliny the Younger for his writings that give us a window into Roman life, and also the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It would have been around lunchtime that Vesuvius would react in such a way that Pompeii's fate would have been irreversibly sealed. It may have been that Pliny the Younger's uncle, namely Pliny the Elder, would have been travelling to Pompeii in order to witness the scientific intrigue of the mountain's activity. If the residents of Pompeii were not unsettled by the activity of the volcano in the morning, then the very sudden eruption would have certainly caused widespread panic in the city. A huge amount of molten rock which had been brewing under the surface of the volcano could not be contained within the volcano any longer, as the pressure had been building and building right up until that morning when gas and ash had been leaking from the volcano. The molten rock soared up into the sky, maybe 20 kilometres up into the stratosphere, where it would venture outwards, creating an ever-growing disk of dust and pumice. As the cloud expanded quickly, it would soon start to take over the sky above Pompeii, causing darkness to descend on the city. Then the first of Pompeii's real problems was about to start. The debris that Vesuvius had expelled into the sky that was now stretching out over the surrounding landscape started falling from the sky. Ash began to rain down on the city of Pompeii like thick snow settling on the ground. Some of the debris came down dangerously in large chunks capable of striking a man to the ground. For many of the residents of Pompeii, this was absolutely plenty for them to pack their things and leave with haste. The quickest way to travel at this time was by boat, so the fleeing residents of Pompeii would have considered heading for the coast, with the natural destination being the harbour town of Stabia. Strangely, one man had opposite ideas. He was sailing for Stabia with an intention to observe firsthand what exactly was going on with this volatile mountain. It was Pliny the Elder. Not everybody left Pompeii. There may have been a few thousand who initially chose to stay in the city, possibly believing that the moment would pass and that life would return to normal. But with every minute that passed, more and more ash and debris fell from the sky. It was relentless, and it was building up inch by inch. It would not have been safe to stand out in the open, but then to stay under shelter would have been equally dangerous, as there was a chance of being blocked in by the rising level of fallen ash. Some would have realised the futility of hanging around and made the later decision to abandon the city. Others would not have been able to bring themselves to leave, perhaps thinking of their livelihoods. If they could just stay sheltered until it was over, then things would be okay. As the afternoon went on, residents were hastily trying to remove the build-up of debris from their roofs, as the layer of ash was becoming heavier and heavier, and buildings were now becoming vulnerable to collapse under the weight of the dispersal. As Pliny the Elder bravely tried to sail in closer to the volcano, he realised that the debris falling from the sky was becoming larger and hotter. He would only be able to sensibly go so close before he reached the limit of safety. Pliny decided to change course and head away to the seaport of Stabia. With large and hot debris now hurtling out of the sky, some of the buildings were now bursting into flames and never to be recovered. All the time the ash kept falling from the sky as ground level was rising significantly. Vesuvius still expelled more and more molten rock into the sky, and it was more than the sky could even handle. The column of molten rock was now being pushed higher and higher into the sky as more and more debris expanded across the sky, making it darker and darker. By late afternoon, Pompeii looked like a war zone in an apocalyptic scene, with lightning bolts now lighting up the cloud of debris, many buildings on fire, and others collapsing under the sheer weight of debris and ash on top. Many would have been crushed or trapped, while others stayed undercover, hoping and praying for this nightmare to end. Pliny the Elder had arrived in the relative safety of Stabia, where he bathed and dined while acting as a calming influence over those less academic individuals, fearing that this was the end of the world. Many would have been arriving in Stabia from Pompeii, initially those escaping the ash storm descending from the heavens, and then more fleeing a ruined city in flames. As night fell over the Gulf of Naples, the glow of fires were evident across the landscape as those in Stabia looked back across to Pompeii in the direction of the furious volcano, still relentlessly propelling material high into the sky. Pliny the Elder would retire to his room to rest, but by now ash and pumice was raining down on Stabia as well. Pliny would surely have to abandon Stabia and head further out come the morning. However, there was much more drama to come before the morning. Sometime after midnight, the sheer density of the amount of material that had been ejected from Vesuvius was going to cause a physical problem. The column of material had to reach higher and higher to accommodate the volume of molten rock. Now the weight of that column was going to trigger a collapse of material back down onto the volcano, while still more material flowed upwards from the centre of Vesuvius. The collapsing debris rolled down the sides of the volcano, down onto the landscape, burning hot and travelling at speed across the ground. This was something called a pyroclastic surge. One of the closest coastal cities to Mount Vesuvius was a city called Herculaneum, on the coast of the Gulf of Naples. Herculaneum was just 7 kilometres west of the volcano, so it was almost on the other side to Pompeii. It is this difference of location that meant, despite actually being closer to the volcano, Herculaneum did not experience the downpour of debris like Pompeii had done, because the debris in the cloud had drifted southwards, away from Herculaneum. However, this same fortune would not be afforded to Herculaneum during the first pyroclastic surge. Burning hot ash rolled down the sides of Vesuvius at speed and engulfed Herculaneum, carbonising objects and incinerating anything organic, including those who had chosen not to flee the city. All that remained to be discovered by archaeology was their bones. For those still in Herculaneum, for example sheltering in the boat shed, when the pyroclastic surge hit Herculaneum, their death would have been instant. Pliny the Younger, the nephew of Pliny the Elder who was staying in Stabia, viewed the drama of the pyroclastic surge from across the Gulf of Naples at the relatively safe city of Misenum. The 25th of August. Uncle Pliny the Elder would have had to have abandoned his sleep during the early hours of the morning now that Stabia was experiencing the raining ash that Pompeii had been experiencing throughout the afternoon and evening of the previous day. Pliny the Elder was the guest of a Roman senator called Pomponianus in Stabia, and Pomponianus had Pliny the Elder woken up in order to discuss their situation. More debris was falling from the sky, and there was a concern that the buildings in Stabia may soon start collapsing. So they decided to leave Stabia with pillows tied to the tops of their heads for protection, and make their way towards the shore where they could potentially assess whether the wind would favour a trip back across the Gulf of Naples to relative safety. In the meantime, people were choosing to return to Pompeii, as the amount of ash and debris falling on the town was now slowing down. The city would have been almost unrecognisable. Many would have died as a result of the sheer amount of ash that fell on the city. And that's not to mention the destruction caused by the large burning hot pieces of volcanic rock that had struck buildings and set them alight. There would surely be no possible way to rebuild the city here, but if they could recover some belongings or plunder some loot, then they would be in a better position. The nighttime air would have been full of suffocating sulfuric material. Anyone with any breathing difficulties would have found the conditions to be extremely debilitating. Pliny the Elder decided to struggle down to the water's edge to find out if weather would allow him to sail back across the gulf to safety. Although Stabia was initially one of the safe havens of the residents of Pompeii, now it too was becoming buried in a thick layer of ash and pumice. The only thing that would stop the amount of material being pushed into the sky would be the collapse of the column of material above the volcano. Although there had already been one pyroclastic surge, while Vesuvius continued to expel more and more gas and molten rock into the sky, more pyroclastic surges would follow, and each would be more powerful than the last due to the sheer amount of material in the column. Pompeii was by now a wasteland. Few survivors and some who had returned were now helplessly attempting to find friends and family members, possibly buried under the thick layer of ash now reaching 2 meters in depth. The amount of ash falling from the sky was becoming less, so some of the survivors would have been thinking about what they could salvage from this major disaster, maybe searching through the debris for family treasures or looting from public buildings that had been long abandoned during the cataclysmic conditions of the previous evening. These people would not have necessarily realised the nature of the pyroclastic surges speeding across the landscape like avalanches. They were so powerful and dense that they were even changing the shape of the shoreline beyond Herculaneum to the volcano's west. It is estimated that it was at about 1 p.m. on the previous day that the first major eruption took place, and within the hour, huge amounts of debris was raining down on Pompeii, causing the city to stop all normal ways of life and begin to panic for their lives. The whole of the rest of the day and night after was an alternative reality for all involved, with refugees struggling from one settlement to another in a highly toxic atmosphere. Now the sun was rising on a new day, where just 24 hours previous, the residents of Pompeii were waking up to their usual routine of everyday life. Now that routine was gone and buried under 2 meters of ash. It would be now that the full horror of the approaching pyroclastic surges would have been visible to those stumbling around, wondering what to do in Pompeii. They may have witnessed the surge now reaching the remains of the city walls, threatening to engulf what remained. Pliny the Elder was resting and gasping for breath at the water's edge near Stabia. Just hours ago he was dining and preparing to go to sleep in the relative safety of the seaside harbour town of Stabia, before his sleep was interrupted by the dangerous magnitude of material falling from the sky, causing him to abandon his sleep and join others heading down to the water's edge with heads covered to avoid being struck down by a large piece of volcanic rock falling from the sky. The panic heightening their adrenaline levels and desperately trying to catch their breath in the unbreathable, poisonous air. Pliny the Elder needed to rest following this ordeal. 2 slaves tried to lift Pliny to his feet, but it was all too much for Pliny, who collapsed back down and was unable to continue. Pliny the Younger would never see his uncle again, and across the gulf in Misenum, the sunrise, although very weak through the dense mist of volcanic clouds covering the landscape, still showed the complete alteration of the landscape like an abundant layer of snowfall. Pliny the Younger recognised the ever-stronger pyroclastic surges were pushing more and more material across the Gulf in the direction of the comparatively distant city of Misenum now, and he chose to abandon the city and head away from the apocalyptic environment to safety. The most powerful of all the pyroclastic surges came at around 8 a.m. when the column above Vesuvius collapsed once more. This time, the amount of material that surged down the sides of the volcano and across the landscape was more heavy, more dense, travelling at a velocity higher than the preceding surges. This time the surge would reach further than the previous ones, including the one that had almost reached the city walls of Pompeii just a short time before. There may have been 1,000 or two people that had survived the horrors of the last 24 hours and were still in Pompeii trying to work out how to move forward from this tragedy. It was at this point that the concluding event of the city of Pompeii was felt. The city and its survivors, which number about 1,000, including people sheltering underneath collapsed buildings or trapped within debris-blocked areas, was very suddenly engulfed by the largest pyroclastic surge of all, which swept across every remaining space throughout the city, burying everything under 5 meters of volcanic ash and snuffing out any remaining life in the city, wiping it and all memory of it completely from the landscape. This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Asler, and you're listening to Volume 3, The Classical World. This is episode 45, The 5 Good Emperors. Back in episode 43, we introduced the Flavian dynasty, which consisted of Emperor Vespasian and his 2 sons, who would also go on to become Roman emperors, Titus and Domitian. Vespasian was regarded as a good and responsible emperor. Titus attempted to carry on his father's good work but his reign was brief. When Domitian took over, things appeared to be stable at first, but during his 15-year reign, at the end of the 1st century, the situation worsened due to Domitian's paranoia, causing him to order the execution of many senators, which led to a conspiracy to murder him that was successfully carried out. The Senate would push forward one of their own to take the role of emperor, a man called Nerva, who was reluctant to punish those who instigated the assassination of Domitian. This did not please the army, who also demanded that he name an heir. So he did name an heir. His name was Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, better known to us today as Trajan. Trajan was notable for being the first Roman emperor to be born outside of the Italian peninsula, specifically in Hispania, at a city called Italica, which can be found just to the north of the modern Spanish city of Sevilla. You can visit the archaeological site of Italica, where you can walk into the middle of its amphitheatre in exactly the same way that you can at Pompeii, the focal city of last week's episode. Trajan was a military man, so his appointment would have met the approval of the army, but maybe not so much the Senate, who would have always ideally wanted to return to the days of the Republic, where they had more power and influence. It is quite remarkable how Trajan approached his new responsibilities when Nerva died in the year 98 and Trajan became the emperor. Rather than go to Rome, he would send orders for the execution of those who had forced Nerva to target the murderers of Domitian, and he also made sure that the army was receiving no financial favours either. So if the army believed that Trajan would be their puppet, then they were sorely mistaken, as when Trajan did go back to Rome, he would look to ingratiate himself to the Senate and take a diplomatic and dutiful approach to his role as Roman emperor. This attitude would extend to his social attitude, as he actively sought to improve the standards of living for some of the poorer people of the empire, sending trusted individuals such as Pliny the Younger to act as a remote governor of far-off provinces such as Bithynia Pontus. One interesting fact about Trajan was the fact that he married a woman who gained a reputation for her virtue and dignity and for her philanthropic attitude towards the people of the empire, pushing the improvement of fair taxation and education, as well as improving the lives of the poor. Her name was Pompeia Plotina, and alongside her husband, she would form one half of a very successful husband and wife team at the forefront of the empire. So, it may come as a surprise to note that many historians believe that Trajan was homosexual. He certainly didn't have any children, and there are plenty of references to his sexual desires towards other men in contemporary writings. However, it also seems that his marriage appeared to be a happy and successful one too. This may be a sound reflection on how capable and affable Trajan was as a character, in that he had a very strong ability to keep everyone on side. So already we are getting the feeling that we are talking about an emperor who belongs in the same category as the good emperors of the past, such as Augustus and Vespasian. Back in episode 43, we also learned of how the former emperor Domitian had to concede to making tributes to the Dacian king Decebalus during the 80s. Decebalus had used the Roman money to fortify the Dacian kingdom from future attacks, and this was probably quite wise because Trajan had no intention of spending Roman money in this fashion and felt it better to deal with Decebalus of Dacia once and for all. After initially attacking and defeating the Dacians very early in his reign, the Dacians sued for peace, but then prepared for further conflict. Trajan was wise to this and was not prepared to give Decebalus an inch, so he went on an offensive and besieged the Dacian capital at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Decebalus fled east before committing suicide to avoid capture, and his kingdom of Dacia was successfully annexed into the Roman Empire by Trajan. This generated a lot of wealth for Rome and was their first major territory across the Danube River. In the east, the Romans successfully annexed the Nabatean kingdom, which was originally a confederation of Arab tribes who vied for control of the Sinai Peninsula during the period of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt. This would have been a major concern for the Parthians, who were the biggest threat to the Romans' eastern frontier. In order for Trajan to be dominant over the Parthians, he would need to show the same intelligence that had enabled him to turn the tables on the Dacians. Always one of the key strategical territories between the Romans and the Parthians was the Armenians, and the two superpowers had always wrestled for influence over this much smaller but highly prized kingdom. The Parthians had deposed the pro-Roman monarch of Armenia in 110, likely realising how powerful Trajan was becoming. It is now at this point that we can reconnect back with our story of Trajan and Parthia from way back in episode 3. There, we learned of how Trajan attacked Armenia in response to the Parthian act of replacing the monarch, and upon successfully gaining control there, he moved on to take northern Mesopotamia, where he could venture down the Tigris River towards the Parthian capital city of Ctesiphon. By taking control of Ctesiphon, it would send a clear message to the Parthians about taking any kind of liberty with the Romans. Trajan occupied major Parthian cities of Seleucia, Ctesiphon, and Susa, managing to reach the Persian Gulf in an Alexander-esque march of dominance through Persian lands. Trajan had successfully expanded the borders of the Roman Empire to have control over an area roughly equivalent to the European countries of England and Wales, France, Belgium, Switzerland, Austria, Hungary and Romania, and all lands south of those to the Mediterranean. He held the entire North African coastline, including the Egyptian lands around the Lower and Upper Nile River. In Asia, the lands of the modern countries of Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and other states of the Levant, including the Sinai Peninsula, and the lands of the Caucasian countries, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. There was one enemy that Trajan couldn't defeat, and that was time. As soon as Trajan left to head back to Rome in poor health, the Parthians simply took control of their lands back. So the Roman rule of Mesopotamia was all too brief. When Trajan died in 117 in Cilicia, his successor would be a man also from the city of Italica in Hispania, and his name was Hadrian. Hadrian was pre-adolescent when Trajan effectively became an equivalent of a foster parent to Hadrian after his father died. However, this was not an official adoption in the same way that emperors adopt men to become their successors, and some believe that it may not have been Trajan, the work of his highly respected wife, Pompeia Plotina. Hadrian himself was a trusted military commander of Trajan. However, there was a period for military and political life, and this may have been forced for some reason. This is where we can find evidence of Hadrian staying among the Greeks and even becoming one of the archons of Athens during the 110s. Hadrian was a Grecophile. He loved Greek culture and is noted for being the first bearded Roman emperor, with beards being something more commonly associated with Greeks than Romans. Before Trajan's death, Hadrian had been called upon again for military duty, and at the time of Trajan's death had been left commanding Roman forces in Syria. Trajan had taken an upfront and aggressive attitude towards the enemies of the Roman Empire, and particularly those such as the Dacians who had attempted to challenge Roman territory during the questionable reign of Domitian. Trajan left the Roman Empire in a much stronger position than he found it, and it might be due to this that Hadrian decided that it was not necessary to continue the expansionist approach and think more about consolidating and defensiveness. Hadrian did not have any concerns about the Parthians reclaiming their Mesopotamian territory and also regaining influence over the kingdom of Armenia. It appears that the Parthians showed no immediate ambition on taking any kind of revenge on the Romans, though, preferring to deal with internal drama than excite a battle with a very strong enemy to their west. Hadrian was probably thrilled by the fact that he was the emperor of such a vast territory covering such an array of different cultures, as he seemed to be very interested in travelling around his empire, opting to spend a lot of time with his legionaries. He may not have necessarily have been able to get away with gallivanting around the empire had he not initially have made sure that things were stable in Rome before he left, so he did spend some time in Rome before departing. Upon his visit to Britannia, Hadrian noticed that there was a rebellious nature about the frontier there between the Romans and the natives of the future Scottish lands in the north. Therefore, Hadrian commissioned the construction of a defensive wall across the width of the island to help to prevent any raids of the Roman lands to the south of the island. Hadrian had no interest in waiting for the completion of the wall because he would have other places to visit, such as the African and Asiatic lands of the Roman Empire. By the year 124, Hadrian had successfully circumnavigated the Roman lands around the Mediterranean Sea, back round to European lands and his beloved Athens. The Athenians seemed to reciprocate the appreciation and valued Hadrian's presence there. Hadrian promoted the Athenian ways of life, including their games and festivals. Hadrian would also be accompanied, certainly on the last part of his travels into Greece, by a young male favourite called Antinous. Hadrian had a very apparent affection for Antinous that was resemblant of classical pederasty that could be found in the military ranks of this era, famously dating back to the Spartans, who openly promoted homosexual bonds between individuals in their army. It may well be the case that Hadrian had played the role of the younger male sexual partner to Trajan, his parental guardian and the previous emperor. Now, Hadrian was the elder father figure of the relationship, with Antinous being a teenager. Hadrian continued travelling around the empire, and Antinous appeared to accompany him everywhere. It seems that they were inseparable. It would be in the year 130 that something very mysterious would happen that would become a subject for debate right up until the present day. While the royal entourage was journeying down the river Nile in Egypt, Antinous fell into the river and drowned. Of course, there have been debates about whether this was an accident or not. Certainly, if Antinous was starting to lose his youthful appeal and obedience, or was losing favour to a potential replacement, then this could create a reason for murder. I was left in thought by the fact that it was put forward by the later Bithynian historian Cassius Dio that Antinous was sacrificed. Could it be that he sacrificed his own life in a sacred death that may have granted Hadrian good health, as it had been known that Hadrian had been suffering from ill health in the latter half of the 120s? We may never know for sure. We do know that Hadrian was grief-stricken in the aftermath, and that Antinous was deified after his death. During episode 43, we mentioned that the second temple in Jerusalem had been destroyed when Vespasian led the Romans to destroy Jerusalem and annex the kingdom of Judea. Jewish religious observance persevered through this Roman period, so by the time of the reign of Hadrian, Judaism was still culturally strong in the area. So when Hadrian attempted to build a temple dedicated to the Roman god Jupiter on the site of the temple, the Jewish people did not accept it. So Hadrian turned the heat up on the Jewish contingent in Judea by banning Jewish practices. The Jews then rallied behind their military leader, Simon Bar Kokhba, who revolted against the Romans. When Hadrian heard of the Jewish revolt, he enlisted the help of the Roman governor of Britannia, namely Sextus Julius Severus, to deal with the problem. The resilient and resourceful Jews caused the Romans to step up their game, and unfortunately for the Jews, the Romans had the resources to do so. The Jewish revolt was put down, and Simon Bar Kokhba died at the last Jewish stronghold at the town of Bether. All Jews were expelled from Jerusalem, and the Roman city of Aelia Capitolina was built in Jerusalem's place. The former lands of the Kingdom of Judea were now the Roman province of Syria Palestina, named after the Philistine historical enemies of the Jews. Hadrian's ultimate popularity on his death in 138 is debatable. The empire was as strong as ever during his reign, thanks in part to the strength of his predecessor Trajan. The Senate didn't care for him as much as they did for Trajan because Hadrian had little empathy for them, preferring to promote the power of the emperor's own imperial council. Hadrian is a bit like Tiberius, where there are cases to be made to call him emperor and the bad emperor. Antoninus Pius. Hadrian was just 62 years old when he died. He had suffered with ill health for the last decade of his life. He had chosen a young man called Marcus Aurelius to be his successor, but when Hadrian's health was failing him, he was forced to adopt a man called Antoninus Pius as his son and heir, because Marcus Aurelius was only 17 years old and too young to be accepted as emperor. Antoninus Pius was around 51 years old, so it may have been expected that he would just be filling a gap until Marcus Aurelius was considered old enough. In contrast to his predecessor, Antoninus chose to spend most of his time in Rome. Antoninus Pius has been described as measured, moderate, and mild-mannered, which is maybe a testament to the wise maturity that brought him to be the stopgap emperor that was required until Marcus Aurelius came of age. It does also seem that the Roman Empire had also matured somewhat since the erratic nature of the differing characters who were the emperors of Rome during the 1st century. Now it seems that Rome, the Senate, and the Praetorian Guard were all regulating each other more effectively than ever, and even if some may question Hadrian's attitude to the role of emperor, the empire didn't ultimately suffer as a consequence, which could be why he is considered as a good emperor. Antoninus Pius was rocked by the death of his wife Faustina very early in his reign. It does appear that Antoninus had great affection for his wife and was genuinely aggrieved by her passing. He went to great lengths to honour her memory and have her commemorated as a diva. Now, in the modern world, a diva invokes thoughts of a female celebrity surrounded by an entourage of people in her service, often renowned for having expensive tastes and being highly demanding. This term actually derives from the Latin term for a goddess. So when we describe Antoninus Pius attempting to have his wife commemorated as a diva, we mean that he wanted her to be deified as a goddess. We have witnessed some national leaders losing their way after the death of a beloved companion, but this just seemed to strengthen the resolve of Antoninus, who dealt with his grief in a healthy manner, and as emperor, he remained a servant to the empire. He wasn't a weak or recessive emperor. He would take the necessary action required to deal with any rebellions on the borderlands of the empire, such as Britannia, Germania, Dacia, and Mauritania. It seems that Rome was stable and healthy during the reign of Antoninus Pius. There was a great celebration of the 900th anniversary of the founding of the city of Rome in 148 that included religious sacrifices, performances and games in the theatres. A Romano-Parthian peace was established following an attempt by the Parthians to invade Armenia that was ultimately unsuccessful. Despite being brought in to enable Marcus Aurelius to come of age, Antoninus Pius successfully ruled over the empire for over 22 years. A strange succession. This episode has been about the 5 good emperors, a retrospective name based on an observation of a peaceful age on the Roman Empire during the 2nd century. It started with the brief reign of Nerva, who replaced the unpopular Domitian. Nerva was brought in to bring some much-needed stability to the empire, and he was succeeded by Trajan, Hadrian, and Antoninus Pius, all of whom kept the Roman Empire in a good place. The 5th good emperor was Marcus Aurelius, the man who Hadrian had nominated to become the emperor, but as he was only a teenager, Antoninus Pius took the reins while Marcus Aurelius gained some maturity. Despite being the 5th emperor in a linear fashion, Marcus Aurelius did not rule on his own. Antoninus Pius had given the best of his attention to Marcus Aurelius, believing that it would be Marcus Aurelius who would take over. When Antoninus Pius died in 161 at the ripe old age of 74, it would have been natural for Marcus Aurelius to accede to the imperial throne. However, Marcus Aurelius decided that he wanted to co-rule the empire alongside a man called Lucius Verus. On the face of it, it may seem that Marcus Aurelius was intimidated by the role. The legacy that Marcus Aurelius tells us something different. Marcus Aurelius is described as an icon of Stoicism, which is a method of thinking that gained academic traction after the lifetime of Socrates, the ancient Greek philosopher from the 5th century BCE. In a nutshell, this means that he lived his life believing that he was just one part of a big natural picture, and that his biggest contribution would be to fit in with the natural order of things. So his recommendation that Lucius Verus rule the empire alongside him, in his mind, was for the good of the empire, because as a Stoic, he would have believed that his own personal desires were secondary to the needs of the empire. The concept of dual emperors is not as bizarre as it might initially seem to us. Back in the days of the Republic, Rome had traditionally allocated duties in twos, such as there being 2 consuls and 2 censors. Even during the years of the empire, emperors would often adopt 2 successors, such as when Emperor Claudius adopted Nero to rule alongside his own son, Britannicus. It's just that when push came to shove, one of the men would take all the power, sometimes finding a way to make his potential co-ruler disappear. On this occasion, Marcus Aurelius would want to do things in what he believed to be the correct way. Lucius Verus did not have to wait long before he had to spring into action. On the death of Antoninus Pius, Parthia decided that they'd had enough of the peace and deposed the pro-Roman king of Armenia in favour of their own choice of ruler. Even though Lucius Verus was successful in reversing this sequence of events, after he left, the Parthians simply put their own ruler back again. The point is that although Lucius Verus is often overlooked in favour of the more well-known Marcus Aurelius, Lucius Verus and his generals successfully pushed into Parthian territory all the way down to Ctesiphon. This was the first time that this had been achieved since the reign of Trajan. It wasn't Parthians who drove the Romans out of Parthian territory in the Near East in the year 165, but plague. The plague that may have broke out among the Roman army could have happened while they were attempting to besiege the Parthian city of Seleucia. But this particular plague, which could have been a deadly strain of smallpox or measles, seemed to be very contagious as it spread through the Roman legions, right the way back through to the legions in European lands, all the way back to Gaul. We now call this plague the Antonine Plague, after the Antonine dynasty of Rome, who were the current set of rulers. There is also some speculation that Romans visited China during the mid-160s, as referenced by Chinese texts. And there are also mentions of plague in those texts. But we can still only speculate about the specific nature of this plague. Incidentally, while this is possibly the first time that a Roman embassy was sent to China, this certainly wasn't the first interaction between Rome and China. The Emperor Tiberius, well over 100 years previous, tried to put restrictions on silk trade within the empire, fearing that it would have a negative impact on the textile industry within the Roman Empire itself. The spread of the Antonine Plague was very likely encouraged by the fact that Roman legions were required to relocate to the Danube River, where Germans were crossing over into lands understood to be on the Roman side of their border in the past. The Romans and the Germans had enjoyed a degree of stability in their relationship with each other during the reign of Antoninus Pius, and speculation exists as to why the German invasion of the Roman borderlands happened now. The Parthians took their opportunity, possibly challenging the new emperors of Rome, but the Germans waited a few years, so this may not have been the reason for their incursions. Possibly population pressures are responsible, but we're not completely sure. Regardless, it was this urgency that caused the Roman legions to be recalled from the Near East, bringing the Antonine Plague with them that would go on to kill millions of Romans, including the Emperor Lucius Verus in 169, leaving Marcus Aurelius to rule alone. If Marcus Aurelius was considering a more diplomatic solution before the death of Lucius Verus and the deaths of many legionaries, then he changed his mind when the Germans continued to cross the Danube. One of the main German tribes involved in the push into Roman territory were the Marcomanni, and so this name was used to describe the series of conflicts called the Marcomannic Wars. Possibly as many as 20,000 Romans died on a disastrous campaign to push the Germans back across the Danube, and this would only serve to make the Marcomannic Wars drag out throughout the 170s. The German tribes from the area of Pannonia had settled into some areas of northern Italy, and others had made incursions into the Balkans. The Romans had not been in such turmoil for many decades. Reports of an uprising in the province of Egypt and a challenge to the position of emperor by a Roman governor from the eastern provinces called Arvidius Cassius. Despite all of these challenges, somehow Marcus Aurelius was able to overcome them all one by one. Arvidius Cassius was murdered by one of his own centurions, and in the final years of the 170s, Marcus Aurelius was able to push many of the German tribes back across the Danube, where he followed them and occupied their own territory, threatening to annex their lands. Not bad, considering that the Germans were doing the same thing to the Romans at the start of the same decade. It was in the year 180, while Marcus Aurelius was in the city of Vindobona on the river Danube, that he would die of natural causes at the age of 58. Vindobona is the modern city of Vienna, the capital of Austria. He would be succeeded as the Roman Emperor by his son Commodus, who was just 18 years old and had been declared as a co-ruler alongside his father some 4 years earlier. Commodus would make peace with the Germans, ending the Marcomannic Wars. The period of the 5 good emperors is not known as the period of the 6 good emperors, which gives us a bit of a clue about the reign of Commodus. He was a young man, and Marcus Aurelius had not adopted a co-ruler. The young man did not adjust well to the conspiracies that can often surround a new emperor, especially a young one, and was rather despotic in his response. Then we see something from Commodus that we hadn't really seen since the 1st century in the likes of Nero, with an insistence on performing as a gladiator and an attempt to rename Rome, the 12 months of the calendar, and the Roman military legions, among other things, after himself. Stringing together this megalomania with the execution of a number of senators, who both may and may not have been conspiring to dethrone him, and the end of Commodus's reign may have been predictable. A Praetorian Guard prefect called Letus may have been fearing that his fortune might be heading the same way as one of his predecessors, Tygidius Perennis, who was executed by his own troops at the command of Commodus. Letus took the initiative to make the first move, and on New Year's Eve, 192. The plan was to poison Commodus with the help of his mistress Marcia. However, the poison made Commodus sick, and he vomited the poison before having a bath. While in his bath, Commodus's own personal trainer, a man called Narcissus, strangled him in one of the more shameful deaths of a Roman emperor. Okay, so that's almost put another century of Roman history to bed as we try and breeze through into the next part. I think someone has written in saying that they're getting a little bit bored with the Roman history, but it's such an incredible and an important part of history that we should cover it in full detail. And to be fair to you, I mean, I think we're probably on the knock-ins now. It's probably only going to be about within another half a dozen episodes, I believe that we'll be sort of pretty much closing it down. And then, of course, we'll be able to understand all the other surrounding cultures that much better when we talk about the Celts, and we talk about the Scythians, and we talk about other cultures, the cultures of the steppe, and the Celtic and the Germanic cultures. It'll make a lot more sense to us. It's very, very important. And to be fair, I mean, the Roman history spans such a vast amount of time that it was always going to take a while to get through it. And I think the next time that we're probably going to get bogged down in a subject to a significant amount of episodes will probably be once we get up to World War I and World War II. So, interestingly enough, there's not really another period of history quite like the Romans. So, interesting point, but yes, we will cover it correctly as we should do. you wouldn't expect anything less from this podcast, I would imagine. But yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a journey and a half, isn't it? Right, let's crack on with some messages. We've got a lot to fit in this week. Eric Morgan has written in saying, well, Chris, I moved through the podcast at, shall we say, a sedate pace. I absolutely love them, more now than when I emailed a month ago. Disappointed the good Professor Roberts didn't respond, Ari, our friend on the grub truck. Oh, no, I've got nothing bad to say about Professor Roberts, especially after she did that prehistoric autopsy, what's that, almost 10 years ago now. Fantastic series. And then talking about the grub truck, actually, there's been a development in relation to that. We've discovered, thanks to one of our loyal listeners, a lady has signed up onto the Tapper Talk discussion forums where we talk all things history. She's pointed out that the thing on the side of the grub truck that we were discussing way back in 2018 when we were walking through volume 1 on the prehistoric age, this creature on the side of the grub truck is actually a Banksy. So it's a Banksy stencil, and a rather good icon for not just the grub truck, but probably this podcast. Actually, it's actually a caveman, or like a creature in the style of a caveman with very Australopithecine style facial features, carrying what can only be described as what something looks like a McDonald's value meal with complete with burger fries and a thick shake by looks of it, and it's almost like a connection between the modern age and the ancient age, or the prehistoric age, I should even say. And are we a better creature now than we were then? And certainly the History of the World podcast spans those two time periods, from when we start from the evolution of humans, and we take our journey right the way through to globalisation and climate change and things like that. So well done, Mandy, for solving a 2-year-old mystery that no one else has come back in that whole period. And you have a special distinction there. You stand out from the crowd on this occasion, Mandy. Well done. Bruce Vomero, forgive me, struggling to pronounce that name. Very sorry for getting it wrong, which I'm sure I have. I want to comment on Volume 1, Episode 9. You mentioned that two opposing adaptations in early humans were the streamlining of the hips to facilitate walking and running on 2 legs, and encephalization. That's the expansion of our brain, which is super big now compared to our size. This situation led to human offspring being born relatively underdeveloped should be, extending the nurturing period. That is correct. Add to that the nurturing period, the need to acquire the knowledge necessary to do all the things humans do required people to live long enough to see their offspring fully develop both physically and educationally. Years ago I read that because of this situation, human females evolved the menopause, which is essentially losing the resource-intensive reproductive ability, extending the female life cycle. Human females are the only known species to have this adaptation. You also mentioned in more than one episode both Homo neanderthalensis and Homo sapiens took care of the old and lame. The long nurturing combined with the extended life cycle gives some insight into the kind of contribution people too old or lame to hunt or gather could offer the group. In the little town of Walden, New York, where I live, it's common to see grandparents pushing strollers or playing with grandchildren in the park while parents are off working. Yes, that's a very important role, isn't it? That grandparents play in young children's lives. There's a very special bond there between grandparents and grandchildren, and it's a very interesting connection you've made there between the fact that modern human species care for the old, and it is the two that possibly require more parental guidance in terms of the older members, a bit like the elephants. When you look at elephants, it's often the mothers and the grandmothers that take great care in looking after the young, and it's almost as if the grandmother is teaching the mother how to mother in a group of elephants. The same thing can probably be held true of humans, and there is probably that connection there. It's probably something that has evolved side by side. Excellent email, Bruce. Max Parker has written in and has been really enjoying the podcast, Chris. I only started listening about 6 months ago, but I burned through the first 2 chapters quick smart. I slowed down a bit after that as I dreaded catching up and not having a couple of hours worth to listen to at a time. I was also apprehensive about when you got round to the Romans, as I have a lot of experience about them, but I needn't have worried. They have been covered in your usual excellent manner, even though you seem determined to pronounce the Roman names in the most eccentric way possible. Please keep up the good work, and I look forward to the series going on forever. Well, it can't go on forever, I'm afraid. We have to come to an end at some point. But we're in volume 3, and I'm hoping to get, volume 4, 5, 6, and 7 in there before we have to consider what else we can do. But in terms of the point that you made about the Romans, yes, I mean, obviously, I study this with the same respect that I've studied all other aspects of our history. I think you have to do that if you're going to do the project properly. But then also, I think this whole thing with being determined to pronounce Roman names in the most eccentric way possible is interesting. I sort of first stumbled across it when I was coming across the ancient age, and you look at Greece, and I always use Thucydides as a great example of a name that, in Greek you would not say Thucydides, you'd say something more like Thucydides. But if I started talking about Thucydides, people may not necessarily know who I'm talking about. It's the same problem that if I was talking about Gaius Julius Caesar, you would know that I was talking about Julius Caesar. So it's best just to say Julius Caesar. It's the same with Cicero. Would undoubtedly not Cicero. That's like an anglicised version of the name. The reason why I say Tiberius instead of Tiberius, those kinds of things are really showing more respect for the Romance languages, I think, when I'm mentioning them. But once again, this week it's an interesting one because Trajan is certainly a very anglicised version of what we should probably be calling Trajan. And I've heard him called Trajan on different broadcasts by other people, and I quite understand why. You didn't have that J sound in Roman or Latin back then, or we suspect that they certainly didn't. But so it's very interesting to discuss. You could go on about it all day, but thanks for the email. Very interesting. Now, of course, if you love the History of the World podcast, which I hope many of you do, then don't forget that you can support the podcast. Just rate and review us wherever you listen to us. It helps us to get exposed to a wider audience, and in that respect, we can also entice people to potentially contribute towards the upkeep of the podcast. We obviously have to invest in materials, reading materials, you have to pay our bills, of course, pay for the internet and one thing and another. All those things that go towards making this podcast a successful little project that it is. You can visit the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website, which is a great place to go exploring when you've finished the podcast and you want something more. Just have a little look around there, and then also click the Patreon link. It will take you to the Patreon page of the History of the World podcast, and you can sign up and make a monthly donation and qualify for some wonderful rewards once you've accumulated a certain amount of donations. We welcome into the History of the World podcast Illuminati, that exclusive group for people who contribute towards the upkeep of the podcast. Teresa Stanislaw, and we also welcome in Katia Vojtovic. And you are now both lifelong members of the History of the World podcast Illuminati. We will be discussing with Mandy Kirk has posed a question to us that won't be discussed this week, maybe next week. She's interested in the Amazons, so that should be interesting to discuss. And also we have successfully managed to get our hands on the very first History of the World podcast t-shirt and the History of the World podcast mug, hot drinks mug, and they both look excellent, so I'm looking forward to distributing them to some of our Patreons, some of our Illuminati members. So much to get through this week. I mean, I'm not going to get through it all. This is my punishment for having a week off last week and opting for the artistically poignant ending to Pompeii. With silence at the end. This is my punishment, not having enough time to read out all my announcements. So, some reviews here, just some brief ones to read out here. We've got Tim X10 from the USA has written, great. Chris has made an interesting subject more so. I have a half-hour drive to work with no cell and bad radio coverage. Download at home. It's a nice ride with a friend who really knows his stuff. Keep the VOG. It took me a while to work out what the VOG was. It's the voice of God, of course, which some people said they were not sure about. Then we had a poll, I think, some time ago, and it was overwhelmingly voted to be kept. So, brilliant. The voice of God has done an awful lot better than Donald Trump. Vicili from Canada has written, well done and insightful. If you're looking for some history, give it a try. That's the spirit. Thank you very much. And then finally, we've got another Mike from Canada. It's been a great listen, 5 stars. This has been a great podcast to listen to on my daily commute. So it's a good length and the pace is a little slow, which stops you from missing too much when life throws distractions your way. First season was particularly interesting in tracing human evolution from little rodent-like creatures to modern humans. Keep it up, Chris, and add another review from Canada to the tally. Yeah, this is one of those things that we've had a bit of a chuckle to ourselves about. Is people have certainly reacted to the fact that I was picking on Canada in one of my previous episodes, saying that they haven't reviewed enough. And the irony is that the Canadians now have put the British to shame. So the British podcast reviews are now outnumbered by the Canadian ones, and I'll tell you what, if you pick on the Canadians, and they'll soon show you they'll soon show you what business is when they come back in abundance. But anyway, thank you so much for everyone that's reviewed wherever you are in the world, and it really does help the podcast. Next week, we'll be continuing this story. We've had a lot of emperors, a long line of emperors, one after the other. We've been telling the story of that. But next week, we're going to be entering into the 3rd century, where things start to change substantially. The Roman Empire has to evolve once more. To find out more, you'll have to tune in next week. But until then, thanks very much for listening this week. And don't forget, until we meet again in 7 days' time, don't forget to be good. Do you want more from the History of the World podcast? Then visit our website, historyoftheworldpodcast.com. You can join our discussion forum and find us on social media. Support the podcast for as little as $1 per month by clicking the Patreon link. Email the show, History of the World podcast @mail.com. The best ones will be read out. Be sure to rate and review the show wherever you listen to us.
They want Trump's policies, but they want a different candidate to carry them.
This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Hasler, and you're listening to Volume 3, The Classical World, Episode 46, The Severan Dynasty. The Roman Empire had enjoyed a period of comparative and sustained stability throughout most of the 2nd century, after the deposition of the unimpressive Domitian at the end of the 1st century. The most dangerous threat that the Roman Empire faced during this period of relative peace was a plague which ravaged the population for a period of 15 years. The emperor who steered Rome through this difficult period was a man called Marcus Aurelius, and no sooner had he brought Rome out the other side of this time than he died. He would leave the empire to his actual son, Commodus. As we found out last week, Commodus was a bad emperor. He seemed more concerned about trying to turn himself into the greatest human that ever lived by renaming everything after himself. Rather than winning campaigns against great foreign military leaders and annexing their land like Thutmose III, Alexander the Great and Trajan, he decided that he could cement his reputation by winning questionable gladiatorial battles in the city's amphitheatre. After executing a number of people over the years who he believed were plotting against him, everyone decided that enough was enough, and so they poisoned him before strangling him in his bath on New Year's Eve 192, and that was the end of Commodus. Much speculation had been made about the murder of Commodus and the veracity of some of the detail, but if we are to believe what we read, then we can determine that the plot to kill Commodus was instigated by the Praetorian Guard prefect, Letus. There doesn't appear to be any report of major consequences to any individuals involved, which seems to suggest that the assassination of Commodus was a popular one, with many of the great statesmen of the empire probably tired of watching Rome move backwards under a megalomaniac monarch. Very soon after Commodus's murder, Letus proclaimed the prefect of the city of Rome, a man called Pertinax, as the new emperor. Pertinax had the support of the Praetorian Guard, and he moved to get approval from the Senate, which he did. As a man in his 60s, he should come with all the worldly wisdom and lack of egotism that would bring stability and humble but firm governance of the empire, much in the same way that Antoninus Pius or Vespasian had done before him. Pertinax would attempt to make financially responsible decisions, such as reallocating lands that had remained unoccupied since the plague of the 160s and the 170s had devastated the population. Pertinax would ensure that he worked closely with the Senate, using public money for public means, and not looking after all his old cronies in the military legions, as they were hoping he would. An uprising of soldiers marched on the imperial palace in protest, where they stormed in, and one of them would murder the emperor in a shocking act. The new emperor was dead, less than 90 days after taking power. The events that happened next were somewhat unthinkable when we think about how stable and organised the role of Roman emperor appeared to be throughout the 2nd century. Following the death of Pertinax, the role of Roman emperor was auctioned off by the Praetorian Guard to the highest bidder. The problem is that it seems that not everybody was notified of, had the opportunity to take part in, or even necessarily gave their approval to the auction. We often see provincial governors looking to step up and throw their hat in the ring when it comes to an imminent vacancy at the very top. And it seems as though they were not welcome to take part in this Praetorian auction, and the winner was a man called Didius Julianus. Effectively, what had happened here is that the military within the city of Rome held the post of emperor to ransom. They sold the post and intimidated the Senate into ratifying the outcome. The citizens of Rome were not so happy though, especially when Julianus started devaluing silver. The discontent would also be shared by the military in the provinces, who would start supporting their respective governors as the right man for the job. Civil War. The Roman governor of Pannonia was the first to react, and this was possibly due to his closer proximity to Rome than those who considered themselves rival claimants from Britannia and Syria. His name was Septimius Severus. Julianus declared Severus a public enemy in order to rally Rome against the threat of a potential invasion. The Praetorian Guard were effectively former legionaries in the twilight of their careers, so how well they would have stacked up against an active Roman legion is a subject for debate, but they would have had to have been called to arms to protect the current emperor if Severus was to march on Rome. Severus was wily though. He secured the loyalty of a potential rival claimant, the Roman governor of Britannia, Claudius Albinus, by promising to make him the junior emperor. Severus would also take control of some naval resources after defeating one of the Praetorian prefects sent to head him off. Julianus quickly realised that the odds were heavily stacked against him. Severus was able to march into Rome, where the Praetorian Guard were very little resistance against Severus's legions. Severus pledged to show clemency towards the Praetorian Guard as long as they defected from their loyalty to Julianus and surrender those responsible for the murder of Pertinax. Those men were executed, and the rest of the Praetorian Guard were dismissed, and Julianus was decapitated, bemused about why he deserved death, wondering what he'd really done wrong. Appointed by this sequence of events was the Roman governor of Syria, whose name was Pescennius Niger. When Pertinax was murdered, his own legionaries were quick to declare their own man as the new emperor. Indeed, the citizens of Rome saw him as the natural choice to come to their rescue and depose Julianus. However, due to the fact that Severus reacted so swiftly, Niger was left in the background and watched helplessly while Severus took what should have been his own throne. Severus was fully aware of the fact that Niger would have had these feelings and knew that as the new emperor, Niger would have to be his first priority. Niger would set about securing the loyalties of the eastern provinces, including the wealth of the Egyptian province, which was also useful for denying supplies to Rome. So Severus kidnapped the children of Niger to use as bargaining chips and ordered those troops loyal to him in Egypt to prevent supplies heading east. to Niger. So this was now an East versus West civil war on the same kind of scale of that when Octavian and Mark Antony effectively competing for the same prize over 200 years previous. The two emperors, one ratified and the other self-proclaimed, knew that one of the key strategical cities on this occasion would be the city of Byzantium, modern-day Istanbul, standing on the Bosporus Strait, which is the last waterway to traverse before gaining access to the resource-rich coastal trading ports of the Black Sea. For Niger, it was a good power base, and for Severus, it would cripple Niger's claim if he could take the city himself. With Albinus on side, Severus's forces approached Byzantium, and Niger knew that he was on the back foot, so he tried to negotiate with Severus. Severus was not particularly interested. He had come to eliminate this eastern threat. The Severan forces besieged Byzantium, and Niger fled with his army. Severus's forces pursued Niger and his army, forcing Niger's army to continue to withdraw until the ultimate meeting at the Battle of Issus in 194. Let's not get this confused with the Battle of Issus from back in episode 19, when we described how Alexander the Great of Macedon defeated Darius III of Achaemenid Persia. The location was similar, but the result was a defeat for Niger. Niger himself was chased down by Severus's military and was decapitated, with his head taken back to the besieged city of Byzantium, which eventually fell to Severus, who ruined this resistant city. This victory gave Severus some great impetus to believe that he could press eastwards and take on the traditional enemy of Rome, the Parthians. If you wanted to be regarded as one of the greatest Roman emperors who ever lived, then victories against the Parthians would surely cement this as part of your eternal legacy. However, it does seem that Severus might have had half an eye on Albinus, who as junior emperor was promised the imperial throne after the reign of Severus. In actual fact, it may have been the case that Severus had played a clever game of placating Albinus while dealing with Niger, before turning hostilities against Albinus, who was simply another rival for the throne, in truth. The reality of the situation was clear when Severus declared Albinus an enemy of the state for whatever reason he could create, and proclaimed his son Caracalla as the new junior emperor and successor for the imperial throne. Albinus didn't need to be a genius to know how this would potentially play out if Severus was in control of proceedings. Albinus proclaimed himself as the true Roman emperor in a bid to rally support to his cause, and so Severus and Albinus were now in open conflict. Albinus was based in his power base in Britannia, and so he would have to cross the channel and take control of Gaul before moving on to Rome. He would have the support of his legions in Britannia and a number of Roman senators who favoured Albinus. After moving across the water into Gaul, Albinus would have to bring more people onto his side. The ultimate clash of these two men took place at the Battle of Lugdunum in February 197. Lugdunum is the modern French city of Lyon. Accounts suggest that this was one of the greatest Roman battles, with each army consisting of well over 50,000 individuals. The battle itself was epic, likely going on for multiple days. It appears that Severus used his cavalry to good effect, and the forces of Albinus suffered significant losses as a consequence. Albinus fled to the city, where he was either killed or committed suicide. Either way, the threats to the Roman emperor had now been dealt with. Not only had Niger and Albinus been killed, but Severus had made sure that their families were killed too. Not a lot of mercy shown there. Both Britannia and Syria were split up into smaller provinces by Severus, likely to prevent any further individual uprising. This meant that Severus could now give some serious attention to the Parthians, to whom he had not been able to put his full military energy into since defeating Niger in 194. Now he had eliminated all threats, he could concentrate on Parthia. Severus would hope to emulate one of his predecessors, Trajan, and venture down the Euphrates River or the Tigris River into the heart of the Parthian Empire, creating a new Mesopotamian province. Although Severus did not conquer southern Mesopotamia and reach the Persian Gulf like Trajan, he did establish a Roman province of Mesopotamia in northern Mesopotamia. Later years. The situation by which Septimius Severus came to be the outright emperor of Rome is probably the highlight of his story. The Roman Empire was carried into the 3rd century on his shoulders, and his son Caracalla now being prepared to be his successor. The historian Cassius Dio was also a statesman of Rome, and not only was he a contemporary of Septimius Severus, but he was also an opponent of him. Cassius Dio tells us in his writings of a character called Bulla Felix, who instigated a revolt in southern Italy against the Emperor Septimius Severus. However, some have doubts about whether Bulla Felix was actually real or whether he was simply a work of fiction. We could compare him to someone like Robin Hood, who is a folklore legend with no guarantee that he was ever a real person. The comparison to Robin Hood does not really stop there though. Bulla Felix led a group of bandits around 600 strong, conducting robberies while deliberately avoiding killing their victims. He would then take the spoils of his crimes and distribute the wealth among the poor. Septimius Severus is reported to have made it his personal responsibility to capture this Bulla Felix, but this was all the more difficult because Bulla Felix was also a master of disguise. Bulla Felix continued his criminal antics for around 2 years, successfully avoiding capture, but eventually the Praetorian prefect saw through one of his disguises, and so he was arrested before being sent to the Colosseum to be ceremonially torn apart by wild beasts for the entertainment of an audience containing many of his victims. And that was the end of Bulla Felix. Severus would have been in his 60s when he travelled to Britannia in the year 208. There had been an increase in the amount of border raids from the Caledonian side of the frontier, which at this point was the Antonine War, which had been commissioned by the former emperor Antoninus Pius, and was a frontier built deeper into Britannian territory than his predecessor, Hadrian's War. The Caledonians were the collective name for the tribes who lived to the north of these Roman frontiers in the lands of the modern country of Scotland. This brings us into a convergence with the story that we told in our special episode about the Picts, which you can find by looking back through the directory of episodes to June 2020. Septimius Severus rebuilt Hadrian's Wall so that it was a complete stonework, where previously in parts it had been only an earthwork. Then he would push northwards to gradually incorporate the Caledonian tribes who surrendered and completely slaughter the ones who refused. However, this project was cut short because Severus fell ill and had to leave and head back to the relative safety of Eboracum to recover, which is the modern English city of York. It was the year 211, and Septimius Severus died in Eboracum in February, aged 65. The empire would pass to his sons Caracalla and his younger brother Geta, who Severus had proclaimed as his heir alongside Caracalla just a couple of years previous. Caracalla The legacy of Caracalla's story is not an appealing one by any stretch of the imagination. We did make reference to Caracalla in previous episodes of the podcast. Firstly, we told of how he tried to get involved in the politics of the rapidly deteriorating situation in the Parthian Empire, where the empire there was on the verge of fragmenting, something we described back in episode 4. We also mentioned him in episode 41, when telling the story of the progression of public qualification for Roman citizenship, when we described the Edict of Caracalla, which granted full Roman citizenship and its associated rights to all free men of the Roman Empire. This move was not popular with everyone, but it was a progression nonetheless. So you'd be forgiven for thinking that Caracalla was a diplomatic emperor based on these things, but when we actually scrutinise his reign and his actions, we see a completely different man. Some of the stories attached to him are very unsavoury indeed. Firstly, we hear of how he did not have a strong relationship with his brother and co-ruler Jetta, and that the two of them seemed quite incapable of operating together, meaning that it was highly likely that one would try to get rid of the other. Caracalla attempted to fix the situation by organising a meeting with his brother in the company of their mother Julia Domna, wife of the previous emperor Septimius Severus. However, when the meeting took place, Caracalla brought military men with him, who mercilessly slaughtered Jetta while he sought the protection of his own mother's arms. What a harrowing scene to imagine. Caracalla showed very little mercy in this act, and also in the subsequent act of executing anyone associated with his younger brother. We would soon learn that the sanctity of human life was not something highly valued in the mind of Caracalla. There are reports that as many as 20,000 were executed in this great cleansing of Caracalla's political opponents. The Senate would fall into line, as even senators were not exempt from Caracalla's wrath, as he did everything possible to erase Jetta's name from history. It seems that Caracalla would see anything as small as a whisper of Jetta could potentially be the beginning of a rebellion, and Caracalla was not prepared to allow anything to risk his position. Caracalla was a man looking to become known as a great Roman emperor. He would be looking to score great military victories and be popular, even if military campaigns were unnecessary, and even if anyone that didn't like him needed to be killed. Caracalla would campaign against the Alemanni in the phase of his sole reign as emperor, who were a Germanic tribe to the north of the Roman Empire. There is not a lot in written history describing the details of the Romans and the Alemanni during this time. It does seem that Caracalla showed the Alemanni little mercy in his attitude towards them. Next on Caracalla's list were the eastern fringes of the empire. With the Parthian Empire in a degree of political instability, they would have been distracted when Caracalla summoned King Abgar IX of Bini to Rome, where he was executed, allowing Caracalla to annex the kingdom of Osroene and incorporate it into the Roman Empire. A win for Caracalla there. Next, he would try a similar thing with Armenia, but the king there was not interested in falling for the same trick as his neighbour. Caracalla would have an eye on his ultimate target in the east, which was the troubled Parthian Empire. Conquest of the Parthians was the traditional great goal of the Roman Empire, and the emperor responsible would surely be immortalised in Roman folklore. However, Caracalla's legacy would be defined by something else that happened when he travelled to Egypt while preparations were being made for the Parthian campaign. The visit to Egypt was all linked into the great Roman emperor legacy, as the aim was to emulate the great achievements of Alexander the Great of Macedon, who conquered all the Persian lands. Caracalla would model himself and his army on Alexander, and would go to Alexandria to visit the tomb of Alexander in order to take full advantage of any superstitious fortune that could be gained from this ritual pilgrimage. While in Alexandria, he discovered that a percentage of the population were actually more in favour of his brother than of him. So his solution was to have some of the population massacred. After this, he would head east to realise his imperial destiny of conquering the lands of the Parthian Empire. However, the leadership of Parthia was unstable at the time, as the two brothers, Vologases VI and Artabanus IV, were vying for the throne. Caracalla had to observe and decide how best to approach this issue, and it seemed that the best thing to do would be to back one of the brothers. So he offered to marry one of Artabanus' daughters on the pretext of there being a permanent peace between Rome and Parthia. But Artabanus clearly saw this as a means by which to muscle in on the Parthian throne, and refused. Caracalla then invited Artabanus to meet with him, and then when he did, Caracalla tried to have him murdered in another completely guessable action by his own standards. Artabanus escaped with his life, and Caracalla would need another plan. So Caracalla would campaign in the area of Media, but while he was doing so, he would be murdered at the hands of a Roman soldier, which is surprising as he had done so much for his army that if he was popular with anyone, it would be with them. So we learned that this soldier was put up to this assassination by the Praetorian prefect, Macrinus. Macrinus would have been on campaign with Caracalla in the eastern frontier at the time, and this reaction may have been due to the fact that Macrinus felt that he was falling out of favour with Caracalla and needed to get him first before Caracalla did the same thing to him. Despite this, Macrinus would continue with the planned campaign into Parthia in 217 and met with the forces of the Parthian Empire, Artabanus IV, at the Battle of Nisibis. Days of intense fighting. Macrinus would have to pay a huge sum of money to the Parthians and abandon their land. Elagabalus. Many of the army would not have been very impressed by the sequence of events, seeing their popular leader Caracalla murdered, only to fail in the Parthian campaign. Macrinus' rule of the empire would be extremely precarious. It made sense at this time that many influential Romans would start looking to see who could be a viable replacement for Macrinus, the emperor who couldn't defeat the Parthians, a job that Caracalla might have completed. They would turn their attention towards a 14-year-old male called Bassianus, who had inherited the high priesthood to the god Elagabal in the area of Syria. Elagabal was a version of the ancient Levantine god called Baal, who we spoke about at length in the Volume 2 episode on Levantine religion, which was episode 10. It is this that gives us the name by which we distinguish him when we talk about him historically, that name being Elagabalus. Elagabalus could trace his family lineage back to the prominent members of the Severan dynasty, and there were also rumours that he was a son of Caracalla, although this could have been a claim of convenience when considering that many would have been trying to validate him having a right to challenge Macrinus as the princeps of the Roman Empire, or as we refer to it, the emperor. Macrinus would recognise the threat of Elagabalus and ask the Senate to declare him as an enemy of the state. He complied. However, this seemed to be an act of correct conduct rather than a desire to support Macrinus, and many soldiers and politicians started to defect to Elagabalus' claim to be emperor, believing him to be the correct successor to Caracalla and showing their lack of faith in Macrinus. The tide of support was only going one way, and that was away from Macrinus. This would be to the point where Elagabalus would tell the Senate that he was the true successor to Caracalla, and the Senate agreeing. An army stood in approval of Elagabalus and defeat the remaining forces of Macrinus at Antioch, capturing and executing the fallen emperor. Elagabalus was a young man thrust into the role by his grandmother Julia Maessa, the sister-in-law of Septimius Severus. However, Elagabalus would do something unthinkable when he was proclaimed as emperor, which could even give us flashbacks to the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, who was alive over a millennium and a half earlier. Akhenaten attempted to change the religion of his nation, and it was something that the Egyptian population didn't ultimately tolerate. Elagabalus attempted to replace the Roman god Jupiter, who was prominent in the Roman pantheon, with his own main deity, Elagabal. He even had a temple built on the Palatine Hill called the Elagabalium in honour of Elagabal. Elagabalus made further controversial waves among statesmen by marrying a sacred Vestal Virgin, who were distinguished by their vow of chastity in honour of the goddess Vesta. This vow obviously meant very little to Elagabalus. He was apparently seen dressed as a barbarian priest, and even as a woman to entice the attention of men, whose company he would also seem quite keen on despite his multiple marriages to different females. He seemed truly disinterested in the standards and protocols expected of a Roman emperor. This made him very unpopular. There was a wave of discontent throughout the empire as it fast became apparent that the appointment of Elagabalus was a big mistake, as he was being incredibly carefree financially on top of everything else. Elagabalus was forced into recognising his cousin Alexanus as the junior emperor. Elagabalus quite possibly understood that by forcing him to do this, he was setting up another young emperor in the hope that they could move Elagabalus to one side and try this experiment again with much more success. So Elagabalus had to start turning his mind to removing the threat of his own cousin. However, his loyal and highly influential grandmother, Julius Maessa, who had helped him to be recognised in the first place and who had done so much in the way of imperial duties to cover for Elagabalus, was now turning her loyalties to the younger Alexanus. And this pretty much spelled the beginning of the end. Elagabalus ordered the Praetorian Guard to execute Alexanus, but they refused and decided to honour the command to execute Elagabalus instead. Rome would have a new emperor, the 13-year-old Alexanus, who is commonly referred to as Alexander Severus. Next time on the podcast, we are going to focus on the impact of what was going on in the Roman Empire by looking at the precedent that this absolute chaos was setting. And we will look closely at the ultimate reaction to an empire going out of control. Well, once again, thanks to everyone who has tuned in and listened to this week's podcast. We've really got stuck into Rome, haven't we? And we're sort of, we've done over 20 episodes of Rome. We're now nearing the end of it. We've not got far to go. We just need to investigate the reform of Rome, and we need to see the reign of Constantine and the ultimate split of the empire. And then we're going to summarise it all before moving on. So we're getting towards the end of it now. I reckon give us a couple of months and Rome will be a memory. And but thanks anyway for listening to this week's podcast. I think it's absolutely fascinating how the stability of the 2nd century sort of disappeared, and there was obviously a balance of power shift, wasn't there, going on in Rome, where the army were probably gaining too much influence, and everyone else was sort of living in fear of that. And, if you didn't get on with the army, you were likely to be bumped off, and that in itself had a knock-on effect to the stability of the role of princeps. And so fascinating stuff and great to analyse. So I hope you're enjoying this journey through the Roman Empire's history. If you are enjoying this podcast, then don't forget that you can support the podcast. You just go to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website, click on the Patreon link, and sign up to make a monthly donation. You can make a monthly donation for as little as $1 a month, or even €1 a month, or even £1 per month, as Patreon now allows you to donate in all of those currencies. And you become a lifelong member of the History of the World podcast Illuminati, and that's your reward. And also, if you explore the site, you can see how you can qualify for certain perks, gifts, and merchandise, which we're always happy to send out to those of you who are kind enough to offer support to the podcast. If making a financial contribution is not possible at the moment, we know a lot of you are going through some hard times at the moment with everything that's gone on this year, then please do rate and review the podcast, because that has a lot of value in itself, and I can't tell you how much value that does have. Because it does make it sound like we're always begging for money. It really isn't always about that. Sometimes it's just about a wave of support, making the podcast as popular as possible, and that can be just as valuable. So don't forget to do that if you haven't done that already. Now, some of the members of the History of the World podcast Illuminati are entitled to ask a question, which I will attempt to answer during the course of the podcast. Now, don't forget, I don't know everything. In fact, I don't know much, to be quite honest with you, but I try and educate myself as much as possible so that I do sound like I know what I'm talking about. And so I precariously invite people to ask questions. And Mandy Kirk, a great friend of the podcast now, who has been kind enough to actually identify that mysterious grub truck creature as a Banksy stencil, which is something that puzzled us for about 2 years. She was the one that offered the solution. She's also qualified to ask a question, and it's a great question. I'm going to read it out. She's put, "Hi Chris, I'm honoured to get to participate in your project. I'm curious about the historical roots of the mythical Amazons. I have heard that the Greeks who encountered Central European horseback riding Scythians romanticised what seemed impossible to them, fighting women, and over time that impression became the fantastical, literary, one-breasted tribe of warrior women. What do we know about the sources of that myth?" And that's been written by Mandy Kirk. Well, Mandy, one of the things I've personally not stumbled across the Amazons in my journey in writing this podcast. But obviously they were very prominent to the Greeks. They were very well known to the Greeks, and certainly on a lot of their artwork they portrayed the Amazons. And I've endeavoured to try and put it into a nutshell what I believe the origins of it was, and maybe even introduce some of my ideas about the impact that it had on Greek society as well. The fact that these warrior women existed, because I think you've rightly identified, Mandy, that the whole concept of these warrior women has had some real sort of underlying connotations to methods of thinking, and this almost something we have to be very careful about talking about, and that's the difference between men and women, and how we identify and address that difference in society, certainly even in ancient society as much as we do in modern society. Now, anyone that listens to me knows that I'm incredibly sceptical about everything that I come across, everything that I read, and I'm always looking to take the logical approach to everything. But, at the same time, I don't want to be too logical to the point where I'm closed-minded. You have to be open-minded, because you're talking about history, and the moment you pretend you know everything about everything, someone pops up and says, "Well, you weren't there, so how on earth can you tell us what was going on?" The one thing I'm struggling to have is this whole thing about them being one-breasted. I mean, for me, what is all that about? The concept that I've read about in terms of this is that Amazon women cut off one of their breasts so that they could be expert archers, because the breast was just getting in the way. Unfortunately, you can't be a good archer if you've got a breast getting in the way. So the best thing to do is get rid of it. But honestly, how do you get rid of a breast in ancient times without dying? Basically, it's like, for me, I'm struggling to have that. So one-breasted women, I don't know where that has come from. Perhaps I ought to read a bit more and find out where I can believe that concept come from. Certainly, we know that the Amazons were mentioned in Homer's Iliad, but they played a very minor role in it. And so, of course, we get a lot of, as I was saying, a lot of depictions of the Amazons in Greek art. But it appears that in Homer's work, that the Amazons really didn't play that much of a prominent role, and it was only in later adaptations of Homer's work that we find that the Amazons are much more a part of the Trojan Wars, that they're very much involved in the Trojan Wars. So back into the origins of it, we have to go back. Then the questions get asked again: how real was the Trojan War? How real was Homer? All this mythologizing about Greek origins, and we see this in all the ancient societies, that they have a mythological origin theory right back to the Sumerians of Mesopotamia. So it's very, very hard to believe anything that you read in any of these mythological writings. So it could be that the Amazons just simply created out of someone's imagination, and that was it. But if I left it like that would all be very boring. So let's have a look at some other things in terms of Greek mythology, certainly, and how it evolved into the writings of Herodotus and then Thucydides in turn. Certainly, Thucydides would have probably not been too interested in the Amazons, really, believing that they were not scientifically proven, as Herodotus may have been quite attracted to the idea of it, being as he enjoyed the mythology of things. And if we look at one of the supposed pupils of Homer, a man called Arctinus of Miletus, I read something that he wrote which was fantastic. He's written: Arctinus of Miletus added a doomed romance, and this goes back to the Trojan Wars, in which now the Amazons are playing a very vital role in. And it describes how the Greek Achilles killed the Amazonian queen Penthesilea in hand-to-hand combat, only to fall instantly in love with her as her helmet slipped to reveal the beautiful face underneath. I mean, come on, goodness me. What can I say about that? This is obviously written by a man who wants to probably downplay the role of a woman in society as a baby making pretty little flower. So no. The Amazons were warrior women. They were supposed to be fierce, at the head of their society, at the front line of battles. And I don't think they would want to be portrayed as ones that men would instantly fall in love with their beauty. That's certainly not what they're all about at all. So you can get a view of how Greeks were trying to skew this into something that suited them. And it's almost like men fear admitting that there was this warrior female race by having the right that they were defeated by the Greeks. And this is almost maybe a method of putting female into that inferior role of the two sexes. So it suits us to say that women are inferior to men, so that we can as the baby making machines of Greece. But then Also, like, if that sounds degrading to women, and certainly if we go into Spartan society a little bit later on, we can identify that women were probably viewed upon as baby-making machines, but certainly men were degraded as well in that society into like just simply being machines of military purpose. You know, they were bred to serve in the army of the Spartans. So you could equally say that men were also being degraded in those kind of societies as well. But certainly, I do believe that there probably was a desire by Greek men to to put women in their place, you know, and by portraying the Amazonians as a warrior race who were defeated, I think feeds that point of view. But before we go saying that the Amazonians never existed and it was all a load of old rubbish, a load of Greek mythology just made up, we should have a look at the differing point of view, which basically I think starts with the writings of Herodotus, who wrote a great deal of stuff, and some of it is believed to be true, and some of it is believed to be made up. And you know, that's always been a matter for contention. You know, we've heard of this father of lies theory. You know, but you know, Herodotus is writing that survived the test of time. It's one of the earliest historians that we have access to knowledge of. And Herodotus tells the story of a race of people called the Sarmatians, who he came across in his travels, who came from the Black Sea regions, like around the Eurasian steppe. And he described them as a people who were, you know, where women were a very prominent part of their society. And so here we see that there could be a link between the warrior women. All we need to do is really see if there are any possibilities around the sort of Greek sphere of influence, their known world, where women were warriors. So it surely isn't that hard. So Herodotus was one of the people who identified that Sarmatians qualified for that. Now, Herodotus said that he never met an Amazonian woman or a warrior woman of the Sarmatian culture. But certainly we know through excavations that the Sarmatians existed. And then to the 1990s, we find that there was a very famous excavation from a place called Pokrovka in Russia, and they found some mounds, what we call kurgans, if we go back to our Indo-European roots. If we believe in the kurgan theory, that's linked to the same kind of thing. I'm going to read this from the article that I found in Science magazine. It says, the most striking discovery at Pokrovka has been the skeletons of women buried with swords and daggers. One young woman, bow-legged from riding horseback, wore around her neck an amulet in the form of a leather pouch containing a bronze arrowhead. At her right side was an dagger. At her left, a quiver holding more than 40 arrows, tipped with bronze. In the earlier Sauramatian graves, that's the same culture, same as the Sarmatians, the skeletons revealed one suggestive Amazonian attribute. The men and women, at an average of 5'10" and 5'6" respectively, were taller and more robust than normal people at that time. Of more importance, the new discoveries are forcing anthropologists and historians to reconsider the status and role of women in the Eurasian nomad societies of the first millennium BC. The research, she said, showed that women seemed to have more wealth, power and status in these cultures than anyone had thought. And certain women, perhaps the elite of the tribe, appeared to be trained from an early age to be warriors on horseback. So, this suggests that any Greek mythology about Amazonians could be based on actual fact, on the fact that they actually came across this strange society, the Eurasian steppe, where women were actually fighting alongside men, were like equal in war, in warrior culture, and were, you know, somewhat larger than the women that they had in their own society, sort of giving off this idea of these broad-shouldered and vicious and well-built women capable of waging war on other people. This Amazonian image that we get in modern society, this caricature of an Amazonian woman. So that could be where the mythology comes from. It could come from the actual Scythian warriors, where women appear through archaeological research to have been somewhat equal to men in terms of the warrior culture. So perhaps that's what it is. It sounds feasible to me, but of course I don't know, and I'd be very interested in your opinion. But thanks so much, Mandy Kirk, for the question, and it was a pleasure to answer. I don't really have a lot of knowledge about it, so I've had to sort of make it up on the fly, really. But I hope it was entertaining nonetheless, and interesting and insightful. And anyone now that wants to read more about it can possibly go and do that for themselves now. Let's quickly fly through some messages and reviews. I've got a message here from CJ. Hi Chris, my name is CJ. I'm from Birmingham, UK. Just wanted to send you a quick email to let you know how much I'm enjoying the podcast so far. I'm on volume 1, episode 14. It's been a joy to listen to. I can't wait to go through the years to your latest releases. It's really opened up my eyes on the history of the world. This is the first podcast I've actually downloaded on Spotify. I would normally just listen to music whenever I'm out on walks or driving, but that has now changed. Anyway, look forward to binging through all the next episodes. Hope you have a great weekend, and once again, thank you for making a great podcast. Kind regards, CJ. So full of kindness, my email inbox is unbelievable. Douglas T. Eason has written, hi Chris, Doug from Montana, USA here. I've just started listening to your podcast. I'm up to episode 9 in volume 1, and I'm really enjoying it. You've done a nice job of distilling a great deal of very technical information into a way that is informative and entertaining. I love your humour. Also, the echoing introduction to each section gives me a chuckle every time I hear it. Thanks for all your hard work. Keep it up. Yeah, I love the echoing introduction to each section. I didn't nick that from Rex Factor whatsoever. Beth has written in saying, hello there. My name is Beth, and I just recently discovered your podcast. I enjoy reading and listening to anthropology topics. I'm on volume 1, episode 5, and I'm very much enjoying your podcast. However, it's sometimes hard to remember. I was wondering if you would send me some titles of your favourite books that you have read or in reference in order to make this podcast specifically about anthropology. Thanks so much. When we're talking about paleoanthropology, I would strongly recommend web resources such as Smithsonian and the likes of, purely for the fact that is an ever-changing science, and a lot of the you can get good publications that I did sort of use the history of the world edited by John Whitney Hall for some sort of guidance, but in actual fact that is an old book, and so you have to absolutely validate and even in some cases dismiss some of the work within that book, because we know better now than when that was first published. So web resources, I think, are the best for that kind of thing, and that might sound like a lazy answer, but in my mind that is the right answer. But thanks for the email, Ben. Finally, I'm going to wrap up with a review from Luke539 from Great Britain, who's put, inspiring. Thank you so much for creating such a fascinating and truly remarkable podcast. I've taken great pleasure in every episode. I know some may be bored on the Romans, and with the risk of lengthening it out, will you be covering religion during the Roman period? The transformation from a largely pagan society to that of a monotheistic society, and the rise and power of the various popes is a truly fascinating tale, one that Here. Keep up the amazing job. This is truly a gift to the world. For ages to run. Regards, Luke. Yeah, we are fast approaching Constantine. And that reign, which is absolutely key to the change in Roman religion, absolutely key, period, that. But then also, after, I think, off the top of my head, I should have looked before I answered this question, sorry. I think we're going to go into to cultures of the Eurasian steppe, including the Scythians and the Huns and the Celts and all that kind of thing. And then at some point we are going to be looking at religion, because it's very much during this period that we start seeing the emergence of modern religions as we recognise them today. So there will be a couple of episodes that tackle the monotheistic religions versus other religions that were emerging, such as Buddhism and Hinduism, for example. So that has to be looked at. And, we will be exploring that. Buddhism, of course. We will be exploring all of those at some point during volume 3, and probably elaborating on it in future volumes as well. So, very good point. Thank you very much, Luke. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now because I've spent long enough in your ear holes. You're going to start charging me rent if I stay any longer. So I'm going to get out now, move on, and leave you in peace for another week, where we will rejoin and continue the Roman story. But thank you very much for joining me this week, and until next week, be good. Do you want more from the History of the World podcast? Then visit our website, historyoftheworldpodcast.com. You can join our discussion forum and find us on social media. Support the podcast for as little as $1 per month by clicking the Patreon link. Email at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. The best ones will be read out. Be sure to rate and review the show wherever you listen to us. This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Hasler. And you're listening to Volume 3, The Classical World. Episode 47, Crisis and Collapse of the Principate. Last time on the History of the World podcast, we watched how the emperors of the Roman Empire seemed to diminish in quality, and how the army were gaining more power and influence at the expense of the power of the Senate and the Praetorian Guard, who were the imperial military council within the city of Rome itself. The stability that allowed an emperor such as Hadrian the ability to go on an extended tour vacation of the Roman Empire was no longer there 100 years later. It now seemed that emperors were being hand-picked by the most influential statesmen and stateswomen of the Roman Empire, and normally because they wanted the power for themselves and had to do it in the name of another, which was great until someone wanted to muscle in and kill the emperor. The consequences of regicide often depended on the political repercussions. So if you killed the emperor, you would only get executed if it suited the current political landscape of the empire. So much for common law. There was a degree of stability when Septimius Severus was emperor, but when he died, his son Calla assumed responsibility and was somewhat irresponsible in terms of his bloodthirsty massacres, which would have created a lot of bad feeling in and around the Roman Empire, quite likely for 1 or 2 generations to come. When Caracalla was assassinated, it was the army who were the most disappointed. Caracalla's successor, Macrinus, was pushed out as princeps, and a young man called Elagabalus was ushered in as a puppet ruler so that his grandmother, Julia Maes, would regain control of the imperial throne for the Severan family. However, when it became apparent that Elagabalus was as far from being a model emperor as one could be, she switched her allegiance to his cousin, Alexianus. Elagabalus was murdered, and Alexianus became the new emperor, Alexander Severus, at just 13 years old. So this was an incredible change in the nature of Roman politics. Even during the reign of Marcus Aurelius during the 160s, the empire was being ruled very responsibly, and despite a great plague ravaging the empire and Germanic tribes crossing the Danube, Marcus Aurelius was apparently secure in his reign. It was after this period that things seemed to change significantly. We have to understand that in the early 160s, the great percentage of society would only be able to remember back as far as when Trajan was the emperor. So most Romans would have been able to take stability of the empire for granted. 30 years later, and the most recent generation would have seen new things such as plague, vulnerability of Roman borderlands, and a despotic emperor in Commodus. This seems to have created a generation of restless statesmen looking for powerful movements that they could get behind. Statesmen could have been senators, members of the Praetorian Guard, or legionaries and their commanders, and the powerful movements would have been spearheaded by senior senators, dynastic family members, or provincial governors. What the average Roman must have been hoping for is that Alexander Severus would be a successful emperor, even if it meant that someone was acting as an effective regent while he was still in his minority. It can't have been in the general public's interest for there to be another assassination or usurpation. The Roman Empire worked better when it was united. But at this point it was such a vast territory, containing so many different ethnic groups, cultures and religious sects, that it was also going to be a challenge to keep the entire empire working towards a common cause. So at the beginning of Alexander's reign, a regency council of 16 senators were asked to take the major decisions of the empire. So this should have been a new beginning for Rome. But the reality was that it was more of the same. The Praetorian prefect Domitius Ulpianus was murdered by other members of the Praetorian Guard. Then Emperor Alexander Severus was married to the beautiful Urbiana, the daughter of the new Praetorian prefect called Caius Sallustius. Caius Sallustius would attempt to take the life of his new son-in-law, the Emperor Alexander Severus, but he was unsuccessful. Caius Sallustius was executed, and his daughter was divorced and sent into. In the meantime, a new power had emerged in the east. The Parthian Empire had been suffering from dynastic problems and a succession crisis, and the Sassans of Persis took control of the empire, signalling the end of the Parthian Empire and the beginning of the Sasanian Empire. The Sasanians were keen to establish dominance of the Middle East and pushed northwards into the Roman province of Mesopotamia. The Sasanians were being led by their great ruler, the new Persian king of kings, Shahanshah Ardashir I. He would exploit Roman military indiscipline, but also despite victories, counter-victories by the Romans would restore the status quo, so there were no real gains from either side in these conflicts. Ultimately, it would be in the year 235 that legionaries would murder the emperor at the young age of 26. Now, we can see that Alexander Severus lasted significantly longer than his two predecessors, and the comparative stability of the empire during the 220s is regarded as a high point of the 3rd century, and his victories over the Sasanians were celebrated in Rome. I have read that Alexander Severus was a good emperor. Personally, I think that his reign was no good and solved no problems. Roman stability is measured by the chaos going on either side of Alexander Severus's reign, plus it was during his minority. Celebrating a military stalemate in the east would have horrified the great Trajan, the emperor from the beginning of the previous century. He was murdered by legionaries, and this sparked what could only be described as military anarchy. Alexander Severus's reign did not improve the Roman Empire. The legionaries declared Maximinus Thrax as the new Roman emperor. 3 years later, they assassinated him. This became a sad trend of the Roman Empire during this subsequent period. Armies propping up emperors and then murdering them as per their desire. There were no consequences, and neither the Praetorian Guard nor the Senate provided any kind of solution to this problem. The armies were calling the shots. Crisis. Tracking the emperors of Rome at this point is a difficult job, as it is not always clear who was the emperor. Sometimes there would be 3 different factions putting forward 3 different men, and each declaring them as the emperor. After the co-rulers, Pupienus and Balbinus, were tortured and murdered by the Praetorian Guard in 238, the new emperor was Gordian III, who was just 13 years old. Much like Alexander Severus, Gordian III remained the emperor for a longer period of time. His father and uncle were briefly instated as emperors during the reign of Maximus Thrax, which explains why he was the 3rd Gordian. The Sasanian Empire was now being ruled by Ardashir I's son, Shapur I. Shapur would be pestering the Roman province of Mesopotamia once again, and Gordian III was now old enough to lead military campaigns against the Sasanians. Gordian would lead a Roman military victory against a Sasanian army at the Battle of Resania in 243. The following year, Gordian would launch another campaign to the Sasanians back to Ctesiphon. It is possible that Gordian III was killed during this campaign at the Battle of Nisaea, and he would be succeeded by Philip the Arab, so named because he was born in the Roman province of Arabia. Philip was a Praetorian prefect and quickly negotiated a peace with the Sasanian ruler Shapur. Some have speculated that Philip had a hand in the death of his predecessor Gordian. Philip the Arab would oversee the official 1000th birthday of Rome. It is the Romans' belief that their city was 1,000 years old in 248 that enables historians to determine that the city's foundation must have been in 753 BCE. But of course we suspect that the story of the Roman kingdom and its foundation may be somewhat fabricated for the purpose of glorifying Roman history, as the archaeological data suggests that a settlement in Rome is even older. However, nobody in Rome in 248 would have had any reason at all to suspect any untruth, and so 3 days and 3 nights of secular games took place with athletic competitions, chariot racing, theatrical shows, and gladiatorial battles, and very likely a great number of religious sacrifices. Coins were also minted to celebrate these millennial games, depicting Philip's image. Despite these celebrations, Rome was heading towards more turmoil. We briefly touched upon this during episode 4, on the Sasanian Empire of Persia when we spoke of King Shapur I, otherwise known to history as Shapur the Great. Shapur would show great ruthlessness towards the Romans, who were the traditional enemy of Persian empires, and the Romans were a shadow of their former selves with so much internal instability. When Philip the Arab negotiated a peace treaty with the Sasanians back in 243, it would be financially advantageous to the Sasanians, but their king Shapur the Great wanted more. During the 250s, Shapur would make a number of penetrations into the Roman territory on the Roman eastern frontier, and the new Roman emperor at the time was named Valerian, and he would have had to restore order on this front to prevent Shapur and the Sasanians from collecting more free spoils. However, Valerian was prevented from consolidating his position because there would be similar issues on Rome's northern borders by the ever-troublesome Germans. This time we distinguish these Germanic tribes as the Goths, who will play an important role in European history. The Goths are thought to have come from an area further north than the Marcomanni were, possibly in the area of the modern country of Poland. It would be this distraction that would prevent Valerian from being able to devote his full attention to the Sasanian problem. The Goths had been causing big problems to the Romans leading into the 250s, before scoring a major victory over the Romans in the modern country of Bulgaria at the Battle of Abritus in 251. One of the great contributory factors of foreign incursions into Roman territory during this period was another plague, which was killing a large number of Romans and depleting the Roman army as a consequence. This was a similar problem to those faced by Marcus Aurelius 80 years earlier and described in episode 45. Certainly the Sasanians were able to venture as far north as Antioch before Valerian would have the energy to push Shapur back east again. But the culmination of Sasanian aggression during this period would result in the Battle of Edessa in 260, and the Sasanians would score a resounding victory. The Roman Emperor Valerian was taken as a prisoner of war and held in captivity, never to return to the Roman Empire. Much of the Roman army was lost, and this would send shockwaves throughout the Roman Empire. The Roman governor of Germania was a man called Postumus, and he would move quickly to take control and declare himself as emperor. But on this occasion he would not march on Rome to take power, but instead he created a break-off empire independent from Rome. He would establish his own political system with a Praetorian Guard and Senate and elected consuls in a version of a Roman Empire centred in Gaul. We therefore call this independent state the Gallic Empire to distinguish it from the continuing Roman Empire based in Rome. Alongside Gaul and Germania were the provinces of Hispania and the provinces of Britannia, so this would be a sizable portion of the entire Roman Empire. If Postumus believed that he'd found a solution to the long-suffering crises that Rome had been suffering throughout the 3rd century, then he would soon discover that the same lack of regard and consequence that legionaries would have their emperors in Rome would be mirrored in Gaul. Emperors would be elected by the army and the outgoing emperor would be removed violently. So it would come as no surprise that the legionaries under Postumus's rule eventually murdered him in 269 so that the Gallic Empire could be ruled by somebody else. Meanwhile, in the east, and on the Sasanian front after the capture of Valerian, a man called Odenatus, based in Syria, would take control of the army from the central city of Palmyra, and he would fight back against the Sasanians, taking back control of the cities of Carrie and Nisibis and heading down the Euphrates towards the key city of Ctesiphon, which had often been a central focus of the imperial conflicts of Rome and Persia. When he reached Ctesiphon, Odenatus declared himself the King of Kings, to put himself on the same level as Shapur the Great of the Sasanian Empire. We're not exactly sure how Odenatus was killed in 267 and by who, but it was the actions of his wife that were the most interesting in the aftermath. Possibly inspired by the actions of Postumus in Gaul, she declared her infant son as the new emperor of a breakaway Palmyrene empire, and she would rule as regent. And so she is known to history as Queen Zenobia of the Palmyrene Empire in Syria. So the Roman Empire was now falling apart and had now become three independent political entities. However, if we question the stability of the Roman Empire at this stage, then we can also question the stability of the Gallic and Palmyrene empires too. The reality was that these two breakaway empires were only as good as the individuals who represented them. The Gallic Empire was strong under the leadership of Postumus, and the Palmyrene Empire was strong under the leadership of Queen Zenobia. Postumus was murdered by members of his own army in 269 in typical Roman fashion. Soon after his death, the provinces of Hispania seceded from the Gallic Empire and rejoined the Roman Empire, before the entire Gallic kingdom was consumed by the Roman Empire, once again in 274 for Emperor Aurelian, following the Battle of Chalon, fought in the modern Grand Est region of France. The Palmyrene Empire had been disestablished the year before, after some successful years of expanding their territory, including the wealthy lands of Egypt. Aurelian reconquered these lands and took Queen Zenobia to Rome, where she disappeared into obscurity. Reform. Aurelian didn't last much longer himself. Murdered by his own men while planning an invasion of the Sasanian Empire following the death of King Shapur the Great. Aurelian might have been one of the best things to happen to Rome during the 3rd century due to his strong military leadership, but still he fell foul of a dysfunctional military system which would decide their own fortunes based on the whim and feelings and alliances that were relevant on any particular day. So now even if a good emperor come along, it would just be the norm to murder him whenever it suited his legionaries to do so, although it was usually coerced by someone who would make them promises of a better life. The constant nagging threat to the Romans' northern frontier was from the Germanic Roman emperor who is documented in a favourable light is Probus, who came to power in 276 and was able to repel the invasions of the German tribes across the Rhine and the Danube rivers before rebuilding fortifications originally erected by Hadrian in the previous century. Despite being a very successful Roman military leader, he was also a very careful administrator of the empire, showing diplomatic respect to the Roman Senate. Probus's next project was to campaign on the eastern frontier against the Sasanians, but once again, he was murdered by his own troops. This really was a futile situation. Something really needed to be radically changed to prevent the Roman Empire from collapsing under the weight of its own dysfunctionalities. So it would fall onto the shoulders of a man called Diocles, who originated from the Roman province of Dalmatia. This province is centred roughly around the modern countries of Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. We don't know so much about Diocles' earliest years, as he was from a humble background, but rose to significance through his military service, which gained him respect from those who served under him, which is why he was selected to be a potential emperor. In a typical succession crisis, Diocles army of loyal supporters to do battle with the Roman Emperor Carinus at the Battle of Margus in 285. It is possible that members of Carinus' army deserted him as he was defeated and killed during this battle. The remainder of his army swore loyalty to Diocles, and Diocles was proclaimed as the sole emperor of Rome, ruling as Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianus. We will call him Diocletian. Diocletian decided to make some very radical reforms to the political scene of the entire Roman Empire. This is something that he deemed necessary because the leadership of a large empire with the current condition was simply not working, and it was not working regardless of the abilities of whoever was the emperor. Diocletian's first step was to divide the rule of the empire into halves. He would then take his junior emperor, a man called Maximian, and make him the emperor of the Western Roman Empire. Diocletian would remain as the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. However, we should be careful to state that the two entities coexisted as a united Roman Empire, but there would now be two emperors and two administrative headquarters. Maximian would continue to regard Diocletian as his political superior. Although this meant that more attention could be given to aspects within the empire, Diocletian would still recognise the requirement for a practical solution to succession to the role of emperor. So each emperor would have a junior emperor, and each junior emperor oversee their own geographical portion of the empire. As ever, in Rome, each emperor was called the Augustus, and each junior emperor was called the Caesar. With this new structure, should an Augustus die, then he would be succeeded by the appropriate Caesar. There were no guarantees that this would work, but let's face it, nothing else was working. Diocletian wanted to promote a much more absolute rule of emperors, including weakening the influence of the Roman Senate. Augustus, the very first emperor of Rome, ruled as a type of prime minister, stylized as a princeps or a first among equals. Diocletian wanted the emperor to be perceived much more like a political dictator who was the man in charge. It is this transition which has characterised the historical distinction between the early Roman Empire and the late Roman Empire, which have been dubbed the Roman Principate and the Roman Dominant, respectively. The system of having four emperors, an Augustus and a Caesar in the east, and an Augustus and a Caesar in the west, is called the Tetrarchy. The introduction of Caesars enabled Maximian to appoint Constantius Chlorus to deal with an ongoing uprising by a Roman military commander called Carausius, who had served under Maximian previously. Carausius would take control of Britannia and declare himself as its emperor. Maximian and Constantius struggled to bring him to heel, and it would take a long time before Constantius would finally be able to get the better of Carausius. One of Carausius' administrative officers assassinated him and took control of Britannia and the lands of northern Gaul occupied by a Germanic tribe called the Franks, his name being Electus. Constantius' Praetorian prefect, Julius Asclepiodotus, would be the one to travel across the English Channel and defeat the forces of Electus, enabling Constantius to occupy Londinium, the modern English city of London, now that Electus was dead. Diocletian would promote the fact that he and his fellow emperors had been chosen by the gods, bringing a divine aspect to his appointment. And he would also make the army legions smaller than they had been, which was certainly much more effective when combating the barbarian tactics of the Germanic tribes, and possibly diminishing the chances of there being a mass uprising. Diocletian would portray himself as above the ordinary Roman citizen with a great degree of royal ceremony, giving off the aura of him being somewhat sacred and untouchable. Diocletian would ensure that there was much more in the way of bureaucratic duties for senior statesmen such as senators and the Praetorian Guard, while the emperor himself would make all of the major decisions. So the senior statesmen would now have defined duties that would distract them from independent thought and potentially make them feel that their role was more of a responsibility than a privilege. Financial reforms meant more uniformity in taxation, the fairer and wider distribution of coinage throughout the empire, and harsher penalties for those involved in illegal trade such as the black market. Diocletian would also attempt to regulate pricing and wages, although this proved to be very difficult to police. All in all, the reforms of Diocletian were good reforms which modernised and civilised the Roman Empire and brought its outdated first century politics up to the 3rd century. One aspect of the Roman Empire that was becoming a bigger problem was the growth of the Christian religion, which had emerged as an offshoot of the Jewish religion, possibly recognised during the 1st century in the city of Antioch, which is in the modern south of the country of Turkey, near its border with Syria and close to the Levante coast. Christianity and Judaism would become distinct and eventually stand in political opposition to each other, but this wasn't something particularly unusual for two closely related religious belief systems, and this case only seems more significant because of how important these two religions have become in the modern world. It might just be the case that persecution of the Christians in the early Roman Empire was something that only happened as a localised thing, and because Christianity wasn't established like Judaism was, it was just seen as a minor refusal to observe the traditional Roman pantheon, and was frowned upon to differing degrees depending on how tolerant or intolerant the local Roman governor was. Certainly, Nero decided to persecute Christians in the wake of the Great Fire of Rome in the year 64, but we cannot trust that Nero was behaving rationally, with some believing that this was to cover for his own involvement in starting the fire. Christian worship started to become more relevant during the 3rd century, with some of the more important officials within the empire choosing to observe it. Rome as an empire decided to make an official edict forbidding more Christian conversions, and this would instigate a precedent for Christian persecution by Romans, even believing that those who were turning their back on the Roman pantheon were the ones responsible for bringing bad fortune to the empire. Diocletian believed that cleaning up the empire included cleaning out the Christians as their place of worship, and sacred texts would be destroyed in a bid to make everyone observe the true Roman pantheon of gods. This is known as the Great Persecution. Christian clergy were commanded to make sacrifice to the Roman gods, or face arrest and execution. Whatever your feelings about Diocletian, there can be no doubt that his work at the forefront of the Roman Empire was necessary and effective. It ended a period of Roman history when 25 emperors ruled in just a 49-year period. Reforms were made to a great many aspects of the Roman Empire to turn it into a modern empire. With the celebration of all things democratic in the classical world of Greece and Rome, things had now decidedly turned more traditionally democratic, which was typical of most ancient and classical world nation states. However, the most intriguing reform of Diocletian's reign was the great persecution of the Christians, because it would be Christianity that would become a major part of the fabric of the Roman Empire during the following period in its history. And that is a story for next time. Thank you so much for listening to this week's podcast. We're really motoring through the episodes now and getting through the Roman Empire. We've sort of left the traditional classical Roman world behind, and we're now venturing into late antiquity. And we're nearing the times of reform of the traditional Roman Empire into a new kind of empire, and then obviously an empire of that size, with the amount of different ethnic groups emerging and developing around the peripheries of the Roman Empire, it can only be a matter of time before things start escalating again and really coming to a head. How much longer can the Roman Empire survive in the first millennium world? Now, we always say to you that if you enjoy listening to the History of the World podcast and you can't get enough of it and you want more and more, by all means, go to the website, thehistoryoftheworld.com website. We're always posting stuff on there, and a lot of it is relevant to the stories that we've told over the previous 2.5 years that the podcast has been running for. But then also, if you want to make any kind of contribution to the podcast, you can sign up and make a monthly donation. You're entitled to certain rewards, and one of them was from last week's episode. We invited one of our new patrons to ask a question, and she asked a question about the Amazons. We spoke about the Amazons for a number of minutes at the end of the episode, and hopefully learned a little bit more about some of the quirks and intricacies of Greek history on that occasion. So very interesting indeed. And also, if you want to be able to ask a question, all you need to do is just sign up and make a monthly donation to the History of the World podcast. You can do that for as little as $1 a month, and while you're on the History of the World podcast.com website, just click on the Patreon link. When you sign up to make a monthly donation, you become a History of the World podcast Illuminati member. So that's your distinction for the rest of your life. You can be a History of the World podcast Illuminati member, as has David this week. So, new History of the World podcast Illuminati member David. Thank you so much, David. Welcome along. Now, in these troubled times, it's not always possible to make a financial contribution. Many of us are struggling through this year, trying to make ends meet, obviously, as things are going from bad to worse, so it seems, and hopefully next year things will start brightening up. But if you enjoy the podcast and you wish that you could do something for the podcast, then you still can. You don't have to contribute money. We don't need your money. You can enjoy the podcast for free and support it by just simply rating and reviewing the podcast wherever you listen to us. We're really grateful for ratings and reviews, and we always endeavour to read them out as well, so that everyone can enjoy it and that you get your 30 seconds of fame. Now, sometimes I have to look in some obscure places for some of the reviews, and I found one on Podcast Republic from Adam, who gave the podcast 5 stars. A great podcast that takes a layman chronologically through world history, tells and explains a story, how the story was discovered, how sure are we of all of it, and does it in a clear and entertaining way. That's a very nice review. Thank you so much. Well, I think we're going to sign off for this week. Thank you so much for enjoying the latest episode. And next week, we're going to be exploring the big change in the Roman Empire, where religion is the big topic. We're going to be talking about the Emperor Constantine. And that's all for next week. So it's going to be an important one next week, not to be missed. And until then, thank you for listening. Enjoy your week and don't forget to be good. Do you want more from the History of the World podcast? Then visit our website, historyoftheworldpodcast.com. You can join our discussion forum and find us on social media. Support the podcast for as little as $1 per month by clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. The best ones will be read out. Be sure to rate and review the show wherever you listen to us. This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Hasler. And you're listening to Volume 3, The Classical World, Episode 48, The Reign of Constantine. Last week we introduced the Tetrarchy, a new system of governing the Roman Empire that would ensure that there was a much more localized imperial leadership. The man responsible for the system was the Roman emperor called Diocletian. Diocletian would split the Roman Empire into two halves. He would ask his junior emperor, a man called Maximian, to rule over the western lands, with his own junior emperor ruling over Gaul and Britannia, whose name was Constantius Chlorus. Diocletian would concentrate on the lands of the east, and he would also have a junior emperor responsible for the European lands south of the Danube, including Greece, and his name was Galerius. This period around the turn of the 4th century was not without rebellions, but it was comparatively stable when we consider the chaos of the 3rd century as described in the last episode. Diocletian and Maximian would complete a 20-year term as co-emperors, with both Constantius and Galerius still as their Caesars. The year was 305, and Diocletian determined that with a completed 20-year period both he and Maximian should retire and their Caesars be promoted to be the Augusti, or the emperors. The retirement of an emperor was unprecedented. Emperor Tiberius had attempted to do it over 250 years earlier, but it was nothing official and more of a sneak off into the comfort of obscurity, while Sejanus was happy to rule in his absence. Diocletian's approach to being in charge of the Roman Empire had similar echoes to the time of Marcus Aurelius, almost 150 years earlier. If you recall, in episode 45, we told the story of how Marcus Aurelius opted to share the leadership of the empire, but this wasn't a move of insecurity from Aurelius. In fact, it was the opposite, with Marcus Aurelius ruling with confidence. The same can be said of Diocletian. Diocletian's rule demonstrated a selfless system designed to reshape the method of rule and create a model that would work when it came to succession, solving the problem of the 3rd century. So Diocletian and Maximian would both retire on the same day, and Galerius and Constantius became the new emperors. Valerius Severus and Maximinus Dia would be the men named as replacement Caesars, both men closely associated with the Emperor Galerius. The first major problem occurred in the following year, 306. The man who had successfully put down and eliminated a major rebellion in Britannia during the previous century, namely Constantius, was up in Eboracum, which is the modern city of York in England. Constantius had been battling against the Picts to the north of Hadrian's Wall, but much as Septimius Severus had done at the start of the 3rd century while in Eboracum, Constantius died. It would be his army who would declare that his son would succeed him as Emperor of the West. His name was Flavius Valerius Constantinus, known to us as Constantine. The problem was that this was not how the succession was meant to take place. He should have been the Caesar Valerius Severus, who took over according to the normal course of the Tetrarchy and with the blessing of Galerius. With Valerius Severus now in control in the West, we could assume that he would have an issue with Constantine. There was, however, a completely different problem emerging in the city of Rome. The son of the retired Emperor Maximian revolted against the instatement of Severus, and his name was Maxentius. He would encourage Severus to deal with the rebellion, but Maxentius would pull on the resources of his father, Maximian, to defeat Severus. Severus would retreat northwards, and Maxentius would rule alongside his father Maximian. So this had now set a new precedent, where the succession of the rulers of the Tetrarchy had started to descend into the same chaos as the position of ruler before Diocletian's accession. By 310, all of the emperors of the various provinces were stylizing themselves as an Augustus, to form alliances and create enemies among themselves. With a rebellion in Africa, there were no less than 7 men declaring themselves as Roman emperors, so the empire was beginning to fragment. Rise of Constantine. We are aware that Constantine would become a memorable Roman emperor. So how did he rise above the rest, and how did the Roman Empire survive this challenging period? The period after the retirement of Diocletian is not dissimilar to the situation with the Diadochi in the wake of the death of Alexander the Great, with many leaders of provinces switching alliances according to the mutual benefits available. While Maxentius was usurping the provinces under the rule of the Western Emperor, Constantine stayed in the background. He remained distant, while Valerius Severus was resisted by Maxentius and was possibly executed in the aftermath.
Wow.
He continued to remain distant when the senior emperor of the entire empire, Galerius, attempted to remove Maxentius from the city of Rome himself. It may have simply been that Constantine was consolidating his position in Britannia and didn't see any value in marching on Rome until it suited him. Eventually, it would have as his troops would have demanded success, and they got behind Constantine for a reason. Maxentius was using his father's reputation and influence to keep the troops on his side, and it seems that Maxentius would also show intention of striking up some sort of alliance with Constantine, possibly to stave off Galerius. Although Constantine would marry Maxentius' sister, he would never break off his healthy relationship with Galerius, choosing to hedge his bets. Maximian himself would travel to Gaul and give Constantine his daughter's hand and personally declare him an Augustus. It would be what happened when Maximian returned to Rome that was interesting. The father-son alliance between Maximian and Maxentius that had served Maxentius so well in terms of gaining control of the city of Rome had turned sour. It seems that the sides of the two characters were destined not to last, with Maximian claiming credit for his son's success, and Maxentius refusing to acknowledge that anybody but himself was in actual control. Maximian had a reputation for harsh rule, and the Praetorian Guard had to move on from this when Maximian retired on the first occasion, when he did so alongside Diocletian in 305. As such, the Praetorian Guard supported Maxentius, and his father, Maximian, had to leave Rome. Maximian would head to the lands of his son-in-law Constantine in the northwest of the empire, in Gaul and Britannia. Constantine received the father of his wife warmly, but it seems that Maximian had reached a desperate stage of his life. Whether he was comfortable as emperor before Diocletian forced retirement on him and he couldn't handle retirement, we may never know. However, it didn't seem to be enough for Maximian to simply be the father of an emperor, or even the father-in-law of an emperor. Once Maximian had got his feet warm in the lands of Constantine, he possibly fabricated a story of Constantine's death and took control of his treasury. Constantine was quick to react, and Maximius fled to Massilia, which was the ancient Greek colony of Massalia, which we introduced in episode 9. It's also the modern French city of Marseille. The people of the city surrendered Maximian to Constantine, and Maximian eventually committed suicide in captivity. In the following year of 311, the senior Roman emperor Galerius died. Galerius' long-time ally, a man called Licinius, took control of the European lands of the Eastern Empire, with Maximinus Dia still in control of the Asian provinces of the Eastern Empire. He continuously had been since the retirement of Diocletian. Maxentius continued to enjoy control of Italy, but the people were growing tired of his tyrannical rule. His actions seemed disingenuous, especially when he tried to honour his father's memory, despite previously expelling him from Rome, and then publicly denouncing Constantine's status by pulling down his statues, only to try and sneak a political negotiation with him later. The people were fed up with the snakiness of Maxentius and appealed to Constantine to dethrone him. For Constantine, Maxentius was a man whose ambitions could not be trusted, and it would serve him well to have him removed from power before Maxentius could successfully plot against him. Constantine seemed to be a man of decisive action. So when the decision had been made to oust Maxentius, Constantine acted very purposefully. Constantine invaded northern Italy after crossing the Alps. Maxentius remained in Rome, but his armies headed north to deal with this 40,000 strong army invading their land. The first battle was in 312, and it was the Battle of Turin, the city then known as Augusta Taurinorum. When Constantine started gaining the upper hand, the people of Turin refused to allow refuge to the forces of Maxentius, which allowed Constantine to gain control of northern Italy. The people of northern Italy welcomed this invasion against Maxentius. Constantine would then win a further victory at the Battle of Verona, where he killed Maxentius' senior military commander. It was now time for Constantine to march on Rome itself. The climax of Constantine's rivalry with Maxentius took place on the 28th of October 312 at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. This battle is not just of major significance to Roman history, but it is also of major significance to the history of the Christian Church. We are going to take a closer look at this battle in next week's episode, such is its significance. But for now, we are just going to continue with the story of Constantine's rise to historical fame. The Ponte Milvio is a bridge to the north of the city of Rome which crosses the Tiber River and represents a very important crossing point for anyone approaching Rome from the north alongside the west coast of the Italian peninsula. It was at this crossing that the forces led by Constantine met with the forces by Maxentius. Accounts will tell us that Constantine saw a vision which prompted him to paint a Christian symbol on his soldiers' shields before the battle. It may have been this omen that aided Constantine to victory over Maxentius, with Maxentius' ultimate fate being that he drowned in the Tiber. His body was recovered and decapitated, with the severed head being paraded around Rome as a symbol of Constantine's success. In the aftermath, Constantine would consolidate his new position as Emperor of the Western Roman Empire by enforcing his healthy relationship with Licinius, who was his imperial neighbour in the east. This would put the Roman Emperor in Asia, Maximinus Dire, in an awkward position as he had pledged allegiance with Maxentius and was now possibly facing hostility from Licinius as a consequence. This would erupt into open warfare at the Battle of Tyrillum on the European side of the Propontis, the modern-day Sea of Marmara, in the year 313. Licinius would defeat Maximinus Dire, and in the aftermath he would push Maximinus Dire out of his Asian lands. This would include the province of Egypt, which was included in Maximinus Dire's territories. And this is significant because Maximinus Dire was officially the named Pharaoh of Egypt as a consequence. When Licinius dethroned Maximinus Dire and took his lands, he would not concern himself with the title of Pharaoh of Egypt, and therefore the title became obsolete for the in almost 3.5 millennia. Maximinus Dire died in the summer of 313, having lost all of his power to Licinius. Now there were just two supreme monarchs, or Augusti, in the Roman Empire. The allies, Constantine in the west and Licinius in the east. So things should have been harmonious after this, but it seems that there was an underlying lack of trust between Constantine and Licinius. It might have been a simple case of their differing motivations coming into conflict with each other, one man's enemy becoming another man's fugitive. Or if we're really cynical, we could suppose that Constantine and Licinius believed that each other had similar ambitions to be sole emperor.
Are you done?
One thing that we can be sure of is that after the retirement of Diocletian, the whole theory of the tetrarchy being the solution to the lack of stability in the Roman Empire was as good as junk by the 10th anniversary of his decision to step down. By the year 316, Constantine had decided to take an army over the understood border between the two halves of the Roman Empire into the lands of the modern country of Croatia and do battle with the larger force of Licinius at the Battle of Gibali. Constantine scored a great victory, which forced Licinius into making some embarrassing concessions, such as recognising Constantine's children as Caesars in the west, to ceding the Balkan Peninsula from the Eastern Empire to the Western Empire. Despite there being a period of peace following these exchanges, the tensions of distrust and resentment would still exist between Constantine and Licinius, and it would surely only be a matter of time before a sequence of events would would lead to a military exchange between the two of them once again. The barbarian Germans of Middle Europe didn't care much for the concerns between the two men and would welcome the opportunity to take advantage of the Roman Empire's misfortunes. And so Constantine's military energies were engaged in those issues towards the end of the 310s. It appears that this distraction to Constantine was quite interesting to Licinius, who would have been pleased to see Constantine having to waste resources on battling against the Germans. One of the barbarian invasions caused Constantine to give chase through the lands of the Eastern Roman Empire, and that would mark as good a time as any for Licinius to take revenge on Constantine by suggesting that his crossing the border could be defined as an act of war. And after years of fighting barbarians, Licinius may have supposed that it was unlikely that Constantine's forces would have been any less vulnerable at any other time. This didn't work out well for Licinius, though, in actuality. The two huge armies met at the Battle of Adrianople in 324, and Constantine was victorious. This time, Constantine realised that the threat of Licinius was not going away and needed to be dealt with conclusively. One of Constantine's junior emperors was his son, Crispus. Crispus would lead a naval fleet to the Hellespont, while his father would venture further east to the highly important strategical city of Byzantium on the Bosporus Strait. Crispus scored a crushing victory over the Licinian fleet, reportedly wiping most of them out. The pressure of the siege of Byzantium forced Licinius to leave the city across the Bosporus Strait with the remainder of his troops and attempt to hastily arrange a new army to do battle with the inevitably approaching Constantine, who would follow Licinius into Asia Minor with his army. The two armies would engage at the Battle of Chrysopolis in September of that same year, 324. What has been described as a great slaughter took place on that battlefield on that day, and Licinius's forces were very definitely defeated. This marked the end of the Tetrarchy. Constantine had successfully taken the honour of Augustus bestowed on him at Eboracum in Britannia by the troops of his deceased father in 306, and taken them to victory in Rome, and then ultimately in Asia Minor to be able to unite the Roman Empire once more. Licinius was ultimately executed at the command of Constantine. Reforms. So we have learned of how Constantine went from being the son of one of a group of Roman emperors to the emperor of the entire empire. But what is the significance of his reign? Certainly it feels like we have gone back in time with the formation of the Tetrarchy of multiple monarchs effectively being abolished. Surely there would have been a danger of the empire descending back into the chaos of the 3rd century. However bizarre all of this may seem, Constantine would continue to be the emperor for some years to come. And we can certainly say that the Roman Empire had irreversibly changed, and this in part was thanks to Constantine. But it is the legacy of Constantine, created by the scribes who documented his life, that is perhaps the most powerful aspect of his existence, as he had become an icon of the rise of Christianity in the known world. I don't think that it's necessarily fair to say that the significance of Constantine's reign should be restricted to his impact on Christianity, though. We could argue that this reign marks a large part of the Roman Empire's transition from being a classical empire to a medieval empire. We could also suggest a major orientalisation of the Roman Empire in its journey to becoming the predecessor of the Byzantine Empire. It is definitely worth pinpointing some of the actual changes that were going on at around this time period. The difficult thing about Constantine's legacy is that a number of alterations within the Roman Empire have been attributed to him, but are not necessarily down to him. For example, some of the military reforms that I have read as being described as Constantine may have actually been the reforms of Diocletian before him, such as distinguishing field armies from frontier armies so that legions were specialised according to their skill sets. Should an invasion occur from beyond the border of the empire, then the Limitani would defend the border forts until the arrival of the field army, the Comitatensis.
Remember when you were like, hey,
This was
dog,
one of
and
the
it was
notable
like,
major
oh, yeah,
reforms since
and
the
it was like
Marian
that.
reforms of the turn of the 1st century BCE. It is difficult to pinpoint exactly when this difference in forces emerged and who was responsible. We do know that Constantine addressed the role of the Praetorian prefect, which had existed since the reign of Augustus, and a position held by a number of future emperors, and by Silanus, one who effectively had the influence of an emperor in the absence of Tiberius during the 1st century.
Oh.
This role would be abolished in favour of local prefects who would each administer a quarter of the empire in a much more bureaucratic role than it had been in years gone by. It was becoming clear that Italy in the 4th century was starting to lose some of their appeal and glamour,
First off, fuck your
with it
bitch, and
becoming
click you
an
playing
archaic
this
reminder of a
No,
failed
it doesn't say
empire.
West Side.
Diocletian had chosen to take control of the eastern half of the empire, establishing a capital city at Nicomedia in Asia Minor near the Bosphorus Strait.
First off, fuck your bitch, and click
From
you
here,
playing.
the empire could be ruled much more effectively, with its proximity to any invasions by the Goths and the Sasanians being an advantage not shared by Rome.
Fuck your cow.
Constantine would want to rule from this area too, but he would be much more attracted to the city of Byzantium on the European banks of the Bosphorus Strait. And so he made this the capital city of the Roman Empire and chose to rename the city in honour of himself. And so therefore the modern Turkish city of Istanbul became Constantinople. Aristocrats and wealthy landowners no longer had a hands-on approach to the rule of the empire, something that was much more of a classical world characteristic. Now, the aristocrats would live the good life and the landowners would benefit from laws passed by Constantine that effectively tied tenant farmers to the land of their landlord, and this would much more resemble the system of medieval serfdom. The solidus coin was also created as a new, lightweight gold coin, and this would be an important coin for the residents of Constantinople and its surrounding empire for the next 7 centuries. There were so many changes taking place in the Roman Empire during the period of rule, from the beginning of Diocletian's reign to the end of Constantine's, that we can suggest that this was the end of classical Rome and the beginning of something else. Especially as this was also a time when something fundamental and considerable happened to the Roman Empire. Since the 1st century, the religion of Christianity emerged as an offshoot of Judaism. Christians believed that Jesus Christ, the Jewish religious preacher who lived at the beginning of the 1st century, was born as the Son of God. And this is something that split opinions within the Jewish communities. Those who believed that this was true became followers of Christianity, separating themselves from those Jews who did not accept this as true. Christianity certainly wasn't a mainstream belief like we know it today during its initial emergence. It was a minor religion within a polytheistic Roman Empire. It was this fact that often brought the religion that during its earliest years with the Roman Empire, with Judaism having a degree of status and protection, Christianity was seen as somewhat radical, with its followers regarded as a nuisance to the Roman constitution due to the fact that it preached against Roman polytheism. So the followers could be targeted by emperors such as Nero, looking for a scapegoat that Romans could easily agree on as anti-Roman fundamentalists. Otherwise, Christians within the empire were generally ignored. Persecution of the Christians within the Roman Empire became more common, but religious persecution was not abnormal in classical societies. It is often simply depended on the tolerance of the monarch of the day and the land. However, it may have been a general failure of the Roman Empire during the 3rd century which caused more Christian conversions within the empire and caused Diocletian and Galerius to target Christians within the empire like never before in what has been described as the Great Persecution. After Diocletian retired in 305, Galerius continued the persecution until he fell mortally ill at the turn of the year 311. It is around this time that the Edict of Serdica was issued by Galerius, which stopped the persecution and granted Christians a place in the Roman Empire where they could be recognised and tolerated for their religious beliefs, similar in status to the Jews. Some say that this late act was due to his fear of retribution from the Christian God. As we already know, the two most prominent imperial leaders of the next decade or so in the Roman Empire were Constantine and Licinius. The next major event on our timeline is the Edict of Milan in 313, which is often cited as a breakthrough moment when Constantine allowed Christianity to be practiced in the Roman Empire. It's not that simple though. Licinius and Constantine likely met near the Roman city of Mediolanum, the modern city of Milan, and formed a pact to secure the future of the Roman Empire by agreeing to rule their halves of the empire side by side. The religious aspect seems to grant a general religious tolerance which included Christianity and is very likely to have affected the lands of Licinius in the east far more than Constantine in the west, quite possibly because we have evidence of Licinius distributing a directive to his local governors confirming the recognition of Christianity within the empire. Constantine's mother, Helena, was a practicing Christian herself, which possibly added to Constantine's religious empathy for Christianity. This was not the first time that a mandate for Christian tolerance had been issued within the empire either. It's just that many others were only upheld for a short time. There may be nothing particularly special about the Edict of Milan in the grand scheme of things, and Constantine only played a part in its implementation. But it has become iconic as an aspect of Constantine's success in bringing Christianity to the forefront of Roman religion. But we must be absolutely careful to keep this in perspective. And we will endeavour to do that next week when we scrutinise Constantine's relationship with Christianity in our next episode about the Battle of Milvian Bridge. Absolutely brilliant episode. I really enjoyed writing that, and it's such a pivotal time in European history that it's really I find it quite captivating. I think you can see that the classical Rome and that that Rome that we see in so many sort of Shakespearean plays, that kind of Rome that we see in epic films like Gladiator. That's sort of pretty much gone now. We're sort of moving forward, and next week we'll look at the Battle of Milvian Bridge, and then after that, really, we're looking at the decline of the Roman Empire. We're really looking at how it sort of the era sort of comes to an end. But the Roman Empire doesn't completely end. It just changes into something that we recognise as something different in history. So next week we'll look at the Battle of Milvian Bridge, but after that then we'll just look at how the Roman Empire sort of declined from its from the state that we're familiar with it, as we've told this story for the last sort of, it must be about 25 episodes now. It's incredible, isn't it? So Then we'll summarise Rome, and then we move on. So, exciting stuff. Thank you very much for listening to this week's episode. As ever, if you want to support the podcast, just rate and review us wherever you listen to us. There's so much value in that. And of course, if you want to make any kind of financial contribution, you can sign up. Just go to the historyoftheworldpodcast.com website and click on the Patreon link, or you can click on the Buy Me a Book link. That's equally useful in terms of making contributions, especially a one-off one, which some people prefer to do. But I recommend the Patreon link because then you can sign up to a monthly donation and you qualify for rewards over time. So some of our patrons have earned the right to ask a question that gets answered during a podcast episode. Many of them have been sent History of the World podcast paraphernalia like fridge magnets and key rings, that kind of thing. But then also, some of them have actually qualified for the t-shirts and the mugs. So that's really getting deep into being a Patreon, or being a patron, I should say, on Patreon. And also, some have commissioned their own podcast episodes, so I will write you your own episode as well, so that's something to consider. Anyway, that's really not why we're here. We're here to talk about history fundamentally. That's only for those who want to support the project and give me a bit of a helping hand. But other than that, it's we keep going. We don't stop. We don't need the money to continue. We're generating enough that we can keep the podcast going. So thank you very much to everyone who does contribute. And as ever, let's have a look and see if we've got any messages this week. I've got one from Art SRX, who says, "Hi, your podcast is incredible. I've discovered it some weeks ago and I'm already in the origins of writing. Just wanted to say magnificent labour and for making a lot of people like me learn and enjoy history. Cheers, and most of all, thanks." Well, thank you for sending me the message. Not everyone that is able to send me a message, so when I do get a message, it really helps me to know that the work's appreciated and also validates what I'm doing. So it's nice to know that the broadcast is being enjoyed. Patrick Trojan sent me an article about Newgrange, the Irish Neolithic team. I've posted that on the Facebook page, so if you're not following me on Facebook, go and do that now and read this wonderful article on Newgrange in Ireland, the Neolithic monument. The Twitter page is also the one for me because I tend to retweet a lot of interesting stuff on there. So if you're bored and you want to read a few things about history, some interesting stuff, I try and follow all the right people and retweet all the right stuff. So hopefully that's another interesting social media place to visit, the History of the World podcast. One review that I noticed this week is from Leicester Square. It's History of the World, bloody brilliant. I'm learning so much, Chris. Thank you. My ears can't put it down. Thank you, Leicester Square, for that. I could have guessed that you're from Great Britain, and I could have easily guessed that. And thank you to everyone that has written in and who has reviewed the podcast. It really does go a long way, and it's very, very much appreciated. So thank you so much. Anyway, that's it for another week. Next week, as I say, the Battle of Milvian Bridge, a very, very significant battle in European history. So not to be missed. Don't go anywhere. Make sure that you're listening next week. So until we come back to you with that one, be good. Do you want more from the history of the podcast? Then visit our website, historyoftheworldpodcast.com. You can join our discussion forum and find us on social media. Support the podcast for as little as $1 per month by clicking the Patreon link. Email the show at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. The best ones will be read out. Be sure to rate and review the show wherever you listen to us. This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Hasler. And you're listening to Volume 3, The Classical World. Episode 49, The Battle of the Milvian Bridge. The citizens of Rome overthrew their Etruscan monarchy late in the 6th century BCE, and then they would proceed to document the origin of their great city by claiming it to be founded by Romulus during the 8th century BCE. But we can feel confident that a settlement existed here from before this time, and certainly we believe it could have been continuously occupied since the 2nd millennium BCE. We can even suggest settlement among the 7 hills of Rome, many thousands of years before classical Rome, but it might not have been continuous. If we consider that the hills of Rome would have provided a good defensible position on the Tiber River, then we can have a good understanding about why this was an attractive location for a settlement. Cultural influences would have come from multiple sources, with the Italic Latins having settled the area around Rome in the centuries preceding its suggestive foundation, coupled with the migration of the Etruscans southwards into the area and the scattered appearances of Greek migrants in and around the lands of the Tyrrhenian Sea. With the emergence of interpretable script, we can obtain more clues about the nature of Rome as it broke away from the shackles of Etruscan dominance and started to carve out its own identity, firstly by gaining influence over the neighbouring Latin settlements, before pushing back against the Etruscans. Although its road to becoming the dominant city that we know it to have become was not totally smooth. Rome was sacked by the Gauls during the 4th century BCE, but survived this sacking to come back stronger, with consideration for the being taken seriously with the building of improved fortifications. Rome would then gradually expand its influence over more and more land, and especially so when more powerful entities such as the Epirants invaded the Italian peninsula. In defending the land of the Italian peninsula, Rome would end up occupying and gaining direct influence over all of the societies of the peninsula, which would bring them into conflict with the other great empire of the Western Mediterranean, the Carthaginians. Most of the 3rd century BCE meant that the Roman Republic would spend a lot of time fighting international wars. In the latter half of the century, there would be intense wars with the Carthaginians. During these Punic Wars, Hannibal Barca would famously cross the Alps and invade the Italian peninsula from the north, but would become stranded there when the Romans started gaining the upper hand. So Hannibal's younger brother, Hasdrubal Barca, would attempt to reach Hannibal by crossing the Alps himself, but he would come up against the armies of the Roman consuls, Marcus Livius and Gaius Claudius Nero, and the culmination was the Battle of of the Metaurus. It was a decisive victory for the Romans, with Hasdrubal being killed in battle. Gaius Claudius Nero would return to Rome and build a crossing across the river Tiber to the north of the city of Rome. And this is our first known instance of a crossing at the Milvian Bridge. The Roman Empire. As we are already aware from our long journey through Roman history, Rome defeated Carthage and then embarked on a remarkable phase of imperial expansion by consolidating the lands of the former Carthaginian Empire in Hispania and North Africa. From there, the Romans would head east and defeat the Macedonians, allowing them to gain a strong foothold in the Balkan Peninsula, meaning that it would only be a matter of time before all the lands of Greece and its peninsula under the Roman rule. As Rome expanded its imperial reach, it would have to continually reform in order to be able to cope with all of the new pressures that came upon it by these incredible changes. A man called Gaius Marius made some important military reforms that enabled future Roman commanders a lot of opportunity and resource to be able to succeed on further campaigns. This undoubtedly helped Lucullus and Pompey to gain military successes in Asia, and Julius Caesar to gain military successes in Gaul, thus further expanding the reach of the empire. With Octavian's conquest of Egypt and his acceptance of the position of the first citizen of Rome, alternatively the first instance of an emperor of Rome, he would rule under the name Augustus. The kingdom of Judea had already come under the influence of the Romans during their late Republic years' conquests, but it would be a province at the start of the 1st century CE, and this would turn out to be significant from a religious perspective because, of course, this is the time when Jesus Christ was alive. The Romans would have installed a governor or a prefect to preside over the province. It would be the 5th man to perform this duty from the year 26, who would be Pontius Pilatus, and he would be responsible for the final trial of Jesus Christ. Jesus was ordered to be executed by crucifixion after he had upset the Jewish church leaders with his radical ideas. And so the story of Christianity begins. The Christian Church. Christianity within the Roman Empire was not taken very seriously at all by the Romans initially. The Christian Church, containing those Jewish followers who believed that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, became an offshoot and a religious adversary to the Jewish Church. Rome itself had its own religious observances, with their beliefs of a pantheon of gods with Jupiter at the forefront. Both Jews and Christians believed in the same God, but Christians believed that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and this belief was contrary to Jewish beliefs. So according to the New Testament, a Roman called Paul was persecuting Christians until he travelled to Damascus, the city in the modern country of Syria, and saw a vision of Jesus Christ while en route. From that moment, Paul decided to switch his life direction and act as an apostle of Jesus, spreading the word of Christianity throughout the eastern lands of the Roman Empire. Paul then travelled to Rome during the reign of Emperor Nero, which we covered back in episode 42. He may have been in Rome when the fire during the year 64 took place, and it seems that he was killed in the aftermath and possibly during the documented persecution of the Christians by Emperor Nero as a punishment for their role in starting the fire. although it is suspected that Nero himself started the fire and simply blamed the Christians because they were an easy target, and they were now distinct from Jews who had a degree of legal protection according to the Roman constitution. Christian persecution could often be a convenience following the fire of Rome. Local governors were looking for something or someone to blame for misfortune, then blaming the local Christians could be a good direction to point in, should the governor want to deflect blame from himself. Often Christian loyalty would be tested by the demand of making sacrifices for the Roman emperor or the Roman gods. Any refusal, punishment was likely to follow, but this would have been the Roman test to anybody really, not just the Christians. Certainly some of the religious practices of Greek lands were very unlike traditional Roman religion as well, so the entirety of the Roman Empire would have been highly diverse religiously. After Nero's famous persecution of the Christians in the 1st century, there are no notable large persecutions until we reach the chaos of the 3rd century. This is a time when emperors were continually being assassinated, and the misfortune of the Romans being blamed on anybody who did not want to make the necessary observances or sacrifices to the Roman pantheon. The most well-known persecution of this period was that conducted during the reign of Emperor Diocletian. Diocletian believed that a more autocratic style of rule was necessary to restore order to the Roman Empire, and this would include the promotion of traditional Roman religion, which meant the suppression of other beliefs, especially those beliefs that did not have the legal protection that Judaism enjoyed within the Roman Empire. This would include Christianity. Both Diocletian and his Caesar, the successor, Galerius, actively supported the persecution of Christians. In 305, Diocletian retired and Galerius continued the persecution. It would not be until the year 311 that it seems that Galerius had a mysterious crisis of conscience when he issued an edict allowing Christians the freedom of worship, and it would be in the same year that Galerius died. Constantine was the son of an important military commander called Constantius Chlorus, and he was born in the early 280s. His mother was a woman called Helena, and she may or may not have actually been married to Constantius Chlorus, but we do believe that she was indeed a Christian woman born in Bithynia, in the Asian lands of the Roman Empire. It is possible that his military career led Constantius Chlorus to support Diocletian in his battle to become the Roman emperor before Diocletian took to the battlefield against Carinus at the Battle of the Margus in 285. It would be due to his favour that Constantius would receive the opportunity to govern over some of the lands of the Roman emperor as a junior emperor of Britannia and Gaul in 293. In order to secure Constantius' loyalty, Diocletian would keep his adolescent son Constantine at his court in Nicomedia, in Asia Minor. There, Constantine would receive a good education in a culturally diverse city, including followers of the Christian faith. When Constantine came of age, he would be sent on military campaigns on the Danube front and in Mesopotamia. He was somewhat of a silent entity during Diocletian's persecution of the Christians, with no strong account of him being actively for or against it, despite him being a member of the Roman royal court. When Diocletian was approaching his retirement, some might have expected Constantine to have been in the mix when it came to the announcement of new Caesars, as the existing ones were due to be promoted to become the new Augustine. However, Constantine was not selected, and it was feared that the existing Caesar, Galerius, may have viewed Constantine as a threat to the stability of the Tetrarchy because of this. So Constantius called for his son Constantine to join him in the west in order to preserve his safety. Both Constantius and Constantine campaigned as father and son against the Picts, who lived beyond Hadrian's Wall in the north of Britannia. This did not last long because Constantius fell ill and died the following year. And Constantius's army declared that his son, Constantine, was their new emperor. Constantine therefore declared himself as the new emperor, and Galerius begrudgingly recognized him to avoid internal conflict, although he did acknowledge him only as a Caesar. Maxentius. Maxentius's early life is not completely dissimilar to that of Constantine in that he came of age during a period in which his father was an emperor of the Roman Empire. His father was Maximian, who ruled the Western Empire at the same time as Diocletian in the East. Maxentius's mother was a Syrian woman called Eutropia. So both Maxentius's and Constantine's mothers came from the Asiatic lands of the empire. There is very little record of Maxentius having a documented military career, which is something we have been able to track in relation to Constantine. It would be somewhat surprising, though, if we consider that Maximian was likely to have been preparing Maxentius to be his successor, so military experience would have surely have been important. However, if it is true that Maxentius had little or no military experience when his father Maximian was urged to retire from office alongside Diocletian, this may have come into the conversation when Diocletian's successor Galerius overlooked him when determining who should take control of Italy in the aftermath of the reign of Maximian. Galerius would go for Valerius Severus as the man to lead Rome, and Maxentius was somewhat disappointed as it appeared that he had been groomed to take over from his father, and he would have believed that it was his rightful destiny. Valerius Severus was not particularly popular as the new emperor.
Random House Audio presents 50 Shades Freed by E.L. James. Read for you by Becca Bateau.
He could take advantage of the situation, and with the support
Prologue.
of the Praetorian Guard in Rome, who feared
Mommy,
that they
Mommy.
could be expanded.
Mommy is asleep on the floor. She has been asleep for a long time.
Maxentius was allowed to
I brush her hair because she likes
Valerius
that.
Severus was in
She
many
doesn't
a
wake up.
which is
I shake her.
the city of Milan.
Mommy, me hurts.
Maxentius
It is hungry.
declared himself
He isn't here.
But
I
now,
am thirsty.
dangerous precedent
In the kitchen,
set.
I pull a chair to the sink and I have a drink.
Maxentius had
The
been
water
officially
splashes over my blue
Rome's
sweater.
emperor, and there was a
Mommy
danger
is still
of the
asleep.
main authority,
Mommy,
that of
wake up.
Galerius, being
She lies
undermined.
still. She is cold.
With Constantine
I fetch
in
my
Britannia
blankie
having the
and I
force
cover
of his
Mommy,
father's army,
and I lie down on the
Galerius
sticky
decided
green
not to
rug
act
beside
against
her. Mommy is still
Galerius
asleep.
did encourage Valerius
I have
Severus
2
to
toy
try to
cars.
retake Rome
They race by the
using
floor where
military
Mommy
means.
is
However,
sleeping.
with
I
Maxentius
think
now
Mommy is
already
sick.
comfortably in Rome,
I search
well
for
supported,
something to eat.
this was always going
In the
to be
freezer, I find peas.
Even
They are
though
cold.
Severus had a large
I
army,
eat them
some
slowly.
of them would actually
They make my
defect
tummy hurt.
to Maxentius.
I sleep
Severus's
beside Mommy.
invasion was
The
ultimately
peas are gone.
unsuccessful.
In the freezer is
Much
something.
of the military
It
was
smells
buoyed
funny.
by the fact that
I
the
lick it
trusted
and my
army
tongue is stuck to
Maximian
it.
had returned to
I
Rome
eat it
with
slowly.
his son.
It tastes
It could have
nasty.
been Maximian who
I drink some
finished
water.
Severus off after
I play with my cars and I sleep beside Mommy. Mommy is
Severus's
so
failure
cold
meant
and
that
she won't
Galerius
wake
would
up.
have to take matters
The
into
door
his own
crashes
hands
open.
and run
I
his
cover Mommy
usurper
with my
out of
blankie.
Rome.
He's here.
However, when
Fuck!
Galerius tried to
What the
approach
fuck
Rome,
happened here?
some of his
Oh,
troops were
the crazy
defeated
fucked up
effectiveness
bitch.
of serving
Shit.
under Maxentius.
Fuck. Get out of my way.
Go back
He kicks me
eastwards to
and I hit my head on the floor. My head hurts. He calls somebody and he goes. He locks the door.
So
I lay down beside Mommy. My head hurts. The lady policeman is here. No, no, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Constantine
Don't touch me. I stay by Mommy. No, stay away from me. The lady policeman has my blankie, and she grabs me. I scream, Mommy, Mommy, I want my Mommy. The words are gone. I can't say the words. Mommy can't hear me. I have no words. Christian! Christian! Her voice is urgent, pulling him from the depths of his nightmare, the depths of his despair. I'm here! I'm here! He wakes, and she's leaning over him, grasping his shoulders, shaking him, her face etched with anguish, blue eyes wide and brimming with tears. Anna. His voice is a breathless whisper, the taste of fear tarnishing his mouth. You're here. Of course I'm here. I had a dream. I know. I'm here. I'm here. Anna. He breathes her name, and it's a talisman against the black, choking panic coursing through his body. Hush! I'm here. She curls around him, her limbs cocooning him, her warmth leaching into his body, forcing back the shadows, forcing back the fear. She is sunshine. She is light. She is his. Please, let's not fight. His voice is hoarse as he wraps his arms around her. Okay. The vows. No, babe. I can do that. We'll find a way. The words rush out of his mouth in a tumble of emotion and confusion and anxiety. Yes, we will. We'll always find a way. She whispers, and her lips are on his, silencing him, bringing him back to the now. Chapter 1. I stare up through gaps in the seagrass parasol at the bluest of skies. Summer blue, Mediterranean blue. With a contented sigh, Christian is beside me, stretched out on a sun lounger. My husband, my hot, beautiful husband, shirtless and in cut-off jeans, is reading a book predicting the collapse of the Western banking system. By all accounts, it's a page-turner. I haven't seen him sit this still, ever. He looks more like a student than the hotshot CEO of one of the top privately owned companies in the United States. On the final leg of our honeymoon, we laze in the afternoon sun on the beach at the aptly named Beach Plaza Monte Carlo in Monaco, although we're not actually staying in this hotel. I open my eyes and gaze out at the fair lady anchored in the harbor. We are staying, of course, on board a luxury motor yacht. Built in 1928, she floats majestically on the water, queen of all the yachts in the harbor. She looks like a child's wind-up toy. Christian loves her. I suspect he's tempted to buy her. Honestly, boys and their toys. Sitting back, I listen to the Christian Grey mix on my new iPod and doze in the late afternoon sun, idly remembering his proposal. Oh, his dreamy proposal in the boathouse. I can almost smell the scent of the meadow flowers. And we marry tomorrow? Christian murmurs softly in my ear. I am sprawled on his chest in the flowery bower in the boathouse, sated from our passionate lovemaking. Is that a yes? I hear his hopeful surprise. No? I sense his grin. Miss Steele, are you incoherent? I grin. He laughs and hugs me tightly, kissing the top of my head. Vegas, tomorrow, it is then. Sleepily, I raise my head. I don't think my parents would be very happy with that. He throws his fingertips up and down my naked back, caressing me gently. What do you want, Anastasia? Vegas? A big wedding with all the trimmings? Tell me. Not big, just friends and family. I gaze up at him, moved by the quiet entreaty in his glowing gray eyes. What does he want? Okay. He nods,
cause,
Where?
which may have
I
bolstered
shrug.
Constantine's numbers back
Could
up
we
to
do it
around
here?
50,000
He asks
soldiers.
tentatively.
We'll get to you.
Your folks' place?
Lost his
Would
great
they mind?
command. We
Snorts.
have no real
My
way
mother
of
would be
knowing
in
how the
seventh heaven.
rebellion of the African
Okay,
provinces
here.
affected the
I'm sure my mom and dad would prefer that.
This contributed to the
He strokes my
decision of
hair.
Maxentius
Could I
to
be
not
any
wait
happier?
to be put under siege, as
So
it
we've
had been
established
the case
where.
with both Severus
Now, the
and
when.
Galerius when they
Surely you
attacked.
should ask your mother.
Maxentius had a large
Christian's
force.
smile
He led them
dips.
across the pontoon
She
to
can
an
have a
area
month.
called
That's it.
Saxarubra.
I want you too much to
Checking out
wait
on
any longer.
now.
Christian,
The
you have me.
Maxentian armies
You've had me for a while.
cavalry
But
I'm
okay,
half a
a month it is.
I have more
I kiss
counts
his
and more
chest,
content
a
than anyone else
soft,
on
chaste
Earth.
kiss, and
You're like,
smile
are you
up at
serious
him.
about that? Yeah. I've been online 555 days.
You'll burn.
Historian
Christian whispers in my ear,
Caesarea.
startling me from my
Check this out.
doze.
On the day
Look how
before
many
the
live streams I've
Only
got
for
going.
you.
27th of October.
I give him my
That one.
sweetest smile.
That's
The
a live
late
stream.
afternoon sun
That's
has
a live
shifted,
stream.
and I am under its
Live.
full glare.
Sky.
He smirks, and in one swift move pulls my sun lounger into the shade of the parasol. Out of the Mediterranean sun, Mrs. Gray.
Ball of
Thank you
fuck.
for your altruism, Mr. Gray. My pleasure, Mrs. Gray. And I'm not being altruistic at all. If you burn, I won't be able to touch you. He raises an eyebrow, his eyes shining with mirth, and my heart expands. But I suspect you know that, and you're laughing at me. Would I? I gasp, feigning innocence. Yes, you would, and you do, often. It's one of the many things I love about you. He leans down and kisses me, playfully biting my lower lip. I was hoping you'd rub me down with more sunscreen. I pout against his lips. Mrs. Gray, it's a dirty job, but that's an offer I can't refuse. Sit up, he orders, his voice husky. I do as I'm told, and with slow, meticulous strokes from strong and supple fingers, he coats me in sunscreen. You really are very lovely. I'm a lucky man. He murmurs as his fingers skim over my breasts, spreading the lotion. Yes, you are, Mr. Gray. I gaze coyly up at him through my lashes. Modesty becomes you, Mrs. Gray. Turn over. I want to do your best. Smiling, I roll over, and he undoes the back strap of my hideously expensive bikini. How would you feel if I went topless, like the other women on the beach? I ask, displeased. He says without hesitation, I'm not very happy about you wearing so little right now. He leans down and whispers in my ear, don't push your
Can you
luck.
make it big?
Is that a challenge,
How big
Mr.
do you
Gray?
want
No, it's a statement of fact, Mrs. Gray.
Of course I can.
I sigh and shake my head. Oh, Christian, my possessive, jealous, control freak Christian.
Oh, you got it, yo?
When he's finished, he slaps my behind. You'll do, wench. His ever-present, ever-active BlackBerry buzzes. I frown, and he smirks. My eyes only, Mrs. Gray. He raises his eyebrow in playful warning, slaps my backside once more, and sits back down on his lounger to take the call. My inner goddess purrs. Maybe tonight we could do some kind of floor show for his eyes only. She smirks knowingly, arching a brow. I grin at the thought and drift back into my afternoon siesta. Mademoiselle, appelez pour moi un Coca-Cola Light pour ma femme, s'il vous plaît. Et quoi quelque chose à manger? Laissez-moi voir la carte. Christian speaking fluent French wakes me. My eyelashes flutter in the glare of the sun, and I find Christian watching me while a liveried young woman walks away, her tray held aloft, her high blonde ponytail swinging provocatively. Thirsty, he asks. Yes, I mutter sleepily. I could watch you all day. Tired? I flush. I didn't get much sleep last night. Me neither. He grins, puts down his BlackBerry, and stands. His shorts
This is
fall a
someone
little
sort
and
of
hang
I know.
in that way,
Kill me.
so his swim trunks are visible beneath. Christian takes his shorts off, stepping out of his flip-flops. I lose my train of thought. Come for a swim with me. He holds out his hand while I look up at him, dazed.
Live on the TikTok.
Swim? He says again, cocking his head to one side, an amused expression on his
Is this for
face.
views?
When I don't
No,
respond,
I could give a
he
shit
shakes
about
his
that.
head slowly.
No,
I
I
think
stream
you
at
need
like
a
24
wake-up
hours a
call.
day, 7 days a week, 365
Suddenly,
days
he
a
pounces
year
and lifts me
on
into his
the
arms
internet.
while I
Check this
shriek,
out. No,
more
of
for
course not.
surprise
Ashley,
than alarm.
check this out.
Christian,
I'm
put
live
me
on YouTube.
down! I squeal. He chuckles. Only in the sea, baby. Several sunbathers on the beach watch with that bemused disinterest so typical, I now realize, of the French as Christian carries me to the sea,
I'm live on 5
laughing
different
and
streams on
waves in.
YouTube.
I
Look at all of
clasp
them.
my arms around his neck.
These are
You
all mine.
wouldn't, I say
Look, we'll look
breathlessly,
at it right here.
trying to stifle my giggling. He
This one's right
grins.
behind me.
Oh, Anna, baby. Have you learned nothing in the short time we've known each other? He kisses me, and I seize my opportunity, running my fingers through his hair,
You're a
grasping
live
2
streamer.
handfuls
That's right.
and
Keep
kissing
going.
him back
My
while
person wants to
invading
keep
his
going.
mouth with
Hey,
my tongue.
I'm
He
way off all
inhales
day long
sharply
on
and leans
YouTube.
back,
All day long.
eyes
For
smoky but wary.
555 straight days.
I know your
Really?
names,
Yeah.
he whispers, and slowly sinks
Nice.
into the
Why
cool,
not?
clear water, taking me with him
I'm
as his
live on
lips
YouTube.
find mine
Hey.
once more.
I want to do it
The
for
chill
World
of the
Peace.
Mediterranean
I don't
is
want
soon
people to have war
forgotten
anymore,
as I
and I
wrap
feel like
myself
if I
around
am
my
able to
husband.
provide a platform where
I
people
thought
can
you
have
wanted to swim,
proper
I murmur
diplomatic
against his mouth.
discussions, then we can all come together as a society. What's my
Christian
YouTube?
grazes his teeth along my
Hashtag
lower lip,
ViralRabbi
but I'm not
and
sure I want the good
YouTube
people
and
of
Filtered by
Monte
Live.
Carlo to see
So
my
here's how
wife
you
in
do
the
it.
throes of passion. I
You put
run
in
my teeth
hashtag
along his jaw,
ViralRabbi.
his stubble tickly against my tongue, not caring a dime for the good people of Monte
Hashtag
Carlo. Anna, he
ViralRabbi.
groans. He wraps my ponytail around his wrist
Oh
and
yeah, I'll
tugs,
come.
tilting my head back,
Yeah, so you put
exposing
in
my throat.
hashtag ViralRabbi,
He trails kisses from my ear down my neck. Shall I take you?
hashtag ViralRabbi,
He
but you want to
breathes.
put that in YouTube.
Yes, I
So put in
whisper.
YouTube,
Christian pulls away
and
and
then
gazes down at me.
you'll see I
His
have more
eyes
content
warm,
online than any person in world
and
history. I'm the
amused.
world's biggest celebrity.
Mrs. Gray,
Really? Yeah.
you're
So check it out.
insatiable
Hashtag
and so
viral
brazen. What sort
Rabbi
of monster have I created?
in YouTube.
A monster fit for
Why
you.
is my name Rabbi?
Would you have me
I'm a
any
rabbi.
other way?
Like
I'll take you
you know,
any way I can get you.
a
You know
teacher
that, but
in
not right
Judaism.
now. Not
Like, oh, where's
an
your
audience.
teapot?
Jerks his
Right
head
here,
toward the
dog.
shore. What? Sure enough,
Oh shoot! What
several
happened?
sunbathers on the beach have abandoned their
Access
indifference and now regard us with interest. Suddenly, Christian grabs me around my waist and launches me into the air, letting me fall into the water and sink beneath the waves to the soft sand below. I surface, coughing, spluttering, and giggling. Christian!
Oh, I can't.
I scold, glaring at him. I thought we were going to make love in the sea and chalk up yet another first.
I see this guy all the
He
time.
bites his lower lip to his amusement. I splash him, and he splashes me right back. We have all night, he says, grinning like a fool. Later, baby. He dives beneath the sea and surfaces 3 feet away from me. Then, in a fluid, graceful crawl, swims away from the shore, away from me. Gah! Playful, tantalizing 50. I shield my eyes from the sun as I watch him go. He's such a tease. What can I do to get him back? While I swim back to the shore, I contemplate my options. At the sun loungers, our drinks have arrived, and I take a quick sip of Diet Coke. Christian is a faint speck in the distance. I lie down on my front and, fumbling with the straps, take my bikini top off and toss it casually onto Christian's sun lounger. There. See how brazen I can be, Mr. Gray? Put this in your pipe and smoke it. I shut my eyes and let the sun warm my skin, warm my bones, and I drift away under its heat, my thoughts turning to my wedding day. You may kiss the bride, Reverend Walsh announces. I beam at my husband. Finally, you're mine, he whispers, and pulls me into his arms and kisses me chastely on the lips. I am married. I am Mrs. Christian Grey. I am giddy with joy. You look beautiful, Anna. He murmurs and smiles, his eyes glowing with love, and something darker, something hot. Don't let anyone take that dress off with me, understand? His smile heats 100 degrees as his fingertips trail down my cheek, igniting my blood. Holy crap! How does he do this? Even here with all these people staring at us. I nod mutely. Geez, I hope no one can hear us. Luckily, Reverend Walsh has discreetly stepped back. I glance at the throng, gathered in their wedding finery. My mom, Ray, Bob, and the Greys are all applauding. Even Kate, my maid of honor, who looks stunning in pale pink as she stands beside Christian's best man, his brother, Elliot. Who knew that even Elliot could scrub up so well? All wear huge, beaming smiles, except Grace, who weeps graciously into a dainty white handkerchief. Ready to party, Mrs. Gray? Christian murmurs, giving me his shy smile. I melt. He looks divine in a simple black tux with silver waistcoat and tie. He's so dashing. Ready as I'll ever be, I grin, a totally goofy smile on my face. Later, the wedding party is in full swing. Tarek and Grace have gone to town. They have the tent set up again and beautifully decorated in pale pink, silver, and ivory, with its sides open facing the bay. We have been blessed with fine weather, and the late afternoon sun shines over the water. There's a dance floor at one end of the tent, a lavish buffet at the other. Ray and my mother are dancing and laughing with each other. I feel bittersweet watching them together. I hope Christian and I last longer. I don't know what I'd do if he left me. Marry in haste, repent at leisure. The saying haunts me. Kate is beside me, looking so beautiful in her long silk gown. She glances at me and frowns. Hey, this is supposed to be the happiest day of your life, she scolds. It is, I whisper. Oh, Anna, what's wrong? Are you watching your mom and Ray? I nod sadly. They're happy. Happier apart. You're having doubts? Kate asks, alarmed. No, not at all. It's just, I love him so much. I freeze, unable or unwilling to articulate my fears. Anna, it's obvious he adores you. I know you had an unconventional start to your relationship, but I can see how happy you've both been over the past month. She grasps my hands, squeezing them. Besides, it's too late now, she adds with a grin. I giggle. Trust Kate to point out the obvious. She pulls me into a Catherine Kavanaugh special hug. Anna, you'll be fine. And if he hurts one hair on your head, he'll have me to answer to. Releasing me, she grins at whoever is behind me. Hi, baby. Christian puts his arms around me, surprising me, and kisses my temple. Kate, he acknowledges. He's still cool toward her even after 6 weeks. Hello again, Christian. I'm off to find your best man, who happens to be my best man, too. With a smile to us both, she heads over to Elliot, who is drinking with her brother Ethan and our friend Jose. Time to go, Christian murmurs. Already? This is the first party I've been to where I don't mind being the center of attention. I turn in his arms to face him. You deserve to be. You look stunning, Anastasia. So do you. He smiles, his expression heating. This beautiful dress becomes you. This old thing? I blush shyly and pull on the fine lace trim of the simple, fitted wedding dress designed for me by Kate's mother. I love that the lace is just off the shoulder, demure yet alluring, I hope. He bends and kisses me. Let's go. I don't want to share you with all these people anymore. Can we leave our own wedding? Baby, it's our party, and we can do whatever we want. We've cut the cake, and right now, I'd like to whisk you away and have you all to myself. I giggle. You have me for a lifetime, Mr. Gray. I'm very glad to hear that, Mrs. Gray. Oh, there you two are. Such lovebirds. I groan inwardly. Grace's mother has found us. Christian, darling, one more dance with your grandma? Christian purses his lips. Of course, grandmother. And you, beautiful Anastasia, go and make an old man happy. Dance with Theo. Theo, Mrs. Trevelyan? Grandpa Trevelyan. And I think you can call me Grandma. Now, you two seriously need to get working on my great grandkids. I won't last too much longer. She gives us both a simpering smile. Christian blinks at her in horror. Come, grandmother, he says, hurriedly taking her hand and leading her to the dance floor. He glances back at me, practically pouting, and rolls his eyes. Laters, baby. As I walk toward Grandpa Trevelyan, Jose accosts me. I won't ask you for another dance. I think I monopolize too much of your time on the dance floor as it is. I'm happy to see you happy. But I'm serious, Anna. I'll be here if you need me. Jose, thank you. You're a good friend. I mean it. His dark eyes shine with sincerity. I know you do. Thank you, Jose. Now, if you'll please excuse me, I have a date with an old man. He furrows his brow in confusion. Christian's grandfather? I clarify. He grins. Good luck with that, Annie. Good luck with everything. Thanks, Jose. After my dance with Christian's ever-charming grandfather, I stand by the French doors, watching the sun sink slowly over Seattle, casting bright orange and aquamarine shadows across the bay. Let's go, Christian urges. I have to change. I grasp his hand, meaning to pull him through the French windows and upstairs with me. He frowns, not understanding, and tugs gently on my hand, halting me. I thought you wanted to be the one to take this dress off, I explain. His eyes light up. Correct. He gives me a lascivious grin, but I'm not undressing you here. We wouldn't leave until, I don't know. He waves his long-fingered hand, leaving his sentence unfinished, but his meaning quite clear. I flush and let go of his hand. And don't take your hair down either, he murmurs darkly. But no buts, Anastasia. You look beautiful, and I want to be the one to undress you. Oh, I frown. Pack your going-away clothes, he orders. You'll need them. Taylor has your main suitcase. Okay. What has he got planned? He hasn't told me where we're going. In fact, I don't think anyone knows where we're going. Neither Mia nor Kate has managed to inveigle the information out of him. I turn to where my mother and Kate are hovering nearby. I'm not changing. What? My mother says. Christian doesn't want me to. I shrug as if this should explain everything. Her brow furrows briefly. You didn't promise to obey, she reminds me tactfully. Kate tries to disguise her snort as a cough. I narrow my eyes at her. Neither she nor my mother have any idea of the fight Christian and I had about that. I don't want to rehash that argument. Jeez, can my 50 shades sulk and have nightmares? The memory is sobering. I know, Mom, but he likes this dress, and I want to please him. Her expression softens and tactfully moves away to leave us alone. You look so lovely, darling. Carla gently tugs at a loose tendril of my hair and strokes my chin. I am so proud of you, honey. You're going to make Christian a very happy man. She pulls me into a hug. Oh, Mom. I can't believe how grown up you look right now. Beginning a new life. Just remember that men are from a different planet. You'll be fine. I giggle. Christian is from a different universe. If only she knew. Thanks, Mom. Ray joins us, smiling sweetly at both Mom and me. You made a beautiful baby girl, Carla, he says, his eyes glowing with pride. He looks so dapper in his black tux and pale pink waistcoat. Tears prick the back of my eyes. Oh no, so far I have managed not to cry. And you watched her and helped her grow up, right? Carla's voice is wistful. And I loved every single minute. You make one hell of a bride, Annie. Ray tucks the same loose strand of hair behind my ear. Oh, Dad. I stifle a sob, and he hugs me in his brief, awkward way. You'll make one hell of a wife, too. He whispers, his voice hoarse. When he releases me, Christian is back at my side. Ray shakes his hand warmly. Look after my girl, Christian. I fully intend to, Ray. Carla. He nods at my stepdad and kisses my mom. The rest of the wedding guests have formed a long human arch for us to travel through, leading around to the front of the house. Ready? Christian says. Yes. Taking my hand, he leads me under their outstretched arms, while our guests shout good luck and congratulations and shower us with rice. Waiting with smiles and hugs at the end of the arch are Grace and Carrick. They hug and kiss us both in turn. Grace is emotional again, as we bid them hasty goodbyes. Taylor is waiting to whisk us away in the Audi SUV. As Christian holds the car door open for me, I turn and toss my bouquet of white roses into the crowd of young women that has gathered. Mia triumphantly holds it aloft, grinning from ear to ear. As I slide into the SUV, laughing at Mia's audacious catch, Christian bends to gather the hem of my dress. Once I'm safely in, he bids the waiting crowd farewell. Taylor holds the car door open for him. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Taylor. Christian replies as he seats himself beside me. As Taylor pulls away, our wedding guests shower the vehicle with rice. Christian grasps my hand and kisses my knuckles. So far, so good, Mrs. Gray. So far, so wonderful. Where are we going? SeaTac, he says simply, and smiles a sphinx-like smile. What is he planning? Taylor does not head for the departure terminal as I expect, but through a security gate and directly onto the tarmac. What? And then I see her, Christian's jet. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc., in large blue lettering across her fuselage. Don't tell me you're misusing company property again. Oh, I hope so, Anastasia. Christian grins. Taylor halts the Audi at the foot of the steps leading up to the plane and leaps out to open Christian's door. They have a brief discussion, then Christian opens my door. And rather than stepping back to give me room to climb out, he leans in and lifts me. Whoa! What are you doing? I squeak. Carrying you over the threshold, he says. Isn't that supposed to be at home? He carries me effortlessly up the steps, and Taylor follows with my small suitcase. He leaves it on the threshold of the plane before returning to the Audi. Inside the cabin, I recognize Stefan, Christian's pilot, in his uniform.
Oh, you found me again.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Hey,
Mrs. Gray. He grins. Christian puts me down. Stefan's hand. Beside Stefan stands a dark-haired woman in her, early 30s? She's also in uniform. Congratulations to you both.
Put in ViralRabbi. These are all my
Thank
accounts.
you, Stefan. Anastasia, you know Stefan.
You think we can finish where we left off? Fuck yeah, but I gotta do underneath
Officer Bailey.
the others.
She blushes as Christian introduces her and blinks rapidly. I
These are all
want to
my
roll my
accounts.
eyes.
So just follow
Another
them.
female completely captivated by my too handsome for his own good husband. Delighted to meet you, gushes Bailey. I smile kindly at her.
Native,
After
go
all,
to YouTube.
he is mine.
and type
All
in
preparations
#ViralRabbi.
Christian asks them both as I glance around the cabin. The interior is all
Just
pale
like this.
maple wood and pale cream leather. It's lovely. Another young woman in uniform stands at the other end of the cabin. A very pretty brunette.
Hit enter.
We have the all
And
clear.
filter
Weather is good from here to
by
Boston.
live.
Boston?
And you'll see I have more
Ambulance?
content than
Not
any
before
person in
Boston.
global history.
There's a
Look
weather
how
chopper
long
for
these
Shannon
are.
that might give us a rough ride.
12 hours.
Shannon? Ireland? I see. Well, I hope to sleep through it all, says Christian, matter-of-factly. We'll get underway, sir, Stefan says. We'll leave you in the capable care of Natalia, your flight attendant. Christian glances in her direction and frowns.
Cool.
Returns
Nate,
to
you
Stefan
got me on
with a smile.
YouTube. Make a comment
Excellent,
on YouTube.
he says. Taking my hand, he leads me to one of the sumptuous leather seats. There must be about 12 of them in
I
total,
got another one here. I'll beat off right now.
he says as he removes his jacket and undoes his
I
fine
just have
silver
to do it under
brocade
the
vest.
covers.
We sit in two single seats facing each other, with a small, highly polished table between us. Welcome aboard, sir, ma'am, and congratulations. Natalia is at our side, offering us both a glass of pink champagne. Christian says, and she smiles politely at us and retreats to the galley. Here's to a happy married life, Anastasia. Christian raises his glass to mine, and we clink. The champagne is delicious. Bollinger? I ask. The same. The first time I drank this, it was out of teacups. I grin. I remember that day well. Your graduation. Where are we going? I'm unable to contain my curiosity any longer. Shannon, Christian says, his eyes alight with excitement. He looks like a small boy. In Ireland? We're going to Ireland? To refuel, he adds, teasing. Then, I prompt. His grin broadens and he shakes his head. Christian? London, he says, gazing intently at me, trying to gauge my reaction. I gasp. Holy cow. I thought maybe we'd be going to New York or Aspen or maybe the Caribbean. I can hardly believe it. My lifetime ambition has been to visit England. I'm lit up from within, incandescent with happiness. Then Paris. What? Then the south of France. Whoa! I know you've always dreamed of going to Europe, he says softly. I want to make your dreams come true, Anastasia. You are my dreams come true, Christian. Back at you, Mrs. Gray. He whispers. Oh my. Buckle up. I grin and do as I'm told. As the plane taxis out onto the runway, we sip our champagne, grinning inanely at each other. I can't believe it. At 22 years old, I'm finally leaving the United States and going to Europe, to London of all places. Once we're airborne, Natalia serves us yet more champagne and prepares our wedding feast. And what a feast it is! Smoked salmon, followed by roast partridge with a green bean salad and dauphinoise potatoes. All cooked and served by the ever-efficient Natalia. Dessert, Mr. Gray? She asks. He shakes his head and runs his finger across his bottom lip as he looks questioningly at me, his expression dark and unreadable. No, thank you, I murmur, unable to break eye contact with him. His lips curl up in a small, secret smile, and Natalia retreats. Good. He murmurs, I'd rather planned on having you for dessert. Oh, here? Oh, he says, rising from the table and offering me his hand.
Oh, yeah.
He leads me to the back of the cabin. There's a bathroom here. He points to a small door that leads me on down a short corridor and through a door at the end. Jeez, a bedroom. The cabin is cream and maple wood, and the small double bed is covered in gold and taupe cushions. It looks very comfortable. Christian turns and pulls me into his arms, gazing down at me. I thought we'd spend our wedding night at 35,000 feet. It's something I've never done before. Another first. I gape at him, my heart pounding. The Mile High Club. I've heard about this. But first I have to get you out of this fabulous dress. His eyes glow with love and something darker. Something I love. Something that calls to my inner goddess. He takes my breath away. Turn around. His voice is low, authoritative, and sexy as hell. How can he infuse so much promise into those two words? Willingly I comply, and his hands move to my hair. Gently, he pulls out each hairpin one at a time, his expert fingers making short work of the task. My hair falls in swabs over my shoulders, one lock at a time, covering my back and down to my breasts. I try to stand still and not squirm, but I'm aching for his touch. After our long, tiring, but exciting day, I want him, all of him. You have such beautiful hair, Anna. His mouth is close to my ear and I feel his breath, though his lips don't touch me. When my hair is free of pins, he runs his fingers through it, gently massaging my scalp. Oh my. I close my eyes and savor the sensation. His fingers travel on down, and he tugs, tilting my head back to expose my throat. You're mine. He breathes, and his teeth tug my earlobe. I groan. Hush now, he admonishes. He sweeps my hair over my shoulder and trails a finger across the top of my back, from shoulder to shoulder, following the lace edge of my dress. I shiver in anticipation. He plants a tender kiss on my back above the first button on my dress. So beautiful, he says as he deftly undoes the first button. You have made me the happiest man alive today. With infinite slowness, he unfastens each button, all the way down my back. I love you so much. Trailing kisses from the nape of my neck to the edge of my shoulder. Between each kiss, he murmurs, I want you so much. I want to
Despite the Nicene Creed supporting the homoousian position, the Arians were obviously not very happy.
Each word is intoxicating. I close my eyes and tilt my head, giving him easier access to my neck, and I fall further under the spell that is Christian Grey, my husband. Mine. He whispers once more. He peels my dress down my arms so that it pools at my feet in a cloud of ivory silk and lace. Turn around, he whispers, his voice suddenly hoarse. I do so, and he gasps. I'm dressed in a tight, blush pink satin corset with garter straps, matching lacy briefs, and white silk stockings. Christian's eyes travel greedily down my body, but he says nothing. He just gazes at me, his eyes wide with want. You like? I whisper, aware of the shy blush creeping across my cheeks. More than like, baby. You look sensational. Here. He holds out his hand, and, taking it, I step out of my dress. Keep still, he murmurs, and without taking his darkening eyes off mine, he runs his middle finger over my breasts, following the line of my corset. My breath shallows, and he repeats the journey over my breasts once more, his tantalizing fingers sending tingles down my spine. He stops and twirls his index finger in the air, indicating that he wants me to turn around. For him, right now, I'd do anything. Stop, he says. I'm facing the bed, away from him. His arm encircles my waist, pulling me against him, and he nuzzles my neck. Gently, he cups my breasts, toying with them, while his thumbs circle over my nipples so that they strain against the fabric of my corset. Mine, he whispers. Yours, I breathe. Leaving my breasts bereft, he runs his hands down my stomach, over my belly, and down to my thighs, his thumbs
Julian
skimming my
recognised
sex.
that many of the
I
population
stifle a
still
moan.
wanted to observe
His
the
fingers
traditional
skate down
Roman
each
pagan
garter,
traditions,
and with his
so
usual
would
dexterity,
have appealed
he
to those
simultaneously
members of the
unhooks
population.
each one from my stockings.
Constantius
His
died
hands
of
travel.
would take this opportunity to
He
reject
breathes as
Christianity.
his hands spread across my
Julian would
backside,
show an
the tips
aggressive
of his
attitude
fingers brushing
towards
my
the
sides.
Sasanians in the east,
Ah!
but he surely overreached himself.
His hands travel down the backs of my thighs, and once more he unclips my garters.
He was
Leaning
succeeded
down,
by
he pulls back the
Jovian,
cover on the
who was
bed.
a Christian.
Sit down.
So Julian was
In
the
his
final
thrall, I do as
non-Christian
I'm told,
emperor. So
and he
his
kneels at my
historical
feet
epithet given
and
to
gently
him by
tugs off
Christians
each of my
gives us
white
the name
bridal Jimmy
Julian
Choos.
the
He
Apostate.
grasps the top of my left stocking and slowly peels it off, running his thumbs down my leg,
Barbarian.
thus with my other
The
stocking.
term barbarian
This
was
is
a
like
Roman term
unwrapping my
to
Christmas
describe the
presents.
foreign tribes who
He
lived
smiles
along
up at me
beyond
through
the
his
empire's
long, dark
borders,
lashes.
such as the Goths.
A present
So
you've had already.
So
He frowns in
barbarian is a
admonishment.
very general
Oh
term.
no, baby.
Did you finish?
This
I did.
time,
You want to see on the underside?
And the burdens
Christian,
of Africa.
I've been yours
Who
since I said
also
yes.
Like one of those hard
I
Roman.
scoot forward, cupping his beloved face in my hands.
Yeah.
I'm yours. I will always be yours, husband of mine. Now, I think you're wearing too many clothes. I bend to
Can you
kiss
do it?
him, and suddenly
More
he
for me?
leans up,
Yeah.
kisses my lips, and grasps my head with his hands,
I'm not a
his
Coca-Cola
fingers
freestyle
threading into
machine.
my hair.
I need to regenerate a little bit.
He breathes.
Really? Yeah.
My His lips claim mine once more, his
I'll send
tongue
you- if you want to
invasively
do that.
persuasive.
I do it for
Clothes, I whisper,
Really?
our breath mingling as I push back his vest and he struggles out of
Don't gotta
it,
finish.
releasing me for a moment. He pauses, gazing at me,
I would love
eyes
to.
wide,
I just got banned
eyes
on an
wanting.
account for doing that. Though I have a lot of
Let me,
accounts, I got banned.
please.
So I can't.
My
do
voice is soft and
Really?
cajoling. I want to undress my husband, my baby.
So we're gonna watch the
He
World
sits
Cup.
back on his heels,
Shout out
and
to
leaning forward, I grasp his tie, his silver gray tie, my favorite tie, and slowly undo it and pull it free. He raises his chin to let me tackle the top button of his white shirt. Then, once it's undone, I move on to his cuffs.
Alright.
He's wearing platinum cufflinks, engraved with an entwined A and C, my wedding present to him.
These are almost done
When
too.
I've removed them, he takes the cufflinks from me
I
and
can't,
fists
or I
them
get
in his
banned,
hand.
and it takes. I'm
Then
gone for like
he
3
kisses
days.
his fist
I'm sorry, your
and
one
shoves them
orgasm
into
is
his
not letting
pants
me not being
pockets.
able to stream for 3 days.
Mr. Gray,
Close
so
though. I'm not gonna
romantic.
not up there.
For you, Mrs. Gray, hearts and flowers, always. I take his hand and, glancing up through my lashes, kiss his plain platinum wedding ring. He groans and closes his eyes. Anna, he whispers, and my name is a prayer. Reaching up to his second shirt button and mirroring him from earlier, I plant a soft kiss on his chest as I undo each of them and whisper between each kiss. You make me so happy. I love you. He groans, and in one swift move, he clasps me around the waist and lifts me onto the bed, following me down on it. His lips find mine, his hands curling around my head, holding me, stilling me, as our tongues glory in each other. Abruptly, Christian kneels up, leaving me breathless and wanting more. You are so beautiful. Why? He runs his hands down my legs and grasps my left foot. You have such lovely legs. I want to kiss every inch of them, starting here. He presses his lips against my big toe and then grazes the pad with
Watch on
his
my
teeth.
YouTube. That one's better.
Everything south
I'll
of
get
my
off again on
waistline
YouTube.
pulses.
Absolutely.
His tongue glides up my instep,
But I
and
also
his
have
teeth
4
skim my
different YouTubes,
heels
not
and
just
up
one.
to my
4
ankles.
different ones.
He
Pick your
trails
angle.
kisses up the
5
inside
different
of my calf.
Pick your
Soft,
angle.
wet kisses.
Go to my YouTube.
I wriggle
Go to
beneath
one of my
it.
other YouTubes where you're facing me. That one's behind me. I can't see what you're saying.
He
But there,
warns,
there,
and suddenly
or there,
he
I can
flips
see.
me onto my stomach and
Go to
continues
YouTube
his
again.
leisurely journey with his mouth
You
up
can
the
only
backs
find
of my
one.
legs,
No.
to my thighs,
Here's how
from
you do it.
behind, and then he stops. I groan. Please.
battle
I
that
want
covered
you naked,
in episode
he
29.
murmurs, and slowly unhooks
The
my
Goths,
corset,
who settled
one
within
hook
the Roman
at a
Empire,
time.
were
When it's
coerced
flat
into
on the bed
becoming
beneath me,
allies to the
he runs
Romans.
his tongue up
This
the length of
arrangement
my
created
spine.
a weak bond
Christian,
which only existed while the
please.
Romans could
What
rebuild
do you
their
want,
army.
I was
Mrs.
beating off
Gray?
to Granny Corn.
His
Those
words are
Goths who
soft
settled
and
the
close to
Roman
my
lands
ear.
are
He's almost
distinguished
lying
as
on
the
top of me.
Visigoths.
I can feel him
People-
The
hard
Roman
against my
emperor who was
behind.
entrusted with the task
You
of rebuilding the empire
And I,
was Theodosius,
my love,
a devout
my
Christian
love.
Allegedly.
Spaniard.
He whispers,
And you too.
and
Let's
before
see,
I
I've
know
got
it,
4 of them.
he's flipped me
Filtered
onto
by
my
lot.
back.
Make sure you
He
filter by
stands
lot.
swiftly and in one efficient move dispenses with his pants and
I
boxer
have
briefs, so
multiple
that he's
accounts.
gloriously naked and looming large and ready
So
over
I'm
me.
looking for you on the other accounts.
The
Sure.
small cabin is eclipsed by his dazzling beauty and his want and need of me. He leans down and peels off my panties, then gazes at me.
Arianism,
My,
Here they are.
he
There's number
mouths.
1.
Please,
This would be
I beg,
supported by
and
his
he
co-ruler
grins.
in the West,
A salacious, wicked, tempting,
who
all
exercised
50
the
grin.
word of deceit.
He crawls back onto the bed and trails kisses up my right leg this time, until he reaches the apex of my thighs. He pushes my legs wider apart. Ah, wife of mine, he murmurs, and then his mouth is on me. I close my eyes and surrender to his oh-so-adroit tongue. My hands fist in his hair as my hips swing and sway, slave to his rhythm, then buck off the small bed. He grabs my hips to still me, but doesn't stop the delicious torture. I'm close,
Alright,
so
just for you.
close.
I will get off again. Just 1
Christian,
second.
I moan. Not yet.
We're listening to 50 Shades of Grey.
And he moves up my body, his tongue
I
dipping
know.
into my navel.
You follow
No!
me?
Damn! I sense it against my belly as his journey continues
Just for a
north.
moment. You gotta
So
reload.
impatient,
It's like when
Mrs.
you're
Gray.
pounding on
We
an
have until
old
we touch down
gas
on the
can. It's
emerald
like
ash.
bang, 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 bang. There's like a
Reverentially,
little...
he kisses my breasts
reload.
and tugs my left nipple between his lips. Gazing up at me, his eyes are dark like a tropical storm as he teases
Just a
me.
moment. Here we go.
Oh my,
Fuck
I'd
that.
forgotten.
would become the sole emperor of the empire.
Husband,
He died
I want
beginning
you,
of the following year.
please.
His sons
He looms
would
up
split
over
the
me,
empire
his body
into two
covering
once
mine,
again.
resting his weight on his elbows.
The Roman
He
Empire
runs his
as we know
nose
it
down mine,
would
and I
never
run my
be
hands
ruled
down
by
his
a
strong,
sole
supple
emperor
back to his
again.
fine backside.
Theodosius'
Mrs. Gray,
two sons were young,
wife,
and so their
we aim to
respective
please.
reigns were dominated
His
by
lips
others.
brush.
Can you see me?
Honorius
you.
was just 10 years old
I
when
love
his
you
father
too.
died and left him in charge of the
Eyes
Western
open.
Empire.
I want to see you.
It would be the military
Christian,
general Stilicho who would
I cry
effectively act
as he
his regent.
slowly sinks into me.
Stilicho played a major role in Theodosius' victory
He
in the Battle
breathes,
of Frigidus,
and he starts
which
to
had
move.
further crippled Roman military resources.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Stilicho was also
Christian
half
shouts,
Vandal,
waking me
being
from
the
my
son of
very
a
pleasant
Vandal
dream.
military
He
officer.
stands
The
and beautiful
Vandals
at the end
were
of my
yet
sun
another
lounge
group of
and
Germanic
glaring
people
down
to
at
have
me.
been allowed to
What have I
occupy areas
done?
of Pannonia
Oh
for
no,
a number of
I'm
generations
lying on my
before
back.
this point in the story.
Crap.
There is no real evidence
And he's
of a
mad.
history of tension
Shit.
between the
He's
Vandals
really
and the Romans,
mad.
though they would have still been very much considered as a barbarian
Chapter
race.
2.
Stilicho's
I
story
am
is an
suddenly
interesting
very awake,
because
my
he took
erotic dream
responsibility
forgotten.
for dealing with
I
all
was
the
on my
problems
front.
of the migration
I must have
period
turned over in my
caused
sleep.
in large part by
I
the
whisper
Huns.
weakly in my defense.
Many tribes, including
He's with fury. He reaches down, scoops up my bikini top from his sun lounger, and tosses it at me. Put this on, he
There were
hisses.
also problems
Christian,
with the Visigoths
no one is
as
looking.
well at this stage.
Trust me,
The Visigoths
they're
highly
looking.
frustrated
I'm sure
with the fact
Taylor and
that
the
they
security crew are
militarily
enjoying the
supported
show.
the Romans at great
He
cost to
snarls.
themselves.
Holy
This
shit.
was not acknowledged
Why do
or
I keep
rewarded
forgetting
by
about
the
them?
Romans, so the
I
Visigothic
grasp
king,
my breasts in
Alaric,
panic, hiding them.
decided to raid
Ever
lands
since
within
Charlie
the Roman
Tango's
Empire.
sabotaged demise, we are constantly
So
shadowed by
Stilicho
damned
campaigned
security.
against Alaric,
Yes, Christian
but
snarls.
was prevented
And
from
some
finishing
sleazy
him off
fucking
by the
paparazzi
Eastern
could get a
Empire.
shot of you
They
too.
feared
Do you
the
want
loss
to
of
be
war
all over the
troops
cover of
if
Star
Primitive was
magazine?
worth the
Naked
extra
this time?
sacrifice.
Shit, the
Stilicho
paparazzi.
had been very upset by this.
As I
He
hurriedly
felt he had a
scramble into
chance
my
to
top,
eliminate
all
the
thumbs,
Roman
the
threat.
color
The
drains from my
Western Empire
face.
could have
I
done
shudder.
with that
The unpleasant
Eastern
memory of
Empire
being
cared
besieged by the paparazzi outside Seattle
Another issue
Independent
that came up
Publishing
between the
after
two halves of
engagement
the
was
Roman
leaked
Empire
comes
was when
unwelcome
the
to mind.
Berber
all part of the Christian Grey package. ROTHSCHILD snaps the passing waitress. We're going, he says to me. Now? Yes, now. Oh shit, he's not to be argued with. He pulls on his shorts, even though his trunks are dripping wet, then his grey t-shirt. The waitress is back in a moment with his credit card and a check. Reluctantly, I wriggle into my turquoise sundress and step into my flip-flops. Once the waitress has left, Christian snatches up his book and BlackBerry and masks his fury behind mirrored aviator sunglasses. He's bristling with tension and anger. My heart sinks. Every other woman on the beach is topless. It's not that big of a crime. In fact, I look odd with my top on. I sigh inwardly, my spirits sinking. I thought Christian would see the funny side. Sort of. Maybe if I'd stayed on my front. Please don't be mad at me, I whisper, taking his book and BlackBerry from him and placing them in my backpack. Too late for that, he says quietly. Too quietly. Come. Taking my hand, he signals up to Taylor and his two sidekicks, the French security officers Philippe and Gaston. Weirdly, they are identical twins. They have been patiently watching us and everyone else on the beach from the veranda. Why do I keep forgetting about them? How? Taylor is stony-faced behind his dark glasses. Shit. He's mad at me too. I'm still not used to seeing him so casually dressed in shorts and a black polo shirt. Christian leads me into the hotel, through the lobby, and out onto the street. He remains silent, brooding, and bad-tempered, and it's all my fault. Taylor and his team shadow us. Where are we going? I ask tentatively, gazing up at him. Back to the boat. He doesn't look at me. I have no idea of the time. I think it must be about 5 or 6 in the afternoon. When we reach the marina, Christian leads me onto the dock, where the motorboat and jet ski belonging to the fair lady are moored. As Christian unties the jet ski, I hand my backpack to Taylor. I glance nervously up at him, but like Christian, his expression gives nothing away. I flush, thinking about what he's seen on the beach. Here you go, Mrs. Gray. Taylor passes my vest from the motorboat, and I dutifully put it on. Why am I the only one who has to wear a life jacket? Christian and Taylor exchange some kind of look. Geez, is he angry with Taylor too? Christian then checks the straps on my life jacket, cinching the middle one tightly. You'll do, he mutters sullenly, still not turning to look at me. Shit. He climbs gracefully onto the jet ski and holds out his hand for me to join him. Grasping it tightly, I manage to throw my leg over the seat behind him without falling into the water, while Taylor and the twins clamber into the motorboat. Christian kicks the jet ski away from the dock, and it floats gently into the marina. Hold on, he orders, and I put my arms around him. This is my favorite part of traveling by jet ski. I hug him closely, my nose nuzzling into his back, marveling that there was a time when he would not have tolerated me touching him this way. He smells good, of Christian and the sea. Give me Christian, please. He stiffens. Study, he says, his tone softer. I kiss his back and rest my cheek against him, looking back toward the dock where a few holidaymakers had gathered to watch the show. Christian turns the key, and the motor roars to life. With one twist of the accelerator, the jet ski bucks forward and speeds across the cool, dark water, through the marina, and out to the center of the harbor toward the fair lady. I hold him tighter. I love this. It's so exciting. Every muscle in Christian's lean frame is evident as I cling to him. Taylor pulls alongside the motorboat. Christian glances at him, then accelerates again, and we shoot forward, whipping over the top of the water like an expertly tossed pebble. Taylor shakes his head in resigned exasperation and heads straight to the yacht, while Christian shoots past the fair lady and heads out toward the open water. The sea spray is splashing us, the warm wind buffeting my face and playing my ponytail crazily around me. This is so much fun! Maybe the thrill of this ride will dispel Christian's bad mood. I can't see his face, but I know he's enjoying himself. Carefree, acting his age for a change. He steers in a huge semicircle and I study the shoreline, the boats in the marina, the mosaic of yellow, white, and sand-colored offices and apartments, and the craggy mountains behind. It looks so disorganized. Not the regimented blocks that I am used to, but so picturesque. Christian glances over his shoulder at me, and there's a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Again? He shouts over the noise of the engine. I nod enthusiastically. His answering grin is dazzling, and he opens the throttle and speeds around the fair lady and on out to sea once more. And I think I'm forgiven. You've popped the sun, Christian says mildly as he undoes my life vest. I anxiously try to assess his mood. We are on deck aboard the yacht, and one of the stewards is standing quietly nearby, waiting for my life vest. Christian passes it to him. Will you zap y'all, sir? The young man asks. I love his French accent. Christian glances at me, takes off his shades, and slips them into the collar of his t-shirt, letting them hang. Would you like a drink? He asks me. Do I need one? He cocks his head to one side. Why would you say that? His voice is soft. You know why. He frowns as if weighing something in his mind. Oh, what is he thinking? 2 gin and tonics, please, and some nuts and olives, he says to the steward, who nods and quickly vanishes. You think I'm going to punish you? Christian's voice is silky. Do you want to? Yes. How? I'll think of something. Maybe when you've had your drink. And it's a sensual threat. I swallow, and my inner goddess squints from her sun lounger, where she's trying to catch rays with a silver reflector fanned out at her neck. Christian frowns once more. You want to be? How does he know? Depends, I mutter, flushing. On what? He hides his smile. If you want to hurt me or not. His mouth presses into a hard line. Humor forgotten. He leans forward and kisses my forehead. Anastasia, you're my wife, not my sub. I don't ever want to hurt you. You should know that by now. Just don't take your clothes off in public. I don't want you naked all over the tabloids. You don't want that, and I'm sure your mom and Ray don't want that either. Oh, Ray, holy shit, he'd have a coronary. What was I thinking? I mentally castigate myself. The steward appears with our drinks and snacks and places them on the tiki table. Sit, Christian commands. I do as he says and settle into a director's chair. Christian takes a seat beside me and passes me a gin and tonic. Cheers, Mrs. Gray. Cheers, Mr. Gray. I take a welcome sip. It's thirst-quenching, cold, and delicious. When I gaze at him, he's watching me carefully, his mood unreadable. It's very frustrating. I don't know if he's still mad at me. I deploy my patented distraction technique. Who owns this boat? I ask. A British knight. Sir somebody or other. His great-grandfather started a grocery store. His daughter's married to one of the crown princes of Europe. Oh. Super rich? Christian looks suddenly wary. Yes. Like you, I murmur. Yes. Oh. And like you, Christian whispers and pops an olive into his mouth. I blink rapidly. A vision of him in his tufts and silver waistcoat comes to mind. His eyes burning with sincerity as he gazes down at me during our wedding ceremony. All that is mine is now yours, he says, his voice ringing out clearly, reciting his vows from memory. All mine?
If Attila had
It's
his way,
odd.
then he would have
Going
taken
from
both the
nothing
cities
to...
of Constantinople
I
and
wave my
Rome.
hand to indicate our opulent
By the
surroundings.
year 451,
To everything.
Attila had decided
You'll
he
get
wanted
used to it.
lands in Roman
I don't
Gaul.
think I'll
So
ever
he
get
decided
used to
to
it.
cross the Rhine.
Taylor appears on deck.
His
Sir,
strategy
you have a
was to
call.
raid the city.
Christian frowns but takes the proffered BlackBerry.
He didn't
Great.
waste too much
He
time
snaps and
destroying
rises from his
the
seat to
city's
stand at the bow of the
This
yacht.
didn't seem to be his
I
priority.
gaze out at the sea,
Ezzi's had
tuning
to
out
take
his conversation with
No, that guy
Roz,
was
I
prevent
think.
Attila
His number
gathering
two.
land away from
I
the
am
Romans.
rich.
He would be supported
Stinking
by the
rich.
Visigoths.
I have
He
done
would
nothing
also
to
be
earn this
concerned
money.
about hunting
Just
proximity
married a
to
rich
their
man. I shudder as my mind drifts back to our conversation about prenups. It was the Sunday after his birthday, and we were seated at the kitchen table enjoying our leisurely breakfast. All of us. Elliot, Kate, Grace, and I were debating the merits of bacon versus sausage, while Carrick and Christian read the Sunday paper.
As it had prevented Attila's further
Look at
advances.
this! Squeals Mia as she sets her netbook on the kitchen table in front of us. There's a gossipy item on the Seattle News website about you being engaged, Christian. Already? Grace says in surprise. Then her mouth purses as some obviously unpleasant thought crosses her mind. Christian frowns. Mia reads the column out loud. Word has reached us here at the news that Seattle's most eligible bachelor, the Christian Grey, has finally been snapped up and wedding bells are in the air. But who is the lucky lady? The news is on the hunt. Bet she's reading one hell of a prenup. Mia giggles, then stops abruptly as Christian glares at her. Silence descends, and the atmosphere in the gray kitchen plunges to below zero. Oh no! A prenup? The thought has never crossed my mind. I swallow, feeling all the blood drain from my face. Please ground. Swallow me up now. Christian shifts uncomfortably in his chair as I glance apprehensively at him. No, he mouths at me. Christian, Carrick says gently. I'm not discussing this again. He snaps at Carrick, who glances at me nervously and opens his mouth to say something. No prenup. Christian almost shouts at him and broodingly goes back to reading his paper, ignoring everyone else at the table. They look alternately at me and then him, then anywhere but at the two of us. Christian, I murmur, I'll sign anything you and Mr. Gray want. Jeez, wouldn't be the first time he's made me sign something. Christian looks up and glares at me. No, he snaps. I blanch once more. It's to protect you. Christian, Anna, I think you should discuss this in private. Grace admonishes us. She glares at Carrick and Mia. Oh dear, looks like they're in trouble too. Anna, this is not about you. Carrick murmurs reassuringly. And please, call me Carrick. Christian narrows cold eyes at his father and my heart sinks. Hell, he's really mad. Everyone erupts into animated conversation, and Mia and Kate leap up to clear the table. I definitely prefer sausage, exclaims Elliot. I stare down at my knotted fingers. Crap. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Gray don't think I'm some kind of gold digger. Christian reaches over and grasps both my hands gently in one of his. Stop it. How does he know what I'm thinking? Ignore my dad, Christian says, so only I can hear him. He's really pissed about Elena. That stuff was all aimed at me. I wish my mom had kept her mouth shut. I know Christian is still smarting from his talk with Carrick about Elena last night. He has a point, Christian. You are very wealthy, and I'm bringing nothing to our marriage but my student loans. Christian gazes at me, his eyes bleak. Anastasia, if you leave me, you might as well take everything. You left me once before. I know how that feels. Holy fuck. That was different. I whisper, moved by his intensity. But you might want to leave me. The thought makes me sick. He snorts and shakes his head with mock disgust. Christian, you know I might do something exceptionally stupid, and you... I glance down at my knotted hands, pain lancing through me, and I'm unable to finish my sentence. Losing Christian. Ah, stop. Stop now. The subject is closed, Anna. We're not discussing it anymore. No prenup. Not now. Not ever. He gives me a pointed, give it up now look, which silences me. Then he turns to Grace. Mom, he says, can we have the wedding here? And he's not mentioned it again. In fact, at every opportunity, he's tried to reassure me about his wealth. That it's mine, too. I shudder as I recall the crazy shopping fest Christian demanded I go on with Caroline Acton, the personal shopper from Neiman Marcus, in preparation for this honeymoon. My bikini alone cost $540. I mean, it's nice, but really? That's a ridiculous amount of money for 4 triangular scraps of material. You will get used to it. Christian interrupts my reverie as he resumes his place at the table. Used to it? The money, he says, rolling his eyes. Oh, 50, maybe with time. I push the small dish of salted almonds and cashews toward him. You're nuts, sir. I say, with as straight a face as I can manage, trying to bring some humor to our conversation after my dark thoughts and my bikini top faux pas. He smirks. I'm nuts about you. He takes an almond, his eyes sparkling with wicked humor as he enjoys my little joke. He licks his lips. Drink up. We're going to bed. What? Drink? He mouths at me, his eyes darkening. Oh my. The look he gives me could be solely responsible for global warming. I pick up my gin and drain the glass, not taking my eyes off him. His mouth drops open, and I glimpse the tip of his tongue between his teeth. He smiles lewdly at me. In one fluid move, he stands and bends over me, resting his hands on the arms of my chair. I'm going to make an example of you. Come, don't pee. He whispers in my ear. I gasp. Pee? How rude. My subconscious looks up from her book, The Complete Works of Charles Dickens, Volume 1, with alarm. It's not what you think. Christian smirks, holding his hand out to me. Trust me. He looks so sexy and genial. How can I resist? Okay. I place my hand in his, because, quite simply, I'd trust him with my life. What has he got planned? My heart starts
patrons, one of the members
He leads me across the deck and through the doors into the plush, beautifully appointed main salon, along a narrow corridor, through the dining room, and down the stairs to the main master cabin. The cabin has been cleaned since this morning, and the bed made. It's a lovely room, with 2 portholes on both the starboard and port sides. It's elegantly decorated in dark walnut furniture with cream walls and soft furnishings in gold and red. Christian releases my hand, pulls his t-shirt over his head, and it onto a chair. He steps out of his flip-flops and removes his shorts and trunks in one graceful move. Oh my. Will I ever tire of looking at him naked? He is utterly gorgeous, and all mine. His skin glows. He's caught the sun too, and his hair is longer, flopping over his forehead. I am one lucky girl. He grasps my chin, pulling slightly so that I stop biting my lip, and runs his thumb along my lower lip. That's better. He turns and strides over to the impressive armoire that houses his clothes. He produces 2 pairs of metal and an airline eye mask from the bottom drawer.
other lands
Handcuffs?
still.
We've never
But
used
there
handcuffs.
basically no
I
societies
glance quickly
throughout
and
the whole
nervously at the
Sweden
bed.
history that were not
Where the hell is he going to
patrilineal.
attach
Cheers,
those?
Lynn in
He
San
turns and
Diego.
gazes steadily at me,
What's
his
a
eyes dark
fascinating
and
question?
luminous. These can be quite painful. They can bite into the skin if you
disappointingly,
pull too hard.
I don't really know the
He
answer
holds
to
up
this.
one pair,
But
I
I'm
really
just
want to
clarifying
use them on you now.
what I understand by this question. So,
My mouth goes dry.
there's sort of two words that
He
come
stalks
into play
gracefully
here.
forward
It's
and hands me a set. Do you
patrilineal,
want to try them first?
patriarchal.
They
If
feel
we're talking
solid,
about
the
patrilineal
metal cold.
societies, that's where
Vaguely, I hope I never have to wear a pair of these for real. Christian is watching me intently.
And that kind of thing.
Where are the
Passed
keys?
down through the mail
My
line.
voice wavers.
We get,
He
there
holds
are
out his
plenty of
palm,
examples of
revealing a
patrilineal
small metallic key.
societies
This
where,
does both sets.
the
In
female
fact, all
will be
sets.
passing down,
How many sets does he have?
honors to the
I don't remember seeing
children
any in the
and that
museum
kind of
chest.
If
He
we're
strokes
talking
my
about,
cheek with his index
patriarchal
finger,
or matriarchal
trailing it down to my mouth.
societies, I think
He
that's
leans
what we're
in as if
alluding
to kiss me.
this question. So, like,
Do you want to
patriarchy,
play?
something that
He
is
says, his voice low,
matriarchy is
and
something
everything in my body heads south as
debated,
desire unfurls deep in my
especially
belly.
ancient societies
Yes,
were very
I
interesting.
breathe.
So what
He
I'll try and do,
smiles.
I'll try and
Good.
sort of take
He
this
plants a feather-like kiss on my
because there's no
forehead.
clear answer.
We're
So I'm
going to
try
need
and,
a safe word.
address this in
What?
particular ways.
Stop won't be enough because you will probably say that, but you won't mean
Use
it.
my lovely
He runs his nose down mine, the
Now,
only
in a subject
contact
like this
between
is
us.
always going to be controversial.
My
and
heart
I do
starts
like
pounding.
controversial subjects.
Shit.
Now,
How
I
can
think
he
people
do this
can
with
be
just
too sensitive
words?
when you talk about
This is not going to hurt.
People are often
It will be
discussing
intense,
things
very
and they
intense,
just put it across
because
point
I'm
of view
not
that
going to
seems
let
quite
you move.
natural, but
Okay.
it can come across
Oh
very
my,
offensive.
this
It's never
sounds
meant
so
in that
hot.
manner, so I think we
My
always
breathing
have to
is too
sometimes
loud.
take a step back and say, who is this person
I am
actually
panting
trying
already.
to deal with? Are they trying to
Thank
make
heavens
a
I'm
point
married to this man.
And,
Otherwise,
this
this would
is
be
sort of my
embarrassing.
take on the nearly
My eyes flick down to his arousal.
was something that had
Okay.
to be caused by
My
pressure.
voice is barely audible.
Well,
Choose a word,
it's a
Anna.
very sudden, radical change
A
in
safe
how
word.
we lived. And
He
I'm
says
not going to go
softly.
into full details because I've made so many
Popsicle,
podcast episodes
I
about
say,
it. I don't want to go
panting.
Some ladies are
deeply
doing
into it
Popsicle.
again,
tablet to
but
their
He
kids.
says,
when we
amused.
Test this all the time.
Yes.
we very quickly
He grins as he leans back to gaze down at me.
started domesticating
Interesting choice.
animals and plants.
Lift up your
Very
arms.
quickly started.
I do. And Christian grasps the hem of my sundress, lifts it over my head, and tosses it on the floor.
Which over
He holds out his hand, and I give him back the handcuffs. He places both sets on the bedside table, along with the blindfold, and yanks the quilt off the bed, letting it turn around. I turn, and he undoes my bikini top so that it falls to the floor. Tomorrow, I will staple this to you, he mutters, and tugs on my hair tie, freeing my hair. He gathers it into one hand and yanks gently so I step back against him, against his chest, against his erection. I gasp as he pulls my head to one side and kisses my neck. You were very disobedient, he murmurs in my ear, sending delicious shivers through me. Yes, I whisper. What are we going to do about that? Learn to live with it, I breathe. His soft, languid kisses are driving me wild. He grins against my neck. Ah, Mrs. Gray, you are ever the optimist. He straightens. Taking my hair, he carefully parts it into 3 strands, braids it slowly, and then fastens my hair tie to the end. He tugs my braid gently and leans down to my ear. I am going to teach you a lesson, he murmurs. Moving suddenly, he grabs me by the waist, sits down on the bed, and yanks me across his knee so that I feel his erection pressed against my belly. He smacks my backside once, hard. I yelp, then I'm on my back on the bed, and he's gazing down at me, his eyes molten gray. I'm going to combust.
And then while I'm looking for clues about this, I obviously go
He trails his fingertips up my thigh so that I tingle everywhere. Without taking his eyes off me, he gets up from the bed and gathers both sets of handcuffs. He grasps my left leg and snaps one cuff around my ankle. Oh. Lifting my right leg, he repeats the process. Handcuffs attached to each ankle. I still have no idea where he's going to attach them. Sit up, he orders, and I comply immediately. Now hug your knees. I blink at him, then draw my legs up so they are bent in front of me and wrap my arms around them. He reaches down, lifts my chin, and plants a soft, wet kiss on my lips before slipping the blindfold over my eyes. I can see nothing. All I can hear is my rapid breathing and the sound of the water lapping against the sides of the yacht as she bobs gently on the sea. Oh my, I am so aroused already. What's the safe word, Anastasia? Popsicle. Taking my left hand, he snaps a cuff around my wrist, then repeats the process with my right. My left hand is tied to my left ankle, my right hand to my right leg. I cannot straighten my legs. Holy fuck. Now, Christian breathes. I'm going to fuck you till you scream. Hut, and all the air leaves my body. He grasps both of my heels and tips me back so that I fall backward on the bed. I have no choice but to keep my legs bent. The cuffs tighten as I pull against them. He's right. They cut into me almost to the point of pain. This feels weird, being trussed up and helpless on a boat. He pulls my ankles apart, and I groan. He kisses my inner thigh, and I want to squirm beneath him, but I can't. I have no purchase to move my hips. My feet are suspended. I cannot move. You're going to have to absorb all the pleasure, Anastasia. No moving. He murmurs as he crawls up my body, kissing me along the edge of my bikini bottoms. He pulls the strings on each side, and the scraps of material fall away. I am now naked and at his mercy. He kisses my belly, nipping my navel with his teeth. Oh, I sigh. This is going to be tough. I had no idea. He traces soft kisses and little bites onto my breasts. He soothes. You are so beautiful, Anna. I groan, frustrated. Normally I'd be grinding my hips, responding to his touch with a rhythm, so I am going to drive you crazy. He's resting on me now, between his fingers and thumbs, driving me wild. He doesn't stop. It's maddening. Oh, please. His erection pushes against me. Christian, I beg, and feel his triumphant smile against my skin. Shall I make you come this way? He murmurs against my nipple, causing it to harden some more. No, I can't. He suckles me hard and I cry out, pleasure lancing from my chest directly to my groin. I pull helplessly on the cuffs, swamped by the sensation. Yes, I whimper. Oh, baby, that would be too easy. Oh, please. Shh. His teeth, his skilled tongue invades my mouth, tasting, exploring, dominating. But my tongue meets his challenge, writhing against his. He tastes of cool gin and Christian Grey, and he smells of the sea. He grasps my chin, holding my head in place. Still, I want you still. He whispers against my mouth. I want to see you. Oh no, Anna. You'll feel more this way. And agonizingly slowly, he flexes his hips and pushes part way into me. I would normally tilt my pelvis up to meet him, but I can't move. He withdraws. Ah! Christian, please. Again, it is all. It's pleasure overload. No! Do you want me, Anastasia? Yes, I beg. Tell me. He murmurs, his breathing harsh, and he teases me once more, in and out. I want to, I whimper. Please. I hear his soft sigh against my ear. And have me, you will, Anastasia. He rears. I scream, tilting my head back, pulling on the restraints as he hits my sweet spot. And I am all sensation, everywhere, a sweet, sweet agony, and I cannot move. He stills, then circles his hips, and the motion radiates deep inside me. Why do you defy me, Evan? Christian, stop! He circles deep inside me again, ignoring my plea, easing out slowly, and then slamming into me again. Tell me, why? He hisses, and I'm vaguely aware that it's through gritted teeth. I cry out in an incoherent wail. This is too much. Tell me, Christian, to each biting metal restraint. I don't know, I cry out. Because I can. Because I love you. Please, Christian. He groans loudly and thrusts deep, again and again, over and over, and I am lost, trying to absorb the pleasure, It's mind-blowing, body-blowing. I long to control my imminent orgasm, but I can't. I'm helpless. I'm his, just his, to do with as he wills. Tears spring into my eyes. This is too intense. I can't stop him. I don't want to stop him. I want. Oh no. This is too. That's it, Christian growls. Feel it, baby. I detonate around him, again and again, round and round, screaming loudly as my orgasm rips me apart, scorching through me like a wildfire, consuming everything. I am wrung ragged, tears streaming down my face, my body left pulsing and shaking. And I'm aware that Christian kneels, still inside me, pulling me upright onto his lap. He clutches my head with one hand and my back with the other, and he comes violently inside me while my insides continue to tremble with aftershocks. It's draining. It's exhausting. It's hell. It's heaven. It's hedonism gone wild. Christian tears off the blindfold and kisses me. He kisses my eyes, my nose, my cheeks. He kisses away the tears, clutching my face between his hands. I love you, Mrs. Gray. He breathes. Even though you make me so mad, I feel so alive with you. I don't have the energy to open either my eyes or my mouth to respond. Very gently, he lays me back on the bed and eases out of me. I mouth some wordless protest. He climbs off the bed, gently rubs my wrists and ankles, then lies down beside me again, pulling me. Gently rubs my wrists and ankles, then lies down beside me again, pulling me into his arms. I stretch out my legs. Oh my, that feels good. I feel good. That was, without doubt, the most intense climax I have ever endured. A Christian Grey 50 Shades punishment fuck. I really must misbehave more often. A pressing need from my bladder wakes me. When I open my eyes, I'm disoriented. It's dark outside. Where
next
am
week
I?
will be Boxing
London?
Day, so that will be our
Paris?
next episode. It will be the
Oh,
last episode
the
of
boat.
the year 2020.
I feel her pitch and roll,
Until
and I
then,
hear the quiet
have a
hum of the
smashing week,
engines.
have a wonderful
We're on the
Christmas,
move.
and don't
How
forget,
odd.
if you want to see
Christian is
Santa,
beside
you
me,
need to
working on his laptop, casually dressed in a white linen shirt and chino trousers, his feet bare. His hair is still wet, and I can smell his body wash fresh from the shower, and his Christian smell.
You can join our discussion forum.
Hi, he murmurs, gazing down at me, his eyes warm.
Support
Hi,
the podcast for
I smile, feeling suddenly shy.
by clicking
How long have I been
the
asleep?
link.
Just an
Email
hour or
the
so.
show at
We're moving? I figured since we ate out last night and went to the ballet and the casino that we'd dine on board tonight. A quiet night, I do. I grin at him. Where are we going? Cannes. Okay. I stretch, feeling stiff. No amount of training with Claude could have prepared me for this afternoon. I rise gingerly, needing the bathroom. Grabbing my silk robe, I hastily put it on. Why am I so shy? I feel Christian's eyes on me. When I glance at him, he returns to his laptop, his brow furrowed. As I absent-mindedly wash my hands at the vanity unit, recalling last night at the casino, my robe falls open. I stare at myself in the mirror, shocked. Holy fuck! What has he done to me? Holy fuck! What has he done to me? Chapter 3. I gaze in horror at the red marks all over my breasts. Hickeys! I have hickeys. I am married to one of the most respected businessmen in the United States, and he's given me goddamn hickeys. How did I not feel him doing this to me? I flush. The fact is, I know exactly why. Mr. Orgasmic was using his fine motor sexing skills on me. My subconscious peers over her half-moon specs and tuts disapprovingly, while my inner goddess slumbers on her chaise longue, out for the count. I gape at my reflection. My wrists have red welts around them from the handcuffs. No doubt they'll bruise. I examine my ankles. More welts. Holy hell! I look like I've been in some sort of accident. I gaze at myself, trying to absorb how I look. My body is so different these days. It's changed subtly since I've known him. I've become leaner and fitter, and my hair is glossy and well cut. My nails are manicured, my feet pedicured, my eyebrows threaded and beautifully shaped. For the first time in my life, I'm well groomed, except for these hideous love bites. I don't want to think about grooming at the moment. I'm too mad. How dare he mark me like this, like some teenager? In the short time we've been together, he's never given me hickeys. I look like hell. I know why he's done this. Damn control freak. Right. My subconscious folds her arms beneath her small bosom. He's gone too far this time. I stop out of the ensuite bathroom and into the walk-in closet, carefully avoiding even a glance in his direction. Slipping out of my robe, I pull on my sweatpants and a camisole. I undo the braid, pick up a hairbrush from the small vanity unit, and brush out my tangles. Anastasia? Christian calls, and I hear his anxiety. Are you okay? I ignore him. Am I okay? No, I am not okay. After what he's done to me, I doubt I'll be able to wear a swimsuit, let alone one of my ridiculously expensive bikinis, for the rest of our honeymoon. The thought is suddenly so infuriating. How dare he? I'll give him Are You Okay? I'll give him Are You Okay? I seethe as fury spikes through me. I can behave like an adolescent too. Stepping back into the bedroom, I hurl the hairbrush at him, turn, and leave. Though not before I see his shocked expression and his lightning reaction as he raises his arm to protect his head, so that the brush bounces ineffectively off his forearm and onto the bed. I storm out of our cabin, bolt upstairs and out on deck. Toward the bow. I need some space to calm down. It's dark. Balmy. The warm breeze carries the smell of the Mediterranean and the scent of jasmine and bougainvillea from the shore. The fair lady glides effortlessly through the calm, cobalt sea as I rest my elbows on the wooden railing, gazing at the distant shore where tiny lights wink and twinkle. I take a deep, healing breath and slowly begin to calm. I'm aware of him behind me before I hear him. "You're mad at me," he whispers. "No shit, Sherlock." How mad? Scale of 1 to 10? I think I'm at 50. Apt, huh? That mad. He sounds surprised and impressed at once. Yes, pushed to violence mad, I say through gritted teeth. He's silent as I turn and scowl at him, watching me with wide and wary eyes. I know from his expression, and because he's made no move to touch me, that he's out of step. "Christian, you have to stop unilaterally trying to bring me to heel. You made your point on the beach, very effectively as I recall." He shrugs minutely. "Well?" He shrugs minutely. "Well, you won't take your top off again," he murmurs petulantly. "And this justifies what he's done to me?" I glare at him. "I don't like you leaving marks on me. Well, not this many anyway. It's a hard limit." I hiss at him. "I don't like you taking your clothes off in public. That's a hard limit for me." He growls. "I think we've established that." I hiss through my teeth. "Look at me." I pull down my camisole to reveal the top of my breasts. Christian gazes at me, his eyes not leaving my face, his expression wary and uncertain. He's not used to seeing me this mad. Can't he see what he's done? Can't he see how ridiculous he is? I want to shout at him, but I refrain. I don't want to push him too far. Heaven knows what he'd do. Eventually, he sighs and holds his palms up in a resigned, conciliatory gesture. "Okay," he says, his voice placating. "I get it. Hallelujah. Good." He runs his hand through his hair. "I'm sorry. Please don't be mad." Finally, he looks contrite, using my own words back at me. "You are such an adolescent sometimes." I scold him mulishly, but the fright has gone out of my voice, and he knows it. He steps closer and tentatively raises his hand to tuck my hair behind my ear. "I know," he acknowledges softly. "I have a lot to learn." Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Emotionally, Christian is an adolescent, Anna. He bypassed that phase in his life totally. He's channeled all his energies into succeeding in the business world, and he has, beyond all expectations. His emotional world has to play catch-up. My heart thaws a little. We both do. I sigh, and cautiously raise my hand, placing it over his heart. He doesn't flinch like he used to, but he stiffens. He rests his hand over mine and smiles his shy smile. "I've just learned that you've a good arm and a good aim, Mrs. Gray. I would never have figured that. But then I constantly underestimate you. You always surprise me." I arch my eyebrow at him. "Target practice with Ray. I can throw and shoot straight, Mr. Gray, and you do well to remember that." "I will endeavor to do that, Mrs. Gray, or ensure that all potential projectile objects are nailed down and that you don't have access to a gun." He smirks. I smirk back, narrowing my eyes. "I'm resourceful." "That you are," he whispers, and releases my hand to circle his arms around me. Pulling me into an embrace, he buries his nose in my hair. I wrap my arms around him, holding him close, and feel the tension leave his body as he nuzzles me. Am I forgiven? Am I? I feel his smile. Yes, he answers. Ditto. We stand holding each other, my peak forgotten. He does smell good, adolescent or not. How can I resist him? Hungry? He says after a while. I have my eyes closed and my head against his chest. Yes, famished. All the, activity has given me an appetite. But I'm not dressed for dinner. I'm sure my sweatpants and camisole would be frowned upon in the dining room. You look good to me, Anastasia. Besides, it's our boat for the week. We can dress how we like. Think of it as dress down Tuesday on the Côte d'Azur. Anyway, I thought we'd eat on deck. Yes, I'd like that. He kisses me, an earnest forgive me kiss. Then we wander hand in hand toward the bow, where our gazpacho awaits. The steward serves our creme brulee and discreetly retires. Why do you always braid my hair? I ask Christian out of curiosity. We're sitting adjacent to each other at the table, my lower leg curled around his. He pauses as he's about to pick up his dessert spoon and frowns. I don't want your hair catching in anything, he says quietly, and for a moment he's lost in thought. Habit, I think. He muses. Suddenly he frowns and his eyes widen, his pupils dilating with alarm. What's he remember? It's something painful, some early childhood memory, I guess. I don't want to remind him of that. Leaning over, I put my index finger over his lips. No, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know. I was just curious. I give him a warm, reassuring smile. His look is wary, but after a moment, he visibly relaxes, his relief evident. I lean over to kiss the corner of his mouth. I love you, I murmur, and he smiles his heart-achingly shy smile, and I melt. I will always love you, Christian. And I you, he says softly. In spite of my disobedience, I raise my eyebrow. Because of your disobedience, Anastasia. He grins. I crack my spoon through the burned sugar crust of my dessert and shake my head. Will I ever understand this man? This creme brulee is delicious. Once the steward has cleared our dessert plates, Christian reaches for the bottle of rosé and refills my glass. I check that we're alone and ask, what's with the no going to the bathroom thing? You really want to know? He half smiles, his eyes alight with a salacious gleam. Do I? I gaze at him through my lashes as I take a sip of my wine. The fuller your bladder, the more intense your orgasm, Anna. I blush. Oh, I see. Holy cow, that explains a lot. He grins, looking far too knowing. Will I always be on the back foot with Mr. Sexpertise? Yes, well, I desperately hunt around for a change of subject. He takes pity on me. What do you want to do for the rest of the evening? He cocks his head to one side and gives me his lopsided grin. Whatever you want, Christian. Put your theory to the test again? I shrug. I know what I want to do. He murmurs, grabbing his glass of wine. He rises and holds his hand out to me. Come. I take his hand and he leads me into the main salon. His iPod is in the speaker dock on the dresser. He switches it on and selects a song. Dance with me. He pulls me into his arms. If you insist. I insist, Mrs. Gray. A slinky, cheesy melody starts. Is this a Latin riff? Christian grins down at me and starts to move, sweeping me off my feet and taking me with him around the salon. A man with a voice like warm melted caramel croons. It's a song I know but can't place. Christian dips me low and I yelp in surprise and giggle. He smiles, his eyes filled with humor. Then he scoops me up and spins me under his arm. You dance so well, I say. It's like I can dance. He gives me a sphinx-like smile but says nothing, and I wonder if it's because he's thinking of her, Mrs. Robinson, the woman who taught him how to dance and how to fuck. She hasn't crossed my mind for a while. Christian has not mentioned her since his birthday, and as far as I'm aware, their business relationship is over. Reluctantly, though, I have to admit, she was some teacher. He dips me low again and plants a swift kiss on my lips. I'd miss your love, I murmur, echoing the lyrics. I'd more than miss your love, he says, and spins me once more. Then he sings the words softly in my ear, making me swoon. The track ends and Christian gazes down at me, his eyes dark and luminous, all humor gone. And I'm suddenly breathless. Come to bed with me, he whispers, and it's a heartfelt plea that tugs at my heart. Christian, you had me at I do 2.5 weeks ago. But I know this is his way of apologizing and making sure all is well between us after our
and take control of his Spaniard course.
When I wake, the sun is shining through the portholes and the water reflects shimmering patterns onto the cabin ceiling. Christian is nowhere to be seen. I stretch out and smile. I'll take a punishment fuck followed by makeup sex any day. I marvel at what it is to go to bed with two different men. Angry Christian and sweet, let me make it up to you in any way I can, Christian. It's tricky to decide which of them I like best. I rise and head for the bathroom. Opening the door, I find Christian inside shaving, naked except for a towel wrapped around his waist. He turns and beams, not fazed that I am interrupting him. I have discovered that Christian will never lock the door if he is the only person in the room. The reason is sobering and not one I want to dwell on. Good morning, Mrs. Gray, he says, radiating his good mood. Good morning yourself. I grin back as I watch him shave. I love watching him shave. He pulls up his chin and shaves beneath it, taking long, deliberate strokes, and I find myself unconsciously mirroring his actions, pulling my upper lip down just as he does to shave his philtrum. He turns and smirks at me, one half of his face still covered in shaving soap. Enjoying the show? He asks. Oh, Christian, I could watch you for hours. One of my all-time favorites, I murmur, and he leans down and kisses me quickly, smearing shaving soap on my face. Shall I do this to you again? He whispers wickedly and holds up the razor. I purse my lips at him. No, I mutter, pretending to sulk. I'll wax next time. I remember Christian's joy in London when he discovered that during his one meeting there, I'd shaved off my pubic hair out of curiosity. Of course, I hadn't done it to Mr. Exacting's high standards. What the hell have you done? Exacting's high standards. What the hell have you done? Christian exclaims. He cannot keep his horrified amusement to himself. He sits up in bed in our suite at Brown's Hotel near Piccadilly, switches on the bedside light, and gazes down at me, his mouth a startled O. It must be midnight. I blush the color of the sheets in the playroom and try to pull down my satin nightdress so he can't see. He grabs my hand to stop me. Anna, I, shaved. I can see that. Why? He's grinning from ear to ear. I cover my face with my hands. Why am I so embarrassed? Hey, he says softly and pulls my hand away. Don't hide. He's biting his lips so that he won't laugh. Tell me, why? His eyes dance with merriment. Why does he find this so funny? Stop laughing at me. I'm not laughing at you. I'm sorry, I'm delighted. He says, oh, tell me. Why? I take a deep breath. This morning, after you left for your meeting, I took a shower and was remembering all your rules. He blinks. The humor in his expression has vanished, and he regards me cautiously. And I was taking them off, one by one, and how I felt about them. And I remembered the beauty salon, and I thought, this is what you'd like. I wasn't brave enough to get a wax. My voice disappears into a whisper. He stares at me, his eyes glowing. This time, not with mirth at my folly, but with love. Oh, Anna. He breathes. He leans down and kisses me tenderly. You beguile me. He whispers against my lips and kisses me once more, clasping my face in both his hands. After a breathless moment, he pulls back and leans up on one elbow. The humor is back. I think I should do a thorough inspection of your handiwork, Mrs. Gray. What? No! He has to be kidding. I cover myself, protecting my recently deforested area. Oh, no you don't, Anastasia. He grasps my hands and pries them away, moving nimbly so he's between my legs and pinning my hands to my sides. He gives me a scorching look that could light dry tinder, but before I combust, he bends and skims his lips down my naked belly directly to my sex. I squirm beneath him, reluctantly resigned to my fate. Well, what have we here? Christian plants a kiss where, until this morning, I had pubic hair, then scrapes his bristly chin across me. Ah! I exclaim. Wow, that's sensitive. Christian's eyes dart to mine, full of salacious longing. I think you missed a bit, he mutters and tugs gently right underneath. Oh, damn, I mutter, hoping this will put an end to his frankly intrusive scrutiny. I have an idea. He leaps naked out of bed and heads to the bathroom. What on earth is he doing? He returns moments later carrying a glass of water, a mug, my razor, his shaving brush, soap, and a towel. He puts the water, brush, soap, and razor on the bedside table and gazes down at me, holding the towel. Oh no! My subconscious slams down her complete works of Charles Dickens, leaps up from her armchair, and puts her hands on her hips. No! 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 I squeak. Mrs. Gray, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. Lift your hips. His eyes glow summer storm gray. Christian, you are not shaving me. He tilts his head to one side. Why ever not? I blush. Isn't it obvious? Because it's just too intimate, he whispers. Anna, I crave intimacy with you. You know that. Besides, after some of the things we've done, don't get all squeamish on me now. And I know this part of your body better than you do. I gape at him. Of all of the arrogant... True, he does. But still, it's just wrong! My voice is prissy and whiny. This isn't wrong. This is hot. Hot? Really? This turns you on? I can't keep the astonishment out of my voice. He snorts. Can't you tell? He glances down at his arousal. I want to shave you, he whispers. Oh, what the hell? I lie back, throwing my arm over my face so I don't have to watch. If it makes you happy, Christian, go ahead. You are so kinky, I mutter as I lift my hips, and and he slips a towel beneath me. He kisses my inner thigh. Oh, baby, how right you are. I hear the slosh of water as he dips the shaving brush in the glass of water, then the soft swirl of the brush in the mug. He grasps my left ankle and parts my legs, and the bed dips as he sits between my legs. I'd really like to tie you up right now, he murmurs. I promise to keep still. Good. I gasp as he runs the lathered brush over my pubic bone. It's warm. The water in the glass must be hot. I squirm a little. It tickles, but in a good way. Don't move, Christian admonishes and applies the brush again, or I will tie you down. He adds darkly, and a delicious shiver runs down my spine. Have you done this before? I ask tentatively when he reaches for the razor. No. Oh, good. I grin. Another first, Mrs. Gray. I like firsts. Me too. Here goes. And with a gentleness that surprises me, he runs the razor over my sensitive flesh. Keep still, he says distractedly, and I know he's concentrating hard. It's only a matter of minutes before he grabs the towel and wipes all the excess lather off me. There, that's more like it. He muses, and I finally lift my arm to look at him as he sits back to admire his handiwork. Happy? I ask, my voice hoarse. Very. He grins wickedly and slowly eases a finger inside me. But that was fun, he says, his eyes gently mocking. For you, maybe. I try to pout, but he's right. It was arousing. I seem to recall the aftermath was very satisfying. Christian returns to finishing his shave. I glance quickly down at my fingers. Yes, it was. I had no idea that the absence of pubic hair could make such a difference. Hey, I'm just teasing. Isn't that what husbands who are hopelessly in love with their wives do? Christian tips my chin up and gazes at me, his eyes suddenly filled with apprehension as he endeavors to read my expression. Payback time. Sit, I mutter. He stares, not understanding. I push him gently toward the lone white stool in the bathroom. Perplexed, he sits down and I take the razor from him. Anna, he warns as he realizes my intention. I lean down and kiss him. Head back, I whisper. He hesitates. Tit for tat, Mr. Gray. He stares at me with wary, amused disbelief. You know what you're doing? He asks, his voice low. I shake my head slowly, deliberately, trying to look as serious as possible. He closes his eyes and shakes his head, then tilts it back in surrender. Holy shit! He's going to let me shave him. Tentatively, I slide my hand into the damp hair at his forehead, gripping tightly to hold him still. He clenches his eyes closed and parts his lips as he inhales. Very gently, I stroke his razor up from his neck to his chin, revealing a path of skin beneath the lather. Christian exhales. Did you think I was going to hurt you? I never know what you're going to do, Anna, but no, not intentionally. I run the razor up his neck again, clearing a wider path in the lather. I would never intentionally hurt you, Christian. He opens his eyes and circles his arms around me as I gently drag the razor down his cheek from the bottom of his sideburn. I know, he says, angling his face so I can shave the rest of his cheek. 2 more strokes, and I've finished. All done, and not a drop of blood spilled. I grin proudly. He runs his hand up my leg so that my nightdress rides up my thigh and pulls me onto his lap so that I'm astride him. I steady myself with my hands on his upper arms. He's really very muscular. Can I take you somewhere today? No sunbathing? I arch a caustic brow at him. He licks his lips nervously. No sunbathing today. I thought you might prefer something else. Well, since you've covered me in hickeys and effectively put the kibosh on that, sure, why not? Wisely, he chooses to ignore my tone. It's a drive, but it's worth a visit from what I've read. My dad recommended we visit. It's a hilltop village called Saint-Paul-de-Vence. There are some galleries there. I thought we could pick out some paintings or sculptures for the new house, if we find anything we like. I lean back and gaze at him. Art. He wants to buy art. How can I buy art? What? He asks. I know nothing about art, Christian. He shrugs and smiles at me indulgently. We'll buy only what we like. This isn't about investment. Investment? Jeez. What? He says again. I shake my head. Look, I know we only got the architect's drawings the other day, but there's no harm in looking. And the town is an ancient medieval place. Oh, the architect. He had to remind me of her, Gia Matteo, a friend of Elliot's who worked on Christian's place in Aspen. During our meetings, she'd been all over Christian like a rash. What now? Christian exclaims. I shake my head. Tell me, he urges. How can I tell him that I don't like Gia? My dislike is irrational. I don't want to come across as a jealous wife. You're not still mad about what I did yesterday. He sighs and nuzzles his face between my breasts. No, I'm hungry, I mutter, knowing full well that this will distract him from this line of questioning. Why didn't you say? He eases me off his lap and stands. Saint-Paul-de-Vence is a fortified medieval hilltop village, one of the most picturesque places I have ever seen. I stroll arm in arm with Christian through the narrow cobblestone streets, with my hand in the back pocket of his shorts. Taylor and either Gaston or Philippe, I can't tell the difference between them, trail behind us. We pass a tree-covered square where three old men, one wearing a traditional beret in spite of the heat, are playing pool. It's quite crowded with tourists, but I feel comfortable tucked under Christian's arm. There is so much to see. Little alleys and passageways leading to courtyards with intricate stone fountains, ancient and modern sculptures, and fascinating little boutiques and shops. In the first gallery, Christian gazes distractedly at the erotic photographs in front of us, sucking gently on the arm of his aviator specs. They are the work of Florence Dell, naked women in various poses. Not quite what I had in mind, I mumbled disapprovingly. They make me think of the box of photographs I found in his closet. Our closet. I wonder if he ever did destroy them. Me neither, Christian says, grinning down at me. He takes my hand and we stroll to the next artist. Idly, I wonder if I should let him take photos of me. The next display is by a female painter who specializes in still lifes, fruit and vegetables super close up and in rich, glorious color. I like those. I point to 3 paintings of peppers. They remind me of you chopping vegetables in my apartment. I giggle. Christian's mouth twists as he tries and fails to hide his amusement. I thought I managed that quite competently. He mutters, I was just a bit slow, and anyway. He pulls me into an embrace. You were distracting me. Where would you put them? What? Christian is nuzzling my ear. The painting. Where would you put them? He bites my earlobe and I feel it in my groin. Kitchen, I murmur. Nice idea, Mrs. Gray. I squint at the price. 5,000 euros each. Holy shit. They're really expensive, I gasp. So? He nuzzles me again. Get used to it, Anna. He releases me and saunters over to the desk where a young woman dressed entirely in white is gaping at him. I want to roll my eyes, but turn my attention back to the paintings. 5,000 euros. Jeez. We have finished lunch and are relaxing over coffee at the Hotel de Saint Paul. The view of the surrounding countryside is stunning. Vineyards and fields of sunflowers form a patchwork across the plain, interspersed here and there with neat little French farmhouses. It's such a clear, beautiful day. We can see all the way to the sea, glinting faintly on the horizon. Christian interrupts my reverie. You asked me why I braid your hair, he murmurs. His tone alarms me. He looks guilty. Yes? Oh, shit. The crack whore used to let me play with her hair, I think. I don't know if it's a memory or a dream. Whoa, his birth mom. He gazes at me, his expression unreadable. My heart leaps into my mouth. What do I say when he says things like this? I like it when you play with my hair. My voice is hesitant. He regards me with uncertainty. Do you? Yes. It's the truth. I grasp his hand. I think you loved your birth mother, Christian. His eyes widen and he stares at me impassively, saying nothing. Holy shit. Have I gone too far? Say something, 50, please. But he remains resolutely mute, gazing at me with fathomless gray eyes while the silence stretches between us. He looks lost. He glances down at my hand on his, and he frowns. Say something, I whisper, because I cannot bear the silence any longer. He shakes his head, exhaling deeply. Let's go. He releases my hand and stands, his expression guarded. Have I overstepped the mark? I have no idea. My heart sinks. I don't know whether to say anything else or just let it go. I decide on the latter and follow him dutifully out of the restaurant. In the lovely narrow street, he takes my hand. Where do you want to go? He speaks, and he's not mad at me. Thank heavens. I exhale, relieved, and shrug. I am just glad you're still speaking to me. You know I don't like talking about all that shit. It's done. Finished. He says quietly. No, Christian, it isn't. The thought saddens me, and for the first time I wonder if it will ever be finished. He'll always be 50 Shades. My 50 Shades. Do I want him to change? No, not really. Only insofar as I want him to feel love. Peeking up at him, I take a moment to admire his captivating beauty. And he's mine. And it's not just the allure of his fine face and his body that has me spellbound. It's what's behind the perfection that draws me, that calls to me. His fragile, damaged soul. He gives me that look, down his nose, half amused, half wary, wholly sexy, then tucks me under his arm. And we make our way through the tourists toward the spot where Philippe/Gaston has parked the roomy Mercedes. I slip my hand back into the back pocket of Christian's shorts, grateful that he isn't mad. But, honestly, what 4-year-old child doesn't love his mom, no matter how bad a mom she is? I sigh heavily and hug him closer. I know behind us the security team lurks, and I wonder idly if they've eaten. Christian stops outside a small boutique selling fine jewelry and gazes in the window, then down at me. He grasps my free hand and runs his thumb across the faded red line of the handcuff mark, inspecting it. It's not sore, I reassure him. He twists so that my other hand is freed from his pocket. He clasps that hand too, turning it gently over to examine my wrist. The platinum Omega watch he gave me at breakfast on our first morning in London obscures the red line. The inscription still makes me swoon. Anastasia, You are my more, my love, my life. Christian. In spite of everything, all his 50ness, my husband can be so romantic. I gaze down at the faint marks on my wrist. Then again, he can be savage sometimes. Releasing my left hand, he tilts my chin up with his fingers and scrutinizes my expression, his eyes troubled. They don't hurt, I repeat. He pulls my hand to his lips and plants a soft, apologetic kiss on the inside of my wrist. Hush, he says, and leads me into the shop. Here. Christian holds open the platinum bracelet he's just purchased. It's exquisite, so delicately crafted, the filigree in the shape of small abstract flowers with small diamonds at their hearts. He fastens it around my wrist. It's wide and cuff-like and hides the red marks. It also cost 30,000 euros, I think, though I couldn't really follow the conversation in French with the sales assistant. I have never worn anything so expensive. There, that's better, he murmurs. Better? I whisper, gazing into luminous gray eyes, conscious that the stick-thin sales assistant is staring at us with a jealous and disapproving look. You know why, Christian says uncertainly. I don't need this. I shake my wrist and the cuff moves. It catches the afternoon light streaming through the boutique window, and small sparkling rainbows dance off the diamonds all over the walls of the store. I do, he says with utter sincerity. Why? Why does he need this? Does he feel guilty? About what? The marks? His birth mother? Not confiding in me? Oh, 50. No, Christian, you don't. You've given me so much already. A magical honeymoon, London, Paris, the Côte d'Azur, and you. I'm a very lucky girl, I whisper, and his eyes soften. No, Anastasia, I'm a very lucky man. Thank you. Stretching up on tiptoes, I put my arms around his neck and kiss him. Not for giving me the bracelet, but for being mine. Back in the car, he's introspective, gazing out at the fields of bright sunflowers, their heads following and basking in the afternoon sun. One of the twins, I think it's Gaston, is driving and Taylor is beside him up front. Christian is brooding about something. I clasp his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. He glances at me before releasing my hand and caressing my knee. I'm wearing a short, full, blue and white skirt and a blue, fitted, sleeveless shirt. Christian hesitates, and I don't know if his hand is going to travel up my thigh or down my leg. I tense with anticipation at the gentle touch of his fingers, and my breath catches. What's he going to do? He chooses down, suddenly grasping my ankle and pulling my foot onto his lap. I swivel my backside so I'm facing him in the back of the car. I want the other one too. I glance nervously toward Taylor and Gaston, whose eyes are resolutely on the road ahead, and place my other foot on his lap. His eyes cool. He reaches over and presses a button located on his door. In front of us, a lightly tinted privacy screen slides out of a panel, and 10 seconds later, we are effectively on our own. Wow, no wonder the back of this car has so much legroom. I want to look at your ankles. Christian offers his quiet explanation. His gaze is anxious. The cuff marks? Jeez. I thought we'd dealt with this. If there are marks, they are hidden by my sandal straps. I don't recall seeing any this morning. Gently, he strokes his thumb up my right instep, making me wriggle. A smile plays on his lips, and deftly he undoes one strap, and his smile fades as he's confronted with the darker red marks. Doesn't hurt, I murmur. He glances at me, and his expression is sad, his mouth a thin line. He nods once as if he's taking me at my word while I shake my sandal loose so it falls to the floor. But I know I've lost him. He's distracted and brooding again, mechanically caressing my foot while he turns away to gaze out the car window once more. Hey, what did you expect? I ask softly. He glances at me and shrugs. I didn't expect to feel like I do looking at these marks. He says, oh, reticent 1 minute and forthcoming the next? How iffy. How can I keep up with him? How do you feel? Bleak eyes gaze at me. Uncomfortable. He murmurs, oh no. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scoot closer to him, leaving my feet in his lap. I want to crawl into his lap and hold him, and I would, if it were just Taylor in the front. But knowing Gaston is there cramps my style despite the glass. If only it were darker. I clutch his hands. It's the hickeys I don't like, I whisper. Everything else. What you did? I lower my voice even further. With the handcuffs? I enjoyed that. Well, more than enjoyed. It was mind-blowing. You can do that to me again anytime. He shifts in his seat. Mind-blowing? My inner goddess looks up, startled from her Jackie Collins. Yes, I grin. I flex my toes into his hardening crotch and see, rather than hear, his sharp intake of breath, his lips parting. You should really wear your seatbelt, Mrs. Moore. He inhales and his eyes darken, and he clasps my ankle in warning. Does he want me to stop? Continue? He pauses, scowls, then fishes his ever-present BlackBerry out of his pocket to take an incoming call while glancing at his watch. His frown deepens. Barney, he snaps. Crap. Work interrupting us again. I try to remove my feet, but he tightens his fingers around my ankle. In the server room? He says in disbelief. Did it activate the fire suppression system? Fire? I take my feet off his lap, and this time he lets me. I sit back in my seat, buckle my seatbelt, and fiddle nervously with 30,000 euro bracelet. Christian presses the button on his door armrest again, and the privacy glass slides down. Anyone injured? Damage? I see. When? Christian glances at his watch again, then runs his finger through his hair. No, not the fire department or the police. Not yet, anyway. A fire? At Christian's office? I gape at him, my mind racing. Taylor shifts so he can hear Christian's conversation. Has he? Good. Okay. I want a detailed damage report, and a complete rundown of everyone who had access over the last 5 days, including the cleaning staff. Get hold of Andrea and get her to call me. Yeah, sounds like the argon is just as effective, worth its weight in gold. Damage report? Argon? It rings a distant bell from chemistry class. An element, I think. I realize it's early. Email me in 2 hours. No, I need to know. Thank you for calling me. Christian hangs up, then immediately punches a number into the BlackBerry. Welch. Good. When? Christian glances at his watch, yet again. An hour then. Yes. 24/7 at the off-site data store. Good. He hangs up. Philippe, I need to be on board within the hour. Monsieur. Shit, it's Philippe, not Gaston. The car surges forward. Christian glances at me, his expression unreadable. Anyone hurt? I ask quietly. Christian shakes his head. Very little damage. He reaches over and clasps my hand, squeezing it reassuringly. Don't worry about this. My team is on it. And there he is, the CEO, in command, in control, and not flustered at all. Where was the fire? Server room. Grey House? Yes. His responses are clipped, so I know he doesn't want to talk about it. Why so little damage? The server room is fitted with a state-of-the-art fire suppression system. Of course it is. Anna, please, don't worry. I'm not worried. I lie. We don't know for sure that it was arson, he says, cutting to the heart of my anxiety. My hand clutches my throat in fear. Charlie Tango, and now this? What next? Chapter 4. I'm restless. Christian has been holed up in the onboard study for over an hour. I have tried reading, watching TV, sunbathing, fully dressed sunbathing, but I can't relax, and I can't rid myself of this edgy feeling. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, I remove the ludicrously expensive cuff and go to find Taylor. This is Gray, he says, startled from his Anthony Burgess novel. He's sitting in the small salon outside Christian's study. I'd like to go shopping. Yes, ma'am. Hands. I'd like to take the jet ski. His mouth drops open. He frowns at a loss for words. I don't want to bother Christian with this. He represses a sigh. Mrs. Gray, I don't think Mr. Gray would be very comfortable with that, and I'd like to keep my job. Oh, for heaven's sake. I want to roll my eyes at him, but I narrow them instead, sighing heavily and a amount of frustrated indignation that I am not mistress of my own destiny. Then again, I don't want Christian to be mad at Taylor, or me, for that matter. Striding confidently past him, I knock on the study door and enter. Christian is on his BlackBerry, leaning against the mahogany desk. He glances up. Andrea, hold please. He mutters into the phone, his expression serious. His gaze is politely expectant. Shit. Why do I feel like I've entered the principal's office? This man had me in handcuffs yesterday. I refuse to be intimidated by him. He's my husband, damn it. I square my shoulders and give him a broad smile. I'm going shopping. I'll take security with me. Sure. Take one of the twins, and Taylor too, he says. And I know that whatever's happening is serious, because he doesn't question me further. I stand staring at him, wondering if I can help. Anything else? He asks. He wants me gone. Can I get you anything? I ask. He smiles his sweet, shy smile. No, baby, I'm good. He says. The crew will look after me. Okay. I want to kiss him. Hell, I can. He's my husband. Strolling purposefully forward, I place on his lips, surprising him. Andrea, I'll call you back, he mutters. He puts the BlackBerry down on the desk behind him, pulls me into his embrace, and kisses me passionately. I am breathless when he releases me. His eyes are dark and beady. You are distracting me. I need to sort this so I can get back to my honeymoon. He runs an index finger down my face and caresses my chin, tilting my face up. Okay, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize, Mrs. Gray. I love your distractions. He kisses the corner of my mouth. Go spend some money. He releases me. Will do. I smirk at him as I exit his study. My subconscious shakes her head and purses her lips. You didn't tell him you were going on the jet ski. She chastises me in her sing-songy voice. I ignore her. Harpy. Taylor is patiently waiting. That's all cleared with... I ignore her. Harpy. Taylor is patiently waiting. That's all cleared with high command. Can we go? I smile, trying to keep the sarcasm out of my voice. Taylor doesn't hide his admiring smile. Mrs. Gray, after you.
Thanks for listening all year.
Taylor patiently talks me through the controls on the jet ski and how to ride it. He has a calm, gentle authority about him. He's a good teacher. Bobbing and weaving on the calm waters of the harbor, beside the fair lady. Gaston looks on, his expression hidden by his shades, and one of the fair lady's crew is at the controls of the motor launch. Geez, 3 people with me, just because I want to go shopping. It's ridiculous. Zipping up my life jacket, I give Taylor a beaming grin. He holds out his hand to assist me as I climb onto the jet ski.
That's it from me.
Fasten the strap of the ignition key around your wrist, Mrs. Gray. If you fall off, the engine will cut out automatically. He explains. Okay, ready? I nod enthusiastically. Press the ignition when you've drifted about 4 feet away from the boat. We'll follow you. Okay. He pushes the jet ski away from the launch and it floats gently into the main harbor. When he gives me the OK sign, I press the ignition button and the engine roars to life. Okay, Mrs. Gray. Easy does it, Taylor shouts. I squeeze the accelerator. The jet ski lurches forward, then stalls. Crap! How does Christian make it look so easy? I try again, and once again, I stall. Double crap. Just steady on the gas, Mrs. Gray, Taylor calls. Yeah, I mutter under my breath. I try once more, very gently squeezing the lever, and the jet ski lurches forward, but this time, it keeps going. Yes! It goes some more. Ha-ha! It still keeps going. I want to shout and squeal in excitement, but I resist. I cruise gently away from the yacht into the main harbor. Behind me, I hear the throaty roar of the motor launch. When I squeeze the gas further, the jet ski leaps forward, skating across the water. With the warm breeze in my hair and a fine sea spray on either side of me, I feel free. This rocks! No wonder Christian never lets me drive. Rather than head for the shore and curtail the fun, I veer around to do a circuit of the stately fair lady. Wow, this is so much fun! I ignore Taylor and the crew behind me and speed around the yacht for a second time. As I complete the circuit, I spot Christian on deck. I think he's gaping at me, though it's difficult to tell. Bravely, I lift one hand from the handlebars and wave enthusiastically at him. He looks like he's made of stone, but finally he raises his hand in the semblance of a stiff wave. I can't work out his expression, and something tells me I don't want to, so I head to the marina, speeding across the blue water of the Mediterranean, which shimmers in the late afternoon sun. At the dock, I wait and let Taylor pull up ahead of me. His expression is bleak, and my heart sinks, though Gaston looks vaguely amused. I wonder briefly if something has happened to chill Gallic-American relations, but deep down I suspect the problem is probably me. Gaston leaps out of the motorboat and ties it to the moorings, while Taylor directs me to come alongside. Very gently, I ease the jet ski into position beside the boat and line up beside him. His expression softens a little. Just switch off the ignition, Mrs. Gray, he says calmly, reaching for the handlebars and holding out a hand to help me into the motorboat. I nimbly climb aboard, impressed that I don't fall in. Mrs. Gray, Taylor says nervously, his cheeks pink once more. Mr. Gray is not entirely comfortable with you riding on the jet ski. He's practically squirming with embarrassment, and I realize he's had an irate call from Christian. Oh, my poor, pathologically overprotective husband. What am I going to do with you? I smile serenely at Taylor. I see. Well, Taylor, Mr. Gray is not here, and if he's not entirely comfortable, I'm sure he'll give me the courtesy of telling me himself when I'm back on board. Taylor winces. Very good, Mrs. Gray, he says quietly, handing me my purse. As I climb out of the boat, I catch a glimpse of his reluctant smile, and it makes me want to smile too. I cannot believe how fond I am of Taylor, but I really don't appreciate being scolded by him. He's not my father or my husband. I sigh. Christian's mad, and he has enough to worry about at the moment. What was I thinking? As I stand on the dock waiting for Taylor to climb up, I feel my BlackBerry vibrate in my purse and fish it out. Sade's "Your Love is King" is my ringtone for Christian. Only for Christian. Hi, I murmur. Hi, he says. I'll come back on the boat. Don't be mad.
attempting to
I hear
promote
his small
paganism.
gasp of surprise.
The tensions would become too
It was
high,
fun, though,
Jews revolting
I whisper.
against Roman sacrilege
He
in
sighs.
their city.
Well,
The Romans would be
far
forced
be
to
it
deal
for
with
me
it
to curtail
with a
your
heavy
fun,
hand.
Mrs. Gray. Just be
Jerusalem was
careful,
besieged for 5
please.
months before it
Oh
surrendered.
my.
The holy
Permission
second
to have
temple
fun?
of Jerusalem was
I will.
destroyed, and many
Anything you
Jews
want
were
from
captured
town?
and consigned
Just
to
you,
life as slaves.
back in one piece. I'll do my best to
Dispersed
comply,
in one
Mr. Gray.
gruesome instance of
I'm
mad
glad to
religion
hear it,
can bring
Mrs.
out
Gray.
extremities in
We
human
aim to
behavior.
please,
A
I
number of
respond
Jews
with a
chose
giggle.
to murder one
I hear
another
the smile in his
rather than
voice.
be captured by the
I have
Romans
another
after
call.
siege
Laters,
at a
baby.
hilltop called Massacre.
Laters, Christian.
Almost
He hangs
1,000
up.
Jews
Jet
chose this
ski
fate.
crisis
The reason why
averted,
they needed
I
to
think.
murder each other
The car
is
is
because
waiting, and
suicide
Taylor holds the
is
door
forbidden.
open for me.
So this
I
was
wink
the
at him as I
closest
climb
thing
in,
to
and he shakes
suicide
his head in
permitted.
amusement. In the car,
Many
I fire up the
enslaved Jews
email
went
on
to
my
work on
BlackBerry.
building projects in Rome.
From
One of the most
Anastasia
notable
Gray.
being the Colosseum,
Subject,
the iconic
thank you.
amphitheatre,
Date,
supporting
August
crowds
17,
of up to
2011,
50,000 individuals who flocked
6:55.
there to watch the
To
entertainment
Christian
play
Gray.
inside.
For not being
Not
too
only had
grouchy.
the amphitheatre
Your
been
loving
built
wife.
with Jewish labour, it was
XXX.
probably paid for using Jewish
From
treasures
Christian
left
Gray.
in Jerusalem
Subject,
10 years
trying
before
to
its
stay
opening,
calm.
which incidentally
Date, August
same
17,
time span
2011,
project.
16:59.
Emperor
To
Titus was
Anastasia
responsible for the
Gray.
siege of Jerusalem
You're welcome.
before he became
Come
the
back
emperor,
in one
and
piece.
he needed the
This is not
celebration
a
of the 100
request.
days of games
Thanks.
on the official opening of
Christian
the
Gray,
Colosseum
CEO
to
and
please the
overprotective
gods.
husband.
Most
Gray
notably, those
Enterprises
ones
Holdings,
who
Inc.
furiously caused the eruption
His
of
response
Mount
makes me
Vesuvius
smile.
in the previous
My
year,
control
at
freak.
the very start of the reign of Emperor Titus.
Why did I want to come shopping?
As a count
But
of
deep
what
down,
happened at
I
Mount
know why.
Vesuvius tells us
Mentally past Chanel,
especially when it comes
Gucci,
to the fate
Dior,
of his uncle,
and the other designer boutiques, and eventually find the antidote to what ails me in a small, overstocked, touristy store. It's a little silver ankle bracelet with small hearts and little bells. It tinkles sweetly and it costs €5. As stood on, this is me. This is what I like. Immediately, I feel more comfortable. I don't want to lose touch with the girl who likes this, ever. Deep down, I know that I'm not only overwhelmed by Christian himself, but also by his wealth. Will I ever get used to it? Taylor and Gaston follow me dutifully through the late afternoon crowds, and I soon forget they are there. I want to buy something for Christian, something to take his mind off what's happening in Seattle. But what do I buy for the man who has everything? I pause in a small modern square surrounded by stores and gaze at each turn. When I spy an electronics store, our visit to the gallery earlier today, and our visit to the Louvre come back to me. We were looking at the Venus de Milo at the time. Christian's words echo in my head. We can all appreciate the female form. We love to look whether or oils or satin or film. It gives me an idea, a daring idea. I just need help choosing the right one, and there's only one person who can help me. I wrestle my BlackBerry out of my purse and call Jose. Who? He mumbles sleepily. Jose, it's Anna. Anna, hi. Where are you? You okay? He sounds more alert now, concerned. I'm in Cannes in the south of France, and I'm fine. South of France, huh? You in some fancy hotel? No. We're staying on a boat. A boat? A big boat, I clarify, sighing. I see. His tone chills. Shit. I should not have called him. I don't need this right now. Jose, I need your advice. My advice? He sounds stunned. Sure, he says, and this time he's much more friendly. I tell him my plan. 2 hours later, Taylor helps me out of the motor launch onto the steps up to the deck. Gaston is helping the deckhand with the jet ski. Christian is nowhere to be seen, and I scurry down to our cabin to wrap his present, feeling a childish sense of delight. You were gone some time. Christian startles me just as I am applying the last piece of tape. I turn to find him standing in the doorway to the cabin, watching me intently. Am I still in trouble over the jet ski, or is it the fire at his office? Everything in control at your office? I ask tentatively. More or less, he says, an annoyed frown flitting across his face. I did a little shopping, I murmur, hoping to lighten his mood, and praying his annoyance is not directed at me. He smiles warmly, and I know we're okay. What did you buy? This. I put my foot up on the bed and show him my ankle chain. Very nice, he says. He steps over to me and fondles the tiny bells so that they jingle sweetly around my ankle. He frowns again and runs his fingers lightly along the mark, sending tingles up my leg. And this. I hold out the box, hoping to distract him. Me? He asks in surprise. I nod shyly. He takes the box and shakes it gently. He grins his boyish, dazzling smile and sits down beside me on the bed. Leaning over, he grasps my chin and kisses me. Thank you, he says with shy delight. You haven't opened it yet. I'll love it, whatever it is. He gazes down at me, his eyes glowing. I don't get many presents. It's hard to buy you things. You have everything. I have you. You do. I grin at him. Oh, you so do, Christian. He makes short work of the wrapping paper. Nikon? He glances up at me, puzzled. I know you have your compact digital camera, but this is for, portraits and with 2 lenses. He blinks at me, still not understanding. Today in the gallery, you liked the Florent-style photographs, and I remember what you said in the Louvre. And, of course, there were those other photographs. I swallow, trying my best not to recall the images I found in his closet. He stops breathing, his eyes widening as realization dawns, and I continue hurriedly before I lose my nerve. I thought you might, like to take pictures of me. Pictures of you? He gapes at me, ignoring the box on his lap. I nod, desperately trying to gauge his reaction. Finally, he gazes back down at the box, his fingers tracing over the illustration of the camera on the front with fascinated reverence. What is he thinking? Oh, this is not the reaction I was expecting, and my subconscious glares at me like I'm a domesticated farm animal. Christian never reacts the way I expect. He looks back up, his eyes filled with, what? Pain? Why do you think I want this? He asks, bemused. No. You said you bought it. Don't you? I ask, refusing to acknowledge my subconscious, who is questioning why anyone would want erotic photographs of me. Christian swallows and runs a hand through his hair, and he looks so lost, so confused. He takes a deep breath. For me, blues like those have usually been an insurance policy, and I know I've objectified women for so long, he says, and pauses awkwardly. And you think taking pictures of me is, objectifying me? All the air leaves my body, and the blood drains from my face. He scrunches up his eyes. I am so confused, he whispers. When he opens his eyes again, they are wide and wary, full of some raw emotion. Shit, is it me? My questions earlier about his birth mom? The fire at his office? Why do you say that? I whisper, panic rising in my throat. I thought he was happy. I thought we were happy. I thought I made him happy. I don't want to confuse him, do I? My mind starts racing. He hasn't seen Flynn in nearly 3 weeks. Is that it? Is that the reason he's unraveling? Shit, should I call Flynn? And in a possibly unique moment of extraordinary depth and clarity, it comes to me. The fire, Charlie Tango, the jet ski. He's scared. He's scared for me. And seeing these marks on my skin must bring that home. He's been fussing about them all day, confusing himself because he's not used to feeling uncomfortable about inflicting pain. The thought chills me. He shrugs and once more his eyes move down to my wrist, where the cuff he bought me this afternoon used to be. Bingo. Christian, these don't matter. I hold up my wrist, revealing the fading welt. You gave me a safe word. Shit, yesterday was fun. I enjoyed it. Stop brooding about it. I like rough sex. I've told you that before. I blush scarlet as I try to quash my rising panic. He gazes at me intently, and I have no idea what he's thinking. Maybe he's measuring my words. I stumble on. Is this about the fire? Do you think it's connected somehow to Charlie Tango? Is this why you're worried? Talk to me, Christian, please. He stares at me, saying nothing, and the silence expands between us again as it did this afternoon. Holy fucking crap. He's not going to talk to me. I know. Don't overthink this, Christian, I scold quietly, and the words echo, disturbing a memory from the recent past, his words to me about his stupid. I reach over, take the box from his lap, and open it. He watches me passively as if I'm a fascinating alien creature. Knowing that the camera is prepped by the overly helpful salesman in the store and ready to go, I fish it out of the box and remove the lens cap. I point the camera at him, so his beautiful, anxious face fills the frame. I press the button and keep it pressed, and 10 pictures of Christian's alarmed expression are captured digitally for posterity. I'll objectify you then, I murmur, pressing the shutter again. On the final still, his lips twitch almost imperceptibly. I press again, and this time he smiles. A small smile, but a smile nevertheless. I hold down the button once more and see him physically relax in front of me and pout. A full-on, posed, ridiculous, blue steel pout. And it makes me giggle. Oh, thank heavens. Mr. Mercurial is back, and I've never been so pleased to see him. I thought it was my present, he mutters sulkily, but I think he's teasing. Well, it was supposed to be fun, but apparently it's a symbol of women's oppression. I snap away, taking more pictures of him, and watch the amusement grow on his face and super close up. Then his eyes darken, and his expression changes to predatory. You want to be oppressed, he murmurs silkily. Not oppressed, no, I murmur back, snapping again. I could oppress you big time, Mrs. Gray, he threatens, his voice husky. I know you can, Mr. Gray, and you do, frequently. His face falls. Shit. I lower the camera and stare at him. What's wrong, Christian? My voice oozes frustration. Tell me! He says nothing. He's so infuriating. I lift the camera to my eye again. Tell me, I insist. Nothing, he says, and abruptly disappears from the viewfinder. In one swift, smooth move, he sweeps the camera box onto the cabin floor, grabs me, and pushes me down onto the bed. He sits astride me. Hey! I exclaim, and take more photographs of him, smiling down at me with dark intent. He grabs the camera by the lens, and the photographer becomes the subject as he points the Nikon at me and presses the shutter down. So you want me to take pictures of you, Mrs. Gray? He says, amused. All I can see of his face is his unruly hair and a broad grin on his sculptured mouth. Well, for a start, I think you should be laughing, he says, and he tickles me ruthlessly under my ribs, making me squeal and giggle and squirm beneath him until I grasp his wrist in a vain attempt to make him stop. His grin widens, and he renews his efforts while snapping pictures. No! Stop! I scream. Are you kidding? He growls and puts the camera down beside us so that he can torture me with both hands. Christian! I splutter and gasp my laughing protest. He has never, ever tickled me before. Fuck! Stop! I thrash my head from side to side, trying to wiggle out from under him, giggling and pushing both of his hands away. But he's unrelenting, grinning down at me, enjoying my torment. Christian, stop! I plead, and he stops suddenly. Grabbing both of my hands, he holds them down on either side of my head while looming over me. I am panting and breathless with laughter. His breathing mirrors mine, and he gazes down at me with, what? My lungs stop functioning. Wonder? Love? Reverence? Holy cow, that look! You are so beautiful. He breathes. I stare up at his dear face bathed in the intensity of his gaze, and it's as if he's seeing me for the first time. Leaning down, he closes his eyes and kisses me, enraptured. His response is a wake-up call to my libido. Seeing him like this, undone by me. Oh my. He releases my hands and curls his fingers around my head and into my hair, holding me gently in place. And my body rises and fills with my arousal, responding to his kiss. And suddenly, the nature of his kiss alters. No longer sweet, reverential, and admiring, but carnal, deep, and devouring. His tongue invading my mouth, taking, not giving. His kiss possessing a desperate, needy edge. As desire courses through my blood, awakening its sinew and its weight, I feel a frisson of alarm. Oh, 50, what's wrong? He inhales sharply and groans. Oh, what you do to me, he murmurs, lost and raw. He moves suddenly, lying down on top of me, pressing me into the mattress, one hand cupping my chin, the other skimming over my body, my breast, my waist, my hip, and around my behind. He kisses me again, pushing his leg between mine, raising my knee and grinding against me, his erection straining against our clothes and my sex. I gasp and moan against his lips, losing myself to his fervent passion. I dismiss the distant alarm bells in the back of my mind, knowing that he wants me, that he needs me, and that when it comes to communicating with me, this is his favorite form of self-expression. I kiss him with renewed abandon, running my fingers through his hair, fisting my hands, holding tight. He tastes so good and smells of Christian, my Christian. Abruptly, he stops, stands up, and pulls me off the bed so that I am standing in front of him, dazed. He undoes the button on my shorts and kneels quickly, yanking them and my panties down. And before I can breathe again, I am back on the bed beneath him and he's unbuttoning his fly. Whoa, he's not taking off his clothes or my t-shirt. He holds my head and with no preamble whatsoever, he thrusts himself more in surprise than anything else. But I can still hear the hiss of his breath forced through his clenched teeth. Yes, he hisses close to my ear. He stills, then swivels his hips once, pushing deeper, making me groan. I need you, he growls, his voice low and husky. He runs his teeth along my jaw, nipping and sucking, and then he's kissing me again hard. I wrap my legs and arms around him, cradling and holding him hard against me, determined to wipe out whatever's worrying him. And he starts to move like he's trying to climb inside me, over and over, frantic, primal, desperate, and before I lose myself to the insane rhythm and pace he's setting, I briefly wonder once more what's driving him, worrying him. But my body takes over, obliterating the thought, climbing and building so I am awash with sensation, meeting him thrust for thrust, listening to his harsh breathing, labored and fierce at my ear, knowing that he's lost in me. I groan loudly, panting. It's so erotic, his need for me. I am reaching, and he's driving me higher, overwhelming me, taking me, and I want this. I want this so much, for him and for me. Come with me, he gasps, and he rears up over me so I have to break my hold around him. Open your eyes, he orders. I need to see you. His voice is urgent, implacable. My eyes flicker open momentarily, and the sight of him above me, his face taut with ardor, his eyes raw and glowing. His passion and his love is my undoing. And on cue I come, throwing my head back as my body pulses around him. Oh, Anna, he cries, and he joins my climax, driving into me, then stilling and collapsing onto me. He rolls over so that I'm sprawled on top of him, and he's still inside me. As I surface from my orgasm and my body steadies and calms, I want to make some quip about being objectified and oppressed, but hold my tongue, uncertain of his mood. I glance up from Christian's chest to examine his face. His eyes are closed and his arms are wrapped around me, clinging tight. I kiss his chest through the thin fabric of his linen shirt. Tell me, Christian, what's wrong? I ask softly, and wait anxiously to see if even now, sated by sex, he'll tell me. I feel his arms tighten around me further, but it's his only response. He's not going to talk. Inspiration hits me. I give you my solemn vow to be your faithful in sickness and in health, to stand by your side in good times and in bad, to share your joy as well as your sorrow. I murmur. He freezes. His only movement is to open wide his fathomless eyes and gaze at me as I continue my wedding vows. I promise to love you unconditionally, to support you in your goals and dreams, to honor and respect you, to laugh with you and cry with you, to share my hopes and dreams with you, and bring you solace in times of need. I pause, willing him to talk to me. He watches me, his lips parted, but says nothing. Watches me, his lips parted, but says nothing. And to cherish you for as long as we both shall live. I sigh. Oh, Anna, he whispers, and moves again, breaking our precious contact so that we're lying side by side. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles. I solemnly vow that I will safeguard and hold dear and deep in my heart our union and you. He whispers, his voice hoarse. I promise to love you faithfully, forsaking all others, through the good times and the bad, in sickness and in health, regardless of where life takes us. I will protect you, trust you, and respect you. I will share your joys and sorrows, and comfort you in times of need. I promise to cherish you and uphold your hopes and dreams, and keep you safe at my side. All that is mine is now yours. I give you my hand. my heart, and my love, from this moment on, for as long as we both shall live. Tears spring to my eyes. His face softens as he gazes at me. Don't cry, he murmurs, his thumb catching and dispatching a stray tear. Why won't you talk to me? Please, Christian. He closes his eyes as if in pain. I vowed I would bring you solace in times of need. Please don't make me break my vows, I plead. He sighs and opens his eyes, his expression bleak. It's arson, he says simply, and he looks suddenly so young and vulnerable. Oh, and my biggest worry is that they are after me. And if they are after me, he stops, unable to continue. They might get me, I whisper. He blanches, and I know that I have finally uncovered the root. He blanches, and I know that I have finally uncovered the root of his anxiety. I caress his face. Thank you, I murmur. He frowns. What for? For telling me. He shakes his head and a ghost of a smile touches his lips. You can be very persuasive, Mrs. Gray. And you can brood and internalize all your feelings and worry yourself to death. You'll probably die of a heart attack before you're 40. And I want you around far longer than that. You'll be the death of me. The sight of you on the jet ski, I nearly did have a coronary. He flops back on the bed and puts his hand over his eyes, and I feel him shudder. Christian, it's a jet ski. Even kids ride jet skis. Can you imagine what you'll be like when we visit your place in Aspen and I go skiing for the first time? He gasps and turns to face me, and I want to laugh at the horror on his face. Our place, he says eventually. I ignore him. I'm a grown-up Christian, and much tougher than I look. When are you going to learn this? He shrugs and his mouth thins. I decide to change the subject. So, the fire. Do the police know about the arson? Yes. His expression is serious. Good. Security is going to get tighter, he says matter-of-factly. I understand. I glance down his body. He's still wearing his shorts and his shirt, and I still have my t-shirt on. Geez, talk about wham bam thank you ma'am. The thought makes me giggle. What? Christian asks, bemused. You? Me? Yes, you. Still dressed. Oh. He glances down at himself, then back at me, and his face erupts into an enormous smile. Well, you know how hard it is for me to keep my hands off you, Mrs. Gray. Especially when you're giggling like a schoolgirl. Oh yes, the tickling. Ah, the tickling. I move quickly so that I'm straddling him, but immediately, understanding my evil intent, he grabs both of my wrists. No, he says, and he means it. I pout at him, but decide that he's not ready for this. Please don't, he whispers. I couldn't bear it. I was never tickled as a child. He pauses, and I relax my hands so he doesn't have to restrain me. I used to watch Carrot with Elliot and Mia, tickling them, and it looked like such fun, but I place my index finger on his lips. Hush, I know, I murmur, and plant a soft kiss on his lips where my finger has just been, then curl up on his chest. The familiar, painful ache swells inside me, and the profound sadness that I hold in my heart for Christian as a little boy seizes me once more. I know I would do anything for this man because I love him so. He puts his arms around me and presses his nose into my hair, inhaling deeply as he gently strokes my back. I don't know how long we lie there, but eventually I break the comfortable silence between us. What is the longest you've gone without seeing Dr. Flynn? 2 weeks. Why? Do you have an incorrigible urge to tickle me? No, I chuckle. I think he helps you. Christian snorts. You should. I pay him enough. He pulls my hair gently, turning my face to look up at him. I lift my head and meet his gaze. Are you concerned for my well-being, Mrs. Gray? He asks softly. Every good wife is concerned for her beloved husband's well-being, Mr. Gray. I admonish him teasingly. Beloved, he whispers, and it's a poignant question hanging between us. Very much, beloved. I scoot up to kiss him, and he smiles his shy smile. Do you want to go ashore to eat? I want to eat wherever you're happiest. Good. He grins. Aboard is where I can keep you safe. Thank you for my present. He reaches over and grabs the camera, and, holding it at arm's length, he snaps the two of us in our post-tickling, post-coital, post-confessional embrace. The pleasure is all mine. I smile, and his eyes light up. We wander through the opulent, gilt splendor of the 18th century Palace of Versailles. Once a humble hunting lodge, it was transformed by the Roi Soleil into a magnificent, lavish seat of power. But even before the 18th century ended, it saw the last of those absolute monarchs. The most stunning room by far is the Hall of Mirrors. The early afternoon light floods through the windows to the west, lighting up the mirrors that line the east wall and illuminating the gold leaf decor and the enormous crystal chandeliers. It's breathtaking. Interesting to see what becomes of a despotic megalomaniac who isolates himself in such splendor. I murmur to Christian as he stands at my side. He gazes down and cocks his head to one side, regarding me with humor. Your point, Mrs. Gray. Oh, merely an observation, Mr. Gray. I wave my hand airily at the surroundings. Smirking, he follows me to the center of the room, where I stand and gawk at the view. The spectacular gardens reflected in the looking glass and the spectacular Christian Grey, my husband, reflected back at me, his gaze bright and bold. I would build this for you, he whispers, just to see the way the light burnishes your hair, right here, right now. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. You look like an angel. He kisses me just below my earlobe, takes my hand in his, and murmurs, "We doesn't do that to the women we love." I flush at his compliment, smiling shyly, and follow him through the vast room. What are you thinking about? Christian asks softly, taking a sip of his after-dinner coffee. Versailles? Ostentatious, wasn't it? He grins. I glance around the more understated grandeur of the fair lady's dining room and purse my lips. This is hardly ostentatious, Christian says, a tad defensively. I know. It's lovely. The best honeymoon a girl could want. Really? He says, genuinely surprised, and he smiles his shy smile. Of course it is. We've got only 2 more days. Is there anything you'd like to see or do? Just be with you, I murmur. He rises from the table, comes around, and kisses me on the forehead. Well, can you do without me for about an hour? I need to check my emails, find out what's happening at home. Sure, I say brightly, trying to hide my disappointment that I'll be without him for an hour. Is it freaky that I want to be with him all the time? Thank you for the camera, he murmurs, and heads for the study. Back in our cabin, I decide to catch up on my correspondence and open my laptop. There are emails from my mom and from Kate, giving me the latest gossip from home and asking how the honeymoon is going. Well, great, until someone decided to burn down GEH Inc. As I finish my response to my mom, an email from Kate hits my inbox. From Catherine L. Kavanaugh. Date, August 17, 2011. 11. Catherine L. Kavanaugh. Date, August 17, 2011. 11:45. 2. Anastasia Gray. Subject, OMG. Anna, just heard about the fire at Christian's office. Do you think it's arson? K. XOX. Kate is online. I jump onto my newfound toy, Skype messaging, and see that she's available. I quickly type a message. Anna. Hey, are you there? Kate. Yes, Anna. How are you? How's the honeymoon? Did you see my email? Does Christian know about the fire? Anna. I'm good. Honeymoon's great. Yes, I saw your email. Yes, Christian knows. Kate. I thought he would. News is sketchy on what happened, and Elliot won't tell me anything. Anna. Are you fishing for a story? Kate. You know me too well. Anna. Christian hasn't told me much. Kate. Elliot heard from Grace. Oh no. I'm sure Christian doesn't want this broadcast all over Seattle. I try my patented distract tenacious Kavanaugh technique. Anna. How are Elliot and Ethan? Kate. Ethan has been accepted into the psych course at Seattle for his master's degree. Elliot is adorable. Anna. Way to go, Ethan. Kate. How's our favorite ex-dom? Anna. Kate? Kate. What? Anna. You know what? Kate. Hey, sorry. Anna. He's fine. More than fine. Smiley face emoticon. Kate. Well, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Anna. I'm blissfully happy. Kate. Smiley face emoticon. I have to run. Can we talk later? Anna. Not sure. See if I am online. Time zones suck. Kate. They do. Love you, Anna. Anna. Love you too. Laters. X. Kate. Laters. Heart emoticon. Trust Kate to be on the trail of this story. I roll my eyes and shut Skype down before Christian sees the chat. He wouldn't appreciate the ex-dom comment, and I'm not sure he's entirely ex. I sigh loudly. Kate knows everything. Since our tipsy evening 3 weeks before the wedding, when I finally succumbed to the Kavanaugh Inquisition, it was a relief to finally talk to someone. I glance at my watch. It's been about an hour since dinner, and I am missing my husband. I head back on deck to see if he's finished his work. I am in the hall of mirrors, and Christian is standing beside me, smiling down at me with love and affection. You look like an angel. I beam back at him, but when I glance into the looking glass, I'm standing on my own, and the room is gray and drab. No. My head whips back to his face, to find his smile is sad and wistful. He tucks my hair behind my ear, then he turns wordlessly and walks away slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing off the mirrors as he paces the enormous room to the ornate double doors at the end. A man on his own, a man with no reflection. And I wake, gasping for air as panic seizes me. Hey, he whispers from beside me in the darkness, his voice filled with concern. Oh, he's here. He's safe. Relief courses through me. Oh, Christian, I mumble, trying to bring my pounding heartbeat under control. He wraps me in his arms, and it's only then that I realize I have tears streaming down my face. Anna, what is it? He strokes my cheek, wiping away my tears, and I can hear his anguish. Nothing. A silly nightmare. He kisses my forehead and my tear-stained cheeks, comforting me. Just a bad dream, baby. He murmurs. I've got you. I'll keep you safe. Drinking in his scent, I curl around him, trying to ignore the loss and devastation I felt in my dream. And in that moment, I know that my deepest, darkest fear would be losing him. Chapter 5. I stir, instinctively reaching for Christian, only to feel his absence. Shit. I wake instantly and look anxiously around the cabin. Christian is watching me from the small, upholstered armchair by the bed. Stooping down, he places something on the floor, then moves and stretches out on the bed beside me. He's dressed in his cutoffs and a gray t-shirt. Hey, don't panic. Everything's fine, he says, his voice gentle and soothing, like he's talking to a cornered wild animal. Tenderly, he smooths the hair back from my face, and I calm immediately. I see him trying and failing to hide his own concern. You've been so jumpy these last couple of days, he murmurs, his eyes wide and serious. I'm okay, Christian. I give him my brightest smile because I don't want him to know how worried I am about the arson incident. The painful recollection of how I felt when Charlie Tango was sabotaged and Christian went missing. The hollow emptiness, the indescribable pain keeps resurfacing, the memory nagging me and gnawing at my heart. Keeping the smile fixed on my face, I try to repress it. Were you watching me sleep? Yes, he says, gazing at me steadily, studying me. You were talking. Oh? Shit. What was I saying? You're worried, he adds, his eyes filled with concern. Is there nothing I can keep from this man? He leans forward and kisses me between my brows. When you frown, a little V forms just here. It's soft kiss. Don't worry, baby. I'll look after you. It's not me I'm worried about. It's you, I grumble. Who's looking after you? He smiles indulgently at my tone. I'm big enough and ugly enough to look after myself. Come, get up. There's one thing I'd like to do before we head home. He grins at me, a big, boyish, yes, I'm really only 28 grin, and swats my behind. I yelp, startled, and realize that today we're going back to Seattle, and my melancholy blossoms. I don't want to leave. I've relished being with him 24/7, and I'm not ready to share him with his company and his family. We've had a blissful honeymoon, with a few ups and downs, I admit, but that's normal for a newly married couple, surely. But Christian cannot contain his boyish excitement, and despite my dark thoughts, it's infectious. When he rises gracefully off the bed, I follow, intrigued. What has he got in mind? Christian straps the key to my wrist. You want me to drive? Yes. You want me to drive? Yes. Christian grins. That's not too tight? It's fine. Is that why you're wearing a life jacket? I arch my eyebrow. Yes. I can't help my giggle. Such confidence in my driving capabilities, Mr. Gray. As ever, Mrs. Gray. Well, don't lecture me. Christian holds his hands up in a defensive gesture, but he smiles. Would I dare? Yes, you would. And yes, you do. And we can't pull over and argue on the sidewalk here. Fair point well made, Mrs. Gray. Are we going to stand on this platform all day debating your driving skills, or are we going to have some fun? Fair point well made, Mr. Gray. I grasp the handlebars of the jet ski and clamber on. Christian climbs on behind me and kicks us away from the yacht. Taylor and two of the deckhands look on in amusement. Sliding forward, Christian wraps his arms around me and snuggles his thighs against mine. Yes, this is what I like about this form of transport. I insert the ignition key and push the start button, and the engine roars into life. Ready? I shout to Christian over the noise. As I'll ever be, he says, his mouth close to my ear. Gently, I pull on the lever and the jet ski moves away from the fair lady, far too sedately for my liking. Christian tightens his embrace. I pull on the gas some more. We shoot forward, and I'm delighted when we don't stall. Whoa! Christian calls from behind, but the exhilaration in his voice is palpable. I speed past the fair lady toward the open sea. We're anchored outside the Saint Laurent du Loire, and Nice Côte d'Azur airport is nestled in the distance, built into the Mediterranean, or so it seems. I've heard the odd plane landing since we arrived last night. I decide we need to take a closer look. We shoot toward it, skipping rapidly over the waves. I love this, and I'm thrilled Christian's letting me drive. All the worry I felt over the past 2 days melts away as we skim toward the airport. Next time we do this, we'll have 2 jet skis, Christian shouts. I grin because the thought of racing him is thrilling. As we zoom over the cool blue sea toward what looks like the end of the runway, the thundering roar of a jet overhead suddenly startles me as it comes in to land. It's so loud, I panic, swerving and hitting the throttle at the same time, mistaking it for a brake. Anna! Christian shouts. But it's too late. I'm catapulted off the side of the jet ski, arms and legs flailing, taking Christian with me in a spectacular splash. Screaming, I plunge into the crystal blue sea and swallow a nasty mouthful of the Mediterranean. The water is cold this far from the shore, but I surface within a split second, courtesy of my life jacket. Coughing and spluttering, I wipe the seawater from my eyes and look around for Christian. He's already swimming toward me. The jet ski floats inoffensively a few feet away from us, its engine silent. You okay? His eyes are full of panic as he reaches me. Yes, I croak, but I cannot contain my elation. See, Christian? That's the worst that can happen on a jet ski. He pulls me into his embrace, then grabs my head between his hands, examining my face closely. See? That wasn't so bad. I grin as we tread water. Eventually, he smirks at me, obviously relieved. No, I guess it wasn't. Except I'm wet. He grumbles, but his tone is playful. I'm wet too. I like you wet. He leers. Christian! I scold, trying for faux righteous indignation. He grins, looking gorgeous, then leans in and kisses me hard. When he pulls away, I'm breathless. Come, let's head back. Now we have to shower. I'll drive. We laze in the British Airways first-class lounge at Heathrow in London, waiting for our connecting flight to Seattle. Christian is engrossed in the Financial Times. I pull out his camera, wanting to take some photographs of him. He looks so sexy in his trademark white linen shirt and jeans, with his aviator specs tucked into the V of his The flash disturbs him. He blinks up at me and smiles his shy smile. How are you, Mrs. Gray? He asks. Sad to be going home. I murmur. I like having you to myself. He clasps my hand and, lifting it to his lips, grazes my knuckles with a sweet kiss. Me too. But, I ask, hearing that small word unsaid at the end of his simple statement. He frowns. But, he repeats disingenuously. I tilt my head to one side, gazing at him with the "tell me" expression I have been perfecting over the last couple of days. He sighs, putting his newspaper down. I want this arsonist caught and out of our lives. Oh, that seems fair enough, but I'm surprised by his bluntness. I'll have Welch's balls on a platter if he lets anything like that happen again. A shiver runs down my spine at his menacing tone. He gazes at me impassively, and I don't know if he's daring me to be flippant or what. I do the only thing I can think of to ease the sudden tension between us and raise the camera and snap another photograph.
The Celtic cultures of the Hallstatt, Latin,
Hey, sleepyhead, we're home, Christian murmurs. I mumble, reluctant to leave my tantalizing dream of Christian and me on a picnic blanket at Kew Gardens. I am so tired. Traveling is exhausting, even in first class. We've been up for more than 18 hours straight, I think. In my fatigue, I've lost track. I hear my door open, and Christian is leaning over me. He unbuckles my seatbelt and lifts me into his arms, waking me. Hey, I can walk, I protest sleepily. He snorts. I need to carry you over the threshold. I put my arms around his neck. Up all 30 floors? I give him a challenging smile. Mrs. Gray, I am very pleased to announce that you've put on some weight. What? He grins. So, if you don't mind, we'll use the elevator. He narrows his eyes at me, though I know he's teasing. Taylor opens the doors to the Escala lobby and smiles. Welcome home, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Thanks, Taylor, says Christian. I give Taylor the briefest of smiles and watch him head back to the Audi, where Sawyer waits at the wheel. What do you mean I put on weight? I glare at Christian. His grin broadens, and he clasps me closer to his chest as he carries me across the lobby. Not much, he assures me, but his face darkens suddenly. What is it? I try to keep the alarm in my voice under control. You've put on some of the weight you lost when you left me, he says quietly as he summons the elevator. A bleak expression crosses his face. His sudden surprising anguish tugs at my heart. Hey, I curl my fingers around his face and into his hair, pulling him toward me. If I hadn't gone, would you be standing here, like this, now? His eyes melt, the color of a storm cloud, and he smiles his shy smile, my favorite smile. No, he says, and steps into the elevator, still holding me. He leans down and kisses me gently. No, Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't. But I would know I could keep you safe, because you wouldn't defy me. He sounds vaguely regretful. Shit. I like defying you. I test the waters. I know, and it's made me so happy. He smiles down at me through his bemusement. Oh, thank heavens. Even though I'm fat, I whisper. He laughs. Even though you're fat. He kisses me again, more heated this time, and I fist my fingers in his hair, holding him against me, our tongues twisting in a slow, sensual dance with each other. When the elevator pings to a halt at the penthouse, we are both breathless. Very happy, he murmurs. His smile is darker now, his eyes hooded and full of salacious promise. He shakes his head as if to recover himself and carries me into the foyer. Welcome home, Mrs. Gray. He kisses me again, more chastely this time, and gives me the patented Christian Grey full gigawatt smile, his eyes dancing with joy. Welcome home, Mr. Gray, I beam, my heart call, brimming with my own joy. I think Christian's going to put me down, but he doesn't. He carries me through the foyer, across the corridor, into the great room, and deposits me on the kitchen island, where I sit with my legs dangling. He retrieves 2 champagne flutes from the kitchen cupboard and a bottle of chilled champagne from the fridge, our favorite Bollinger. He deftly opens the bottle, not spilling a drop, pours the pale pink champagne into each glass, and hands one to me. Taking up the other, he gently parts my legs and moves forward to stand between them. Here's to us, Mrs. Gray. To us, Mr. Gray, I whisper, conscious of my shy smile. We clink glasses and take a sip. I know you're tired, he whispers, rubbing his nose against mine, but I'd really like to go to bed, and not to sleep. This is the corner of my mouth. It's our first night back. He kisses the corner of my mouth. It's our first night back here, and you're really mine. His voice drifts off as he plants soft kisses down my throat. It's early evening in Seattle, and I am dog-tired, but desire blooms deep in my belly. Christian is slumbering peacefully beside me as I stare at the pink and golden streaks of the new dawn through the vast windows. His arm is draped loosely over my breasts, and I try to match his breathing in an effort to get back to sleep. But it's hopeless. I'm wide awake, my body clock on Greenwich Mean Time, my mind racing. So much has happened in the last 3 weeks. Who am I kidding? The last 3 months. That I feel that my feet haven't touched the ground. And now, here I am, Mrs. Christian Grey, married to the most delicious, sexy, philanthropic, absurdly wealthy mogul a woman could meet. How did this all happen so fast? I shift onto my side to gaze at him. I know he watches me sleep, but I rarely get the opportunity to repay the compliment. He looks young and carefree in his sleep, his long lashes fanned against his cheek, a light smattering of stubble covering his jaw, and his sculptured lips slightly parted, relaxed as he breathes deeply. I want to kiss him, to push my tongue between his lips, run my fingers over his soft yet prickly stubble. I really have to fight the urge not to touch him, not to disturb him. I could just tease his earlobe with my teeth and suck. My subconscious glares up at me over her half-moon spectacles, distracted from Volume 2 of The Complete Works of Charles Dickens, and mentally chastises me. Leave the poor man alone, Anna. I am back to work on Monday. We have today to reacclimate, then we're back into our routine. It will be odd not seeing Christian for a whole day after spending almost every minute together for the last 3 weeks. I lie back and stare at the ceiling. One would think that spending so much time together would be suffocating, but that's just not the case. I've loved each and every minute, even our fighting. Every minute. Except the news of the fire at Grey House. My blood chills. Who would want to harm Christian? My mind gnaws at this mystery again. Someone in his business? An ex? A disgruntled employee? I have no idea. And Christian remains tight-lipped about it all, drip-feeding me the minimum information he can get away with in a bid to protect me. I sigh, my shining white and dark knight always trying to protect me. How am I going to make him open up more? He stirs, and I still, not wanting to wake him. But it has the opposite effect. Damn. 2 bright eyes gaze at me. What's wrong? Nothing. Go back to sleep. I try my reassuring smile. He stretches, rubs his face, and then grins at me. Jet lag? He asks. Is that what this is? I can't sleep. Can't sleep. I have the universal panacea right here, just for you, baby. He grins like a schoolboy, making me roll my eyes and giggle at the same time. And just like that, my dark thoughts are swept aside and my teeth find his earlobe. Christian and I cruise north on I-5 toward the 520 bridge in the Audi R8. We're going to have lunch at his parents', a welcome home Sunday lunch. All the family will be there. Kate and Ethan. It will be strange to be in so much company when we've been on our own all this time. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Christian most of the morning. He was holed up in his study while I unpacked. He said I didn't have to, that Mrs. Jones would do it. But that's something else I need to get used to. Having domestic help. I run my fingers absent-mindedly over the leather upholstery of the door to distract my wandering thoughts. I feel out of sorts. Is it the jet lag? The arson? Would you let me drive this? I ask, surprised that I say the words out loud. Of course, Christian replies, smiling. What's mine is yours. If you didn't it, though, I will take you into the red room of pain. He glances swiftly at me with a malicious grin. Shit! I gape at him. Is this a joke? You're kidding. You'd punish me for denting your car? Far more than you love me? I tease. It's close, he says, and reaches across to squeeze my knee. But she doesn't keep me warm at night. I'm sure it could be arranged. You could sleep in her. I snap. Christian laughs. We haven't been home one day and you're kicking me out already? He seems delighted. I gaze at him and he gives me a face-splitting grin. And although I want to be mad at him, it's impossible when he's in this kind of mood. Now that I think about it, he's been in a better frame of mind ever since he left his study this morning. And it dawns on me that I'm being petulant, because we have to go back to reality, and I don't know if he's going to revert to the more closed, pre-honeymoon Christian, or if I'll get to keep the new, improved version. Why are you so pleased? I ask. He flashes yet another grin at me. Because this conversation is so normal. Normal? I snort. Not after 3 weeks of marriage, surely. His smile slips. I'm kidding, Christian, I mutter quickly, not wanting to kill his mood. It strikes me how unsure he is of himself sometimes. I suspect that he's always been like this. Sure he is of himself sometimes. I suspect that he's always been like this, but has just hidden his uncertainty beneath an intimidating exterior. He's very easy to tease, probably because he's not used to it. It's a revelation, and I marvel again that we still have so much to learn about each other. Don't worry, I'll stick to the sob, I mutter, and turn to stare out the window, trying to shake off my bad mood. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. You're so frustrating sometimes, Anna. Tell me. I turn and smirk at him. Back at you, Gray. He frowns. I'm trying, he says softly. I know. Me too. I smile, and my mood brightens a little. Parrot looks ridiculous in his chef's hat and licensed to grill apron as he stands at the barbecue. Every time I look at him, it makes me smile. In fact, my spirits have lifted considerably. We are all sitting around the table on the terrace of the Gray family home, enjoying the late summer sun. Grace and Mia are setting various salads out on the table, while Elliot and Christian trade friendly insults and discuss plans for the new house. And Ethan and Kate grill me about our honeymoon. Christian keeps hold of my hand, his fingers toying with my wedding and engagement rings. So, if you can get the plans finalized with Gia, I have a window September through mid-November and can get the whole crew on it, Elliot says as he stretches and drops an arm around Kate's shoulder, making her smile. Gia is due to come over and discuss the plans tomorrow evening, replies Christian. I hope we can finalize everything then. He turns and looks expectantly at me. Oh, this is news? Sure, I smile at him, mostly for the benefit of his family, but my spirits take a nosedive again. Why does he make these decisions without telling me? Or is it the thought of Gia, all lush hips, full breasts, expensive designer clothes, and perfume, smiling too provocatively at my husband? My subconscious glares at me. He's given you no reason to be jealous. Shit, I am up and down today. What's wrong with me? Anna, Kate exclaims, snapping me out of my reverie. You still in the south of France? Yes, I reply with a smile. You look so well, she says, though she frowns as she says it. You both do. Grace beams while Elliot refills our glasses. To the happy couple. Carrick grins and raises his glass, and everyone around the table echoes the sentiment. And congratulations to Ethan for getting into the psych program at Seattle, chips in Mia proudly. She gives him an adoring smile, and Ethan smirks at her. I wonder idly if she's made any headway with him. It's difficult to tell. I listen to the banter around the table. Christian is running through our extensive itinerary over the last 3 weeks, embellishing here and there. He sounds relaxed and in control, the worry of the arsonist forgotten. I, on the other hand, don't seem to be able to shake my mood. I pick at my food. Christian said I was fat yesterday. I, on the other hand, don't seem to be able to shake my mood. I pick at my food. Christian said I was fat yesterday. He was joking. My subconscious glares at me again. Elliot accidentally knocks his glass onto the terrace, startling everyone, and there's a sudden flurry of activity to get it cleaned up. I am going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood, Christian whispers to me. I gasp with shock, turn, and gape at him. What? Is he teasing me? You wouldn't dare, I growl at him, and from deep inside, I feel a familiar, welcome excitement. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Of course he would. I glance quickly at Kate across the table. She's watching us with interest. I turn back to Christian, narrowing my eyes at him. You'd have to catch me first, and I'm wearing flats. I hiss. I'd have fun trying, he whispers with a licentious grin, and I think he's joking. I blush. Confusingly, I feel better. As we finish our dessert of strawberries and cream, the heavens open. We all leap up to clear the plates and glasses from the table, depositing them in the kitchen. Good thing the weather held off till we finished, Grace says, pleased, as we drift into the back room. Christian sits down at the shiny black upright piano, presses the quiet pedal, and starts to play a familiar tune that I can't immediately place. Grace asks me for my impressions of Saint Paul de Vence. She and Carrick had gone years ago during their honeymoon, and it occurs to me that this is a good omen, seeing how happy they are together now. Kate and Elliot are cuddling on one of the large, overstuffed couches, while Ethan, Mia, and Carrick are deep in a conversation about psychology, I think. Suddenly, as one, all the Greys stop talking and gape at Christian. What? Christian is singing softly to himself at the piano. Silence descends on us all as we strain to hear his soft, musical voice and the lyrics of Wherever You Will Go. I've heard him sing before, haven't they? He stops, suddenly conscious of the deathly hush that's fallen over the room. Kate glances questioningly at me, and I shrug. Christian turns on the stool and frowns, embarrassed to realize he's become the center of attention. Go on, Grace urges softly. I've never heard you sing, Christian. Ever. She stares at him in wonder. He sits on the piano stool, looking at and, after a beat, he shrugs. His eyes flicker nervously to me, then over to the French windows. The rest of the room suddenly erupts in self-conscious chatter, and I'm left watching my dear husband. Grace distracts me, grasping my hands, then suddenly folding me in her arms. Oh, darling girl, thank you. Thank you, she whispers, so only I can hear. It brings a lump to my throat. I hug her back, not really sure why I am being thanked. Grace smiles. I hug her back, not really sure why I am being thanked. Grace smiles, her eyes shining, and kisses my cheek. What have I done? I'm going to make some tea, she says, her voice hoarse with unshed tears. I amble over to Christian, who is now standing, staring out through the French windows. Hi, I murmur. Hi. He puts his arm around my waist, pulling me to him, and I slip my hand into the back pocket of his jeans. We gaze out at the rain. Feeling better? I nod. Good. You certainly know how to silence a room. I do it all the time, he says, and he grins at me. At work, yes, but not here. True, not here. No one's ever heard you sing? Ever? It appears not, he says dryly. Shall we go? I gaze up at him, trying to gauge his mood. His eyes are soft and warm and slightly bemused. I decide to change the subject. You going to spank me? I whisper, and suddenly there are butterflies in my stomach. Perhaps this is what I need. This is what I have been. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. I glance nervously around the large room, but we are out of earshot. Only if you misbehave, Mrs. Gray. He bends and murmurs in my ear. How can he put so much sensual promise into 6 words? I'll see what I can do. I grin.
However, as we discovered during the Roman
Once we've said our goodbyes, we walk over to the car. Here. Christian throws me the keys to the R8. Don't bend it, he adds in all seriousness, or I will be fucking pissed. My mouth. He's letting me drive his car? My inner goddess whips on her leather driving gloves and flat shoes. Oh yes, she cries. Are you sure? I mouth, stunned. Yes, before I change my mind. I don't think I have ever grinned so hard. He rolls his eyes and opens the driver's door so that I can climb in. I start the engine before he's even reached the passenger side, and he jumps in quickly. Eager, Mrs. Gray? He asks with a wry smile. Very. Slowly, I ease the car backward and turn it in the driveway. I manage not to stall it, surprising myself. Boy, is the clutch sensitive. Carefully navigating the driveway, I glance in my rearview mirror and see Sawyer and Ryan climb into the Audi SUV. I had no idea our security had followed us here. I pause before I set out onto the main road. You're sure about this? Yes, Christian says tightly, telling me he's not sure about this at all. Oh, my poor 50. I want to laugh at both him and myself because I'm nervous and excited. A small part of me wants to lose Sawyer and Ryan just for the kicks. I check for traffic, then inch the R8 out onto the road. Christian curls up with tension and I can't resist. The road is clear. I put my foot down on the gas and we shoot forward. Whoa, Anna! Christian shouts. Slow down. You'll kill us both. I immediately ease off the gas. Wow, can this car move? Sorry, I mutter, trying to sound contrite and failing miserably. Christian smirks at me, to hide his relief, I think. Well, that counts as misbehaving, he says casually, and I slow right down. I glance in the rearview mirror. No sign of the Audi, just a solitary dark car with tinted windows behind us. I imagine Sawyer and Ryan flustered, frantic to catch up. And for some reason, this gives me a thrill. But not wanting to give my dear husband a coronary, I decide to behave and drive steadily, with growing confidence toward the 520 bridge. Suddenly, Christian swears and struggles to pull his BlackBerry from the pocket of his jeans. What? He snaps angrily at whoever it is on the other end of the line. No, he says and glances behind us. Yes, she is. I briefly check the rearview mirror, but I don't see anything odd, just a few cars behind us. The SUV is about 4 cars back, and we're all cruising at an even pace.
The other
I
Celtic
see.
man is actually
Christian
spoken
sighs
in
long
the
and
country of
hard and
France.
rubs his forehead with his
That's
fingers.
far northwest
Tension
of the
radiates off
agricultural
him.
region, Britain.
Something's wrong.
The language being called
Yes,
Breton language.
I don't know. He
Celtic
glances at
language
me
and
and lowers the phone
culture
from his
very
ear.
much alive in the modern
We're
world.
fine. Keep going.
Very many
He says
proud
calmly,
associates.
smiling at me, but the smile doesn't touch his eyes. Shit. Adrenaline spikes through my system. He picks up the phone again.
The Celts.
Okay on the
Thanks for
520,
listening.
as soon as we hit it.
What, I had to work
Yes,
a little bit harder.
I
I'm
will.
not used to that anymore. I had to
He
work a
slots
little
the
bit
phone
harder
into the
this
speaker
week.
cradle, putting it on
Just to get that
hands-free.
episode out. I
What's
didn't
wrong,
realise how
Christian?
lucky I was getting into all
Just
that stuff
look where you're
about
going, baby,
romances.
he says
So
softly.
much literature out
I'm
there.
heading for the on-ramp of the 520 in the direction of Seattle. When I glance at Christian, he's staring straight ahead. I don't want you to panic, he says calmly. But as soon as we're on the 520 proper, I want you to step on the gas. We're being followed. Followed? Holy shit! My heart lurches into my mouth, pounding. My scalp prickles and my throat constricts with panic. Followed by whom? My eyes dart to the rearview mirror and, sure enough, the dark car I saw earlier is still behind us. Fuck, is that it? I squint through the tinted windshield to see who's driving, but I see nothing. Keep your eyes on the road, baby, Christian says gently, not in the truculent tone he normally uses where my driving is concerned. Get a grip. I mentally slap myself to subdue the dread that's threatening to swamp me. Suppose whoever's following us is armed. Armed and after Christian. Shit. I'm hit by a wave of nausea. How do you know we're being followed? My voice is a breathy, squeaky whisper. The Dodge behind us has false license plates. How does he know that? I signal as we approach the 520 from the on-ramp. It's late afternoon, and although the rain has stopped, the roadway is wet. Fortunately, the traffic is reasonably light. Ray's voice echoes in my head from one of his many self-defense lectures. It's the panic that's gonna kill you or get you seriously hurt, Manny. I take a deep breath, trying to bring my breathing under control. Whoever is following us is after Christian. As I take another deep, steadying breath, my mind begins to clear and my stomach settles. I have to keep Christian safe. I wanted to drive this car, and I wanted to drive it fast. Well, here's my chance. I grip the steering wheel and take a final glance in my rearview mirror. The Dodge is closing on us. I slow right down, ignoring Christian's sudden panicked glance at me, and time my entrance onto the 520 so that the Dodge has to slow and stop to wait for a gap in the traffic. I drop a gear and floor it. The R8 shoots forward, slamming us both into the backs of our seats. The speedometer whips up to 75 miles per hour. Steady, baby, Christian says calmly, though I'm sure he's anything but calm. I weave between the two lanes of traffic, like a black piece in a game of checkers, effectively jumping the cars and trucks. We're so close to the lake on this bridge, it's as if we're driving on the water. I studiously ignore the angry, disapproving looks from other drivers. Christian clenches his hands together in his lap, keeping as still as possible. And in spite of my fevered thoughts, I wonder vaguely if he's doing it so he doesn't distract me. Good girl, he breathes in encouragement. He glances behind him. I can't see the Dodge. We're right behind the unsub, Mr. Gray. Sawyer's voice comes through the hands-free. He's trying to catch up with you, sir. We're going to try and come alongside, put ourselves between your car and the Dodge. Unsub? What does that mean? Good. Mrs. Gray is doing well. At this rate, provided the traffic remains light, and from what I can see it is, we'll be off the bridge in a few minutes. Sir. We flash past the bridge control tower, and I know we're halfway across Lake Washington. When I check my speed, I'm still doing 75. You're doing really well, Anna. Christian murmurs again as he gazes out the back of the R8. For a fleeting moment, his tone reminds me of our first encounter in his playroom, when he patiently encouraged me through our first scene. The thought is distracting, and I dismiss it immediately. Where am I headed? I ask, moderately calmer. I have the feel of the car now. It's a joy to drive, so quiet and easy to handle. It's hard to believe how fast we are going. Driving at this speed in this car is easy. Mrs. Gray, head for I-5 and then south. We want to see if the Dodge follows you all the way, Sawyer says over the hands-free. The traffic lights on the bridge are green, thank heavens, and I race onward. I glance nervously at Christian and he smiles reassuringly. Then his face falls. Shit, he swears softly. There is a line of traffic ahead as we come off the bridge, and I have to slow down, glancing anxiously in the mirror once more. I think I spot the Dodge. 10 or so cars back? Yeah, I see it, Christian says, peering through the narrow rear window. I wonder who the fuck it is. Me too. Do we know if it's a man driving? I blurt out toward the cradled BlackBerry. No, Mrs. Gray. Could be a man or a woman. The tent is too dark. A woman? Christian says. I shrug. You're Mrs. Robinson? I suggest, not taking my eyes off the road. Christian stiffens and lifts the BlackBerry out of its cradle. She's not my Mrs. Robinson, he growls. I haven't spoken to her since my birthday, and Elena wouldn't do this. It's not her style. Layla? She's in Connecticut with her parents, I told you. Are you sure? He pauses. No. But if she'd absconded, I'm sure her folks would have let Lynn know. Let's discuss this when we're home. Concentrate on what you're doing. But it might just be some random car. I'm not taking any risks. Not where you're concerned. He snaps. He replaces the BlackBerry in its cradle so we're back in contact with our security team. Oh, shit. I don't want to rattle Christian right now. Later, maybe. I hold my tongue. Fortunately, the traffic is thinning a little. I am able to speed over the Mount Lake intersection toward the I-5, weaving through the cars again. What if we get stopped by the cops? I ask. That would be a good thing. Not for my license. Don't worry about that, he says. Unexpectedly, I hear humor in his voice. I put my foot down again and hit 75. Boy, this car can move. I love it. She's so easy. I touch 85. I don't think I have ever driven this fast. I was lucky if my Beetle ever hit 50 miles an hour. He's cleared the traffic and picked up speed. Sawyer's disembodied voice is calm and informative. He's doing 90. Shit. Faster. I press down on the gas and the car purrs to 95 miles per hour as we approach the I-5 intersection. Keep it up, Anna, Christian murmurs. I slow momentarily as we glide onto I-5. The interstate is fairly quiet, and I'm able to cross straight over to the fast lane in a split second. As I put my foot down, the glorious R8 zooms forward, and we tear down the left lane, lesser mortals pulling over to let us pass. If I wasn't so frightened, I might really enjoy this. He's hit 100 miles per hour, sir. Stay with him, Luke. Christian barks at Sawyer. Luke. A truck lurches into the fast lane. Shit! And I have to slam on the brakes. Fucking idiot! Christian curses the driver as we lurch forward in our seats. I am grateful for our seatbelts. Go around him, baby, Christian says through clenched teeth. I check my mirrors and cut right across 3 lanes. We speed past the slower vehicles and then back to the fast lane. Nice move, Mrs. Gray, Christian murmurs appreciatively. Where are the cops when you need them? I don't want a ticket, Christian, I mutter, concentrating on the highway ahead. Have you had a speeding ticket driving this? No, he says, but glancing quickly at him, I can see his smirk. Have you been stopped? Yes. Oh. Charm. It all comes down to charm. Now concentrate. Where's the Dodge, Sawyer? He's just hit 110, sir, Sawyer says. Holy fuck. My heart leaps once more into my mouth. Can I drive any faster? I push my foot down once more and streak past the traffic. Flash the headlights. Christian orders when a Ford Mustang won't move. But that would make me an asshole. So be an asshole, he snaps. Jeez, okay. Where are the headlights? The indicator. Pull it toward you. I do it, and the Mustang moves aside, though not before the driver waves his finger at me in a none too complimentary manner. I zoom past him. He's the asshole, Christian says under his breath, then barks at me. Get off on Stewart. Yes, sir. We're taking the Stewart Street exit, Christian says to Sawyer. Head straight to Escala, sir. I slow, check my mirrors, signal, then move with surprising ease across 4 lanes of the highway and down the off-ramp. Merging onto Stewart Street, we head south. The street is quiet, with few vehicles. Where is everyone? We've been damned lucky with traffic, but that means the Dodge has too. Don't slow down, Anna. Get us home. I can't remember the way, I mutter, panicked by the fact that the Dodge is still on our tail. Head south on Stewart. Keep going until I tell you when. Christian sounds anxious again. I zoom past 3 blocks, but the lights change to yellow on Yale Avenue. Run them, Anna, Christian shouts. I jump so hard I floor the gas pedal, throwing us both back in our seats, speeding through the now red light. He's taken Stewart, Sawyer says. Stay with him, Luke. Luke? That's his name. A quick glance, and I can see Christian glaring at me as if I'm crazy. Eyes on the road, he snaps. I ignore his tone. Luke Sawyer. Yes, he sounds exasperated. Ah, how did I not know this? The man has been following me to work for the last 6 weeks, and I didn't even know his first name. That's me, ma'am, Sawyer says, startling me, though he's speaking in the calm, monotone voice he always uses. The unsub is heading down Stewart, sir. He's really picking up speed. Go, Anna. Less of the fucking chit-chat, Christian growls. We're stopped at the first light on Stewart, Sawyer informs us. Anna, quick, in here, Christian shouts, pointing to a parking lot on the south side of Boren Avenue. I turn, the tires screeching in protest as I swerve into the crowded lot. Drive around, quick, Christian orders. I drive as fast as I can to the back, out of sight of the street. In there, Christian points to a space. Shit, he wants me to park it. Crap, just fucking do it, he says. So I do. Perfectly. Probably the only time I had ever parked perfectly. We're hidden in the parking lot between Stewart and Boren, Christian says into the BlackBerry. Okay, sir. Sawyer sounds irritated. Stay where you are. We'll follow the unsub. Christian turns to me, his eyes searching my face. You okay? Sure, I whisper. Christian smirks. Whoever's driving that Dodge can't hear us, you know. And I laugh. We're passing Stewart and Boren now, sir. I see the lot. He's gone straight past you, sir. Both of us sag simultaneously with relief. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Good driving. Christian gently strokes my face with his fingertips, and I jump at the contact, inhaling deeply. I had no idea I was holding my breath. Does this mean you'll stop complaining about my driving? I ask. He laughs, a loud, cathartic laugh. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Thank you for letting me drive your car under such exciting circumstances, too. I tried desperately to keep my voice light. Maybe I should drive now. To be honest, I don't think I can climb out right now to let you sit here. My legs feel like jello. Suddenly, I'm shuddering and shaking. It's the adrenaline, baby, he says. You did amazingly well, as usual. You blow me away, Anna. You never let me down. He touches my cheek tenderly with the back of his hand, his face full of love. fear, regret, so many emotions at once, and his words are my undoing. Overwhelmed, a strangled sob escapes from my constricted throat, and I start to cry. No, baby, no. Please don't cry. He reaches over and, despite the limited space we have, pulls me over the handbrake console to cradle me in his lap. Smoothing my hair off my face, he kisses my eyes, then my cheeks, and I curl my arms around him and sob quietly into his neck. He buries his nose in my hair and wraps me in his arms, holding me tight, and we sit, neither of us saying anything, just holding each other.
Do you want more from the history?
Sawyer's voice startles us. The unsubbers load outside Escala. He's casing the joint. Follow him. Christian snaps. I wipe my nose on the back of my hand and take a deep, steadying breath. Use my shirt. Christian kisses my temple. Sorry, I mutter, embarrassed by my crying. What for? Don't be. I wipe my nose, I mutter, embarrassed by my crying. What for? Don't be. I wipe my nose again. He tips my chin up and plants a gentle kiss on my lips. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful, brave girl, he whispers. Kiss me again. Christian stills, one hand on my back, the other on my behind. Kiss my back, the other on my behind. Kiss me. I breathe, and I watch his lips part as he inhales sharply. Leaning across me, he takes a blackberry out of its cradle and tosses it onto the driver's seat beside my sandaled feet. Then his mouth is on me as he moves his right hand into my hair, holding me in place, and lifts his left to cradle my face. His tongue invades my mouth, and I welcome it. Adrenaline turns to lust and streaks through my body. I clasp his face, running my fingers over his sideburns, relishing the taste of them. He groans at my fevered response, low and deep in his throat, and my belly tightens swift and hard with carnal desire. His hand moves down my body, brushing my breast, my waist, and down to my backside. I shift fractionally. He says, and breaks away from me, breathless. What? I mutter against his lips. We're in a car lot in Seattle. So? Well, right now I want to fuck you and you're shifting around on me. It's uncomfortable. My craving spirals out of control at his words, tightening below my waist once more. Fuck me then. I kiss the corner of his mouth. I want him now. That car chase was exciting. Too exciting. Terrifying. And the fear has jump-started my libido. He leans back to gaze at me, his eyes dark and hooded. Here? His voice is husky. My mouth goes dry. How can he turn me on with one word? Yes, I want you. Now. He tilts his head to one side and stares at me for a few moments. This is great. How very brazen. He whispers, after what feels like an eternity. His hand tightens around my hair at my nape, holding me firmly in place, and his mouth is on mine again, more forcefully this time. His other hand skims down my body, down over my behind, and lower still to my mid-thigh. My fingers curl into his overlong hair. I'm so glad you're wearing a skirt, he murmurs as he slips his hand beneath my blue and white patterned skirt to caress my thigh. I squirm once more on his lap and the air hisses between his teeth. Keep still, he growls. He cups my sex with his hand, and I still immediately. His thumb brushes over my clitoris, and my breath catches in my throat as pleasure jolts like electricity. Deep, deep, deep inside me. Still, he whispers. He kisses me once more as his thumb circles gently around me through the sheer fine lace in my underwear. Slowly, he eases two fingers past my panties and inside me. I groan and flex my hips toward his hand. Please, I whisper. Oh, you are so ready, he says, sliding his fingers in and out, torturously slowly. Do car chases turn you on? You turn me on. He smiles a wolfish grin and withdraws his fingers suddenly, leaving me wanting. He scoops his arm under my knees and, taking me by surprise, he lifts me and swings me around to face the windshield. Place your legs on either side of mine, he orders, putting his legs together in the middle of the footwell. I do as I'm told, placing my feet on the floor on either side of his. He runs his hands down my thighs, then back, pulling up my skirt. Hands on my knees, baby. Lean forward. Lift that glorious ass in the air. Mind your head. Shit. We are really going to do this in a public parking lot. I quickly scan the area in front of us and see no one, but feel a thrill coursing through me. I'm in a public lot. This is so hot. Christian shifts beneath me, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper. Putting one arm around my waist and with his other hand panties sideways, he impales me in one swift move. Ah! I cry out, grinding down on him, and his breath hisses through his teeth. His arm snakes around me up to my neck, and he grasps me under my chin. His hand spreads across my neck, pulling me back and tilting my head to one side so he can kiss my throat. His other hand grips my hip, and together we start to move. I push up with my feet, and he tilts himself into me, in and out. The sensation is, I groan loudly. It's so deep this way. I groan loudly. It's so deep this way. My left hand curls around the handbrake, my right hand braced against the door. His teeth graze my earlobe and he tugs. It's almost painful. He bucks again and again into me. I rise and fall, and as we establish a rhythm, he moves his hand around beneath my skirt to the apex of my thighs, and his fingers gently tease my clitoris through the sheer finery of my panties. Ah! Quick! He breathes into my ear through gritted teeth, his hand still curled around my neck beneath my chin. We need to do this quick, Hannah. And he increases the pressure of his fingers against my sex. Ah! I feel the familiar build of pleasure, bunching deep and thick inside me. Come on, baby. He rasps at my ear. I want to hear you. I moan again, and I am all sensation, my eyes tightly closed. His voice in my ear, his breath on my neck, pleasure radiating out from where his fingers tease my body and where he slams deep inside me. And I am lost. Takes control, craving release. Yes, Christian hisses in my ear, and I open my eyes briefly, staring wildly at the cloth roof of the R8, and I scrunch them closed again as I come around him. Oh, Anna, he murmurs in wonder, and he wraps his arms around me and rams into me one last time and stills as he climaxes deep inside. He runs his nose along my jaw and soft into me one last time and stills as he climaxes deep inside. He runs his nose along my jaw and softly kisses my throat, my cheek, my temple, as I lie on him, my head lolling against his neck. Tension relieved, Mrs. Gray. Christian closes his teeth around my earlobe again and tugs. My body is drained, totally exhausted, and I mule. I feel his smile against me. Certainly helped with mine, he adds, shifting me off him. Lost your voice? Yes, I murmur. Well, aren't you the wanton creature? I had no idea you were such an exhibitionist. I sit up immediately, alarmed. He tenses. No one's watching, are they? I glance anxiously around the car lot. Do you think I'd let anyone watch my wife come? He strokes his hand down my back reassuringly, but the tone of his voice sends shivers down my spine. I turn to gaze at him and grin impishly. Car sex! I exclaim. He grins and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Let's hit back. I'll try. He opens the door to let me climb off his lap and out into the parking lot. When I glance down, he's quickly doing up his fly. He He follows me out and then holds the door open for me to climb back in. Strolling quickly around to the driver's side, he climbs in beside me, retrieves the BlackBerry, and makes a call. "Where's Sawyer?" he snaps. "And the Dodge? How come Sawyer's not with you?" He listens intently to Ryan, I assume. "Her?" he gasps. "Stick with her." Christian hangs up and gazes at me. "Her? The driver of the car? Who could that be? Eleanor? Layla? The driver of the Dodge is female?" "So it would appear," he says quietly. His mouth presses into a thin, angry line. "Let's get you home," he mutters. He starts up the R8 with a roar and reverses smoothly out of the space. "Where's the, unsub? What does that mean, by the way? Sounds very BDSM. Christian smiles briefly as he eases the car out of the lot and back onto Stewart Street. "It stands for unknown subject. Ryan is ex-FBI. Ex-FBI? Don't ask." Christian shakes his head. It's obvious he's deep in contemplation. "Well, where is this female unsub?" "On the I-5, heading south." He glances at me, his eyes grin. Whoa, from passionate to calm to anxious in the space of a few moments. I reach over and caress his thigh, running my fingers leisurely up the inside seam of his jeans, hoping to improve his mood. He takes his hand off the steering wheel and stops the slow ascent of my hand. "No," he says. "We've made it this far. You don't want me to have an accident 3 blocks from home." He raises my hand to his lips and plants a cool kiss on my index finger to take the sting out of his rebuke. Cool, calm, authoritative. My 50. And for the first time in a while, he makes me feel like a wayward child. I withdraw my hand and sit quietly for a moment. "Female? Apparently so." He sighs, turns into the underground garage at Escala, and punches the access code into the security pad. The gate swings open and he drives on, smoothly parking the R8 in its designated space. "I really like this car," I murmur. "Me too. And I like how you handled it, and how you managed not to break it. You can buy me one for my birthday." I smirk at him. Christian's mouth drops open as I climb out of the car. "A white one, I think," I add, leaning down and grinning at him. He smiles. "Anastasia Gray, you never cease to amaze me." I shut the door and walk to the end of the car to wait for him. Gracefully, he climbs out, watching me with that look that calls to something deep inside me. I know this look well. Once he's in front of me, he leans down and whispers, "That look that calls to something deep inside me." I know this look well. Once he's in front of me, he leans down and whispers, "You like the car? I like the car. I fucked you in it. Perhaps you like the car? I like the car. I fucked you in it. Perhaps I should fuck you on it." I gasp, and a sleek silver BMW pulls into the garage. Christian glances at it anxiously, then with annoyance, and gives me a sly smile. "But it looks like we have company. Come." He grabs my hand and heads for the garage elevator. He pushes the call button, and as we wait, the driver of the BMW joins us. He's young, casually dressed, with long, layered, dark hair. He looks like he works in the media. "Hi," he says, smiling warmly at us. Christian puts his arm around me and nods politely. "I've just moved in, apartment 16. "Hello." I return his smile. He has kind, soft brown eyes. The elevator arrives and we all walk in. Christian glances down at me, his expression unreadable. "You're Christian Gray," the young man says. Christian gives him a tight smile. "No, Logan." He holds out his hand. Reluctantly, Christian takes it. "Which floor?" Noah asks. I have to input a code. Oh, Noah smiles broadly. Of course. He presses the button for the 8th floor and the doors close. Mrs. Gray, I presume? Yes. I give him a polite smile and we shake hands, and the doors close. Mrs. Gray, I presume? Yes. I give him a polite smile and we shake hands. Noah flushes a little as he gazes at me a fraction too long. I mirror his flush and Christian's arm tightens around me. When did you move in? I ask. Last weekend. I love the place. There's an awkward pause before the elevator stops at Noah's floor. Great to meet you both, he says, sounding relieved, and steps out. The doors close silently behind him. Code, and the elevator ascends again. He seemed nice, I murmur. I've never met any of the neighbors before. Christian scowls. I prefer it that way. That's because you're... I thought he was pleasant enough. Hermit? Hermit, stuck in your ivory tower, I state matter-of-factly. Christian's lips twitch with amusement. Our ivory tower. And I think you have another name to add to the list of your admirers, Mrs. Gray. I roll my eyes. Christian, you think everyone is an admirer? Did you just roll your eyes at me? My pulse quickens. I sure did, I whisper, my breath catching in my throat. He cocks his head to one side, wearing his smoldering, arrogant, amused expression. What shall we do about that? Something rough. He blinks to hide his surprise. Rough? Please? More? I nod slowly. The doors to the elevator open and we're home. How rough? He breathes, his eyes darkening. I gaze at him, saying nothing. He closes his eyes for a moment and then grabs my hand and hauls me into the foyer. When we burst through the double doors, Sawyer is standing in the hallway, looking expectantly at the two of us. Sawyer, I'd like to be debriefed in an hour, Christian says. Yes, sir. Turning, Sawyer heads back into Taylor's office. We have an hour. Christian glances down at me. Rough? I nod. Well, Mrs. Gray, you're in luck. I'm taking requests today. Chapter 6. Do you have anything in mind? Christian murmurs, pinning me with his bold gaze. I shrug, suddenly breathless and agitated. I don't know if it's the chase, the adrenaline, my earlier bad mood. I don't understand, but I want this, and I want it badly. A puzzled expression flits across Christian's face. Pinky fuckery, he asks, his words a soft breath. I nod, feeling my face flame. Why am I embarrassed by this? I have done all manner of pinky fuckery with this man. He's my husband, damn it. Am I embarrassed because I want this and I'm ashamed to admit it? My subconscious glares at me. Stop overthinking. Stop overthinking. Carte blanche. He whispers a question, eyeing me speculatively, as if he's trying to read my mind. Carte blanche. Holy fuck. What will that entail? Yes, I murmur nervously, as excitement blooms deep inside me. He smiles a slow, sexy smile. Come, he says, and tugs me toward the stairs. His intention is clear. Playroom! At the top of the stairs, he releases my hand and unlocks the playroom door. The key is on the Yes, Seattle keychain that I gave him not so long ago. After you, Mrs. Gray, he says, and swings the door open. The playroom smells reassuringly familiar, of leather and wood and fresh polish. I blush, knowing that Mrs. Jones must have been in here cleaning while we were away on our honeymoon. As we enter, Christian switches on the lights and the dark red walls are illuminated with soft, diffused light. I stand gazing at him, anticipation running thick and heavy through my veins. What you do? He locks the door and turns, inclining his head to one side. He regards me thoughtfully, and then shakes his head, amused. "What do you want, Anastasia?" he asks gently. "You." My response is breathy. He smirks. "You've got me. You've had me since you fell into my office." "Surprise me then, Mr. Gray." His mouth twists with repressed. "As you wish, Mrs. Gray." He folds his arms and raises one long index finger to his lips while he appraises me. "I think we'll start by ridding you of your clothes." He steps forward, grasping the front of my short denim jacket. He opens it and pushes it over my shoulders so it falls to the floor. He clasps the hem of my black camisole. "Lift your arms." I obey, and he peels it off over my head. Leaning down, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes glowing with an alluring mix of lust and love. The camisole joins my jacket on the floor. "Here," I whisper, gazing nervously at him as I remove the hair tie from around my wrist and hold it up for him. He stills. His eyes widen briefly, but give nothing away. Finally, he takes the small band. "Turn around," he orders. Relieved, I smile to myself and oblige immediately. Looks like we've overcome that little hurdle. He gathers my hair and braids it quickly and efficiently before fastening it with the tie. He tugs a braid, pulling my head back. "Good thinking, Mrs. Gray," he whispers in my ear, then nips my earlobe. "Now turn around and take your skirt off." But it falls to the floor. He releases me and steps back as I turn to face him. Not taking my eyes off his, I unbutton the waistband of my skirt and ease the zipper down. The full skirt fans out and falls to the floor, pulling at my feet. "Step out from your skirt," he orders. As I step toward him, he kneels swiftly down in front of me and grasps my right ankle. Deftly, he unbuckles my sandals one at a time while I lean forward, balancing myself with a hand on the wall under the pegs that used to hold all his whips, crops, and paddles. The flogger and the riding crop are the only implements that remain. I eye them with curiosity. Will he use those? Having removed my shoes, so I'm just in my lacy bra and panties, Christian sits back on his heels, gazing up at me. "You're a fine sight, Mrs. Gray." Suddenly, he kneels up, grabs my hips, and pulls me forward, burying his nose in the apex of my thighs. "And you smell of you and me and sex," he says, inhaling sharply. "It's intoxicating." He kisses me through my lace panties, while I gasp at his words, my insides liquefying. He's just so naughty. Gathering up my clothes and sandals, he stands in one swift, graceful move, like an athlete. "Go and stand beside the table," he says calmly, pointing with his chin. Turning, he strides over to the museum chest of wonder. He glances back and smirks at me. "Face the wall," he commands. "That way you won't know what I'm planning. We aim to please, Mrs. Gray, and you wanted a surprise." I turn away from him, listening acutely, my ears suddenly sensitive to the slightest sound. He's good at this, building my expectations, stoking my desire, making me wait. I hear him put my shoes down and, I think, my clothes on the chest, followed by the telltale clatter of his shoes as they drop to the floor, one at a time. Love barefoot Christian. A moment later, I hear him pull open a drawer. Toys! Oh, I love this anticipation. The drawer closes and my breathing spikes. How can the sound of a drawer render me a quivering mess? It makes no sense. The subtle hiss of the sound system coming to life tells me it's going to be a musical interlude.
I'm sure I'm not the
A
only one
lone
as
piano
well
starts,
think euthanasia
muted and
is
soft.
like
and mournful chords fill the room. It's not a tune I know. The piano is joined by an electric guitar. What is this? A man's voice speaks, and I can just make out the words. Something about not being frightened of dying. Christian pads leisurely toward me, his bare feet slapping on the wooden floor. I sense him behind me as a woman starts to sing. Wail. Sing? Rough, you say, Mrs. Gray. He breathes in my left ear.
There were also reports of some of the senior
You must tell me to stop if it's too much. If you say stop, I will stop immediately. Do you understand? Yes. I need your promise. I inhale sharply. Shit. What is he going to do? I promise. I murmur breathlessly, recalling his words from earlier. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. Good girl. Leaning down, he plants a kiss on my naked shoulder, then hooks a finger beneath my bra strap and traces a line across my back beneath the strap. I want to moan. How does he make the slightest touch so erotic? Take it off, he whispers in my ear, and I hurriedly oblige and let my bra fall to the floor. His hands skim down my back, and he hooks both of his thumbs into my panties and slides them down my legs. Step, he orders. Once more I do as I'm told, stepping out of my panties. He plants a kiss on my backside and stands. I'm going to blindfold you so that everything will be more intense. He slips an airline eye mask over my eyes, and my world is plunged into darkness. The woman singing moans incoherently, a haunting, heartfelt melody. Bend down and lie flat on the table. His words are softly spoken. Now. Without hesitation, I bend over the side of the table and rest my torso on the highly polished wood, my face flush against the hard surface. It's cool against my skin, and it smells vaguely of beeswax with a citrus tang. Stretch your arms up and hold on to the edge. Okay. Reaching forward, I clutch the far edge of the table. It's quite wide, so my arms are fully extended. If you let go, I will spank you. Do you understand? Yes. Do you want me to spank you, Anastasia? Everything south of my waist tightens deliciously. I realize I've wanted this since he threatened me during lunch, and neither the car chase nor our subsequent intimate encounter has sated this need. Yes. My voice is a hoarse whisper. Why? Oh, do I have to have a reason? I shrug. Tell me, he coaxes. And from out of nowhere he smacks me hard. Ah! I cry out. Hush now. He gently rubs my behind where he's hit me. Then he leans over me, his hips digging into my backside, plants a kiss between my shoulder blades, and trails kisses across my back. He's taken his shirt off, so his chest hair tickles my back, and his erection presses against me through the rough fabric of his jeans. Open your legs, he orders. I move my legs apart, wider. I groan and spread my legs wider. Good girl, he breathes. He traces his finger down my back, along the crack between my buttocks, and over my anus, which shrinks at his touch. We're going to have some fun with this, he whispers. His finger continues down over my perineum and slowly slides into me. I see you're very wet, Anastasia. From earlier or from now? I groan and he eases his finger in and out of me, over and over. I push back on his hand, relishing the intrusion. Oh, Anna, I think it's both. I think you love being here. Like this. Mine. I do. Oh, I do. He withdraws his finger and smacks me hard once more. Tell me, he whispers, his voice hoarse and urgent. Yes, I do, I whimper. He smacks me hard once more, so I cry out, then sticks 2 fingers inside me. He withdraws them immediately, spreading the moisture up, over, and around my anus. What are you going to do? I ask, breathless. Oh my, is he going to fuck my ass? It's not what you think, he murmurs reassuringly. I told you, one step at a time with this, baby. I hear the quiet spurt of some liquid, presumably from a tube. Then his fingers are massaging me. I squirm as my fear collides with my excitement at the unknown. He smacks me once more, lower, so he hits my sex. I groan. It feels so good. Keep still, he says, and don't let go. Ah, this is lube. He spreads some more on me. I try not to wriggle beneath him, but my heart is pounding, my pulse haywire, as desire and anxiety pump through me. I have wanted to do this to you for some time now, Minna. I groan, and I feel something cool, metallically cool, run down my spine. I have a small present for you here, Christian whispers. An image from our show and tell springs to mind. Holy crap, a butt plug. Christian runs it down the parting between my buttocks. Oh my. I'm going to push this inside you, very slowly. I gasp, anticipation and anxiety charging through me. Will it hurt? No, baby, it's small. Once it's inside you, I'm going to fuck you real hard. I practically convulse. Bending over me, he kisses me once more between my shoulder blades. Ready, he whispers. Ready? Am I ready for this? Yes, I mutter quietly, my mouth dry. He runs another finger down past my ass and perineum and slips it inside me. Fuck, it's his thumb. He cups my sex and his fingers gently caress my clitoris. I moan. It feels good. And gently, while his fingers and thumb work their magic, he pushes the cold plug slowly into me. Ah! I groan loudly at the unfamiliar sensation, my muscles protesting at the intrusion. He circles his thumb inside me and pushes the plug harder, and it slips in easily. And I don't know if it's because I'm so turned on, or if he's distracted me with his expert fingers, but my body seems to accept it. It's heavy and strange. There. Oh, baby. And I can feel it, where his thumb swirls inside me, and the plug presses against. Oh. Ow. He slowly twists the plug, eliciting a long, drawn-out moan from me. Christian, I mumble, his name a garbled mantra, as I adjust to the sensation. Good girl, he murmurs. He runs his free hand down my side until it reaches my hip. Slowly, he withdraws his thumb, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper opening. Grasping my other hip, he pulls me back and parts my legs farther, his foot pushing against mine. Don't let go. Grasping my other hip, he pulls me back and parts my legs farther, his foot pushing against mine. Don't let go of the table, Anna, he warns. No, I gasp. They rough? Tell me if I'm too rough. Understand? Yes, I whisper, and he slams into me and pulls me onto him at the same time, jolting the plug forward, deeper. Fuck! I cry out. He stills, his breathing harsher, and my panting matches his. I try to assimilate all the sensations, the delicious fullness, the tantalizing feeling that I am doing something forbidden, the erotic pleasure that spirals outward from deep within me. He pulls gently on the plug. Oh my! I moan, and I hear his sharp intake of breath, a gasp of pure, unadulterated pleasure. It heats my blood. Have I ever felt so wanted? So, again, he whispers. Yes. Stay flat, he orders. He eases out of me and rams into me again. Oh, I wanted this. Yes, I hiss. and he picks up the pace, his breathing more labored, matching my own as he thrashes into me. "Oh, Anna," he gasps. He moves one of his hands from my hips and twists the plug again, tugging it slowly, pulling it out and pushing it back in. The feeling is indescribable. The feeling is indescribable. And I think I'm going to pass out on the table. He never misses a beat. And I think I'm going to pass out on the table. He never misses a beat as he takes me again and again, moving strong and hard inside me, my insides tightening and quivering. "Oh, help!" I moan. "This is going to rip me apart." "Yes, baby," he hisses. "Please," I beg him, and I don't know what for. To stop? To never stop? To twist the plug again? My insides are tightening around him and the plug. "That's right," he breathes, and he slaps me hard on my right buttock. And I come again and again, falling, spinning, pulsing around and around. And Christian gently pulls the plug out. "Fuck!" I scream, and Christian grabs my hips and climaxes loudly, holding me still. The woman is still singing. Christian always puts songs on repeat in here. Strange. I am curled in his arms on his lap, our legs tangled together, with my head resting against his chest. We're on the floor of the playroom by the table. "Welcome back," he says, peeling the blindfold off me. I blink as my eyes adjust to the muted light. Tipping my chin back, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes focused on and anxious. I reach out to caress his face. He smiles. "Well, did I fulfill the brief?" he asks, amused. I frown. "Brief? You want it rough," he says gently. I grin because I just can't help it. "Yes, I think you did." He raises his eyebrows and grins back at me. "I'm very glad to hear it. You look thoroughly well fucked and beautiful at this moment." He caresses my face, his long finger stroking my cheek. "I feel it," I purr. He reaches down and kisses me tenderly, his lips soft and warm and giving against mine. "You never disappoint." He leans back to gaze down at me. "How do you feel?" His voice is soft with concern. "Good," I murmur, feeling a flush creep across my face. "Thoroughly well fucked." I smile shyly. "Why, Mrs. Gray, you have a dirty, dirty mouth." Christian feigns an offended expression, but I can hear his amusement. "That's because I'm married to a dirty, dirty boy, Mr. Gray." He grins a ridiculously stupid grin, and it's infectious. "I'm glad you're married to him." He gently takes hold of my braid, lifts it to his lips, and kisses the end with reverence. His eyes glowing lips, and kisses the end with reverence. His eyes glowing with love. Oh my, did I ever have a chance of resisting this man? I reach for his left hand and plant a kiss on my own. "Mine," I whisper. "Yours," he responds. He curls his arms around me and presses his nose into my hair. "Shall I run you a bath?" Only if you join me in it." "Okay," he says. He sets me onto my feet and stands up beside me. He's still wearing his jeans. "Will you wear your, other jeans?" He frowns down at me. "Other jeans?" "The ones you used to wear in here." "Those jeans?" he murmurs, blinking with perplexed surprise. "You look very hot in them." "Do I?" "Yeah, I mean, really hot." He smiles shyly. "Well, for you, Mrs. Gray, maybe I will." He bends to kiss me, then grabs the small bowl on the table that contains the butt plug, the tube of lubricant, the blindfold, and my panties. "Who cleans these toys?" I ask as I follow him over to the chest. He frowns at me, as if not understanding the question. Me? Mrs. Jones? What? He nods, amused and embarrassed, I think.
So splash evidence
He
1
switches
to
off the
3%.
music.
I do cologne
Well,
2 to 6%. I do
your
toilet
subs used to
5
do
to
it?
15%.
I finish his
I
sentence.
do
He
perfume
gives me an
10 to
apologetic shrug.
20%. Perfume
Here.
extract.
He hands me his shirt and I put it on, wrapping it around myself. His scent still clings to the linen, and my chagrin about butt plug washing is forgotten. He leaves the items on the chest. Taking my hand, he unlocks the playroom door, then leads me out and downstairs. I follow him meekly. The anxiety, the bad mood, the thrill, fear, and excitement of the car chase have all gone. I'm relaxed, finally sated and calm. As we enter our bathroom, I yawn loudly and stretch, at ease with myself for a change. What is it? Christian asks as he turns on the faucet. I shake my head. Tell me, he asks softly. He spills jasmine bath oil into the running water, filling the room with its sweet, sensual scent. I flush. I just feel better. He smiles. Yes, you've been in a strange mood today, Mrs. Gray. Standing, he pulls me into his arms. I know you're worrying about these recent events. I'm sorry, arms. I know you're worrying about these recent events. I'm sorry you're caught up in them. I don't know if it's a vendetta, an ex-employee, or a business rival. If anything were to happen to you because of me. His voice drops to a pained whisper. I curl my arms around him. What if something happens to you, Christian? I voice my fear. He gazes down at me. We'll figure this out. Now let's get you out of this shirt and into this bath. Shouldn't you talk to Sawyer? He can wait. His mouth hardens, and I feel a sudden pang of pity for Sawyer. What's he done to upset Christian? Christian helps me out of his shirt, then frowns as I turn to him. My breasts still bear faded bruises from the love bites he gave me during our honeymoon, but I decide not to tease him about them. I wonder if Ryan has caught up with the Dodge? We'll see. After this bath. Get in. He holds his hand out for me. I climb into the hot, fragrant water and sit tentatively. Ow! My ass is tender, and the hot water makes me wince. Easy, baby, Christian warns, but as he says it, the uncomfortable sensation melts away. Christian strips and climbs in behind me, pulling me against his chest. I nestle between his legs, and we lie idle and content in the hot water. I run my fingers down his legs, and gathering my braid in one hand, he twirls it gently between his fingers. We need to go over the plans for the new house. Later this evening? Sure. That woman is coming back again. My subconscious gazes up from Volume 3 of The Complete Works of Charles Dickens and glowers. I'm with my subconscious. I sigh. Unfortunately, Gia Mateo's designs are breathtaking. I must get my things ready for work, I whisper. He stills. You know you don't have to go back to work, he murmurs. Oh no, not this again. Christian, we've been through this. Please don't resurrect that argument. He tugs my braid so my face tilts up and back. Just saying. He plants a soft kiss on my lips. I pull on sweatpants and a camisole and decide to fetch my clothes from the playroom. As I make my way across the hallway, I hear Christian's raised voice from his study. I freeze. Where the fuck were you? Oh shit. He's shouting at Sawyer. Cringing, I dash upstairs to the playroom. I really don't want to hear what he has to say to him. I still find shouty Christian intimidating, Poor Sawyer. At least I get to shout back. I gather at my clothes and Christian's shoes, then notice the small porcelain bowl with the butt plug still on top of the museum chest. Well, I suppose I should clean it. I add it to the pile and make my way back downstairs. I glance nervously through the great room, but all is quiet, thank heaven. Taylor will be back tomorrow evening, and Christian is generally calmer when he's around. Taylor is spending some quality time today and tomorrow with his daughter. I wonder idly if I'll ever get to meet her. Mrs. Jones comes out of the utility room. We startle each other. Mrs. Gray, I didn't see you there. Oh, I am Mrs. Gray now. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Welcome home, and congratulations. She smiles. Please, call me Anna. Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, why must everything change just because I have a ring on my finger? Would you like to run through the menus for the week? She asks, looking at me expectantly. Menus? This is not a question I have ever anticipated being asked. She smiles. When I first worked for Mr. Gray, every Sunday evening I would run through the menus for the upcoming week with him and list anything he might need from the grocery store. I see. Shall I take those for you? She holds out her hands for my clothes. Oh, actually, I haven't finished with these. And they are hiding the bowl with the butt plug in it. I turn crimson. It's a wonder I can look Mrs. Jones in the eye. She knows what we do. She cleans the room. Jeez, it's just weird having no privacy. When you're ready, Mrs. Gray, I'd be more than happy to run through things with you. Thank you. We are interrupted by an ashen-faced Sawyer. He stalks out of Christian's study and briskly crosses the great room. He gives us both a brief nod, not looking either of us in the eye, and slinks into Taylor's study. I'm grateful for his intervention, as I don't wish to discuss menus or butt plugs with Mrs. Jones right now. Offering her a brief smile, I scurry back to the bedroom. Will I ever get used to having domestic staff at my beck and call? I shake my head. One day, maybe. I dump Christian's shoes on the floor and my clothes on the bed, and take the bowl with the butt plug into the bathroom. I eye it suspiciously. It looks innocuous enough, and surprisingly clean. I don't want to dwell on that, and I wash it quickly with soap and water. Will that be enough? I'll have to ask Mr. Sexpert if it should be sterilized or something. I shudder at the thought.
From the northwest to the southeast.
I like that Christian has turned the library over to me. It now houses an attractive white wooden desk I can work at. I take out my laptop and check my notes on the 5 manuscripts I read on our honeymoon. Yep, I have everything I need. Part of me dreads going back to work, but I can never tell Christian that. He sees on the opportunity to make me quit. I remember Roger's apoplectic reaction when I told him I was getting married, and to whom, and how, shortly afterward, my position was confirmed. I realize now it was because I was marrying the boss. The thought is unwelcome. I am no longer acting editor. I am Anastasia Steele, editor. I haven't yet plucked up the courage to tell Christian that I am not going to change my name at work. I think my reasons are solid. I need some distance from him, but I know there will be a fight when he finally realizes that. Perhaps I should discuss this with him tonight. Sitting back in my chair, I start my final chore of the day. I glance at the digital clock on my laptop, which tells me it's 7 in the evening. Christian still hasn't emerged from his study, so I have time. Taking the memory card out of the Nikon camera, I load it into the laptop to transfer the photographs. As the pictures upload, I reflect on the day. Is Ryan back? Or is he still on his way to Portland? Has he caught up with the mystery woman? Has Christian? I don't care that he's busy. I want to know what's going on, and I suddenly feel a tad resentful that he's keeping me in the dark. I rise, intending to go and confront him, but as I do, The photos from the last few days of our honeymoon pop up on screen. Holy
Legion,
crap!
and Franks would
Picture after
peacefully
picture
settle
of me.
Roman lands.
Asleep.
There was an
So
unusual
many of me
mutual
asleep.
respect.
My hair
Some
over my
Frankish
face or
nobles
fanned out
could even
across my
boast
pillow.
the kind of
Lips
dual
parted.
nationality
Shit.
being
Sucking my
officially
thumb.
both Frankish
I haven't sucked my
and
thumb for
Roman
years.
citizen
So
simultaneously.
many photos. I had
The
no
other
idea he'd
significant
taken
event
these.
was the story
There are a
of the
few
last
candid
week's
long
episode
shots,
where the Huns
including one of me
forced
leaning over the
both.
rail.
The
No
other
idea he'd
significant
taken
event
these.
was the story
There are a
of
few
last
candid
week's
long
episode
shots,
where the Huns
including one of me
forced
leaning over the
both
rail of the
Germanic
yacht,
and steppe
staring
peoples
moodily
across
into
the
the
Roman
distance.
border.
How did I
Romans were
not
forced
notice
into
him taking
accepting
this?
Gothic residents in
I
their
smile
lands,
at the photos of me
which
curled
was
up
similar
beneath
to
him
the
and
Frankish
laughing,
integration,
my hair
but something
flying
done
as I
in a
struggle,
much more
biting his
aggressive
tickling,
manner.
tormenting
It's like the
fingers.
Roman Empire in
And there's the
400
one of him and
BCE
me on the bed
was
in the
showing the
master cabin that
signs
he took
of
at
the
arm's
dramatic
length.
collapse that we saw
I
in
am
the 5th
cuddled on his
century.
chest and